Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Chapter 1. Chapter 1. Popularity is also annoying. Konoha. The Shinobi Academy. In one of the classrooms, Teacher Chunin was standing in front of the class, holding a piece of paper in his hand. Next, Uchiha Hatake. After the teacher's words, a young man with silver hair came out to the blackboard, and with a quick movement of his hands, he folded several seals. Pooh! With a burst of white smoke, an almost perfect copy of the youth appeared on the left. This scene caused almost all the girls in the class to exclaim, but this was not only because of the successful application of Bunshin no Jutsu, but also because of the attractiveness of the young man. 95 points, not bad. The teacher nodded discreetly of erase and recorded the result. Almost perfect application of ninjutsu on the first attempt, this score was in the top 10 of the class, but in the eyes of the teacher, there was not too much approval. The reason for his indifferent attitude is simple. Uchiha has a younger brother named Kakashi. He applied for early graduation from the academy at the age of 5, and at the age of 6 was promoted to Chunin. Incredibly talented young shinobi, in the eyes of others is a worthy heir to the will of the famous White Fang Konoha. In comparison with his younger brother, erase completely normal. Uchiha has good grades in all subjects and is one of the best students in the class, but of course he is always compared to his younger brother. He is now 8 years old. He is studying step by step at the Shinobi Academy, without showing any talent and closely comparable to Kakashi. Although the teacher made a reserved comment on Uchiha's result, admiring shouts of praise were already spreading throughout the class. Uchiha, well done. 95 points, you are number 1. Many girls with shining eyes watched Uchiha. Once in this world, Uchiha inherited the blood of Tsukumo Hatake, and looks not much different from Kakashi, but he does not wear a mask and is not so indifferent compared to his younger brother, so he is almost always the center of attention of girls of his class. Uchiha returned to his seat and smiled at Kurenai, who was sitting next to him. There is nothing difficult in Bunshin no Jutsu, you just need to concentrate properly. He came to this world about 2 years ago, becoming Kakashi's older brother, but he came too late. He just didn't have the ability to stop Kakashi's father. White Fang Konoha, Tsukumo Hatake, committed suicide. This incident had a huge impact on Kakashi, and less than a month later, he applied for early graduation from the academy. As a Poppadanitsu who inherited the bloodline of the White Fang Konoha, Uchiha is certainly not inferior to Kakashi, but he considers early graduation from the academy a stupid act. Why? Isn't it better to practice hard at the academy, building up your strength step by step? What is the point in early graduation from the academy? Moreover, now 42th year from the foundation of Konoha, if he is not mistaken, then next year will start the Third World War Shinobi. Now the situation in the world of Shinobi is not very calm. In a quiet time, there is nothing wrong with early release and becoming a genin. You will just perform quite normal and safe tasks, but now it was a stormy pre-war time. Even genins often have to perform quite dangerous combat tasks. Kakashi graduated early at the age of 5, advanced to Chunin at the age of 6. It looks great and amazing from the outside, but it seemed to Uchiha nothing more than simple recklessness, not to mention that the danger of missions will increase after advancing to Chunin, but just revealing such an amazing talent will definitely attract the attention of hostile villages. This is a very turbulent time. Kiri, Kumo, Willow, and Suna, they are almost all aimed at Konoha. A genius like Kakashi certainly got into their field of vision. It will not lead to anything good. With Jounin level strength, there would be nothing wrong with an early release. Uchiha grumbled in his heart. Unfortunately, he does not have the strength of a Jounin, although Uchiha is able to defeat his younger brother, but at best he has the strength of an elite Chunin, and this is given his special ability. After all, at 8 years old, the body is still in the active growth stage. Shinobi completes the stage of active development only by the age of 16, moving to the stage of stable and gradual development. Yes. It is worth telling about the special ability that he has. It was a huge ephemeral clock that he found in his mind when he just closed his eyes after arriving in this world. It is similar to the clock of the time Emperor Kurumi Tokisaki from the anime Rendezvous with Life, but they differ in terms of capabilities and strength. There is no ability to influence the past or stop time. So far he has only received one ability, time acceleration. This is similar to one of Amiya Kiritsugu's innate time control abilities from Faith/0. Speed up time for yourself. In a state of acceleration, all his movements will become faster, including taijutsu, adding seals, and so on, which is one of the reasons for his superiority over Kakashi. He is now able to accelerate my time in half. This means that in a state of accelerated time, his speed will be twice faster than usual. Erase, today I brought 2 servings of bento, I want later to have dinner together. Just when Erase was lost in thought, turned to the girl sitting in front, and acute blushing asked. These words immediately aroused the anger of the other girl sitting nearby. Kurenai's cold gaze fell on the girl, and tension hung in the air. Watching this, Erase helplessly shook his head. Now he is beginning to understand why Kakashi wears a mask, perhaps because of similar situations. Now almost all the guys in the class want him dead. The cast of this class is pretty good. One of the backstage bosses of the main storyline is Uchiha Obito, Rin Nohara, Yuhi Kurenai, Sarutobi Asuma, and several other characters present in the original. But Asuma, Kurenai, and the others don't show anything too outstanding, and Obito is just awful. Uchiha Itachi will not enter the academy soon. Uchiha Shisui was at the academy, but he is in one of the younger classes. They have almost no opportunity to spar. If not Kakashi graduated early, at least he pulled the part of the popularity of Erase. Too much popularity is also can irritate the Erase sad sigh in the heart. Before he was unspeakably jealous similar picture, but once in it, he could only be sad sigh. Early maturing girls in the world Naruto was even more outrageous than he could imagine. They are too aggressive. Guys enviously watched the scene that unfolded around Erase. Their eyes glowed with anger, some even firmly clenched his fists and violently gnashed their teeth. That bastard. It's just disgusting, I want to punch him. But you can't beat him. Shut up. Among those who clenched his fists and gnashed their teeth, was Uchiha Obito because of Rin Nohara was one of the girls gathered around Erase. Yarushi didn't care much about the students in the class, only two of them could attract his attention, Uchiha Obito and Mato Guy. But he could only care about the distorted Uchiha Obito, and now this guy carries almost no danger. He can easily be mistaken for an unremarkable character of the second plan. Chapter 2. Seeing that the situation in the classroom had become tense, the girls were on edge, and the boys were trying to rush into a fight. Teacher Chunin could no longer stand it and shouted loudly. Silence. Next, Uchiha Obito. Teacher Chunin of course had a certain authority in the eyes of the students. After shouting, the class quickly calmed down. Obito threw an angry look at Yarushi and went to the blackboard. He looked at the Nohara Rin side deeply and firmly clenched his fist. He cannot lose which. Boo. Obito folded the seals, and white smoke erupted. The clone that appeared next to Obito looked a little ugly, although he managed to use Bunshin no Jutsu, but you could tell at a glance that it was a fake. 50 points. The teacher looked at Uchiha Obito. The Uchiha clan is widely known for its geniuses. Almost all of their members become one of the best students of the academy, but Obito was an exception. I'll try again. Obito naturally did not accept this assessment, but his mind was already in chaos, so the second attempt was a complete failure. The third and final attempt was not much better than the first. He received 55 points for it. When Erase watched this scene in his head flashed only one thought. The Sharingan is just ridiculous. After witnessing the death of Nohara Rin and awakening Manjikyu, the rather mediocre Obito not only received one of Kemui's strongest abilities, but his fighting talent and character underwent a complete change, turning 180 degrees. After a relatively short time, he was able to control the Nine Tails and even indirectly killed the fourth Hokage Namikaze Minato, who had simply amazing spatial technique and incredible talent. This is simply outrageous. Without knowing the original story, he could never have imagined that this mediocre Obito would become one of the strongest shinobi in the future. Erase shook his head and turned away. He has no idea about Obito. The key is the hiding Uchiha Madara. Without Obito, Madara will just take on another genius of the Uchiha clan. Personal strength is most important. The war is about to start. There is no normal final exam in wartime. There is a mandatory graduation at the age of 9, which means that he can stay at the academy for about another year. I don't know if it will be possible to reach the level of Jounin in 1 year. Erase thought. During the Third World War, shinobi, Genin and Chunin were nothing more than simple cannon fodder. Fortunately he got to Konoha. In other villages, even Jounins could become simple cannon fodder, because on the side of Konoha will be Minato, capable of destroying dozens of Jounins in a matter of seconds. And as Yarushi was absorbed in his thoughts, there was a ringing sound in his head, as if the hands of an old clock had reached a certain point. Yes. Yarushi sighed, a flash of joy in his eyes, and his eyelids drooped. As soon as Yarushi closed his eyes, a large silvery white ephemeral clock appeared in the darkness, with a large hour hand and a small minute hand on it. They have a golden color. In the center of the dial you can see numbers. On a normal watch it would be a date, but they do not show the date, but the degree of acceleration. Click. Yarushi focused, there was a click, and the number turned, going from 0 to 1, then to 2, and finally stopping at 3. Now I have 3 times the acceleration available. The mood of Erase rose sharply. Only once in this world, he could accelerate the flow of time by 1.5 times. After about a year in his head there was a ringing sound and he became available to accelerate time by 2 times. Now the upper limit has increased to a 3-fold acceleration. It seems the limit was raised about a year ago. Will it go up 1 unit each year? Erase thought. Until he had the opportunity to confirm this pattern, whether it is true or not, it will become clear in a year. If it really turns out to be so, there is no jutsu in the world of Naruto that can match this ability. In the state of time acceleration, the entire surrounding world slows down, whether it's physical speed or reaction speed, all of this improves without any defects. If an ordinary Chunin increased his time flow speed by 5 times, he would be able to deal with a Jounin, and if a Jounin increased the time flow speed by 5 times, he would be able to deal with a Kage. This is true for Erwich. As long as he reaches the level of an average Chunin in a normal state, he will be able to resist the Jounin, and after reaching the level of a Jounin, he will be able to safely walk through the world of shinobi. And this only applies to the acceleration of 5 times. If he could accelerate the flow of time 10 times or even more, then only his pure speed would be terrifying. Hachiman Tonko, how strong will this technique be under 10-fold time acceleration? Erase sank into your dreams. The evening elephant strengthened by 10 times the acceleration of time, one blow dispersed the clouds and shattered the moon created by the Sage of the Six Paths into countless small fragments. Erase took a deep breath. Only a few seconds he was able to escape from his dreams. 10-fold acceleration and 8 gates, it's something incredibly far away, but he really has to pay close attention to Hachiman subtly. This technique is perfectly combined with time acceleration. As for other techniques, the released ninjutsu will not be subjected to 10-fold acceleration. The time acceleration is limited only by its own body, but the folding speed of the seals and the release speed increases. It can still be considered a very powerful effect. The speed of release of ninjutsu is extremely important. For example, the Flying God of Thunder, a ninjutsu capable of dominating the shinobi world. It is the lack of seals and the delay in release that makes this ninjutsu excessively deadly. By the way, now he can accelerate 3 times. Previously with double acceleration he could already beat Chunin Kakashi without any problems. Now he should be able to beat the elite Chunin without any problems, but there is still a gap with Jounin. Close to the level of Tokubetsu Jounin. Yoruishi estimated his strength. He should still be a little worse than Tokubetsu Jounin, but it wouldn't be a problem to reach that level within a year. In the shinobi world, once you reach the Tokubetsu Hunin level, you can barely count yourself among the strong. Chunin and Genin mostly become cannon fodder during wars. Next are the Jounins, followed by the elite Jounins, and even higher are the Kage. But in this world, no one will just call a very strong shinobi Kage. For convenience and ease of classification, shinobi like White Fang or Danzo, who are elite Jounins, but in fact far surpass this level, will be called shinobi level Kage. Chapter 3. The movement of Erase was seen upholstered. Yoruishi turned away and closed his eyes, and then his eyelids fluttered several times, as if he didn't even want to watch the test. It seemed like a deliberate provocation. Obito clenched his fist in exasperation. Arrogant, the bastard. Left far behind his younger brother. Obito ground his teeth. Kakashi is also an arrogant bastard. He graduated from the academy so early, but this is also a plus. Now he has to watch only one of the brothers. I heard that recently Kakashi successfully completed an A-class task, along with Jounin. This guy is really too good. He has already advanced to Chunin. Maybe even becoming a Jounin won't take long. Someone heard Obito's words and deliberately continued. Yoruishi's performance is usually consistently in the top 10 of the class. Sometimes he even takes the first place. There was no way to mock his abilities, but if you take his younger brother for contrast, everything will be different. Graduating from the academy at the age of 5 and advancing to Chunin at the age of 6, this completely hid the radiance of Yoruishi. It was simply impossible to compare with Kakashi. Another disciple understood his intention, looked at Yoruishi and said casually, although I don't want to admit it, this guy is really a genius among geniuses. Compared to him, some people are simply not qualified to be called big brothers. Everyone could easily understand who these words were referring to. Without waiting for Yoruishi's reaction, Hana Yamanaka, who was sitting in front of him, stood up and looked irritably at Kiva Inuzuka, who was saying, "Hey! What did you say?" The Inuzuka clan member naturally couldn't back down. He looked at the girl and said, "What happened? Am I not right?" Hana Yamanaka was furious, but she couldn't refute his words. Erase looked at Hana and said quietly, "Kakashi really is a genius among geniuses. Most people can't compare to him." Hana nodded. "Once in how many years do such geniuses appear?" Erase, "You don't have to worry about it and try to keep up with brother." Kurenai nodded in agreement. If we ignore Kakashi, but now Erase is an outstanding genius in this class and has no weaknesses. Yoruishi was interrupted before he could finish his sentence, and in response, he just shrugged, smiled at Kurenai, and didn't make any excuses. Although Inuzuka wanted to continue the argument, but seeing that Erase agreed with the girls and not going to get into this, it only remained for him to turn away. Kurenai looked at Yoruishi, a pair of big beautiful eyes shining. With such a little brother, the pressure must be very high. No. Yoruishi looked at Kurenai and chuckled. What problems can there be? The stronger my brother is, the better, isn't that right? I'm not from the Hyuga clan. Kurenai blinked and asked, what about the Hyuga clan? Oh, you don't know. Yoruishi briefly explained the internal structure of the Hyuga clan, which greatly surprised Kurenai. She glanced at the person sitting in the corner of the class and whispered, I didn't expect the famous Hyuga clan to be like this. The person sitting in the corner of the class is called Hyuga Meng. He is the nephew of the clan head and one of the members of the side branch. As a member of the famous Hyuga clan, Meng certainly has a certain pride. he always takes first or second place in the class and considers only Kakashi as his goal. He slightly dislikes his older brother, around whom girls are always hanging around. In fact, he could also have graduated from the academy earlier, but the clan elders advised him not to do so, saying that at this age, it was best to practice quietly. Meng vaguely heard Urushi talking about the Hyuga clan, but could not hear the specific details. In some passages, Hyuga Meng could imagine what he was talking about. Erase, his face became grim. He's too arrogant. Although he was a little annoyed that Urushi was popular and constantly surrounded by girls, but it was not very important, but talking about the Hyuga clan is something else entirely. Warn after class. Huey's eyes flashed. Urushi is not in any comparison with Kakashi. According to Meng, among people of the same age, it can only be surpassed by Kakashi. When Meng thought about it, the last student passed the test, the teacher wrote down the final grades, looked at the paper again and said, "Today's test is over. Uchiha Obito, Aburaim Tion, and, I advise you to practice harder. Tomorrow there will be another training test, and in 4 days the official test. Those who can't pass it will stay at the academy for the winter break until they meet the necessary requirements." Many students heard the teacher's words and took a deep breath. The faces of Uchiha Obito and other people who didn't pass the test paled noticeably. No one wants to spend the winter holidays at the academy, it would be too embarrassing. That's all for today, you can go home early. The teacher carefully put the test results in a special folder and addressed the class. After hearing the teacher's words, the student stood up and bowed, the teacher nodded in response and left, after which the class immediately became noisy. Erase got rid of the cons and Kurenai, citing urgent business, and returned home. Of course, it was interesting to watch the precocious girls arguing over it, but Urushi really had more important things to do. He should adapt to the triple acceleration as soon as possible. When you go from double to triple acceleration, its speed will increase quite a lot. Erase quickly had lunch, went to the backyard, went into a state of triple acceleration, and began to strike at the special tree. What would his body grew faster? Erase activates double acceleration not only during exercise but also during sleep. Metabolism and cell division in the body is also accelerated. 1 day his life is equivalent to about 1.5 days of average person. So although Erase now 8 years old, but with the regular use of double speed, the age of his physical body is about 9 years. If he always turned on acceleration, then the body could grow even faster, but this is too boring, and already tedious lessons become like a video in slow motion. Every word of the teacher stretches, from this almost immediately begins to hurt the head. And to look normal, Urushi will have to slow down his movements and speech. It's too troublesome, so during school, he usually stays in a normal state. Chapter 4. Boo. Boo. Bang. Eraser's fists continued to fall on the tree, making a thud and leaving a rather noticeable dent. Erase always diligently trains your body. It seemed that the acceleration of time only increases the speed, but in fact it also affects the force, because according to Newton's second law, the force is equal to the mass multiplied by the acceleration, and this law applies in the world of Naruto. In a state of double acceleration, the impact becomes twice as strong. By the way, there is a third law of Newton, which states that action is equal to reaction. If the impact is twice as strong, then the load on the fist should also double. Theoretically, Urushi's fist should not be able to withstand the recoil from a blow that is twice as strong as normal. It should be very painful and fraught with injuries, but fortunately this is not the case. A normal blow to a tree and a kick at double acceleration will erase the same meaning. There are no problems with large incomes. After thinking about it, Urushi came to the conclusion that the increase in speed and force exerted by the acceleration of time is completely beyond the ordinary laws of physics, not to mention that this is a completely different world where completely different laws may exist. Kaga Bunshin but Jutsu. Slightly adapted to threefold acceleration of Uruichi stopped and laid the print, using the shadow clone technique. Poo. Poo. Accompanied by smoke, an exact replica appeared to the left and right of the erasure. Of course, Uruichi could not ignore this ninjutsu, which can very effectively support the practice of shinobi. He had long received from Kakashi the method of teaching this ninjutsu. The use of this technique in the academy undoubtedly would have caused a furor, because Kaga Bunshin but Jutsu is a ninjutsu B rank and Bunshin but the jutsu taught in the academy is a ninjutsu E rank, the difference in the 3 class. Not every chunin able to use this ninjutsu. Only the skillful use of shadow clone is enough to crush most of the academy students and early graduate. Phew. Phew. The shadow clones looked around and headed for different parts of the courtyard. One of the shadow clones took a short blade located on the left side of the courtyard. It was the white fang blade left by Sakumo and inherited by the eldest son. Erase also practiced Kenjutsu clan hat, which had great popularity in the world of shinobi. Kenjutsu is able to combine chakra and physical strength, which in turn is quite well combined with the acceleration of time. I can tell. If Urushi hones his Kenjutsu to the level of the white fang of Konoha, then in the state of acceleration, he can resist even shinobi who have strength above the Kage level. Another shadow clone moved to the opposite corner of the courtyard, raised his palm, and began to concentrate the chakra in a spherical shape. That's right, this is Raiznan. Raiznan is based on the transformation of the chakra form. Because it is a short-range ninjutsu, it is affected by the acceleration of time, and last but not least, Raiznan training helps to improve chakra control. The current erasure has long passed the stage of climbing a tree and walking on water. The practice of Rasengana is undoubtedly very well suited for further improving chakra control, but the volume of Urushi's chakra is certainly not as perverted compared to Naruto, so his practice of Rasengana progressed much more slowly. After a few months he reached about the middle stage of practice. With a triple acceleration, in about a month, my body will match the age of 10, by which time I should have reached the minimum standard for practicing Hachiman Tanko. Erase the training and at the same time think about the future direction of practice. Due to the huge side effects, Hachiman Tanko can't be practiced at too young an age, so Urushi hasn't even gone to Meito Dai yet. But in any case, he should get this technique. Despite the side effects, the effectiveness of Hachiman Tanko is not in doubt. The main focus of Urushi's practice was to increase his strength in a comprehensive way, so that he could use the time acceleration ability with the greatest efficiency. After all, its ability can be activated at any time and does not carry any side effects. It can be called a perfect version of the innate time control from the world of faith. Fu. 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 On the left side of the courtyard, the shadow clone swung the white-fanged blade several times. Shadow clones can't use time acceleration, but that didn't stop Urushi from using them for training, which would have given him additional experience in Kenjutsu practice anyway. In another part of the courtyard, the chakra condensed into the shadow clone's palm and began to rotate erratically, vaguely taking the shape of a ball. Pooh. Pooh. After a while, the shadow clones exhausted their chakra supply and dispersed in a flash of white smoke. Erasure froze in place, beginning to focus on absorbing the memories and experiences gained from the shadow clones. After a while, he took a deep breath and folded the seal. Pooh. Pooh. 2 shadow clones appeared. After the second use of Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, drops of sweat appeared on Urushi's forehead, and some weakness appeared in his body due to the consumption of chakra. The volume of the chakra has always been a problem. Naruto, able to use dozens or even hundreds of shadow clones, is really abnormal. No, abnormal among the abnormal. This amount of chakra is simply outrageous. But after thinking a little, Wash shook his head and smiled. He already has the ability to speed up the passage of time and inherited the white-fanged bloodline of Konoha. Wanting to have the Uzumaki bloodline and the power of the Nine Tails is too much. After a while, the shadow clones disappeared into the smoke again. Uroichi no longer created the shadow clones because of the increased physical training also drains chakra. Now his chakra was almost at the limit. 1377, 1378. Uroichi hit the tree several times and kept counting. Feeling that his body had reached the limit, he stopped practicing. He returned to the house, still in a state of time acceleration, ate some cookies, drank a glass of water, and took a couple of sips. In the time acceleration state, recovery is also faster. If Uroichi had never turned off time acceleration, the day would have lasted 72 hours, during which time he would have eaten 9 times and slept 3 times. Styrai sighed and muttered softly, I may not be able to train with multiple fractures or a high temperature, but I can train for more than 24 hours a day. Chapter 5. When Uroichi was about to continue practicing, he suddenly felt something and looked at the high fence surrounding the backyard. It looks like you got into the habit of not going through the main entrance. No, I just came back from this side. Kakashi jumped down from the high fence into the yard. In a detailed comparison, Kakashi is not much different from Erase, select only the longer hair, mask and low growth. Kakashi seriously looked at Erase. Brother, as you expected, the situation between the villages is getting more and more tense. All the recent missions are related to scouting and blocking the movements of other parties. After all, since coming to this world, with the exception of some moments in the academy, he did not have any impact on the world, so soon the Third World War of Shinobi will definitely begin. Wouldn't it be better to apply for an early release? You won't learn anything at the academy. Kakashi looked at his older brother. Others don't know it, but he is well aware of how strong his big brother is. So far he has never been able to defeat him. After advancing to Chunin last year, he immediately challenged Uroichi, but once again he was defeated. His speed is too abnormal. In addition, Uroichi is not only strong, but also extremely smart. He is only a year older, but often his insight and understanding of the situation are not inferior to adults. Uroichi looked at Kakashi and smiled. It's true that I won't learn anything at the academy, but I have more free time to practice. By the way, you were able to get access to the techniques we discussed earlier. Kakashi already has the rank of Chunin and can get access to a much larger number of jutsu than him. Uroichi learned a lot of jutsu from his younger brother. In addition, he asked Kakashi to pay close attention to 2 techniques: Hachiman Tanko and Hiraishin no Jutsu. Uroichi is determined to get Hachiman Tanko, As for Hirai-shin, why not try to practice this technique? If possible, he will get an incomparable life-saving ninjutsu, but if not, it should not be too much of a disappointment. For someone who is able to manipulate time, the appeal of the spatial technique is not too great. These methods are written to the seal scroll, how can I access them so easily? Kakashi rolled his eyes. Although he is already a chunin and can access Kage Bunshin no Jutsu and many other regular ninjutsu, but getting access to Hachiman Tanko, Hirai-shin, and other ninjutsu entered in the seal scroll is still very difficult. Sooner or later, the opportunity will appear. Urushi was not too worried about this. When Kakashi becomes a jounin, it will be much easier to get access to the scroll of seals, but in the original, Kakashi became a jounin at the age of 12, perhaps Urushi will achieve this earlier. After all, next year he will be forced to graduate from the academy and take part in the war. There will no longer be an opportunity to hide his abilities. He will have to give his best in the face of numerous dangerous situations. Kakashi shook his head. How can you put up with all this? The suicide of his father, due to the failure of the mission and the subsequent condemnation of the villagers, had a huge impact on Kakashi. He could not tolerate these strange views of the villagers and tried his best to show his talent. After graduating from the academy at 5 and advancing to chunin at 6, no one else looked at him that way. And Urushi continued step by step to study at the Shinobi Academy, which was in sharp contrast to the 6-year-old chunin. This was often said in the village. But Kakashi was well aware that Erase surpasses it. However, Urushi completely ignored any gossip, continuing to study quietly at the academy and not even mentioning an early graduation. Erase sighed, you still don't understand. The famous White Fang of Konoha, who received great military services during the Second World War shinobi, could such a shinobi deserve such a harsh condemnation of all the inhabitants of Konoha just because of one failed mission? Nonsense. In his previous life, he wasn't sure, but after coming to this world and personally going through it, Urushi clearly realized that such a development was most likely instigated by someone from Konoha's high-ranking officials. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi maintained complete silence at the time, and after all, only a few of his words could greatly mitigate the consequences of the failure of the mission, not to mention the fact that Tsukumo failed the mission because of the desire to save his comrades. Although Urushi couldn't understand the specific situation, he could assume that Danzo had a hand in it because Tsukumo was threatening his plans. Given the authority and strength of Tsukumo, in the future he might have become the main candidate for the post of the fourth Hokage. Most likely this was the reason for Danzo's actions. After Tsukumo's death, Danzo of course pays close attention to Kakashi and Urushi. Now there is no problem. Even if Danzo wants to drag Kakashi to the root, Sarutobi definitely won't allow it. But if he also shows amazing talent, everything can change. Knowing the character of Danzo, this bastard will find a million reasons and excuses to convince Sarutobi to give one of the talented brothers to the root. Urushi certainly isn't going to join the root, and he naturally can't let his younger brother fall into the clutches of this fanatic and brainwashing Master Danzo. What I don't understand. Kakashi looked puzzled at Erase. Urushi shook his head, not intending to explain this to Kakashi. His younger brother is still too young and impulsive, he should not know about the dark side of Konoha yet. Soon. Erase thought. Now it is a tense pre-war period. In this situation, he can show strength without much consequences, because now all the attention of Danzo should be focused on the actions of other villages. He just has no time to worry about expanding the root. World War III shinobi brings both dangers and opportunities. During the war, Kakashi will be promoted to jounin. He should also be able to achieve this, by which time they will have sufficient status to deal with Danzo's attacks. Even after the end of the war, Danzo will not have the authority to freely attract the village's jounins to the root. Sarutobi will definitely not tolerate this. As for the development of personal strength during the war, it is not impossible to even reach the level of Kage, because he has an amazing ability to manipulate time. By the way, how are your training going lately? Kakashi looked around the yard and stared at Erase. In the depths of his eyes shone with the thirst for combat. Although Kakashi has never won a race, but he never abandoned the idea to surpass it. Having the experience of intense missions and constant battles, Kakashi felt that his strength increased significantly. If being tranquil setting of Erase neglected training, maybe this time have a chance to win. Becoming a shinobi, he continued to train hard and has gone through many cruel and bloody battles. His power constantly progressed. Erase frowned. Although Kakashi didn't finish the sentence, he understood the meaning of these words perfectly. Well, I also want to take a look at your recent progress. Chapter 6, Chapter 6. Konoha. In an open clearing in the middle of the forest. The power of Kakashi and Erase was at the level of chunin. Naturally they could not fight in the backyard of the house. You ready? Kakashi clutched the kunai in each hand, the body slightly tilted forward, eyes intently watching every movement of Erase full combat readiness. Erase was holding the blade of the white fang and quietly looked at Kakashi. Begin. Phew. As soon as Erase shut your mouth, the figure of Kakashi rushed forward. Quickly closing the distance, Kakashi sharply swung his arms, striking two kunai from both sides at once. Urushi swung a short blade diagonally, calmly blocking Kakashi's double attack with one movement. Clang. Clang. After a short exchange of blows, Yoroshi's eyes flashed as he delivered a sharp blow with his blade, taking down a block of 2 kunai hard and piercing Kakashi's chest. Poof. Kakashi's figure turned into smoke. Shadow clone. Kato. A ball of fire. Behind Erase a voice was heard, to his back swept a big ball of fire. Erase remained calm, he harshly kicked the ground and rushed forward, avoiding a direct collision with a ball of fire. Phew. 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 At this point, 8 shuriken flew out of the fireball, they were enveloped in flames and quickly overtook Erase. Quite a clever combination of ninjutsu and shuriken. Yoroshi's smiled, the white fanged blade in his hand suddenly moved with great speed, leaving an afterimage in the air. Impressively, 8 shuriken ablaze, had broken Erase in the blink of an eye. Phew. At the same time, when Yoroshi repelled the shurikens with his blade, Kakashi's figure emerged from the ground less than a meter behind him, the hand holding the kunai quickly approached the target's back and stopped. I won. On the forehead Kakashi was rolling beads of sweat, eyes shining bright light, it was his first victory over Erwich. But Erase standing in front of him, turned his head and smiled, you think so? Pooh. Yoroshi's figure took a step back, deliberately running into Kakashi's kunai, and disappeared in a flash of white smoke. This scene startled Kakashi, with a look of bewilderment. Shadow clone. How is this possible? Before Kakashi could finish the sentence, there was a sound of air being split behind him, and he turned around abruptly and raised his hands, reflexively blocking the attack. A heavy kick landed on his hands, and Kakashi's figure staggered back a few steps and stabilized. Just now, was it a shadow clone? Kakashi looked at Yoroshi in disbelief. During the battle, Kakashi carefully watched his brother's every move. How could he use Kage Bunshin no Jutsu unnoticed? There were no signs. No. Erase shook his head, this is a normal clone. Kakashi paused for a moment and sharply exclaimed, impossible. Normal clones are not able to attack, how could he stop my flaming shurikens? The shurikens were blocked by the main body. Yoroshi calmly replied, look carefully, I'll show you. He clutched the short blade of white fang in one hand, and the free hand rose and quickly folded 2 combinations of seals. Bunshin no Jutsu. Kakavrimi no Jutsu. This. Kakashi shuddered and fell silent for a while. He also quite often combines cloning and replacement, because these are the most basic and easy-to-use ninjutsu that are taught at the academy. It's not the combination itself that is amazing, but the speed of adding up Yoroshi seals. And the speed is higher than his 2 hands. Although Kakashi always knew that Yoroshi is incredibly fast, much faster than him, but this time the speed of adding seals was too outrageous. This is not something that a normal person can do. This speed, normal people are not capable of this. Kakashi exclaimed in surprise. Erase not surprised at such a reaction. After all, this time he used triple acceleration, adding the seals twice as fast still wasn't beyond reason, but the triple speed of adding the seal is completely abnormal from the point of view of an observer. Who knows? Perhaps my motor nerves are different from normal. Kakashi looked at his brother and rolled his eyes, as if to say, don't take me for a fool, even if his motor nerves are really unusual, it can't be that exaggerated. You didn't stand out for speed before, it started about 2 years ago and you are constantly getting faster. Kakashi fell into a reverie, recalling the past and evaluating Yoroshi's speed. This is too abnormal and already starting to resemble an improved genome, if you can move even faster. Improved genome. This word is familiar to every shinobi. In the world there is a huge variety of improved genomes, the most common fusion of basic types of chakra, leading to the formation of the elements of explosion, heat, and so on. The improved genome also includes Sharingan, Byakugan, and Shikatsumiyaku, and so on. Yoroshi's speed is actually slower than Jounin's, but the problem is that it seemed unnatural, like he was in some kind of accelerated mode. Only the improved genome could come to mind. The Hatake clan does not have an inheritable improved genome, their basis has always been Kenjutsu Hatake, passed down from generation to generation since the era of the Warring States, but in the world there were cases of awakening of improved genomes and ordinary shinobi. This is a special state body. Erase may not be the superior genome, but if he can accelerate even more, this is definitely some special improved genome. Well, apparently it is so. Erase, he thought and said, an improved genome really is a suitable explanation. In the world of Naruto, there are many different abilities, even something completely perverted like Izanagi. An improved genome that allows you to increase speed does not seem too unusual. Kakashi looked at Erase, he thought and said, if you think so, then there should be no mistake, however, I have never heard of such an improved genome. Yoroshi stroked his chin, I may be the first carrier of this improved genome, in that case I will name it, releasing the ghost. Ghost. Kakashi thought and said, very suitable, this amazing speed really resembles a ghost. Yoroshi blurted out the first thing that came to mind, this is nothing more than a simple disguise. If this ability was really an improved genome, then it would be worth calling it, freeing up time. Chapter 7. This is not fair. Kakashi looked at his brother and grumbled, no wonder I could never defeat you, use the improved genome of this, cheating. Erase smiled and thoughtfully stroked his chin, since when is the use of an improved genome in battle is considered cheating? But since you said so, I won't use it in our battles anymore. Kakashi is truly a genius among geniuses. Although they both inherited the pedigree of the White Fang of Konoha, all the same Erase not so talented in ninjutsu compared to Kakashi, but this does not prevent him to be stronger because he spends much more workout time. The effect of acceleration of time manifests itself not only in battle, but also has a huge impact on training, since entering the world of Naruto, Erase spent on training at least 2 times longer than Kakashi. No, forget what I said. Kakashi thought for a moment and shook his head. Improved genome is an innate feature of shinobi and cannot be considered cheating. Victory over Urushi, not using improved genome, will not have virtually no meaning. No one can forbid shinobi to use the improved genome on the battlefield. But even with the improved genome, you won't necessarily always be stronger than me, I'll catch up with you at the first opportunity. Kakashi didn't show a trace of confusion, because the improved genome isn't invincible. The third Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi does not have an improved genome, but became famous all over the world as an incredibly powerful shinobi. The residents of Konoha even consider him the strongest among the 5 Kage. I'll be waiting for this day. Erase smiled and held out his hand, intending to pull hair as Kakashi, but he jerked away. When Kakashi gritted his teeth and was about to say that it is not necessary to use such movements intended for small children, a cheerful and loud voice came from far away, full of energy. Hey! Kakashi, you're here. I've been looking for you. Erase looked around and saw a young man in a green leotard, running out of the bushes. Of course he from the first glance recognized his identity. Mato Guy ran past Urushi, jumped up in the air and struck a kick at Kakashi, but he deftly dodged and the guy in the green leotard flew past. Did you see that? Kakashi. This is called the Konoha Vortex. Kakashi lazily looked at Mato Guy, dodged another kick and contracted. Mato Guy missed Kakashi's kick, but his body was filled with inexhaustible energy. I must win this time. Kakashi. Take the hit. Boo. 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 A battle ensued between Mato Guy and Kakashi. As in the original, Mato Guy considered Kakashi his eternal rival, challenging him at every opportunity. Erase looked at them pretty hard sparring, shrugged his shoulders, jumped on a tree and continued to calmly watch. Mato Guy in the future will be able to open all 8 gates of the Hachiman Tanko technique. Naturally his talent for training the physical body is undeniable, but the current Mato Guy is not familiar with this technique yet, although he is able to suppress Kakashi in taijutsu, but as soon as Kakashi uses ninjutsu and other means, he will immediately fall into a very disadvantageous position. Crack! Kakashi was just defeated by Urushi and was in a terrible mood. After a short exchange of blows with the opponent, he used the lightning element ninjutsu. Mato Guy flew back with a cry, his hair stood on end, his clothes were slightly burned. Ah, damn. Mato Guy fell to the ground, realizing that once again he was defeated. He did not show a sullen expression, but said energetically, spitting out smoke, next time. Kakashi folded his arms and nodded, it's too early to give up, your desire to defeat me is very similar to my desire to defeat Urushi. Thank you for your support. Mato Guy got up from the ground, ran to Kakashi and gave him a thumbs up. But in the next moment, he froze in place and blinked, realizing Kakashi's words. Kakashi, what did you just say? Nothing, whatever it was, you just heard it. Kakashi waved his hand. Mato Guy frowned and suspiciously looked at Erase sitting on a tree. Kakashi seems to have just said that, can't beat Urwashi. Although Urushi was Kakashi's older brother, but Mato Guy never thought about which of the 2 brothers is stronger. In the end the contrast is too great, one was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, and the other just gets some of the best grades in the class. He may have misheard. His quest to defeat Kakashi, comparable with the desire of Erase to defeat Kakashi, that was the meaning of those words. Mato Guy's frown was replaced by an epiphany. Phew. Urushi jumped down from the tree, landed on the ground, and said to Mato Guy, are you planning to continue training right away, or are you going to rest and eat? Because Mato Guy constantly challenges and sometimes trains with Kakashi, Urushi was also familiar with him. Mato Dai and Mato Guy, this father and son duo constantly attracted strange and puzzled looks from the residents of Konoha, but for Urushi and Kakashi, their strange clothes and demeanor did not matter. Hachiman Tanko. The momentum of Hachiman subtly allowed Mato Dai to crush 7 Mist swordsmen. 4 of them were killed on the spot, and the rest escaped thanks to luck, suffering psychological injuries for life. Not to mention that Mato Guy was able to fight Madara of the 6 paths. Sometime he literally swept the ground with it. The only problem is the short duration of the technique. Hachiman subtly cannot be called a complex technique. No, almost any shinobi can start practicing it. You just need to train your body hard, but achieving great success is too time-consuming. It will require many years of relentless, monotonous, and hellish training. Therefore, it is such simple-minded and incredibly persistent people like Madogai and Madodai who are able to practice this technique to the extreme. I lost to Kakashi, so first you need to do 3,000 squats, and only then rest and eat. Hearing the words of erase, Madogai vigorously replied, and began to squat, not paying attention to Kakashi. Seeing that Madogai started to train hard, Kakashi shook his head and turned to erase. I'm not hungry either, it's time to start training. In fact, it wasn't Madogai who affected him, but Urushi. Suddenly, it turned out that Urushi has an improved genome. If he doesn't train hard, most likely the gap between them will become bigger and bigger. This is absolutely unacceptable. Well, practice, I do sing. Erase did not change the decision. Normal people can't sync their training schedule with him. Due to regular use of the time acceleration ability, he must fully eat at least 5 times a day, and his actual training time is longer than the total training time of Madogai and Kakashi. Chapter 8 Hokage's Office. On Hiruzen's desk was information about Kakashi's recent missions and activities. Kakashi has a bad relationship with the third team, to the point that it can interfere with the successful completion of the mission. Danzo tapped his cane as he approached the table, and said in a deep voice, "You don't seem to be able to pick a team for this kid, Hiruzen. In that case, you'd better give him to me." Hiruzen put the pipe to his mouth, took a drag on it, and looked at Danzo. "You want to turn Tsukumo's child into an insensitive tool?" Danzo's face was expressionless. "Let me raise him, then he won't make the same mistake and become a more powerful shinobi than Tsukumo." Hiruzen snorted coldly, stood up, and said, "Danzo, don't tell me you came to me just for this." Danzo looked at the Hokage carefully and said, "Of course not, it's just that you were just dealing with the problem of his team. In fact, I came to find out your attitude to the situation with Kirigakure. Hiruzen, are you ready for war or?" Hiruzen took a slow drag on his cigarette. He exhaled circles of smoke. He turned slowly and went to the window. The Hokage stared thoughtfully at the sky for a while, and then said, "Their scouting squads have been acting too actively lately. It's necessary to restrain them. I'll leave it to you." "Good." Danzo nodded slightly and left the office, at the same time saying, "Hiruzen, you must not waste this child's talent. Tsukumo's sons, he doesn't care about the completely ordinary Urushi, but he did pay attention to the talented Kakashi, otherwise he wouldn't talk about it, but since the Hokage is against it, he won't waste time on such things in such a hectic time." Hiruzen didn't say anything, and after Danzo left, he turned around and looked at the door. He shook his head and sighed as Tsukumo's figure appeared in his mind. Tsukumo's death had quite an impact on Konoha. One of the reasons that other villages are increasingly provoking Konoha was just the loss of the famous White Fang of Konoha. And the death of Tsukumo had a huge impact on Kakashi. No matter what team he was assigned to, there are always conflicts with partners. It's been more than 2 years since the day of early graduation from the academy, but Kakashi never got a foothold in any team. Danzo's words really had a certain meaning. "Tsukumo, your child is a great shinobi, but he's too bad at dealing with other people." Sarutobi sighed and muttered softly. "Two children of Tsukumo, if Urushi can be called simply outstanding, then Kakashi is undoubtedly a genius among geniuses, completely inheriting his father's talent. Perhaps in the future he can become the new White Fang of Konoha." Placing Kakashi is gradually becoming quite a serious problem. He has already organized several good teams for Kakashi, but every time, after a while, the child came to his office, saying that he could not continue to stay in the team. But it is impossible to give Kakashi to Danzo. Although the route is really suitable for Kakashi, but it would be too unfair to the deceased Tsukumo. During his lifetime he was practically incompatible with Danzo and would never want to see his son raised in the route and used as a tool. "Let's do this." After going through various options, Hiruzen finally made a decision and addressed the Umbu hiding in the office, "Call Minato." Several ordinary jounins that Hiruzen picked up to guide Kakashi were unable to cope with him. Now the only suitable candidate is Minato. After Tsukumo's death, according to Hiruzen, Minato is the best candidate for the role of the fourth Hokage, so it will not hurt to raise a good student. A genius like Kakashi can be suitable for this role. There is. Umbu accepted the Hokage's command and quickly left the office. Sarutobi returned to his chair, took another drag on his cigarette, and shook his head. "I didn't expect it to come to this. Due to the tense situation in the world, Minato's presence is required in many places, so although Hiruzen thought about his candidacy from the beginning, he never made a decision, and now everything is back to the beginning. You can transfer Kakashi to Minato without any second thoughts, because Hiruzen saw him as his successor as Hokage. Training a young and wayward genius should not be a big problem." Thinking about it again, Hiruzen looked around the table and reached for a certain folder. This folder contained information about some of the students of the academy. They were sorted according to the proximity of the relationship with Kakashi. On the first page naturally had information from Erase, but Hiruzen threw a quick glance at her and flipped. It's a bit inappropriate to put two brothers on the same team, not to mention Minato being his successor. If Urushi had the same talent as Kakashi, it wouldn't be a big problem. For the sake of proper training of the younger generation, some factors can be ignored, but now he has to take into account the voice of the village. Mato Gai, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Rin. Sarutobi thought about it and made a choice. First, if a member of the Uchiha clan will become a student of Minato, then it wouldn't be too hard to resist the formation of Minato the next Hokage. Second, a child from the civilian ranks, but Mato Guy boy, Nohara Rin was the best candidate, so he achieved balance in all aspects. Click. Having solved another problem, Sarutobi put down the phone and smiled with satisfaction. Usually, the Hokage does not take an active part in the distribution of students at the academy, but Kakashi's talent deserves special attention. If he becomes a student of Minato, Hiruzen will feel much calmer. This will not be a problem. After solving Kakashi's problem, Hiruzen showed no interest in the rest of the students, setting aside the folder with information about Yarushi and the others. I hope Danzo's actions will help to restrain Kirigakure a little. Sarutobi looked thoughtfully at the ceiling and muttered. Now his main headache was the tense situation in the world. The friction between the 5 great shinobi villages is gradually increasing, and Konoha is at the epicenter of it all. There are several objective reasons for this. First, the Land of Fire has the richest resources. Second, Konoha drew considerable advantages from its victory in the Second World War of Shinobi. That is why other great villages have turned their eyes to Konoha. But Sarutobi could not make any concessions. In this cruel world, if you take one step back, you will definitely be forced to take a second. To guarantee peace, you need to respond as harshly as possible to any threat. Sarutobi is all too aware of this. Therefore, if the situation can no longer be stabilized, and a third Shinobi World War is imminent, then Konoha will strike in full force. At that moment, the Hokage's eyes turned cold. Having won a victory in the Second Shinobi World War, Konoha has got abundant resources, and now their foundation is strong and stable. Although they lost White Fang, but there are Orochimaru and Jiraiya, from his students grew very powerful shinobi, as well as a rising star Minato. If war breaks out, Konoha will not be afraid of other villages. Chapter 9. The Shinobi Academy. It was not yet school time, the training ground was bustling, and a large crowd of children had gathered to watch the fight. Kato. The youth quickly folded the seals and breathed out flames, startling the surrounding children, but the result was only a small flame. After a short silence, the children recovered from their shock and laughed. How can you call it ninjutsu? Hit him. Motherfucker, show some normal ninjutsu. 7 or 8 children started a fight. They were elementary school students and did not know how to use ninjutsu, mostly just swinging their fists. 2 of them were a little older. You could see the use of cloning and other simple jutsu. The surrounding children were shouting encouragement. The training ground was in a complete mess. There is no one to calm the children now, because it is too early for the teachers to come. What are you looking at? Yarushi appeared near the training ground, glanced at it briefly, then stepped forward and patted the shoulder of a figure standing at the edge of the crowd. Kurenai shuddered and turned sharply. Seeing Erase, she breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's you, Erase. Good morning. Good. Erase smiled and said, let's go to class. He had no interest in children's fights. Kurenai looked at the fight, hesitated, and said, this is. Yes. Erase looked at her. Kurenai said helplessly, there's a beat Yana. Erase Nedamavala said, Ian. Kurenai pointed at one of the child involved in the fight. There he is, his name is Yuhi Yang, my cousin. I've never heard of him. Erase shrugged. He had little interest in the characters, which was not even mentioned in the original. There's nothing wrong with a simple boyish fight. You should not interfere. The teacher will pay attention to it, don't worry. But. Kurenai muttered helplessly. Now she was confused and didn't know what to say. Think really no reason to intervene. Seeing Kurenai's hesitation, Yarushi shook his head, took a step forward, folded the seals, and placed his hand on the ground. Doton. The wobble of the earth. Oh, what? Watching the movement of Yarushi, Kurenai was surprised at first, and then felt the ground shake. She did not fall only because she was ready in advance. However, the other children gathered on the training ground started to lose their balance and fall. The fight was also affected by this. Kurenai stabilized her position and was about to say something, but at that moment, Yarushi put his index finger to his lips, indicating a gesture of silence, and whispered with a smile, done, this should be enough to break the fight, let's go. Numerous children looked around, not understanding what exactly happened. Some even thought that there was an earthquake. The fight completely subsided. But not all the children were confused. One child, who was standing calmly in the middle of the crowd, frowned slightly and looked in the direction of Yarushi. Apparently he understood who caused this movement. What a mess. The child shook his head. He is slightly younger than Kakashi and wears clothes with the Uchiha clan crest, although he looks modest and does not stand out from the crowd, but his name is very well known. Uchiha Shursue. Unlike Obito, Shursue is almost as talented as Itachi, and in the case of awakening Manjikyu Sharingan, he will have the strongest illusory dojutsu, Koto Amatsukami. Yarushi's movement was not only detected by Shursue and Kurenai, it was also noticed by Nohara Rin, who was standing nearby. Yarushi, you made even more noise. Rin walked up to Yarushi and grumbled, then said in a slightly surprised tone, "But you're pretty good." Earth Wobble, it seems ninjutsu C-class. Noticing the approach of Rin, Erase again showed a gesture of silence, and smiled, "I stole this trick from Kakashi." Shisui faintly grinned and turned away, not intending to say anything, but after only a few steps, he stopped. Nearby ran a teenager in the same suit of the Uchiha clan with the orange and big sunglasses. He rushed to Erase and yelled, "Hey! Erwich! Let's fight!" It was Obito. Today was a rare day when he calmly got to the academy and was not late, but the first thing that caught his eye was the picture of Yarushi and Rin chatting happily. He was of course instantly enraged. Obito seemed to be affected by the fighting atmosphere on the training ground, and he ground his teeth and glared at Yarushi. Boring. Erase calmly looked at Upholstered. This Upholstered, of course, could not arouse his fighting spirit, and Erase was not the slightest desire to mock so cheerful and simple-minded child. "Bastard, stop me." Seeing the indifferent behavior of Erase, Upholstered could no longer hold back and lashed out at him. Obito delivered a fairly straightforward and sweeping punch. Yarushi sighed and took a step to the side, calmly dodging the attack, then reached out and gently pushed Obito's shoulder, causing him to awkwardly lose his balance and fall to the ground. Seeing this, Rin sighed, put her hand to her forehead, and shook her head helplessly. Kurenai also shook her head. Is this Obito guy really from the Uchiha clan? It doesn't seem to fit him at all. It seems that almost every adult mention of the Uchiha clan is imbued with awe of their glory. In addition, now all their representatives, students at the academy, are at least in the top 10 students of their classes. Obito really stands out very much against their background. As soon as Kurenai said this, a voice came from the side. I can't pretend that I didn't hear those words. A child stared at Kurenai, who appeared next to them no one knows when. He didn't care too much about Obito, since they barely knew each other, but words about the clan couldn't go unnoticed. You. Kurenai looked closely at Shisui and exclaimed, "Uchiha Shisui." The name Uchiha Shisui was quite loud in the Shinobi Academy. He always took first place in its class and even the recently defeated Genin. Without a doubt, Shisui may at any time apply for early release. In the eyes of many people in this generation only he could get close to Kakashi in terms of talent. Chapter 10. Chapter 10. Erase turned towards the voice and immediately recognized Shisui. Did Kurenai question the glory of the Uchiha clan? Besides, your clan really has a lot of geniuses, isn't it too stupid to question it because of the words of a mere child? Hearing Yarushi's words, Shisui frowned. Previously, he wasn't going to say anything to Yarushi, because there is no point in meaningless conflicts, but at this moment, he heard Kurenai's words about the Uchiha clan and just wanted to warn her. Shisui abruptly turned his head to the right and shuddered. A hand suddenly rested on his shoulder, hand Erwich. Shisui's eyes flashed with disbelief. Yarushi smiled innocuously at Shisui, removed his hand and went to class, at which point Yarushi, who had just been talking to Shisui, disappeared in a cloud of white smoke. A clone. A few meters in front of him was a clone. Yarushi left a clone in his place, and he instantly approached it. Being a genius, Shisui of course instantly realized what exactly happened, but even then he couldn't help but sigh deeply. Bunshin I, Shun Shin. How can he be so fast? Everything happened too fast. In other words, if this had happened in the battle, he would have been killed instantly of Erase, even before they realized what exactly had happened. This. Rin and Kurenai were stunned. They also did not notice how Yarushi left a clone in his place and approached Shisui. They turned and looked into each other's eyes, seeing a hint of shock there. After recovering from the shock, the girls looked at Shisui, who was still standing there speechless, and walked in the direction that Yarushi had just left. Shisui took a few deep breaths, forcibly calming his inner excitement, and looked in the direction where Yarushi had gone, his eyes still showing some trembling. There is no person in the village who does not know the name of the genius Kakashi. Yarushi is always compared to him, calling him normal talent, ordinary child, or even deprived of talent. At this moment Shisui wanted to describe all these assessments with just one word. Utter nonsense. Although he doesn't know how strong Kakashi, but estimating this speed, Shisui dared to suggest that Erase will definitely not be weaker, perhaps even stronger. Such power cannot be achieved in a short time. This guy deliberately hid his talent, even numerous gossip are unable to affect it. Shisui stroked his chin and murmured. In this moment Overwashi seemed extremely terrible. Compared to Kakashi, Yarushi not only has strength and talent, but also has a very calm and reserved character at such a young age. According to Shisui, such a person is much more threatening than Kakashi. It seems that my fame as a genius has awakened his fighting spirit, otherwise he would never have made such a move. Shisui took another deep breath, feeling that the label of a genius that he was wearing had become much heavier. For a moment I could not resist. Back in class, Erase shook his head and smiled. Because Shisui is one of the true geniuses of the original story, and combined with his slightly arrogant attitude towards Kurenai, Yoruichi still couldn't hold back and used Shunshin to see if the future Shunshin no Shisui would be able to react. But uncovering this little trick didn't matter much. After all, the pre-war period is already in full swing. Sooner or later he will still have to go to war. Erase, are you there? After Erase in the class became Kurenai, she sat beside Erasei and looked doubtfully at him. Although she could not understand what happened, but Erase definitely scared Shisui. At that moment, the Uchiha started violently and froze in place. Nothing unusual. Just saying hello to Shisui, nothing to worry about. Kurenai stared at Erase said, he was obviously frightened of you. Urwashi got the tutorial, put it on the desk and lightly said, it should be, after all, I have 2 years more experience in using ninjutsu. Although listening to Yoruishi's words, it seemed so simple, but Kurenai understood that it was not so. Shisui is the genius of the entire academy. A normal trick is not able to scare him. However, Erase all kind of shows that nothing has happened, continuing to talk and laugh as usual. This caused Kurenai to admire him even more. In comparison with boys, who shout and boast on any occasion, a quiet and modest Erase much more attractive. Noticing the look Kurenai, Erase could not help but sigh in the heart. From the look in her eyes, she was already ready to give birth to several children for him, but he didn't even do anything for it. Power of youth. Yoruichi also wanted to immerse himself in the school routine and live without worries, but unfortunately this is not possible. Regardless of the situation, he will always think about the Third World War shinobi, about the attack of the nine-tailed Konoha, about the destruction of Konoha Pain. This is a very dangerous world. It is necessary to have enough power to be able to enjoy a quiet life. Erase leaned back in his chair, looked out the window and muttered, it would be so good if this were the world of the everyday genre. Kurenai turned and looked at Yoruichi questioningly, Erase, what you said. Oh, just something came to mind. Erase shook his head and continued to look out the window. Even if he got into a quiet world like Lady Kagaya, there would still be factors that actively push him forward, except that from birth to be at the very top. To come to this world with the ability to control time, a few years before the start of the Third World War of Shinobi, while getting into a relatively peaceful Konoha, this can already be considered not too high a level of complexity. If he was in Kirigakure during the Blood Mist, where he had to kill even his classmates while studying, without the ability to control time, then it would be a hell of a level of difficulty. Erase was absorbed in thought, waiting for started today's test. At the same time he smoothly drove the chakra in their system meridian. The practice of Hachiman Tanko should not be too difficult. Yoruichi manipulated the chakra in his meridians, trying to determine the specific position of the necessary tanketsu, because he remembered their approximate position from the original. He wanted to see if he could find the Hachiman Tanko practice method on his own. The real difficulty lies not in the technique itself, but in the need for many years of monotonous practice. Otherwise, a person like Meido Dai would not be able to find this method. Simply put, this technique should be similar to repeating one simple word. You need to have perseverance and perseverance to write this word countless times, and Shiki Fujin and Hiraishin are similar to the world's most complex mathematical hypotheses. It is impossible to successfully practice such ninjutsu without talent. Chapter 11. Chapter 11. Although Hachiman Tanko is a fairly simple technique that even genin can understand, but still Yoruichi is not able to create it from scratch in a short time. He found the necessary tanketsu without any problems, but the most important point is how to train to weaken them, for free opening at any time. This was the true key to Hachiman Tanko. You need to try it in practice or... He thought about whether to copy the training method from Meido Dai, or even consult him directly, even if it is rude. After all, Hachiman Tanko is an extremely dangerous technique, and there may be risks in the process of self-development. Today's test was devoted to physical training, climbing trees, running with weights and so on. It was not a very difficult task for students of the Shinobi Academy. Even Obito passed the test relatively easily. After completion of the test, Erase returned home. After a quick meal, Yoruichi left the house and went in search of Meido Dai. Unfortunately he apparently went on a mission, because Meido Dai was alone at their usual training place. Yoruichi was going to accidentally meet Meido Dai and accidentally consult about some things, but not finding Meido Dai, he was not very upset. Sooner or later their meeting will take place. Erase returned home, took the blade of the White Fang and went to the forest on the territory of Konoha. I'm close. Arriving at the place where he usually trains, Erase clutched the blade of the White Fang in his hand and sighed deeply. This time, he didn't use shadow cloning to train Kenjutsu, but did it personally. After yesterday's battle with Kakashi, he returned home, ate and engaged in the practice of Kenjutsu, during which he felt that he was on the verge of mastering the flow of chakra. Kenjutsu Hataki, which has considerable fame in the world of shinobi, consists of a total of 2 stages. The basic element of the first stage is the flow of the chakra. This method is to wrap the blade in the flow of chakra, to increase its sharpness and strength. After mastering the flow of chakra, the power of Kenjutsu Hataki will take a big step forward. As for the basic element of the second stage, this is an expanded version of the chakra flow, based on the transformation of the chakra shape. In the second stage, you need to condense the chakra flow and give it a sharper shape. After that, the power of Kenjutsu Hataki will take another big step forward. Regardless of the practitioner's personal strength, after mastering the first stage, they will have strength at the Chunin level, and after mastering the second stage, at the Jounin level. As for the higher level of strength, it already depends on their personal talent. Do not underestimate Kenjutsu Hataki due to the fact that after its full development, Shinobi Eye only reaches the level of Jounin. In fact, most techniques that can surpass Kenjutsu Hataki are either forbidden or extremely difficult to master, like Hirai Shin. Uruishi never stopped practicing Kenjutsu Hataki, because this technique is very well suited for increasing chakra control and does not conflict with such methods as Hachiman Tanko and Sage Mode, which are very interesting to him. Phew. Phew. Erase repeatedly swung his blade. Each swipe, the blade of the white fang vaguely flashed a white light. After practicing this way for a few hours, Uruishi stopped. After returning home for lunch, he came back here and continued training. 7 o'clock. 8 o'clock. 9 o'clock. Being in a state 3 times the acceleration time, Erase continued to perform the main movement of Kenjutsu, at the same time trying to combine them with the technique of flow chakra. Gradually, the rough and intermittent flow of chakra became stable. During the next swing of the blade, Uruishi felt that the flow of chakra perfectly combined with the cutting edge of the blade. He abruptly stopped. That's it. Erase broke out. He tried as best as possible to remember this state, and then again swung his blade. After swinging the blade a few dozen more times, and making sure that his skill in Kenjutsu Hataki met the required standard, Uruishi sighed with satisfaction and relaxed his body. Training of the first stage of Kenjutsu Hataki is completed. Let's look at the strength. Having calmed his emotions, Uruishi went to the training post nearby. His eyes flashed, the white fang blade moved sharply, drawing a white line in the air. Fa. The pillar was sliced by Uruishi's blade like soft tofu. His hand met absolutely no resistance. Part of the pillar slipped silently and fell to the ground. It's really amazing. If I meet an opponent who doesn't have the chakra flow, they won't have a chance to block this blow with a normal kunai. As mentioned earlier, with the completion of the practice of the first stage of Kenjutsu Hataki, you can really easily reach the level of Chunin and even have an advantage over the usual Chunin. Ninjutsu and Taijutsu. Uruishi have long reached the level of Chunin. Having mastered the first stage of Kenjutsu Hataki, he can be considered an elite Chunin even without time acceleration. In the state of time acceleration, Erase felt the excitement. In the normal state, it was able to cut through the tree without any resistance. In the acceleration state, it should be even more powerful. Erase entered as 3-time acceleration. If you look at it from the side, you can see that in this moment of Erase, if they entered as fast pace, all its motions, including breathing rate, seemed abnormal. While in this state, Uruishi tightly gripped the white fang blade in his palm, activated the chakra flow, and swung it sharply in the direction of the pillar. Phew. Moving in a state of triple acceleration, the blade seemed to leave behind afterimages. At the moment of the swing, the short blade flashed brightly, and cut a rather thick pillar in half. This. A tinge of shock flashed in Uruishi's eyes. In the time acceleration state, he clearly saw his blade release a small white slash, increasing the attack range by several times. This can be achieved by mastering the second stage of Kenjutsu Hataki. Suppressing the shock in his heart, Uruishi walked around the pillar and saw a perfectly straight and thin line dividing it into 2 parts, then looked at the ground behind the pillar and saw a clearly visible small cut. It shouldn't be as powerful as in stage 2, but I can actually increase my attack range noticeably in the acceleration state. Uruishi sighed and re-evaluated his strength. Tokubetsu Jounin. Tokubetsu Jounin specializing in speed. It will still be difficult for him to deal with a Jounin, but with such speed and attack, he should be able to kill a Chunin or even an elite Chunin in a couple of moments. And one of the features of shinobi specializing in speed is that they are not afraid to face more than one opponent. For example, a Tokubetsu Jounin who specializes in genjutsu or has mastered some forbidden technique will probably not be able to handle 3 or 4 elite Chunins, but in the case of Uruishi, even if he can't kill them quickly, there will be no difficulty in retreating. Chapter 12. Chapter 12. Increasing the strength of course brings joy. But this did not last long, and Uruishi calmed down very quickly, because he is well aware that although the word Jounin is present in the wording of Tokubetsu, there is a huge difference between them. Since the Tokubetsu Jounin's abilities are not balanced enough in all aspects to become a true Jounin, his chances of survival in a chaotic war are much lower than those of a fully developed and prepared Jounin. I still don't have enough stamina. He doesn't have the Uzumaki bloodline or the Biju sealed in his stomach. In fact, his chakra volume currently only reaches the level of an elite genin, and it's still a long way to reach the level of a Jounin. There's no need to talk about physical endurance, his body is only 10 years old. And do not forget that in the state of acceleration, the speed of endurance consumption also increases. If I have to study in Hachiman Thin, generally will be unable to conduct a long battle. Thinking about it, Erase felt disappointment. It looks like the moment of receiving the body of the sage, physical stamina and amount of chakra will always be his weak point, and at the moment the question of its receipt may not even be considered. Mean body Hashirama. However, if you think about it, until the force generated in a short period of time large enough, the lack of endurance is not so important like Minato, able to destroy dozens Gano in the blink of an eye, even if his amount of chakra is limited. This did not prevent the name Yellow Flash to shake the world of shinobi. It seems in the near future my fighting style will be an instant kill of the enemy. Erase mused. No matter if his stamina is his weak point, in any case, he needs to start practicing Hachiman subtly, combining opening the gate with speeding up time. He will truly have the ability to complete the battle in an instant. When the speed is at an extreme level, what does it matter about endurance? The battle will be over quickly. Now in the normal state, I should be at the elite Chunin level, and in the triple acceleration state at the Tokubetsu Hunin level. There are 3 directions for the next step forward. The first direction was simply step-by-step improvement, enhanced chakra training, and the use of time acceleration to ensure accelerated growth of the body. When the actual age of the physical body reaches about 13 years, it will have a chakra volume and physical endurance close to the level of Jounin. After learning a few good ninjutsu, he will have the strength of an ordinary Jounin in a normal state. The second direction was to continue practicing Kenjutsu Hataki. Having mastered the second stage of Kenjutsu Hataki, even taking into account the lack of physical endurance and the volume of the chakra, he will be able to reach the level of Jounin. And the third direction of course is Hachiman Tonko. It's best to move in parallel in all directions, of course. Uruishi made a decision. For an ordinary shinobi, it would be the right choice to focus on one direction, because they simply would not have enough time to train 3 directions at once. Such greed will only lead to the fact that the shinobi will not make significant progress in any of the directions, and the overall improvement in strength will naturally be scanty. But Erase different. The ability to speed up time allows him to devote much more time to training. If the ability continues to improve in the future, it will be able to enter a state of 4-fold or even 5-fold acceleration. Thus, he is fully qualified to take on all 3 directions at the same time. It is worth setting an intermediate goal. I need to reach the level Jounin within 6 months. Erase tightly clenched his fist and sighed. Jounin. His goal was to reach the Jounin level in a normal state. With this kind of power and entering a state of triple or even quadruple time acceleration, he would be able to slice Jounins into bundles like Minato, like vegetables. Only after reaching this level, he will be able to ensure his survival during the Third World War of Shinobi, greatly reducing the risk of being killed due to some unforeseen circumstances. After completing the training, Erase went home. It looks like the situation is heating up. If you compare with the previous days, you can see that on the streets of Konoha there are noticeably more patrolling shinobi, and this is only on the visible side. The ANBU most likely keep a close watch on every corner of Konoha, looking for scouts of enemy villages. At this moment, Uruishi felt that he was being watched, but soon this feeling disappeared. It seems that he was also being checked by one of the ANBU. This feeling was naturally very unpleasant, but during the tense pre-war period, this is inevitable. Each village of course sends scouts, in an attempt to find out as much information about the other side as possible. Due to the acceleration of time, Uruishi eats much more often than ordinary people and the refrigerator supplies are consumed quite quickly. They have to be replenished every day or two, so on the way home, he decided to look at the street where a variety of products are sold, planning to replenish their stocks. But after taking a few steps, a slightly familiar voice came to his ears from a nearby shop. Uruishi turned his head and saw a familiar figure holding a bag and arguing with the owner of the beef shop. What? Beef has risen to 450 ri. It's too expensive. Mito Give complained about the price increase. The shopkeeper helpless shrugged, not that I'm trying to make more money, simply purchase price is increasing. Under the influence of the tense situation between the village's shinobi, the price of food of course began to rise, even though Konoha is pretty stable but tense situation has affected the channels through which they purchase a variety of products and materials. Because of the danger of attack by enemy villages, caravans required a much larger number of shinobi to accompany, which naturally leads to a significant increase in prices. It's too expensive. Mado Dai grabbed his hair, feeling a headache. He is a regular genin and can't find people to team up with, so there are very few tasks that he can get. The increase in prices of course hit Mado Dai very hard. His son Guy is now at the stage of active growth and development, for which at least one portion of meat per day is required. After a bit of hesitation, Mado Dai still bought a piece of beef, but reduced its weight, thinking that he would eat less without any problems. This is a really difficult situation for shinobi. Erase muttered, watching as Mado Give buys meat. He has everything in order in this regard, although Tsukumo died, but he left a fairly solid inheritance, which is enough to provide 2 sons with several years of comfortable life. In addition, Kakashi has already advanced to Chunin and become self-sufficient. Mado Dai is able to open 8 gates, which is enough to completely crush the 7 mist swordsmen. Then what happens if he opens 7 gates? Shouldn't reaching the Jounin level be a no-brainer? But Mado Dai almost never performs combat missions, searching for lost cats and the like. he simply does not have the ability to shine. So the people of Konoha never knew the real Mado Dai. After thinking for a while, Yoruishi bought some food and returned home. After eating quickly, he immediately left the house and went in search of Mado Dai. Chapter 13. Erase quickly found Mado Dai. As he expected, after returning from the mission, Mado Dai ate with Guy and they went to practice together, two figures in green tights winding circles around Konoha. Erase a little thought, and two started to run. After a while he quite accidentally crossed paths with Mado Give his son. In training, too, Guy. Erase welcomed Mado Guy. Seeing Erase, Guy on the run, raised his thumb and said, "Of course, after dinner, you must run at least 50 laps, this is the power of youth." Mado Dai followed his son's example, giving him a thumbs up and expressing full agreement with his words with a cheerful smile. This scene attracted strange looks from the residents of Konoha walking down the street. Erase felt helpless. He even felt several of the same strange looks on him and vaguely heard something like, "Did someone mess with this strange father-son couple?" He could only sigh helplessly. The guy ran to Erase and asked, "Hey, where's Kakashi? Don't you train together?" He's like Kakashi always pays much more attention than Erase. He must have decided to train alone. Yoruishi knows that his brother hasn't taken any missions in recent days. Since he's not at home, he probably went somewhere to train. They rarely train together at all. Guy gave another thumbs up and smiled brightly, revealing a row of white teeth. "That's it, I didn't expect you to do this kind of basic training. The basics are also important." Erase smiled and thought, "The other day, during an intense physical training session, I felt a strange feeling, as if there are boundaries in my body that can be broken. I do not know if you feel something like this." Guy looked at Yoruishi doubtfully. "The border? You mean the limit of physical exhaustion?" "No." Erase glanced at Daya and she went on to explain to Guy, "This seems to be the limit of physical capacity. It's more like a chain that binds them together." Hearing Yoruishi's words, Guy showed a puzzled look, but when he was about to ask another question, Dai finally interjected. He looked at Yoruishi in surprise. This is really the big brother of the famous genius Kakashi. To feel the presence of the 8 gates at this age is not something that can be done through normal effort. 8 gates. Mado Dai is an extremely straightforward person. He smiled and told everything without reserve. After training the physical body to a certain extent, some people can feel the shackles that limit the physical ability of their body. I call them the shackles of the 8 gates. Breaking the shackles, people can burst out amazing power for a short time. Heard the words of Dai, Guy looked at him. He had never heard about it. None of the teachers of the academy never mentioned anything about it. "Father, do you use this technique?" "Of course." Dai gave me a thumbs up. "All these 20 years, I've only been diligently practicing one technique. I plan to teach you this trick when you get a little older." Yoruishi looked at Dai and asked. Mado Dai nodded and looked at Yoruishi very seriously. "I would not recommend trying to open the 8 gates at such a young age, but since you have already felt the presence of the shackles, it means that you are pre-qualified to practice this technique." Mado Dai did not even think about keeping it a secret. Maybe he always wanted to teach someone this technique, but no one except his own son would even think about learning from the eternal genin. No, they would not even listen to him and take him seriously. He is without question told the basic points of practice. Hachiman subtly, of Erase almost immediately gained some understanding of this technique. Thank the eldest for guidance. The first Erase gratefully smiled, and then bowed seriously. Mito give. Seeing the serious behavior of Erase, Let smiled and said, "Don't be so polite, after all, you're a classmate of Guy's. I didn't expect anyone to want to listen to my instructions, a youth." At the beginning of the sentence, Mado Dai's voice was very cheerful, but by the end, you could hear a note of sadness in it. Guy looked at his father with a puzzled expression. "Dad, what is 8 gates? Can you tell me?" Dai shook off his negative emotions and patted Guy on the shoulder. "You haven't finished today's training yet, let's run. After completing the training, I'll tell you a little about it." The father and son pair quickly ran through the streets of Konoha, continuing to collect strange looks from the residents. Yoruishi wanted to run with them, but when he saw this scene, he shook his head and dismissed the thought. Not worth. I finally got the Hachiman Tonko practice method. It was very simple, as expected, but in any case, in the future, I must find a way to repay the debt. After that, Yoruishi returned home and immersed himself in thought. He began to delve into Hachiman subtly, based on the basic explanation of Mado Dai and his understanding gained during self-study. The main point of Hachiman Tonko practice is to break the 8 fetters that restrict the body. If you try to forcibly break the shackles, it will definitely lead to damage to the meridian, so first you need to go through a special grueling training with additional loads. It is necessary to use weights to constantly keep the body in a tense state, so after removing the weights, the body's fitness to break the shackles of the 8 gates will improve. You need to repeat this process over and over again, gradually increasing the weight of the weights. You need to buy suitable weights. Yoruishi rummaged around at home and found some weights, but their weight was not enough. This is suitable for normal training, but not for the beginning of training Hachiman Tonko. But weights were not a problem. All sorts of equipment is the last thing that is missing in the village of Shinobi. The legacy left by Tsukumo so far allows Yurushi to make such purchases. After a while, he bought weights, spending not a small amount of money. Unlike the Rock Lee weights from the original, his weights consist of a vest and wrist and leg bracelets. They were sold as a set. On what principle are they made? Weight is completely illogical. After carefully studying the weights, Yurushi came to the conclusion that this thing is unscientific, like Kubikurabocho, which is able to recover by absorbing blood, or like Kusanagi Orochimaru, which is able to lengthen to an incredible extent. Certain special tools are used to create such things. So heavy. After putting on all the weights, Yurushi felt a strong heaviness in his body. Even with a simple walk, his body was unstable. After a while, he began to gradually adapt. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. After receiving everything necessary for the practice of Hachiman Tanko, Yurushi first slept in a state of time acceleration for about 8 hours, while the real world did not pass even 3 hours, and when he woke up, he ate and went to the usual place of practice. Under the moonlight. Erase started to train. You can only succeed in practicing Hachiman Tanko through monotonous and hard work. There is no other way. There are no ways to copy or improve your understanding of the technique. All of this is meaningless from Hachiman Tanko's point of view. 4 hours later. Yurushi had already removed the weights and was resting by the rock, his clothes soaked with sweat, as if he had just bathed. The practice of Hachiman Tanko is an order of magnitude harder than the practice of ordinary ninjutsu and taijutsu, although Yurushi has the ability to speed up time, but this acceleration is relative to the rest of the world, for his training takes place at a normal speed. This was already the 7th break, although the body had almost regained its stamina, but Yurushi continued to sit, not wanting to continue training. At 3 times the acceleration, 4 hours in the real world is equivalent to 12 hours to erase. This should be enough. I will continue after sleeping. Yurushi felt a strong mental fatigue and abandoned his original intention to continue training. He got up, picked up the removed weights from the ground and prepared to return home to sleep. But at that moment, he stopped abruptly, put down the weights, and listened carefully to his surroundings. Pooh, pooh. A faint sound came from the depths of the forest. Something seemed to be moving through the forest. It's past midnight, and it's definitely not good to meet a person in the woods at this time, so Yurushi frowned, his eyes wary. Although Erase not yet knew who it was, but it had no desire to meet with the other party. He concentrated and listened to the movement. It seems that the person is moving in his direction and will pass next to him. Roughly assessing the position of the person, Yurushi hid behind a rock. In this position, he should not fall into the field of view of the other party. The sound of footsteps first became louder, and then began to fade, as if the other party had passed by without noticing it. But as soon as the sound of footsteps faded, a few silver highlights flashed under the moonlight. With the sound of air splitting, about 8 shurikens rushed towards the place where Yurushi was hiding, blocking his escape routes. Yurushi spun around, blocked several shurikens with the blade that had been ready from the start, and abruptly jumped to the side, immediately looking intently in the direction the shurikens had come from. A human figure could be seen in this direction. The head protector reflected the moonlight, and Yurushi was familiar with the symbol engraved on it, but it wasn't the symbol of Konoha. Kirigakure. Shinobi Kirigakure. It turned out to be just a child. Amayu Hayashi also looked at Yurushi. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and in the next moment, he rushed forward, drawing his blade as he went and delivering a quick blow. He is a Kirigakure scout, an elite chunin and a censor. Having made a lot of effort, he made his way deep into the land of fire, and now made an attempt to enter Konoha, but along the way he felt the presence of shinobi. At first, he was very scared, thinking that he was ambushed, but after a more thorough investigation, his sensory perception was detected only one person with not very strong chakra. After analyzing the situation, Amayu decided to create a clone that will continue to create the sound of footsteps, and he made a hidden attack. He was slightly surprised that the target was able to handle this attack, but seeing the figure of a 10-year-old child, Amayu let out a sigh of relief and took decisive action. You need to deal with it as quickly as possible. This forest can already be considered the territory of Konoha. The battle must be as quiet as possible and end as soon as possible, otherwise it can become dangerous. We need to kill this child as quickly and effectively as possible, and then continue to infiltrate Konoha. It seems that this place is not safe. Don't come here in the middle of the night anymore. Seeing that Shinobi Kiri did not hesitate to attack, Yurushi scrolled through a few thoughts in his head and swung the white fang blade, blocking the enemy's attack. Clang. The blade of the white fang of Erase faced with a short blade Amy. There was the sound of collision of metal, the side scattered sparks. They quickly exchanged a dozen blows. Amayu was surprised. It seems that this child will not be as easy to deal with as expected. A child with silver hair, using a short blade. It looks like this is the son of White Fang. There should be no mistake. Amazing young genius Konoha Hatake Kakashi. Of course he is included in the list of goals Kirigakure. No one wants to see the appearance of another White Fang Konoha. Killing this child will be quite a big credit. You can immediately return to the village without even looking for any information. Compared to the risky espionage in Konoha, killing a child was certainly a preferable option. In addition, Amaya was already noticed by him. Without killing this child, it is impossible to continue infiltrating Konoha. Fuh. A murderous intent flashed in Amaya's eyes. Relying on the momentum from the next clash of blades, he abruptly jumped back, gripped the hilt of the short blade with his teeth, and quickly folded several seals. Kirigakure no Jutsu. Futon. Iruishi seemed to predict this. He almost simultaneously used the wind element ninjutsu. A powerful gust of wind partially dispersed the fog that had not yet spread, although it still blocked vision, but the effect was greatly reduced. Amayu frowned, but still resolutely rushed into the fog, intending to kill his target. For Iruishi, this was the first real battle, feeling a real threat to life. Many people can often feel excessive excitement and fear, being unable to display even half of their real strength, but Iruishi was completely calm. The reason is simple. On the one hand, it has already confirmed the strength of the enemy. On the other hand, in a state of 3 times the acceleration of time, the entire world was 3 times slower, including the movement of Shinobi Kiri. A white glow flashed on White Fang's blade. Shiroi Kiba, Sora. As soon as Shinobi Kiri rushed into the fog, Iruishi's cold eyes flashed, and he instantly moved at the maximum speed that he had previously held back. Amei saw Erase rushed at him with a huge and seemed a bit strange speed. Small blade left in the air the residual image. The facial expression of Ameu has changed dramatically. A thought flashed through Amei's mind, but he didn't have time to think. In the face of this terrifying speed that the opponent unexpectedly showed, he could only swing his short blade with all his might, hoping to block the attack. Clang. Amei managed to block the opponent's blade at the last moment. The sound of metal colliding was heard. A thought flashed through Ameu's mind, but after a moment, he froze in place, disbelief flashing in his eyes. The view from the outside. On the face of Shinobi Kiri, between the eyes and the tread, there was a perfectly smooth and neat red line. At the last moment, before Ameu's consciousness was plunged into darkness, the thought of the famous White Fang of Konoha and the countless shinobi who had fallen from this blade flashed through his mind. Well, why? Looking at the fallen body of a Kiri shinobi, Erase slowly lowered the blade of the White Fang and sighed. Chapter 15. Chapter 15. He just wanted to calmly practice to the level of a jounin, but he was forced to kill people by breaking his training rhythm, which made Iruishi speechless. Phew. Erase quickly took their belongings and left the place at top speed, not becoming to inspect the corpse of the shinobi of Kiri. The scout could not take secret information or any other important things with him on the mission, and this battle could not be overlooked by the Konoha shinobi. They will take care of everything else. Almost immediately after Erase. Phew. 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 On the site of the last battle, several shinobi appeared, dressed in various animal masks. These were members of the ANBU division, who are directly subordinate to the third Hokage. There. One of the ANBU noticed the body, but he did not rush straight to it, but instead threw a shuriken with a sharp movement of his hand, making sure that the other party was dead. Immediately after, 2 other ANBU approached the body from different directions. Dead. One of them squatted down, confirmed the death of the other party once more, and only then turned the body over. ANBU's gaze immediately attracted by the forehead protector with the symbol of Kiri. 3 ANBU looked at each other, surprise flashed in their eyes. Initially it was assumed that a Konoha shinobi was attacked and killed on the outskirts of the village, but suddenly it turned out to be a shinobi of the enemy village, apparently being a scout, but it is not known who exactly killed him. This must be the elite Chunin Kirigakure. ANBU, who had previously squatted down, carefully examined the corpse and raised his head, addressing the other ANBU. From the moment when you sense the beginning of the battle in this direction, it's been no more than a minute, isn't it? Deal with the Kiri scout in such a short period of time. This must have been done by a jounin from our village, but I didn't recognize this chakra. Leave immediately after killing the scout. Looks like he didn't want to meet us. ANBU, who was examining the body, nodded in agreement, but in the next moment, his attention was drawn to the wound on the face of the dead shinobi. After a close examination, he muttered in surprise, "This wound. What happened?" The other ANBU stared at him. ANBU, who was examining the body, was silent for a few seconds, and then said hesitantly, "I have seen such wounds. It was left by Senior Tsukumo's blade." Impossible. But 2 years ago, Senior Tsukumo. The 2 ANBU reacted almost the same way. The third ANBU once again closely examined the wound, looked closely at the protector and thought, noticing a small thin line on it, this wound was definitely left by Senior Tsukumo's kenjutsu, but it wasn't his hand, otherwise the protector would have been cut. Hearing these words, the 2 ANBU looked at each other. Kenjutsu Hataki is passed only within the Hataki clan, like the shadow ninjutsu of the Nara clan, or the spiritual ninjutsu of the Yamanaka clan. After Tsukumo's death, only a handful of people will use this kenjutsu. Remove the body and report to the Lord Hokage. Good. Having made their decision, the ANBU sealed the body and quickly returned to the village. In such a busy time, the death of an enemy village scout didn't require too much attention. It wasn't enough to wake up the Hokage in the middle of the night. Hiruzen only found out about it when he came to his office in the morning. Scout Kiri died under Kenjutsu Hatake, and the battle lasted no more than a minute. Hearing the ANBU report, Hiruzen showed a surprised expression. A Kirigakure scout who can get to Konoha must be at least an elite chunin, and to deal with such an opponent in less than a minute, you need to have at least the strength of a jounin, but the problem is that now there is no jounin in Konoha who owns Kenjutsu Hatake. Maybe it's him. The figure of Kakashi appeared in Hiruzen's mind. The Hokage was shocked by this thought. Kill this Kiri scout in less than a minute. When did Kakashi reach this level? He is now less than 8 years old. Although Hiruzen didn't believe it, but after thinking about it again, he couldn't remember any other shinobi that met these conditions. The Hokage sighed and said, "Where's Kakashi? Call him here, I need to talk to him." Yes. ANBU accepted the order, and quickly left the office. After a while, Kakashi entered the office and bowed to Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, were you looking for me?" Hiruzen stood up, stepped forward and put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, a note of admiration in his voice. "Kakashi, you've grown a lot lately. I never thought that you would be able to master Kenjutsu Hatake to such an extent at such a young age." Kakashi was very surprised. Hiruzen gently patted Kakashi on the shoulder and said, You look like a young Tsukumo." Kakashi looked at Hiruzen with a puzzled expression. "Lord Hokage, what do you mean?" Unexpectedly young and unrestrained, Kakashi is so adept at hiding it from him. The child has finally grown up. It doesn't seem like it will take long for Kakashi to become a jounin, and it might not even be necessary to make him a Minato disciple. Hiruzen waved his hand, throwing Kakashi a protector. Kakashi caught the protector and carefully examined it. There were traces of blood on it and a thin line left by something extremely sharp. Kakashi was confused. He looked at Hiruzen with a puzzled expression. Hiruzen picked up a cup from the table and took a sip of tea. Although he was delighted with Kakashi's acting, it was time to understand that the secret was revealed and give specific details of what happened. Hearing the words of the Hokage, Kakashi pondered, but did not remember anything related to this protector. He hesitated a bit and turned to Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, what kind of protector is this?" Hiruzen frowned. He did not expect that Kakashi would continue to hide it. "Your battle last night, please tell me more about it." "Last night?" Kakashi dumbfounded asked, and then seriously looked at Hiruzen. "Lord Hokage, last night I was at home and didn't fight anyone." Chapter 16. Kakashi's first thought was that someone had entered the village under his guise and done something. This could be a very serious question, but Kakashi did not panic, because he really was at home all this time. If something serious really happened, he was not at all afraid of the investigation. Hiruzen stopped drinking tea and looked at Kakashi in surprise. It was not like the child was deliberately pretending to be a fool. After some thought, he made a certain gesture with his hand, and after a moment ANBU appeared in the office. Hiruzen looked at him and said, "Call the patrol team, let them report on the situation last night." Yes. ANBU instantly disappeared. Soon several ANBU appeared in the office and began to report. Kakashi spoke to them from time to time, and after a while it was confirmed that he hadn't left the house last night. After confirming that Kiri Scout was indeed not killed by Kakashi, Hiruzen felt confused and fell into a reverie, trying to remember some information about passing Tsukumo Kenjutsu Hatake to other people, but he did not remember a single hint. Kakashi, Tsukumo didn't by any chance a student? Perhaps he passed him Kenjutsu Hatake. I don't know. Kakashi shook his head. In the past, Tsukumo was the commander of ANBU Konoha and the chief of the World War II Shinobi Front. Usually he never communicated with children about his affairs. Kakashi puzzled asked, "Lord Hokage, what exactly happened?" After thinking for a while, Hiruzen told Kakashi what had happened. Hearing Hiruzen's story, Kakashi shuddered slightly, thought about something, and began to hesitate. Hiruzen noticed Kakashi's movement. "Did you remember something?" "It's not." Kakashi hesitated, wondering whether to say anything. Hiruzen frowned, understanding that Kakashi knows something but doesn't want to tell him. "Tell me about everything in detail, Kakashi." Standing in the face of the majestic third Hokage, Kakashi quickly gave up. "I know who could have done this." "Who?" Hiruzen looked at Kakashi seriously. "My brother Erase." Kakashi whispered. Hearing Kakashi's response, Hiruzen asked in a daze, "Who are you talking about?" "Erase." Kakashi once again whispered his brother's name. At this moment, not only Hiruzen but also ANBU, who were present in the office, showed shocked looks. Hiruzen looked at Kakashi in surprise. "Are you sure?" This was the elite Chunin Kirigakure. The battle ended in less than a minute. Thinking that there was no point in denying it now, Kakashi said, "Although I don't know exactly how, but he could definitely do it. Brother was always stronger than me." Ahem. Hiruzen coughed nervously and sat down in a chair. Kakashi should not lie. In this situation it does not make any sense, because you can call Urushi and check it, just Hiruzen needs some time to digest and accept this information. Erase, stronger than Kakashi. This is quite normal when the older brother is stronger than the younger one, but the situation of Kakashi and Urushi can't be attributed to normal. Kakashi is an incredible Konoha genius, not seen for many years, like the young white fang of Konoha Hitaki Tsukumo. If these words are true, the 8-year-old child Urushi, who killed elite Chunin Kirigakure in less than a minute, may have a talent even higher than Kakashi. Hiruzen picked up the phone, took a deep drag and exhaled smoke. Anbu accepted the order and quickly left the office. The Shinobi Academy. Today was the last day before the final test. Urushi's class had gathered on the training ground, lined up in several rows, with 2 students engaged in an intense battle in front of them. Clang. Clang. Kunai intertwined relentlessly, making the sound of metal colliding and striking sparks. Uchiha Obito furiously shouted and hit the kunai with all his strength, throwing the opponent away, and immediately threw it, forcing the opponent to retreat a few more steps. Then he quickly folded the seals. Kato. Great ball of fire. This time Obito was lucky to successfully use ninjutsu. A large fireball rushed to the enemy. He was very scared, realizing that he could not dodge. Phew. Master Chunin of course noticed this, and he appeared next to the student and quickly folded several seals. Sutin. Building a water wall. Phew. A stream of water collided with a fireball, steam rose, and Obito's fireball was quickly extinguished. After extinguishing the fireball, the teacher sighed, straightened up, and announced, "The winner is Uchiha Obito." Yes. Obito excitedly shouted. This time, I finally didn't embarrass myself. Seeing Rin applauding along with the other students, Obito felt a surge of pleasure as he returned to the crowd. He looked at Urushi defiantly and lifted his chin. Urushi did not react to Obito's provocation. Instead he stood calmly and continued to applaud, his eyes shining with a deep light. It was impossible to understand what he was thinking. Kurenai had already noticed Urushi's strange mood for a long time. When she finished applauding, she looked at Urushi and asked in a low voice. No. Erase shook his head, just thinking about something. Just when Erase stared thoughtfully into the distance, the teacher took the list and called the name of the next pair. The next couple, Hyuga Meng versus Hitaki of Hiroish. The disciples immediately rushed to the Meng and Erase. Hyuga stepped out of the crowd and said calmly, "This division is not even bad, let me show you the true strength of the famous Hyuga clan, Urushi." Previously, Meng was a little displeased with Urushi, but did not behave childishly, looking for problems with him, and now it was Urushi who became his opponent. Everything resolved itself. Chapter 17. Chapter 17. Erase quietly looked at Hyuga Menga and came out of the crowd, not responding to provocation. Seeing the reaction of Erase, Meng frowned and snorted, "Aren't you too arrogant? Urushi, don't think that you can compare to your younger brother. How can this be?" Without the ability to accelerate time, he probably wouldn't have surpassed Kakashi. The teacher did not react to Meng's hostility towards Urushi. After all, this is a shinobi academy and conflicts between students are normal. Teachers will even sometimes intentionally provoke them to encourage competition between students. Which? Erase forward. Many girls started chanting the name of Erase, including Kurenai and Rin. Although Urushi is not the best student in the class, he is definitely the most popular. This of course made the boys gnash their teeth, and they began to support Meng. This bastard. Meng, show him your strength. Punch him in the face. Come on. These shouts further awakened Meng's fighting spirit. After a few seconds, the teacher waved his hand, "Start." Meng immediately rushed to Urushi, instantly activated Byakugan and engaged in close combat using Juken, the signature style of taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. Erase calmly waved his kunai, each time placing it on the trajectory of the blow that forced Meng to interrupt movement. This guy. After this brief encounter, Hyuga became more alert, although it's not clear how, but it looks like Urushi is able to detect his movements. But Meng was not afraid. With the help of Byakugan, he also sees every movement of Urushi. In addition, in close combat, his opponent will not be able to freely use ninjutsu. You just need to continue to fight until Erase will not show the fault and to inflict a heavy blow with Galena. He almost perfectly parries the Hyuga clan's Juken, really a descendant of that person. The teacher exclaimed admiringly. Although Urushi can't compare to Kakashi, but he is one of the best students in the class and is even able to stand up to a member of the Hyuga clan in taijutsu, but if this continues, Urushi is likely to fall into a disadvantageous situation. After all, Byakugan Hyuga is many times superior to the eyes of ordinary people, and Juken is able to significantly reduce the combat capability of the target in the blink of an eye. The screams died away. Kurenai upholstered and the rest began to intently watch the intense battle of Erase and Menga. This is the taijutsu of the Hyuga clan. Blocking the attack, Erase carefully watched every movement of Menga. He believes that Juken Hyuga has some merit. Although in the original, a single Goken strike in the open gate state could easily crush the Hyuga clan's Juken, but in reality, the practice of Juken to the extreme can also bear fruit, namely Yasugami Kajiki Kagaya. Even a completed Susanoo can be easily destroyed. The difference between Goken and Juken is that the former uses the chakra to stimulate the muscles and increase the strength of their own blows, while the latter uses the chakra to deal damage to the enemy, which requires the finest control over it. Without Byakugan, I can't see the essence of Juken. Uruishi muttered in his heart, of course he won't be able to understand Juken just by watching from the side. In addition, the chakra is not his strong point. If he had a Uzumaki physique or was a Jinchuriki, then Juken, which is based on the use of chakra, would undoubtedly suit him better than the usual style of taijutsu, but now everything is different. Hyuga captured every movement of Erase and increased the pressure, gradually starting to push his opponent. It looks like Uruishi is going to lose. Of course, his opponent is the genius of the Hyuga clan. Watching this scene, many students started to whisper. And just at this time, a figure abruptly appeared on the platform, drawing the students' attention. The figure of the person who appeared is shrouded in a black cloak, and his face is hidden by a white mask. His identity is obvious, it is ANBU. The ANBU looked at the battle that unfolded on the playground and not paying attention to the teacher and students turned to Erase. Hataki of Erase, Lord Hokage summons you. Phew. Erase swung his kunai, and retreated a few steps back and looked at the ANBU. His eye was not given in surprise. Well, of course he's here. If desired, it was not so difficult to calculate it. After all, Kenjutsu Hataki was used to kill Shinobi Kiri. First Urawashi wanted to ask Kakashi to back him up, but then I thought that it made no sense. On the one hand, this can be easily exposed, and on the other hand, Kakashi can be put in danger. The appearance of ANBU stunned the teacher and students. Lord Hokage summons Uruishi. Is something wrong? Many of the students looked at Uruishi in disbelief. Meng was stunned. Suddenly this happened precisely at the moment when he was going to win a race. Hyuga could not help but frown. The fight isn't over yet. But he didn't finish the sentence. Of course, the challenge to the Hokage was much more important than the training fight, but this caused some irritation in Meng, because he should have prevailed over Uruishi, but suddenly the fight ended in nothing. The teacher also understood the situation and nodded to Erase. Go to the Lord Hokage. If you can get back before the end of training, you will continue the fight. Hearing these words, Uruishi sighed and looked at Meng. That's not necessary. A figure of Erase abruptly disappeared and appeared right from Menga. Hyuga spun around and threw a punch. Boo. This strike was aimed at Tenketsu Uruishi, but when it reached the target, Meng did not feel the collision with the flesh. The figure of Uruishi dissipated in white smoke. Hyuga cursed. Irritably, Byakugan is able to recognize ordinary clones, but due to the effect of surprise, this blow was delivered on an instinctive level. He could not have expected that Uruishi is able to use Bunshin no Jutsu so quickly. When Meng realized what exactly happened, it was too late. Without a sound, a figure of Erase appeared behind Meng. Boo. He simply slammed the edge of his hand against Meng's neck, causing him to stagger and fall to the ground, unconscious. Let's go. Erase lowered his hand and looked at the ANBU. The ANBU stared at Erase and jumped towards the Hokage residence. Erase followed him. Only the silent teacher and the stunned students remained on the platform. Silence. What just happened? What happened? Chapter 18. Chapter 18. Hokage's office. The ANBU entered the office and immediately disappeared. Erase followed him, not showing the surprise. Hiruzen sat at a large table, Jounin stood nearby sorting through a pile of documents, and Kakashi stood in front. Noticing included Erase, Kakashi lowered his head and began with enormous interest to consider your feet, as if everything around do not concern them. Erase looked at Kakashi and went to the desk, behind which sat Hiruzen. Although now Erase has the power Tokubetsu Jounin and in terms of speed most likely exceeds even the usual Gonno, but in the face of such a person, he certainly felt the pressure, because at this time Hiruzen should be at its peak. Whether it's chakra and body or all aspects of jutsu and experience, the current Hiruzen should be at the peak level of Kaga in all respects. We can say that now he is at the peak of the shinobi world. Although the third Reikage EI is a monster that can fight alone with an army of 10,000, but at the same time Hiruzen has a huge variety of techniques, including the most dangerous Kenjutsu, such as Shikifujin. Don't get nervous, I just wanted to ask you something. Hiruzen friendly looked at Erase said, did you kill the Kirigakure scout last night? Yes. Since it's already been revealed, it's better to calmly admit it than lie and try to dodge. At least now his strength is enough to attract Hiruzen's attention. And after receiving enough attention from the Hokage, Uruishi will be able to get security, because in Konoha for his main threat is Danzo, and as long as Hiruzen is watching him closely, Danzo will not dare to make too rash steps. Although he was already prepared for such a response, but after hearing Uruishi's response, the Hokage still couldn't maintain absolute calm and showed a bit of surprise. After all, this was an elite Kirigakure scout. If Urushi is really strong enough to kill such an opponent at this age, then he might be even more talented than Kakashi. Unsurpassed genius Kakashi. Describe a specific process. Hiruzen calmed his thoughts and turned to Erase. Erase described a specific process, including his training and the fight itself, concealing only the ability to accelerate time. Are you able to surpass Kiri's elite scout in speed? After hearing Urushi's story, Hiruzen exclaimed in surprise. To become a scout, a shinobi must be good at speed or sensor, but even if the scout was a sensor, this does not negate the fact that he must have a decent speed, but Urushi was able to surpass the enemy in speed and quickly gain the upper hand. This is of course surprising. Now Erase only about 9 years. Yes. Urushi nodded. I have a normal talent in terms of ninjutsu and chakra, but my motor nerves seem to be different from normal ones, so my father's kenjutsu is very suitable for me. Hiruzen looked at Erase and Kakashi. Now he begins to think that the White Fang is more like what Urwich. Recovering from his surprise, Hiruzen took a drag on his pipe and asked Urushi, since you were always stronger than Kakashi, why did you stay at the academy? You don't have anything else to learn there. I don't think shining too bright is the right choice. Urushi replied and looked at Kakashi, desperate to push forward. This is too naive. The life of a shinobi is surrounded by many different dangers. It is best to hide and calmly build up strength. It was true thoughts of Erase, no lie. He just withheld from Hiruzen my thoughts on Danzo. Hearing Urushi's explanation, Hiruzen sighed and nodded approvingly. Although you are not much older than Kakashi, you are already so reasonable and calm. To have such a stable and mature mentality at this age, let's not talk about strength, but at least in mental terms, Urushi is far superior to Kakashi. Hiruzen involuntarily remembered Tsukumo and sighed. Suddenly, Tsukumo left 2 children so talented, one better than the other. He would be very proud. You are already fully prepared to graduate from the academy. Erase said thoughtfully. There is only half a year left until normal graduation. Students need to be divided into teams. It will be a bit troublesome in case of early graduation. You are right. Hiruzen nodded. If Urushi finishes his studies now, it will be difficult to combine him with previously graduated students, and the next graduation will have to wait half a year. After a moment's thought, Hiruzen made a decision. Since you don't want to graduate from the academy ahead of time, I will respect your decision and continue your quiet training. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Urushi bowed respectfully. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Tsukumo beautiful sons. Hiruzen sighed once more and smiled at Erase. Once everything is settled, then you can go. Erase nodded and left the Hokage's office. Kakashi stayed here. After Urushi left, Hiruzen took a sip of tea and looked at Kakashi. I didn't expect that Urushi, who is only a year older than you, is already able to think like an adult. Kakashi, you should take an example from your older brother. If Kakashi was as calm and reasonable as Urushi, Hiruzen wouldn't have to deal with his problems and even hand over the matter to Minato. Brother sometimes goes too far. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Kakashi grumbled, so much ridicule and gossip, but he doesn't seem to hear. That's the difference between you. Hiruzen shook his head, even more admiring Urushi, although Urushi has not yet graduated from the academy, but he already has the qualities of an excellent shinobi. Shinobi this. In the course of Hiruzen's instructions, the corners of Kakashi's mouth began to twitch, and in the depths of his eyes, there was a desire to escape as soon as possible. He had never before heard that someone praised the calm nature of Erase. Power is always the center of attention. So Kakashi concluded that it is most important. As for the Urushi case, Hiruzen gave orders not to spread the news. As a result, the information that Urushi killed the elite intelligence officer Kirigakure was classified and hidden. Kakashi has already been included in the lists of targets of other villages. If Urushi's talent is also exposed, it will only add extra problems and danger. Hiruzen of course tried where possible to secure and protect such rare geniuses like Kakashi and Erase. When Urushi graduates from the academy and becomes an official shinobi, it will be his time to shine and show the power of Konoha's genius. Chapter 19. Land of Fire. A small town on the border. Danzo was sitting in a hotel room with a map of the Land of Fire in front of him. Recently, he had several encounters with Kirigakure shinobi who tried to provoke Konoha. The war will start sooner or later. You are always too soft and indecisive, Hiruzen. A preemptive strike is the best solution. Danzo muttered slowly as he carefully examined the map. In his eyes, Hiruzen's behavior was too indecisive and conservative. He just responds to the movements of other villages, but in the current situation, it would be much more effective to start a war and strike a decisive blow at one of the villages. If the current Konoha will gather all their forces in a single fist, it will not be so difficult to crush one village, but if they are attacked simultaneously by several villages and get involved in a protracted war, the situation will become very troublesome. According to Danzo, Hiruzen simply does not have enough courage and determination to initiate a war, but this is the only way to unite the entire world of shinobi. A huge number of victims is inevitable. When Danzo carefully considered the map and considered how to act against Kiri in the future, the shinobi route appeared in the room. Danzo didn't even look at him, but continued to look at Katu. How are things in the village? Although Danzo himself was on the border of the Land of Fire, but a few shinobi root remained in Konoha, to control and monitor the situation. From time to time they reported to him. The voice of Shinobi Root was emotionless. The opinion of Lord Hokage has not changed. You must continue to act in the same way. Orochimaru returned to the village with some information about Tsunagakura. Specific details are unknown. Shinobi Root reported all the information received recently, starting with the most important and ending with the least significant. Danzo listened to the report in silence. Almost half an hour later, Shinobi Root said, older brother Kakashi killed the elite scout Kiri. Presumably, Erase has higher power and talent than Kakashi. What? In the eyes of Danzo flashed a surprise. This was not so important compared to the previous information, but the fact is that all the previous information was in line with his expectations, and this was a complete surprise. Is the information reliable? Yes. Shinobi Root nodded affirmatively. Danzo narrowed his eyes and said thoughtfully, the eldest son of Tsukumo has such a talent, but chose to hide it. Tsukumo's death is indeed directly related to him, but that wasn't his original intention. Tsukumo's rejection of the mission to save his comrades was just an accident, but he actively influenced public opinion, and manipulated the rescued shinobi to give up their guilt and blames Tsukumo for everything. The original intention was to suppress Tsukumo's authority. Because at that time, Tsukumo was the main contender for the post of 4th Hokage and had the support of Hiruzen, he certainly couldn't stand to watch Tsukumo become a Hokage. But suddenly, Tsukumo placed all the blame on himself and committed suicide. This was not his original intention, after all, although they did not get along, but still White Fang was a strong weapon of Konoha. If he had taken the post of Hokage, Tsukumo might have been a great tool in his hands. Danzo thought, and turned to the shinobi of Root. Although Uruishi made Danzo think about some things, but now he is on the border of the Land of Fire and is dealing with Kirigakure, he has no time to worry about such matters, and will have to wait until he returns to the village. Shinobi Root nodded and continued the report. In the forest on the territory of Konoha. It had been 2 months since Kiri's scout was killed. During this time, Uruishi as usual continued to attend the Shinobi Academy. After the incident with Hyuga Meng, the students began to look at him with some respect, and the girls were even more fascinated by him. It is so easy to defeat Hyuga Meng. Perhaps Uruishi has already reached the level of Chunin, although he is not as good as Kakashi, but definitely not inferior too much. Now the girls in the class began to act even more excessively. This made Uruishi helpless. 2 months. The practice was very fruitful. His actual age is just over 9 years old, but due to the ability to accelerate time, the age of the physical body is gradually approaching 11 years, physical strength and chakra are steadily increasing, now they have reached the level of an elite Chunin. In addition, although the Kenjutsu Hataki did not advance to the second stage, but now he can open the first and second gates of Hachiman Tanko. The initial gate of Hachiman Tanko does not bring an explosive improvement, but for Uruishi it has become a noticeable increase in strength. Ha! Ha! In a clearing amid the forest of Erase hard do physical exercise. The third gate is close. Uruishi stopped training and took a few deep breaths, feeling that the shackles of the third gate had not yet loosened enough to be broken without much consequences. Opening the third gate should bring a qualitative change. The first gate allows you to use the physical capabilities of the body 100%. Although the increase was noticeable, but not too much, the second gate has a greater effect on recovery and endurance, only the third should provide a real surge of strength. If you can open the third gate, combining them with Kenjutsu Hataki, even without time acceleration, I should have the power of Tokubetsu Jounin. After mastering the Hachiman subtly, its strength becomes difficult to assess in accordance with standard rank criteria, because opponents who are not able to respond to its speed will be crushed in the blink of an eye. Only Uchiha with Sharingan or Hyuga with Byakugan can hardly resist him, but this is just a qualification for entering the battle, because it is clear to see the movements, doesn't mean keeping up with them. Chapter 20. In addition to practice Hachiman Thin and Hataki Kenjutsu, erase the same time ninjutsu. After a short break, Uruishi used the surrounding trees as imaginary enemies, a light flashed in his eyes, a figure flinched, and he appeared at the tree on the right side of the clearing. White. Fang's blade flashed through the air, creating a white arc. The thick trunk was cut off, and the tree tilted to one side and fell to the ground. Phew. The figure of Uruishi shuddered again and disappeared, and the next moment he appeared at the tree on the opposite side of the clearing, holding the palm of his right hand open. Strong chakra fluctuations were felt in it. Raisnon. Uruishi was finally able to master Raisnon after quite a long practice. He is able to form it quite quickly in the time acceleration state. Boom. Raisnon pressed against the center of the tree trunk. There was a roar. A significant part of the trunk disappeared without a trace under the pressure of the rotating chakra. The figure of Uruishi shuddered again and appeared next to the remains of the previously cut tree. His left hand folded seals, and his right hand gripped the blade of White Fang. Crackling arcs of lightning rolled across the blade. Raiten, Lightning Slash, is a self-created jutsu. Based on the flow of chakra, the lightning element is attached to the blade, to further increase the strength and speed of the attack. At the moment this is the strongest attack of Urushi. Phew. With a swing of the blade, a white slash appeared, having a width of at least a meter. It cut the remaining stump vertically in the center and left a rather deep cut on the ground. After this series of attacks, Erase stopped moving and sighed deeply. Of course, Raiznon expends a huge amount of chakra, and the combination of lightning cut and Kenjutsu Hataki carries an even greater load. This ninjutsu can be considered an incomplete version of the Chidori that Urushi has been trying to learn lately. Chidori is an A-rank ninjutsu, and the lightning cut is at best a B rank. If you combine time acceleration, Hachiman Tanko, Kenjutsu Hataki, and lightning slash, even a jounin can be killed with a single attack. Although the range of this attack is not very large, it can't even be considered average, but it is a very fast and powerful attack that is very difficult to defend against or evade at close range. And if he can develop the lightning cut to the level of Chidori, the attack will become even stronger and faster. The further direction of my practice will still be Chidori, Hachiman Tanko, and Kenjutsu Hataki, 3 directions I should be able to move. Assessing and analyzing the results of the most recent workouts of Erase determined the course of further development. The direction remains the same. Hachiman Tanko is not even worth discussing. Kenjutsu Hataki also needs, at least until the moment of going beyond the Kage level, this Kenjutsu will be able to show good strength and perfectly suits him. Chidori is also no less important, because it will not only increase the attack, but also increase the physical speed of the body. In the original, Sasuke trained Chidori for only a month, but during this time his speed approached the level of Rock Lee, who removed the weights. Southwest Urushi always paid close attention to Chidori. In fact, compared to Chidori, he wanted even more to get the Raiten Chakra mode of the 4th Raikage. But this technique is passed on to Raikage Kyumo from generation to generation, and it probably isn't in the Konoha Seal Scroll, so right now Urushi could only think about this technique, but not get it. It is not difficult to understand that Erase strives to achieve the speed limit. When the speed is developed to the extreme, there are no opponents that cannot be killed in an instant, and if they do exist, then you can just run away. It's time to go. Erase checked their pockets. All the dry rations were eaten. Now when he goes to training, he takes bento and dry rations with him for 2 meals. Each training session lasts 12 hours in the time acceleration state and 4 hours in real time. Now Urushi trains in the forest only during the day, and evening training takes place in the courtyard of the house, during which he concentrates on performing basic physical exercises. When Erase returned to the village and was already near the house, suddenly appeared before him the figure. Lord Hokage summons you. Passing the message, Shinobi Anbu immediately disappeared. The Hokage wants to see me. Erase of thought, lately he seems to have done nothing noteworthy of Hiruzen. But once he was summoned to the Hokage to give it of course impossible, Erase turned and walked towards the Hokage building. He soon walked into the office of Hokage. Hokage's office. Urushi immediately felt that the atmosphere in the office was very different from what it had been during his previous visit, and there was a clear sense of tension and pressure. On the right side of the office, a man with a walking stick was sitting on a chair. Just his presence made the surrounding atmosphere very heavy. Danzo. In the past 2 months, it did not overlap with Danzo, but now suddenly faced with him in the office of the Hokage. Of course this time in the heart of Iwashi there was a strong tension as Hiruzen decided to send it en route by Danzo. In the blink of an eye in the head of Erase flashed many thoughts, including how to react and what to do if he really decided to send the route. When Erase analyzed the situation, he was welcomed by Hiruzen. Erwich, you came. Lord Hokage. Erase worshipped Hiruzen and asked, why were you looking for me? Hiruzen held a pipe in his hand, but did not smoke and looked at Urushi very seriously. What about the recent training? Hearing Hiruzen's words, Urushi frowned slightly and glanced at Danzo, who was sitting nearby. Did they really decide to send him to the route? This development is unacceptable for him. Thinking about it, Erase confidently looked at Hiruzen. My last training led to the creation of a B-rank Raiden Jutsu. Yes. Hiruzen showed a surprised look. B-rank ninjutsu can be considered the pinnacle of ordinary jutsu, which are higher than A and S-rank ninjutsu are most often either forbidden or incredibly difficult to master. Even jounins don't have a lot of B-rank ninjutsu in their arsenal. If Urushi was really able to develop this level of ninjutsu at such a young age, then he might have an even higher talent than previously thought. Chapter 21. Chapter 21. To create a B-rank ninjutsu at such a young age, this is really the son of White Fang. You really inherited your father's talent. Although Danzo's words carried praise, his tone was indifferent and calm. Neither he nor Hiruzen doubted the truth of these words. There is no point in lying about such things, because it is very easy to check. Erase looked at Danzo. Thank for your praise, Lord Danzo. You exceeded my expectations, Erase. Hiruzen praised Erase, and then said seriously, although this is quite unexpected, but I have a mission for you. If they decided to send him to the route, there would be no point in talking about it now. Do not wait until Erase will understand the situation, Hiruzen continued. Your task will be to apply for early graduation, pass the Chunin exam, which will take place in 5 days. Chunin exam. There is nothing surprising in applying for early release. After all, only an official shinobi can start fulfilling missions, but why take the exam on Chunin? Let me describe a specific situation, you should be able to understand. Hiruzen got up, left the table, and began to walk slowly around the room. The other day, the Kimogakure and Kirigakure shinobi will arrive in Konoha to take part in the Chunin exam, which will take place in 5 days, so the purpose of this exam is not just to weed out and promote good shinobi, but also to confront Kiri and Kumo. Now the situation in the world of shinobi is becoming more and more tense. Next year should begin the Third World War of Shinobi. In such a situation, Kumo and Kiri most likely sent their shinobi to the exam held in Konoha, for the purpose of demonstration and negotiations. If you think about it, it's not surprising that Hiruzen gave him such a task. Since the main purpose of the exam is demonstration and negotiation, they must take this with the utmost seriousness. It is impossible to choose just ordinary genins for the fate. Quickly realizing the meaning of the mission, Yoruishi gave Hiruzen a serious nod. I understand, Lord Hokage. Fine, go get ready. Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction and waved his hand to indicate that he could go. Hiruzen bowed and left the office. After Yoruishi left, Danzo looked at Hiruzen and said, it's even better than expected, give me this child to raise after the Chunin exam, Hiruzen. Don't even think about it, Danzo. Danzo was not going to give up, he frowned, stood up and turned to Hiruzen. I didn't mind when you decided to make Kakashi a student of Minato, but there should be shinobi walking in the shadows and carrying the darkness. Giving Yoruishi to me would be the best choice, you should understand that. Let Yoruishi carry the darkness. Hiruzen frowned and muttered softly. These words make sense. It was thanks to him on the surface and Danzo in the dark that Konoha was able to achieve its current prosperity, which is why he always turned a blind eye to many of Danzo's actions. As Hokage, standing on top of the world shinobi, Hiruzen of course understands that where there is light, there will always be darkness. Just have Minato who will inherit the title of Hokage. You must be the person who will inherit darkness and will support it. Hiruzen returned to his seat and thought about it. I need to think about it. Danzo was calm. Hiruzen's behavior was completely in line with his expectations. The promise to think instead of a hard and unyielding refusal says that Hiruzen's heart fluttered. Now he does not need to overdo it, it will be enough just to pull some strings and take a few neat steps to achieve his goal. After leaving the Hokage's office, Erase a little helplessly sighed. After all, I won't be able to finish the academy properly. However, it is much better to graduate early from the academy and pass the Chunin exam than to be sent to the route to study with Danzo. When considering this issue from this angle, Yoruishi will agree to it with the greatest pleasure. In fact, early release is not a big deal. Just such a mission will not allow him to behave with restraint. Of course Hiruzen wants him to show his abilities to the full and bring Shinobi Kumo and Kiri out of the game as soon as possible. By the way, just one sentence. Almost any person in this world would not notice anything strange about this, but Yoruishi probably understands the essence and character of Danzo even better than Danzo himself. He has almost absolute confidence in what this old man put on his eye. This man deserves the title of the main Zamashevite shit in the world Naruto. Erase could not breathe. Since the Second World War Shinobi, Danzo somehow appears in almost all the conspiracies and dark affairs of the world of Shinobi. He contributed to the death of Yahiko, which had a strong influence on the development of Akatsuki, played a huge role in the suicide of White Fang Konoha, collaborated with Orochimaru, and many other events. If such a person dies before time, although war still engulfs the world of Shinobi, but the period of peace will certainly last much longer. Erase has long been thought of how to deal with Danzo. There are two ways. The simplest of them is to surpass Danzo in strength, but it will take time. As for the second, it is a transition from a low to a high profile. Let the name of the genius of Yoruishi resound throughout Konoha. You need to advance to Jounin as soon as possible and join the ranks of the ANBU, directly subordinate to Hiruzen. Any of these methods will greatly limit the actions of Danzo. But the first method takes too much time, so only the second one remains, and Hiruzen's mission to participate in the Chunin exam goes well with this. He just wanted to calmly train to the level of Kage, but he was forced to break the rhythm. Yoruishi shook his head. From tomorrow, his calm, harmonious and reserved school life will come to an end. The next day, Erase applied for early release from the Shinobi Academy. By order of the Hokage, this application was approved as soon as possible, and the final exam was held in the afternoon of the same day. Eventually, the early Erase passed the final exam with a perfect maximum score. Chapter 22, Chapter 22. January 14th, 42nd year since the founding of Konoha. Yoruishi passed the final exam with a perfect score and graduated from the Shinobi Academy ahead of schedule, receiving the rank of Genin and registration number 010034. This news quickly spread around the academy and caused quite a lot of noise, although it is not comparable to Kakashi, who graduated from the academy at 5 and received the rank of Chunin at 6, but the perfect score is not something that an ordinary student of the academy can get. Such a result is quite enough to be called a genius. In the class, most of the students were busy discussing the news. Perfect score, Urushi is too strong. With this level, Urushi certainly could have graduated from the academy much earlier. Maybe he's not much worse than Kakashi, just never showed it. Kurenai, Rin, and the other girls discussed Urushi admiringly. Genius. Handsome. Calm and mature personality. There are almost no girls in the class who are able to ignore Urushi, who combines such qualities. For the most part, the girls who stay away from him simply do not have the courage and self-confidence. That bastard. Uchiha Obito, who had listened to the girls' voices and looked at Rin's admiring face, gritted his teeth and growled. The guys sitting next to him were also annoyed. Don't talk nonsense. If he could have graduated earlier, why was he still at the academy? Isn't this a waste of time? Exactly. The other guys started nodding their heads in unison. Hearing these words, one of the girls snorted and looked at them disdainfully. Then try applying for early graduation yourself and compete with Urushi. From the moment of erase with exaggerated easily defeated Hyuga Manga, his power was undeniable argument. Yamanaka Hana's words silenced the boys, including Obito, who opened their mouths but didn't know what to say. And just at this time, Inuzuka-fen burst into the classroom, abruptly breaking the atmosphere. He almost broke into a shout. I just happened to overhear the teachers talking in the study. This Urushi guy has applied to take the Chunin exam, which will be held in 3 days. What? These words silenced the class, and after a few moments, the eyes of all the students turned to Inuzuka. Applied for the Chunin exam. You must have made a mistake. One of the students turned to Inuzuka in disbelief. Go to the Chunin exam immediately after graduating from the academy. Isn't it crazy and blind faith in your own strength? Inuzuka-fen exclaimed, how can I be wrong? I may not have the best grades in my class, but it is impossible to question my hearing. This statement sounds very convincing from the mouth of a member of the Inuzuka clan. Since Inuzuka shouldn't have made a mistake, it turns out that Urushi applied to participate in the Chunin exam immediately after the early graduation from the academy. This guy is trying to keep up with Kakashi. Immediately after the early graduation from the academy, to apply to participate in the Chunin exam, isn't it too self-confident? In addition, the other day I heard from my parents that this time the exam will be attended by shinobi from other villages. This exam can be very dangerous. Many of the students showed puzzled looks, not understanding how Urushi could dare to apply for this Chunin exam. Upholstered impatiently asked Yuzuki. No. Inuzuka-fen shook his head. It's not clear why, but the application was not rejected. I even specifically rechecked it. In the recently published list of exam participants, there is his name. Hearing the confirmation Inuzuka, someone sighed and said, this guy is too confident. Does he even understand what the Chunin exam is? Even if he graduated early and got a perfect score, this does not mean that he can simply wish to pass the exam successfully to Chunin. He just believed in his strength. While Uchiha Obito and the rest of the guys were shocked by this news and actively debated, Kurenai and the other girls, earlier admiring a maximum score of erase, a little pale and showed concerned looks. Listening to the conversation guys, Kurenai turned pale and sighed. How erase could be written on this exam? The usual test for Chunin going on inside Konoha, not be a big risk. In fact it is just a comprehensive assessment of all the qualities of shinobi, but with the exam on Chunin involving other villages all the way, it is impossible to fully control the clash of the shinobi of different villages. Such exams appear always the victim. And this exam is even more special, because it takes place in an extremely tense situation in the world of shinobi. The level of danger of such an exam can be compared to war. This. Nohara Rin hesitated and said, since we're talking about erase, then isn't he supposed to take such a decision after careful consideration? Kurenai seriously looked at Rin. It's not that simple. Maybe he didn't know that shinobi from other villages would take part in this exam. So it is impossible. I must find erase and ask him to refuse to participate. Having said that, Kurenai immediately ran out of the class. Her father, Shinku Yuhi, is the chief instructor of the Chunin exam, and yesterday during dinner, he spoke a little about the situation. Kurenai. Rin shouted after the fleeing Kurenai, but after receiving no response, she hesitated a bit and ran after her. On the doorstep of erase. After listening to the warnings and reminders of the panting Kurenai, Urushi simply smiled calmly. You came running here specifically to warn me about this. It's all true. Seeing that erase did not take her words seriously and still relaxed, Kurenai worried said, told my dad, he is the chief instructor at the exam, there should be no mistakes. Nohara Rin seriously looked at erase. I understand that you should not be weaker than Chunin, but this test is too dangerous, you shouldn't risk it, just pass it through the floor. Okay, I understand, come in to talk. Erase looked at them helplessly, shrugged his shoulders and waved his hand, inviting. But instead of entering, Kurenai impatiently stamped her foot on the ground and exclaimed, Erase, you don't understand. Yoruishi didn't answer and looked around, making sure that there was northwest one on the street. He stretched out his hands and dragged Yuhi and Rin to his home, and then slammed the door. Chapter 23. Chapter 23. Ah. Suddenly having to be pushed into the house of Erase, Kurenai froze. Her girlish thoughts immediately jumped in a certain direction. What is going to do Erase? Suddenly dragging her to his home, could it be? But Rin is also there, does he want two at once? It's too dirty. It is impossible, absolutely unacceptable. But this is also a possibility. The same thought flew into Rin's head, her expression and movements were very awkward. Participating in the Chunin exam is a mission that I was assigned by Lord Hokage. In this strange atmosphere that made Rin and Kurenai not dare to say a word, Yoruishi walked around the room and said, "This is not a secret mission, it's not a big deal that I told you, but it's better not to tell the others." She looked at Rin, their eyes met, confusion flared in them, and the next moment they turned sharply in different directions and pouted. This movement was noticed by Yoruishi. He couldn't help but think that if it were adult girls in their place, this scene might become very tense, but these are girls who are not even 9 years old yet, so this scene was so cute. But still, what exactly were these two little loli thinking? Yoruishi poured himself a glass of water and pointed to the refrigerator. "There is soda and milk in the refrigerator, take whatever you want." No. Hearing Yoruishi's words, the girls gradually came to their senses. Kurenai asked in surprise, "Erase what you just said." "It is the mission, Lord Hokage." "Yes." Erase nodded. "Your thoughts are correct, this Chunin exam can really be compared to a war. Its outcome is likely to have some impact on the negotiations between Konoha and Kiri. Even if the influence isn't too great, Konoha should still take this matter very seriously, so I was specifically assigned to participate in this exam." Rin was stunned. "So you applied for early release on the orders of Lord Hokage?" Erase nodded and helplessly spread hands to the sides. "If it wasn't for this mission, I would have preferred to stay at the academy and spend a few more months with you. Since Lord Hokage entrusted you with this mission, doesn't that mean that he recognized your power?" Rin also looked at Erase. If such words came from the mouth of someone else, they would think it was a lie. It's too hard to believe. "Well, that." Erase scratched his head and smiled. "If I said that Kakashi really can't beat me, would you believe it?" Rin and Kurenai's opinions on this matter were identical. They almost instinctively believed that Yoruishi was capable of such a thing. Even before he started showing his talent, they would already believe it to a certain extent, and after Yoruishi easily defeated Hyuga Meng, they had no doubts about these words. Kurenai shuddered. "This means that all these rumors and gossip were false, but Erase, you've never denied that. Kakashi is my little brother, should I compete with him for fame? Also, if I graduated from the academy earlier, I wouldn't be able to spend time with you, it would be a bit of a pity." Kurenai and Rin nodded, completely agreeing with Yoruishi's opinion, while their cheeks turned red. If you think about it again. Erase always happily laughing and never was affected by these conversations around him in class. These impulsive and naive classmates will never be able to compete with Erwich. Ahem. Ahem. Shining looks of Rin and Kurenai rushed to Erase in a few seconds. He coughed loudly, breaking the strange atmosphere. If they were at least 15 or 16 years old, it would not be bad, because the life expectancy in the world of shinobi is not very high and this age can be considered mature, but now it is very dangerous. The threat level is approximately at the level of Kaguya. Ahem, I didn't expect to visit you under these circumstances. Kurenai looked away, trying to change the subject. Rin also came to himself and looked admiringly at Erase. "It is not surprising that Lord Hokage has trusted you with this mission, but still try to be careful, the other great shinobi villages, too, must be strong." "I know." Erase nodded and looked at Kurenai. "It was a little rough but I didn't want to talk about the mission in the street." In saying this, Erase suddenly looked toward the door, but not interrupted, calmly continuing the conversation. At the same time. Front door. Kakashi was about to open the door, but hearing voices inside the house, he stopped his hand. "1, 2, you're not human." Although Yoruishi was very popular in the academy, but this is the first time Kakashi has encountered such a thing. After some hesitation, he still did not dare to enter. Kakashi scratched his head. He could not understand the behavior of Erase. In his opinion, girls are extremely unpleasant creatures, they are always in the way. In the last team, he encountered a man who lost his mind and gave up his immediate duties to ensure the safety of the girl, which caused the entire mission to be on the verge of failure. This happened not long ago and led to a serious argument after the mission was completed. If the team captain didn't intervene in time, it would have come to a fight. One girl has already brought so many problems, what can we then say about the two, except they will not be doubled? In a way, it's even admirable. Kakashi felt that he was not capable of such a thing. But what worried him most was that if this situation continued to develop in a certain direction, he would have many daughters-in-law in the future. This will definitely bring a huge headache. Chapter 24. Chapter 24. Erase of course didn't know what Kakashi thinks. He just noticed that Kakashi had returned home, but stopped at the door when he heard voices inside the house, and left after a while. It seems that for some reason he wanted to avoid communicating with Kurenai and Rin. Even knowing Kakashi's thoughts, Hiroshi would just find them too stupid and funny. He is only 9 years old now, isn't it too early to think about this? After Rin and Kurenai left, Hiroshi started training. There are only 3 days left before the exam. It is impossible to break through to the second stage of Kenjutsu Hataki in such a short time. Mastering the A-rank ninjutsu Chidori is also unlikely. Now he can only hope to open the gate of life of Hachiman Tanko. If I can open the third gate, I should be able to easily pass the exam even without speeding up time. Time flies. The evening before the Chunin exam. Oh. Looking at the sunset, Erase pulled his body and stopped training. Tomorrow we'll start the exam on Chunin. This will be the first mission of Erase as a shinobi and he is fully ready. Erase clenched his fists and smiled. After packing up and returning home, he quietly ate and went to bed, no longer applying time acceleration. In the morning Kakashi was not at home. It looks like he left very early. Hiroshi was not too worried about this. He had breakfast and went to the place of the exam. In a short time, a lot of people were gathered in the room intended for the Chunin exam. A rough estimate of about 60 people, most of them shinobi Konoha and about a dozen belonged to other villages. Hiroshi glanced at the shinobi of Konoha and carefully looked at the shinobi of other villages. Looking at the shinobi of Kiri, he was slightly surprised, because in their team of 3 genins there was a very recognizable figure. If he wasn't mistaken, it should be Hoshikage Kisame. Future representative of the 7 Swordsmen of the Mist, a member of the Akatsuki and Itachi's partner. Now Kisame should be only about 10 years old. Kisame seems to have noticed the look and turned, and a pair of cold shark-like eyes stared at Hiroshi. Young Hoshikage Kisame. I wonder how strong he is now. Erase looked into the eyes of Kisame, and turned away, muttering quietly under his breath, then his gaze went through the rest. He didn't recognize the other 2 genin Kiri. The same goes for Kusagakure, Omegakure, and Kimogakure. Hiroshi didn't have any special impression of them. When Erase watched the shinobi of other villages, participants also drew attention to it. Who is this? Silver hair, is this Hataki Kakashi? Someone from the Konoha shinobi looked at Erase and whispered. In Konoha, it is difficult to find a person who does not know Kakashi, who received the rank of Chunin at the age of 6. Hiroshi was similar to his brother and immediately attracted attention. No. Someone recognized Hiroshi and shook his head. This is not Kakashi, but his older brother Hiroshi. He is much worse than his younger brother. Tsumi Inuzuka stroked her chin, and said, when did this guy become a genin? Absolutely not impressive. Is he going to participate in the Chunin exam alone? Someone exclaimed, has an average talent, but dared to participate in the exam alone. This guy has the guts, huh? This is the 3rd time he's taken the Chunin exam, and he remembers how he almost lost his life on the first attempt. The Chunin exam and the final exam are completely different things that can't be compared. Hataki Hiroshi. Not a Hyuga or Uchiha. Do not pay attention to it. Hearing these conversations, the 2 Kiri genin also looked at Erase. Captain Jounin ordered them to be extremely vigilant towards members of the Uchiha and Hyuga clan, be it Sharingan or Byakugan. Any of these dojutsu have abilities to be feared. All other genins do not deserve their attention. This is not necessarily so. Kisame bared his sharp teeth and looked at Erase. This guy noticed me as soon as he entered the class. He must have some skills. Really? One of the shinobi Kiri smiled coldly. This is also not bad, otherwise the exam can become quite dull and boring. As everyone was talking, a group of Konoha shinobi entered the classroom, led by Jounin. Silence. With a stern cry from Inoichi Yamanaki, the class was enveloped by the oppression belonging to Jounin, which immediately silenced most of the genin present. I am the chief examiner of the first stage of the Chunin exam, Inoichi Yamanaka. Provide your personal information. After checking, take the number and sit in the appropriate seats. Hiroshi, leaning against the wall near the door, looked at Inoichi Yamanaka. If he remembers correctly, he is Ino's father and a member of the Ino Shikacho trio of this generation. It looks like Konoha is really serious about this Chunin exam, since each stage is headed by a Jounin, and not Tokubetsu Jounin as in the original. In a short time, Urwashi got my room and sat on the appropriate place. Since Hiroshi's main goal was to eliminate the representatives of Kumo and Kiri as soon as possible, he knew the contents of the exam yesterday. This is almost the same as the exam in the original. The first stage, a written test of knowledge and ability to collect information, but without that last question. The second stage, the battle in the Forest of Death for the Scrolls of Heaven and Earth. And finally the third stage, one-on-one battles. Soon the exam papers were distributed. Shoo, shoo, shoo. Erase immediately began to write quickly. For someone who knows the content of the exam in advance, this test is of course very simple. Even before entering the class, he created a shadow clone, which turned into a Chunin with the help of Henge and busily entered the class after Inoichi, along with the rest of the group of examiners. In addition, Yoruishi is able to answer most of the questions on his own, without having to resort to cheating. The test was solved in about a minute. Inoichi looked at Yoruishi a little surprised, took the exam paper, looked at it carefully, and nodded, making sure that the answers were correct. Okay, you passed. Chapter 25. Chapter 25. The movement of erase made Genin some puzzled to raise head. Passed. How did he get through such a difficult task so quickly? The Genins who have not yet understood the essence of the exam showed disbelieving looks. They are still racking their heads over the first question, and Yoruishi has already completed the test. This is too exaggerated. Someone looked at the outgoing of erase. This guy. He already understood that the key to the first stage of the exam is cheating, but the problem is that a few Chunin pretending to be Genin examinees still haven't finished answering the questions, and Yoruishi has already passed the test. That's really exaggerated. Doesn't that mean that he knew the answers to the questions before the exam started? Bastard. Thinking about it, he muttered angrily and looked at Erase. Erase quietly left the class under numerous angry glances. After leaving the classroom, he took a few steps and stopped. Kakashi was standing in the hallway, leaning lazily against the wall and looking around, pretending not to notice his older brother. Erase looked at Kakashi and asked, "Who are you here?" "Inspector, ah." Kakashi put a hand on his chest, responsible for escorting the disqualified, but it looks like the level of participants is quite high this time. As soon as he said this, Chunin's stern voice came from the classroom. "Number 51, disqualified." Erase shrugged. Kakashi reluctantly peeled off from the wall, entered the classroom and led the team disqualified from the exam. Looking at the outgoing Kakashi, Erase yawned, and went to the venue of the second stage of the exam as known in advance. But the venue chosen was not the 44th training ground, better known as the Forest of Death, but the 31st training ground, known as the Cave of Death. Nearby. If you look at the training ground, surrounded by a metal fence, you can see a desert area that has almost no vegetation, but its terrain is extremely complex, as if it is washed out by relentless heavy rains. You can see hills of different sizes everywhere, and you can also notice caves. This is the place of the Chunin exam. It is forbidden for outsiders to be here. Shinobi, who was nearby, noticed the approach of Yoruishi and immediately approached him. Erase took from his pocket a document and said, "I am a participant in the exam. I just passed the first stage and came in advance." Shinobi looked at the paper in Yoruishi's hand in surprise and said, "Then wait for the chief examiner to arrive, but the entrance is forbidden." Good. Yoruishi moved to the side and waited for the second stage to start. After a while, the first stage was completed. Out of the 60 genins who participated in the exam, at least half were suddenly disqualified. Only about 30 people arrived here. The Kiri and Kumo teams certainly passed, and in the end the elite was sent to Konoha, and this not too difficult stage clearly did not cause them much difficulty. This is the venue for the second stage. When Genin Kiri saw the death cave surrounded by an iron fence, he revealed a predatory smile and licked his lips. "This will be nothing more than an easy walk for us." The terrain of the Cave of Death is very suitable for Shinobi Kiri, who are well versed in Switten, because in the lowlands there should be a lot of water. Kisame smiled, "This is quite suitable. This is really suitable for your burial site." A rough voice rang out from the side, silencing Kisame, and the two Kiri shinobi standing nearby immediately looked in his direction. He was a dark-skinned, muscular youth with a Kimogakure protector. Still unknown who will be buried. "Be careful, Shinobi Kumo." Two Shinobi Kiri coldly looked at Shinobi Kumo. This area suits them well, but it also suits the Kumo shinobi who specialize in Raiten. In addition, Raiten is quite good at holding back Sutten. Shinobi Kiri very often suffer from Raiten Kumo. Of course, the Kumo genins were well aware of this, and were dismissive of such a threat from the Kiri genins. When they were about to respond, a voice rang out. "Silence." Shinobi, responsible for conducting the second stage of the exam, said, "Before the start of the second stage, you must sign these papers, because at this stage there are often victims. If you don't want to sign, then you can leave." Many genins looked at each other. Of course, those who have already come here are not going to retreat halfway. Soon everyone signed the document. Now let's go directly to the exam. Shinku Yuhi looked at the genins who signed the document and said, "The second phase involved 34 genin. Given the current alone, all 12 teams now each team will be given one jacket, but there are two types of scrolls. The goal of this phase is to obtain two types of scrolls, namely, the Scroll of Heaven and Scroll of Earth. Then you need to get to the observation tower, located in the center of the Cave of Death. You have 3 days. Now go and get the scrolls." Shirkuyuhi waved his hand, inviting the genins to come over to get the scrolls. Since there weren't many teams left, the distribution of scrolls wasn't hidden. The 6 teams that received the Heaven Scroll and the 6 teams that received the Earth Scroll stood on opposite sides, watching each other with hostility. Shinobi of Kiri and Kumo got the Scrolls of Earth. There is no point in hunting you now. Hee hee, you are very lucky to get this scroll. They looked at each other coldly and shifted their gazes to the teams that received the sky scrolls. The eyes of all the teams that received the earth scrolls were certainly drawn to Urushi, who was carrying the sky scroll alone. This guy is really one. Since he dared to participate alone, he must have some skills and might not be easy to deal with, but the strength of one person and a cooperating team is not comparable. Chapter 26. Some shinobi, who received the scrolls of heaven, also looked at Urushi, but these views were indifferent, because their main goal is to get the scrolls of earth. Done. Scrolls issued, now follow the examiners to different entrances. In 30 minutes, all the examinees will enter the cave of death at the same time. Phew. Several chunin appeared, sorted out the teams, and led them to different entrances. Examiner leading Erase unexpectedly turned out to be Kakashi. Citing Erase to the fifth entrance, Kakashi opened the gate and said, Sinai Kiri and Kumo drew attention to you, be careful of their teamwork. The examiners are monitoring the cave of death of the central tower. Lord Hokage is also supposed to come. In addition, there are Johnny Kiri and Kumo. Kakashi understands the power of Erase and not worry too much in this exam. No one is able to defeat his brother one-on-one, but be aware that the exam involves teams of 3 people. Erase should not be the experience of the struggle with several opponents. Not worry. Erase looked at Kakashi and grinned, even you didn't have any problems with the exam, how can anything happen to me? The corner of Kakashi's mouth started twitching. He was very annoyed by these words, but just didn't know how to respond. In a short time. The time has come to launch the second phase of the exam. Kakashi waved his hand and Erase entered the cave of death. At the same time, 2 teams of shinobi who entered the cave of death through neighboring entrances followed in the direction of Urushi. This guy was taken to the 5th entrance, wasn't he? It could have been number 5 or 4, either way, we're going in the right direction. Tsumi Inuzuka moved forward, the dog running beside her. Perhaps Urushi, who dared to go to the chunin exam alone, is not so simple, but compared to full-fledged teams, he is in any case the easiest target. Shibi Aburame followed her. I don't think it is necessary to choose Erase. In the end he is the brother of Kakashi and may be dangerous. In addition, he is a shinobi of Konoha. Isn't it better to choose a shinobi kusi? What are you talking about? Tsumi looked at Shibi. Without sufficient strength, it is impossible to become a chunin. Times of Erase dared to take part in alone, while not having enough skills, don't we have to eliminate it as soon as possible? It's much better than to face the shinobi of Kiri or Kumo. Shibi shook his head. My intuition says that it is better not to choose him. Intuition insects. Tsumi shrugged and said, Kuromaru, tell me what you think on this. Kuromaru, AF. Tsumi smiled and said, Kuromaru chooses a battle. I have much more trust in his instincts than the instincts of your insects. Shibi frowned slightly and didn't say anything else. Although he had a hunch that Urushi might be very problematic, it was nothing more than a hunch. Since Tsumi and Kuromaru had made such a decision, Shibi had nothing to object to. It didn't take long. They went the route of Erase. Kuromaru sniffed the ground and quickly found the direction at which Erase, the dog, issued the barking and ran on the trail. Inuzuka Tsumi exclaimed and followed Kuromaru along with the team. After a while, Kuromaru stopped abruptly and let out an extremely quiet bark, transmitting a message to Tsuma. Inuzuka nodded and made several gestures to the team. They quickly dispersed in different directions, climbed the nearby hills and moved forward. Soon they saw a human figure below. Phew. They almost simultaneously jumped from the hill surrounding Erase in the center. But instead of immediately rushing to the attack, they froze with stunned expressions on their faces, because there was not only Erwich. There were several human figures lying next to Urushi. They could easily be recognized as another genin team. At this moment, Urushi indifferently searched them and took the scroll. It's you, done. Inuzuka looked at Erase. Although it's not clear how strong this team is, but in any case, it's a 3-person team. Erase alone coped with them. Was the insect's intuition correct, and this really is a very problematic guy? Yes, I didn't want this, but these guys were chasing me too hard. Erase removed a scroll of earth in his pocket and looked at Tsumi. Are you also planning to take the scroll away from me? Tsumi didn't answer, her eyes flashed with apprehension. But at this moment, Shibi intervened. Attack. He just went through a battle, don't let him delay the recovery time. Initially, Shibi was against their team targeting Urushi, but at this moment, he sensed an opportunity and acted decisively. Shibi waved his hands, sending a swarm of insects towards Urushi. Tsumi also came to her senses. I almost fell for this guy's trick. With a loud cry, the Kum and Kuromaru began to rotate with great speed like a drill and headed to Erase. Erase remained calm. Fa. In the next moment, his figure blurred and disappeared. The speed was much higher than that of Tsumi. Urushi rushed towards Shibi. Shibi's face changed abruptly. He hurriedly raised his hands and released a swarm of insects, trying to resist the attack, but the opponent's speed was too fast. Yoroshi's figure blurred and appeared behind Shibi, avoiding the swarm of insects. This speed, Shibi's pupils, hidden under the black glasses, shrank sharply. White Fang's blade sliced through the air. Phew! Although the insects tried to block the blade, but the attack still reached Shibi's back. Blood sprayed out. He felt a sharp pain in his back and collapsed to the ground. Shibi. Seeing this scene, Tsumi screamed in fright. Now she understood, as Yoroshi alone has coped with an entire team, the speed goes far beyond the level of genin, incredibly fast. Fa. In the next moment, the figure of Yoroshi again blurred, rushing to Inuzuka. Another simple swing of the blade, Inuzuka also fell to the ground, getting quite seriously injured. The last member of the team tried to escape, but Yoroshi was not going to let anyone go. Soon he was also caught by the blade. This is the price for making the wrong choice. Yoroshi looked around, looking at the 6 figures lying on the ground. All 6 shinobi Konoha, so he did not kill them, but simply deprived of combat capability. In the end, they made a fatal mistake and must pay. On the real battlefield, the enemies will not be merciful to them, so let them try to become chunin next time. I'm a little late, but it shouldn't have much effect. Phew. Yoroshi took the scroll, looked in the direction of the central region of the Cave of Death and whispered softly. Soon his figure disappeared. Chapter 27. Chapter 27. Cave of Death. Central region. A large hill rises here, giving a slightly strange feeling. The upper part of the hill is hollow. Windows are located around the perimeter. There are quite a few rooms inside. In one of them several examiners gathered. Most of them are Tokubetsu jounins. They carefully watched what was happening in the Cave of Death. Since the second stage of the exam lasts 3 days, the examiners substitute for each other. In this observation room there were also shinobi Kiri and Kumo. These were team leaders with the rank of jounins. It's so easy to handle 2 teams. This guy has some skills, or, the leader of Kiri's team was Fuguki Suikezen, one of the 7 mist swordsmen. He looked at one of the screens and said slowly. Shinobi of Konoha were surprised by the performance of Erase. Most of them did not know that Yoroshi took part in the chunin exam on the orders of the Hokage, and just thought that he was Kakashi's older brother and should have at least some skills, but suddenly he dealt with 2 teams in such a short period of time, one of which was attended by representatives of the Inuzuka and Aburame clans. But my students are not weak. Team leader Tsumi and Shibi were also present in the room. He looked at the screen and said sullenly, Yoroshi's strength completely exceeded his expectations. Fuguki Suikezen turned to the speaker and smiled, baring his fangs. If this is the case, then perhaps this exam will not be too boring for Kisame. Hearing Suikezen's words, the numerous shinobi Konoha present in the room looked at him and frowned. This is too arrogant. These words were tantamount to disdain for all genin of Konoha. Wait and see. The Konoha Hunin standing next to him snorted coldly. Everyone continued to watch the screens. Gradually, the faces of the Konoha shinobi began to change, because in less than 3 hours, Kiri's team defeated 2 Konoha teams. Every battle proceeded cleanly and smoothly. Kisame demonstrated strength that goes far beyond genin. It seemed he was able to freely use B-rank ninjutsu. The volume of chakra, apparently, is not lower than that of jounin. What a monster. Damn, what is the amount of chakra? He can't be Jinchuriki. One of the shinobi of Konoha, grimly watching the screens, he thought, and irritably asked. Suikezen grinned and replied, Idiot, how could we just send Jinchuriki to the chunin exam held in Konoha? Of course, Kisame is not a Jinchuriki. He was born with a monstrous amount of chakra. Suikezen's words made the Konoha shinobi look even more gloomy. At the beginning of the second phase, Konoha had the largest number of participating teams, only 8, but for a few hours, they had already lost 2 teams. Even more unpleasant was that eliminating 2 teams of Konoha and having received the necessary scroll, Team Kisame hasn't shown the intention to complete the stage, and instead continue to hunt down the other teams. They can eliminate most of the teams before the start of the 3rd stage. Don't look at me like that, rating system Kirigaki are much more violent. Noticing the disgruntled looks of the shinobi of Konoha, Sunatan calmly said, a weak person has no right to be a shinobi. In Suikezen's eyes, Konoha's assessment system really seemed too soft. They have to kill a classmate when they graduate from the academy, only one of the 2 will live. And the chunin exam is bloody and cruel from beginning to end. But everyone who manages to pass through it becomes an elite. This is the style of the Blood Mist Village. Hunin Kumo, who had not said a word before, looked at Suikezen, folded his arms and said defiantly, such an opponent won't scare our team. We'll see. Suikezen looked at Hunin Kumo and replied indifferently. Time flies. The night passed and the next day came. As soon as Hiruzen woke up, Anbu appeared outside his room and made a report. Lord Hokage, something went wrong. Yes. Hiruzen instantly came out of his sleepy state, abruptly got up, quickly dressed, and left the room. What happened? This is about the second stage of the exam. ANBU followed the Hokage, quickly explaining the situation in the exam, which caused Hiruzen's face to change dramatically. The day and night, Konoha has lost 6 teams. There were only 2 teams. Small shinobi villages were also destroyed. Now the exam is taken by only 4 teams, including Team Kiri and Kimo, Konoha team, which is the Uchiha Hisada, and Team Hiroishi consisting of 1 person. How did this happen? Hiruzen's gaze became heavy as he walked towards the location of the second stage of the exam and addressed the ANBU. In fact, it wasn't hard to guess what exactly happened. ANBU's response confirmed his guess. After obtaining the necessary scroll, Shinobi Kiri and Kimo were not going to stop taking part in the second stage, continuing to hunt other teams. Fa. Hiruzen headed to the Cave of Death and quickly reached the central tower. Soon he appeared in the observation room. Lord Hokage. Numerous shinobi of Konoha abruptly turned around and greeted the arriving Hokage. Hiruzen's gaze swept across the room and stopped at one of them. When did you come here, Orochimaru? All the Konoha shinobi, regardless of whether they were Chunin or Jounin, looked at Orochimaru with awe, and Suikezen and the Kimo shinobi looked at him with wariness, not showing a trace of yesterday's arrogance. A little before you, sensei. Orochimaru smiled and responded, slightly hoarse voice, I heard a rumor that a special genin showed up for the Chunin exam, so I decided to come and take a look. Hiruzen unhurriedly stepped forward and looked at the screens. Don't you dare do anything strange in this period, Orochimaru. Hiruzen of course well understood the character of his student. Orochimaru's interest in one of the participants means that he can try to do something right during the exam. In the current situation, it is absolutely unacceptable to act against the genins Kimo and Kiri. Such a thing would be tantamount to declaring war. Hee. I understand, sensei. Orochimaru chuckled and nodded. Hearing this answer, Suikezen and Hunin Kimo felt pressure. Because it was very difficult to understand what Orochimaru was really thinking, they could only hope that after receiving their Hokage's order, he would refrain from any action. They had no desire to face one of the most dangerous shinobi Konoha. Chapter 28. When the atmosphere in the room became very tense, the eyes of everyone present, including Orochimaru and Hiruzen, were attracted by a certain screen. On the screen, the last full-fledged team of Konoha appeared, which on the way to the central tower collided with the team of Kisame. You should have already received the necessary scroll. Uchiha Hisada, who is the leader of this team, took a step forward, calmly looked at Kisame and said coldly. He already received the necessary scroll and did not want to engage in a battle with Shinobi Kiri. Kisame waved his hand and said, We have no shortage of scrolls, hee. Then step aside. Uchiha calmly replied. Kisame chuckled, a cold light flashing in his eyes. You don't seem to understand, although there are enough scrolls, I'm not going to let you go. In any case, sooner or later we'll face in the third stage, then is not it easier to deal with now? Ah, now that you mention it, our team is already 6 scrolls. Expression Hisagi has changed dramatically. Without hesitation he activated the Sharingan. The red eyes were spinning. One tomo in the hand is compressed kunai to Kisame chained anxious look. Make this. Kisame gave a predatory grin and charged into the battle. A battle ensued between the 2 teams, and at first Uchiha was able to fight back Kisame, relying on the power of the Sharingan, but over time, his chakra was drained more and more, and Kisame continued to fight as if nothing had happened. It seems you are already very exhausted. Sharingan consumes a lot of chakra. Kisame grinned and folded the seals, releasing the B-rank ninjutsu. Uchiha's face became grim. He could not have expected that the battle would be so difficult. Suddenly Kisame still has enough chakra to release the B-rank ninjutsu. He could only dodge, but in this area it is quite difficult to evade a large-scale switten. In the end, Uchiha was hit by this attack. An abnormal amount of chakra, apparently it is associated with a particular body type. In Orochimaru's eyes flashed a strange light. All present shinobi Konoha, including Hiruzen, looked depressed. The last full-fledged team Konoha was defeated. Now they only have one incomplete team left, consisting of just one person. Is this the famous Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Kisame sauntered over to the sprawling Uchiha and squatted down. Sharingan has a fairly high value. However, when Kisame was about to capture Hisada's Sharingan, Anbu Konoha appeared next to him. Despite the fact that all participants in the exam signed a document agreeing to any consequences, but Konoha could not calmly watch the theft of the Sharingan. Tisk. At the moment of Anbu's appearance, Kisame realized that he had no chance to get the Sharingan. He shook his head, removed the hand that was held out to the Uchiha's eyes, and stood up. Let's go, the hunt is almost over. The other 2 genins nodded and followed Kisame. Anbu tore his gaze away from the Uchiha's body and looked after the departing Kisame, his gaze heavy. Even the Uchiha clan genin who can use Sharingan was defeated. This time Kirigakura was actually sent a terrifying genin. This Chunin exam might turn into a joke. In the observation room. Watching the scene through the monitor, Hiruzen frowned slightly and said after a few seconds of silence, Where is Urushi? The examiner hesitated, not knowing what to say, but after a few seconds, he still answered. He received the necessary scroll at the very beginning, but never came here. Hiruzen was slightly surprised, looked at the screens and said, no. The examiner nodded. Chief Examiner Shinkuyuhi walked up to Hiruzen, looked at the screens, and said, perhaps he wants to test the strength of other shinobi and so decided not to complete the stage at the very beginning. Given this position, Urushi can come at any time. Urushi could indeed do it, but now all Konoha's teams are destroyed and the third stage will depend only on him. Thinking about this, Hiruzen could not help but shake his head. He had previously expected that Kumo and Kiri would send elite genins to Konoha, but the situation was even worse than expected. Fortunately, he decided to send Urushi to the exam. Given the strength of Erase, it should normally show themselves in the third stage. The loss of face won't be too great. At the moment, Urushi was sitting at the bottom of the hill, not far from the observation tower. He was completely motionless and covered with rocks. If you do not look closely at this place, it is almost impossible to notice the person sitting. After a while, he opened his eyes and looked in a certain direction. A light flashed in his eyes. Well, finally, someone has come. He has been waiting here for quite some time. Near the central tower. After eliminating the last team of Konoha, Kiri's team was going to complete the second stage. They moved in the form of a triangle, in front of which Kisame was located. One of the genins running behind looked to the side and grinned. I didn't expect that the Uchiha that Teacher Suikezen asked to be afraid of would only be able to do this. Konoha shinobi are too overrated. Jinin Suk replied, there were a total of 12 teams, we destroyed 6, in addition, the Uchiha team had a scroll, so they eliminated 1, if Shinobi Kumo also eliminated several teams, then no Konoha team can reach the third stage. This can be considered a successful completion of the Suikezen task. However, when Suk was satisfied with the number of eliminated teams, a calm voice came from the side. This voice made Suk shudder, a cold sweat broke out on her back, and a sense of terror swept through her mind. He tried to do something, but it was too late. Phew. In an instant. Blood spatter. A perfectly straight line of blood ran along the waist of the bitch, as if he ran into the thinnest sharp thread. The genin's body shuddered and split into 2 parts. There was horror and disbelief in his eyes. Fa. Fa. Noticing movement, Kisame and the other genin abruptly stopped. Looking back, they saw Suk's body lying on the ground, and a silver-haired youth standing relaxed beside him, a short blade in his hand. Hataki, Irush. Chapter 29, Chapter 29. Seeing this scene, the second genin showed an incredulous look and shouted in a trembling voice. Suk was their team censor. They were so successful in hunting other teams because of his perception. There was no doubt that Suk should have reacted to the ambush much faster than them. But what they see? Suk was killed in an instant. Not even having time to use the simplest basic techniques like flickering or swapping. Ahem, ahem. Suk, cut into 2 parts, was not dead yet. He spat out a mouthful of blood and looked incredulously at Urushi, who was standing over him. He relaxed a bit before the end of the stage and talked quietly. With the team not being fully focused on perception, he could not advance to feel the approach of Erase, but much more importantly, the enemy was too fast. Erase was moving too fast, to such an extent that he was not able to provide at least some resistance. This rate goes far beyond the genin level, maybe even at the level of Jounin. Face hidden by such attacks of the enemy, not being in a state of full combat readiness, instant death is a natural result. This is you. Hoshikage Kisame calmly looked at Urushi, not showing anger or any other emotions, about the death of a member of his team, as if it was a complete stranger to him. He opened his mouth, revealing a row of sharp teeth. It seems not all Janini Konoha garbage. Urushi looked at the body of Suk, cut into 2 parts, and noticed a pile of scrolls that fell out. I see. Since so many scrolls were collected, the goal of the Kiri team was clearly not to pass the Chunin exam. They came here solely for the sake of hunting and demonstration. This is really the blood mist from the rumors. Erase lifted the blade of the white fang and gently held it with her hand, as if wiping a blade. Poof. But the next moment, his figure disappeared in a puff of smoke. Kisame's expression changed abruptly, and he jumped back without hesitation, folding the seals at the same time. Sutton. A huge wave of water gushed out like a small flood. But the water flow did not affect Erase, because it was Kisame and the other member of the team. Sutton. Spiral water blade. Genin Kiri also folded the seals immediately after Urushi disappeared. He opened his mouth and rotated around his axis, releasing several thin streams of concentrated water. The surrounding rocks were instantly split by them. At the moment when Genin released this jutsu, Urushi appeared to his left, but instead of retreating, he jumped up and turned in the air with great speed, slipping through a dense group of rotating water channels. Badly. Genin Kiri's expression changed abruptly. Terror flashed in his eyes. He couldn't believe that Urushi dared to rush into the area of the spiral water blade's attack and even managed to slip between the concentrated streams of water. Without the highest speed and sharpest dynamic vision, this step is more like a dance on the blade of a knife. Any wrong move will cost you your life. Fa. Genin took out a kunai and swung it sharply, in an attempt to block Yoroshi's attack. Clang. The white-fanged blade cut through the air with great speed, flashing white light about 8 times in the blink of an eye, then Yoroshi's figure blurred and stopped a few meters behind Shinobi Kiri. Genin Kiri froze in place and turned his head with difficulty, looking at Yoroshi in shock and disbelief. A large number of thin blood lines were visible on his body, and in the next moment, it broke into pieces, accompanied by abundant streams of blood. Everything was decided when Yoroshi was able to evade the spiral water blade and close the distance. The result of the collision is obvious. If Genin Kiri had been a member of the Uchiha clan who had discovered Sharingan and had high physical speed, he might have been able to resist the kenjutsu of Yoroshi, but Genin Kiri clearly did not have such qualifications. In no time, it killed 2 genin of Kiri. There is a price to pay for such arrogant behavior in a foreign village. Kill or be killed, that's the ideology of your blood mist, isn't it? I think there's nothing wrong with following it. Erase stood on the water and calmly said, looking at Hoshikage Kisame. The expression on Kisame's face, standing nearby, was far from as relaxed and indifferent as before. He coldly looked at Yoroshi and said, "It looks like you are the strongest genin of Konoha. Our information was wrong, but it doesn't change anything." Sutin. Water shark projectile. Phew. The water around Yoroshi raged, several water sharks formed, aiming to tear him to pieces. Phew. Erase dramatically jumped to the side and turned to Kisame. Kisame's expression didn't change. He raised his hand and waved it in the direction of Yoroshi. The water surged and formed a large shark. Yoroshi plunged his blade into the water shark, lunged forward, and sliced through its side, leaving an afterimage as the momentum of the blade slammed into Kisame, who was standing behind. Phew. However, the surge of blood was not followed. Instead, the figure of Kisame turned into a stream of water enveloped Erase. Water prison. Figure Kisame rose from the water. At the same time, clutching one hand to the sphere of water, he grinned and looked down at the fettered Erase. Your speed can really cause problems, but now it's useless. Yoroshi, who was imprisoned in the water prison, did not show a trace of panic. Instead, he calmly addressed Kisame. Water prison, Kirigaku's signature ninjutsu. How could I get caught so easily, knowing that it's probably in your arsenal? These words made Kisame's face change dramatically. The next moment, Kisame sharply jumped out of the way, but a sharp white flash still grazed his body. Blood splattered to the sides. His hand flew to the side and fell into the water. In the surveillance room. Brilliant. A hint of admiration flashed in Orochimaru's eyes as he watched the scene through the screen. Hiruzen, who was standing nearby, said in surprise, "Initially, I thought that Yoroshi just relies on his speed, but this combination of replacement and clone was just phenomenal. Even you at his age were not capable of such a thing." Even Orochimaru and Hiruzen were delighted with the strength and talent shown by Yoroshi in this brief encounter. What to say about the Chunin and Jounin present? Shinkuyuhi froze in shock, unable to utter a word. You need to know that watching the progress of the second stage all this time, those present have already roughly estimated the strength of the Kiri team. 2 of them have strength at the level of an elite Chunin, and Kisame, who has an outstanding volume of chakra, can even be considered a stretch to the level of Tokubetsu Hunin. But when they collided with Yoroshi, 2 of them were killed, and the third was severely injured, and it all happened in the blink of an eye. Whether it was the strength shown by Yoroshi, or the judgment and decisions made during this fast-paced battle, he was not like a 9-year-old genin, but rather an experienced elite shinobi who had gone through many battles. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. Kisame stood 10 meters away from Erase. His right arm was severed at the shoulder, and his left hand covered the wound that had appeared. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and he endured the pain, but he completely lost his previous calm and composure. Too young. Erase looked at Kisame and sighed. Although the current Kisame stands out in terms of volume of chakra, but he still does not own same hata, and this aspect is not too exaggerated. In addition, very much lacks combat experience, compared to the adult Kisame from the original, who killed Suikezen and joined Akatsuki. These moves Kisame, especially the use of water clone to attract the enemy and the subsequent use of water prison, many shinobi could get caught on similar. But Erase figured out these moves. The party's awareness is not equal. If the 2 sides had an equal understanding of each other's abilities, Kisame might have been able to resist him, but in the current situation, the result was a one-sided beating. Ha! And just when Yoroshi was about to make a move to kill Kisame, he abruptly turned his head, looking in a certain direction. From this direction, 3 figures were rapidly approaching them. More guests. Erase looked at Kisame, but he had already cupped one hand seal and disappeared in a flash of smoke. 3 genin Kumo were running in this direction. Genin of Kumo was not engaged in a deliberate hunt for the other teams, as a team Kisame, but they defeated the 2 teams. If they were the teams of other villages, then after receiving the necessary scroll, they would first of all prefer to get to the central tower, but the Kumo shinobi are hot-tempered and aggressive by nature, detecting movement nearby, they rushed here without hesitation. In any case, if they are going to have a battle with the past participants in the third stage, wouldn't it be better to neutralize the competitors during the second stage? This should be Kiri's team. I didn't expect to run into Kiri, but it's even easier this way. Kamui grinned and clenched his right fist, lightning arcs flickering vaguely on it. They were least afraid of Shinobi Kiri, on the one hand, right and restrained Sutton, on the other hand. Their rough and straightforward style suppresses Kiri's fighting style, which is more aimed at secret murder. But at the moment of approaching the battlefield, one of the genin suddenly changed his face, as if noticing something, and shouted furiously. Kamui was instantly covered in arcs of lightning and jerked sharply to the right, avoiding the sharp blow of the blade that burst out of the ground. Phew! Erase jumped from the ground and looked at Kamo. Kumo really deserves his fame, great speed and reaction. Fa. Fa. Two other genin Kumo instantly surrounded Urushi. Kamui coldly looked at him and chuckled. I was already set up to meet Kiri, but suddenly Konoha was here. Kamui quickly folded the seals and pressed his hand to the ground. An arc of lightning rolled across the ground in the direction of Urushi. Phew! Erase abruptly jumped back. The other two genin attacked Urushi from both sides, but he showed high speed, sharply breaking the distance and avoiding attacks. I didn't expect such speed from the Konoha shinobi, but that's not enough to escape. Kamo cold looked at Erase and rushed forward. And the other two again attacked Erase two sides, going quickly to deal with them jointly. In the surveillance room, Shinku Yuhi looked at the screen and frowned, too rash. For Urushi, it was quite enough to kill two genin Kiri and deprive Kisame of combat capability. There is no need to make a move against Kumo. Now the speed of Erase was markedly lower than during a battle with a team of Kiri. Apparently he is not in peak condition. One of genin Ukuma has the speed not lower than that of Erase, and the other two barely able to keep up with him. In such a situation, not to mention killing the enemy, even escape will not be so easy. Other shinobi Konoha, too, a bit tensely watched the screens. Although Kisame wasn't killed of Erase, but he lost an arm and lost scrolls, which is tantamount to exclusion from the exam. Now, if Urushi himself is also excluded from the exam, then there will be no need for the third stage, because only the Kumo team will pass. You shouldn't have taken such a risk. If Urushi had decided to finish the second stage calmly, then in the third stage he would have faced Kumo one-on-one instead of the whole team at once. Hiruzen, who was standing nearby, also frowned slightly. Previously, he admired Urushi's judgment and decisions, which were not typical for a 9-year-old boy, but now his opinion has changed. After killing two genin Kiri and seriously injuring Kisame, Urushi has become overconfident and made a rash decision, ignoring the most reliable and reasonable way. In the end, the guy is only 9 years old. Having achieved some success, he lost his mind. Hiruzen shook his head. He should be able to reach the finish line. Yamanaka looked at the screen thoughtfully and estimated the distance. As long as he can get to the finish line, everything will be fine. The third stage will be held in the format of one-on-one battles. No matter who Urushi will face, his chances of winning will be quite high. Hiruzen nodded. Urushi still has a chance to correct his mistake. In addition, he has already defeated Kiri's team and demonstrated tremendous strength. The mission can be considered completed. But at this point, the opposite view was expressed. No. It's not like he's just trying to get to the finish line, sensei. Orochimaru folded his arms, a light flashed in his eyes. I think you underestimate this child. Although they watched what was happening through the monitor screens, Orochimaru still felt that Urushi could not recklessly rush into battle with Kumo because of the self-confidence that appeared after defeating Kiri's team. After all, even now, being in a rather difficult situation, he did not show a trace of panic. In his opinion, Erase soon watched the enemy. Chapter 31. Chapter 31. The reaction is also good. After Urushi parried and dodged several of his attacks, Kamui chuckled and arcs of lightning rolled across the blade clutched in his hand. Then try this. Cloud style. Kamui moved forward and struck, the blade drawing a thunderous arc in the air, moving much faster than before. This is a sharp and fast kick directed to the head of Urwashi. He did not have time to raise the blade of the white fang to lock and is about to be split in half. But in the eyes of Erase light flashed on. Clang. Urushi's already fast hand moved at an even faster speed, leaving an afterimage in the air. White Fang's blade blocked Kamui's strike, and the sound of metal colliding thundered out. Kamui's eyes flashed with shock. The speed of lightning decapitation is almost a third higher compared to a normal strike. Even if Urushi was able to react to the speed, he shouldn't have had time to block the strike. Fa. Fa. After blocking Kamui's strike, Urushi's figure left an afterimage and exited the Kumo trio's encirclement by applying Shunshin twice in a row. Coming out of the environment, Erase looked at the team of Kumo and whispered, it's not a secret technique used by the fourth Raikage, but rather of its weakened version. If I had Byakugan or Sharingan, it would not be too difficult to unravel its secrets. Erase always longed to get the secret technique Raikage Kyumo, so seeing that Kamo uses something like that, he decided to watch, but unfortunately without the ability of the Sharingan Eye or Byakugan directly to see the method of application of chakra, of course it is extremely difficult to understand the mystery of technology. Observing all this time, Erase able to understand only some superficial points. Forget it. There's no point in continuing this. Uruishi shook his head, sighed, and looked at the Kyumo team with twinkling eyes. The chakra began to flow rapidly along his meridians in the direction of the brain. 8 gates. The first gate, the gate of the beginning, open. Buzzing. The chakra broke through the first gate located in the area of the brain, although there were no external changes, but Uruishi clearly felt that his body became much lighter and more mobile. Every muscle of the body was used 100%. The first gate opened in an instant. The speed of Uruishi in the triple acceleration state surprised the Kyumo team, but they didn't hesitate for long, and the next moment they charged again, all three intending to use their strongest means. Phew. A figure of Erase left a residual image. After opening the first gate and using the time acceleration at full power, Kamui and the others could barely see the afterimage of Uruishi's figure. The next moment, he had already appeared behind one of them. What the? Genin Kyumo started abruptly, shock flashing in his eyes. He wanted to turn his head to look at Uruishi, who appeared behind him, but he felt a great pain, a thin line of blood stretching from his left shoulder to his right side. Fuh. With splashes of blood, Genin fell to the ground. Kamui, watching the scene from the side, showed an incredulous look. Impossible, this speed. Too fast. This speed of Uruishi is comparable to the second stage of the Raiden secret technique that he practices, but anyone who is able to reach this stage has power at the level of Jounin. Fuh. Under Kamui's shocked gaze, Uruishi's figure once again left an afterimage. The second Genin in horror threw a large number of kunai, but his hasty movement could not form a perfect line of defense. Uruishi easily evaded the kunai, almost without slowing down the movement, and closed the distance. Phew. Blood splattered, the second Genin Kyumo fell to the ground. Seeing his second companion being crushed in an instant, unable to resist the opponent's speed, Kamui revealed a shocked and terrified expression. Impossible. This speed and means go far beyond the Genin level. Cloud style. The beheading of lightning. Seeing that Uruishi's gaze was focused on him, Kamui gritted his teeth and exclaimed fiercely. The long blade was once again enveloped by lightning. At the same time, Uruishi, who was standing opposite, folded the seal with one hand and his short blade was also enveloped by lightning. Raiden, the figures rushed forward and flashed past each other. Kamui's figure froze in place, the arcs of lightning surrounding the blade disappeared, the blade itself split in the center, the upper part flew off to the side and fell to the ground with a soft clang. Kamui turned his head with difficulty, looked at Uruishi standing behind him, and said in disbelief, "This is my..." "No, I developed this Raiden jutsu myself, it's just a bit like yours." Uruishi slowly lowered the white fang blade, turned to Kamui and said calmly. Kamui opened his mouth to say something, but spat out a mouthful of blood, shuddered, and collapsed to the ground. At that moment, the Kyumo Genin team was completely destroyed. The observation room in the central tower of the Cave of Death. Silence. Jonin Kyumo, who had been grinning with a hint of pride earlier, froze speechless at this moment, disbelief in his eyes. How is this possible? On the other hand, but Yushi, and other Konoha shinobi present, are shocked staring at the screen, unable to utter a single word. Although it was extremely difficult to accurately assess the situation through the screen, they could still guess that Uruishi had used some means to increase his speed. He was even faster than during the battle with Kiri's team. Relying on the sharply increased speed, he instantly reversed the predicament, rapidly crushing two opponents and killing the third with a combination of Raiden Jutsu and Kenjutsu Hataki. Indeed. Orochimaru showed a deep look and slowly said, "But this speed is abnormal. I don't recall White Fang having such a tool. Did he use some forbidden technique?" Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement in his heart, and said, "It's not clear, but this child mentioned that his motor nerves are different from normal ones. To what extent are they to be different?" Using the image on the screen, impossible to accurately judge the speed of Erase, but at a rough estimate, at this point he was faster than normal Jounin. Not surprisingly, Erase able to deal with elite scout Kiri, it is not surprising that Kakashi has tremendous talent, could never beat his older brother. Different from normal. Orochimaru smiled, repeating the words of Hiruzen, paused for a second and said, "A unique innate trait is also related to talent. It seems that this child's potential can go beyond White Fang." Hiruzen nodded. Uruishi not only inherited Tsukumo's innate talent, but also has an innate gift in the aspect of speed. If he continues to develop and progress, he really has a chance to surpass White Fang Konoha. Chapter 32. Chapter 32. After a short silence, Hiruzen unhurriedly took out his pipe, took a slow drag on it, looking at Suikezen and Hunin Kyumo, and then said, exhaling smoke, "This is the end of the Chunin exam." Shinku Yui, who was standing next to him, suppressed the shock in his heart and turned to Suikezen. "Yes, there is only one participant left, the third stage is not possible." It seems Kirigakure intended to demonstrate the horror of the blood mist by eliminating all teams during the second stage and causing the Chunin exam to be completed early. This goal was eventually achieved, but their team was completely defeated. No one could have predicted such an outcome. When Yuha looked at the screen and smiled softly at him, watching as Erase took the scrolls and went to the central tower. "Anyway. Fine work, son of White Fang." Outside the central tower, Erase walked to the entrance. Here it was met by the chief examiner of the second stage Tavern Yushi. "Congratulations on passing the second stage of the Chunin exam. This should be the last stage, shouldn't it? It looks like the teams of Kiri and Kyumo were hunting other teams. I have all the scrolls here." Shinku already knew about this and was not surprised, but watching Yoruishi take out all the scrolls, he still involuntarily sighed. Only one person passed the second stage of the Chunin exam. This is the first such case since the creation of this exam system. No one expected that Yoruishi, previously always hidden in the shadow of his younger brother, has such an amazing talent. Whether it's strength, mentality, or judgment, he surpasses Kakashi in everything. "You're right, the third stage has already been cancelled. Follow me, Lord Hokage is waiting for you." Of course Hiruzen is already here. Yoruishi was not surprised, he nodded and followed Shinku. Soon they entered the central hall of the tower on the second floor, where the Hokage stood. Yoruishi's eyes flashed for a moment, showing surprise as Orochimaru stood next to Hiruzen. Orochimaru was the main examiner of the third stage? Probably not. In the head of Erase flashed the thought, the grade of chief examiners already was higher than the standard, someone like Orochimaru could be one of them. Yoruishi dismissed this thought, stepped forward and greeted the Hokage, "Lord Hokage." After walking through the hall and greeting Hiruzen, Yoruishi felt two very bad looks on him. These cold and hostile looks belonged to Suikezen of Kiri and the unknown Jounin of Kyumo. Yoruishi's gaze met Suikezen's for a moment, then returned to Hiruzen, who was not at all afraid of the two Jounins of the enemy villages. Now it will be difficult for him to deal with Jounin, especially with Suikezen, one of the 7 mist swordsmen, whose strength should be close to the level of Kage. But this is Konoha. There are several Konoha Jounins present, not to mention Hiruzen and Orochimaru. Suikezen and Jounin Kyumo just looked at him coldly and hostilely, not even daring to release a murderous intent. As for the future, if they were to encounter each other on the battlefield, given Yoruishi's growth rate, he wouldn't necessarily be any weaker than the two of them. Perhaps by then he would have surpassed Jounin's level by reaching the Kage level. Congratulations on successfully passing the Chunin exam. You have shown yourself well, and from today on you are a Chunin of Konoha, never forget that. Yes. Yoruishi bowed. Orochimaru, who was standing nearby, lifted the corner of his mouth, showing a hint of a smile, and said, "In the past, your father was kind to me and even gave me some help, you know me." Hataki of Eroish. Seeing that Orochimaru seems interested in him, of Erase thought of something and turned to him. "You must be one of the 3 legendary Sannin, Lord Orochimaru." Orochimaru grinned and opened his arms to the sides. "Given this amazing talent, it will be difficult for an ordinary Jounin to become a good mentor for you. How about becoming my disciple?" Erase flashed in his mind, instantly flashed a lot of thoughts. The situation becomes troublesome. How can he reject this offer? Hiruzen was surprised by these words of Orochimaru. He barely noticeably frowned, and after a short thought, suddenly made a decision. "In that case, from now on, you're following Orochimaru, Yoruishi." Yoruishi. What the hell? I didn't even have time to say anything. Now he was trying to deal with Danzo, but he got caught in a snake's nest halfway. The corners of the mouth of Erase twitched. Becoming a disciple of Orochimaru is undoubtedly a huge danger. Just look at his students from the original, they almost all received a gift in the form of a cursed seal. But still, becoming a disciple of Orochimaru has its advantages. On the one hand, it will eliminate the threat from Danzo. On the other hand, Orochimaru has great knowledge in the field of ninjutsu. It's like riding a ferocious tiger, no, more like riding a slippery snake. Thinking about it, Yoruishi couldn't help but sigh. Since Hiruzen had already made such a decision, he couldn't refuse and even guessed why it had happened. Now Hiruzen has not yet fully decided on a candidate for the post of the 4th Hokage, although the character of Orochimaru is a little doubtful, but Minato is still too young. He is much inferior to Sannin in terms of experience and merit. Although Hiruzen is leaning more towards Minato's candidacy, he still hasn't made a final decision at the moment. If he rejects this proposal to Orochimaru, while making Kakashi a student of Minato, not to mention some criticism from the village, first of all, Orochimaru himself will be very dissatisfied with this. Now the situation in the world of shinobi is very tense. It is necessary to maintain maximum stability within the village. Hearing Hiruzen's words, Orochimaru smiled faintly. At this time, Sannin still hoped to take the post of the 4th Hokage. On the one hand, he made this offer because of the amazing talent of Urushi, and on the other hand, he checked Hiruzen's attitude. You can't handle everything on your own. To maintain the stability of the village, the Hokage must have a worthy successor as an assistant. The decision to transfer the genius Kakashi under the leadership of Minato contains a deep subtext. This suggests that Minato is among the main candidates for the post of the fourth Hokage. After learning about this, Orochimaru decided to test Hiruzen's attitude. If Orochimaru's attempt to take Urushi as an apprentice was stopped by Hiruzen, it would indicate that he is not among the candidates for the post of fourth Hokage, but the decision suggests that the final choice has not yet been made. But I do not know who you will choose in the end, Teacher Hiruzen. Chapter 33, Chapter 33. Greetings to Teacher Orochimaru. Erase bowed to Orochimaru. Since there is no other choice, he can only carefully step along a certain path, thinking about how best to deal with it. Kukuku. Orochimaru looked at his new student, a bit viciously laughed and said, "It's all over here, follow me." Orochimaru's figure flickered and disappeared from the hall. Erase Hiruzen bowed and left the room, following after Orochimaru. Fa. Fa. The two figures quickly left the central tower of the Cave of Death. Following her new teacher, Erase thinking on the subject of how best to cope with this situation, soon Orochimaru stopped somewhere in the Cave of Death. This. Urushi looked around. This was the place where he had fought with Kisame. The water had almost completely disappeared, but the ground was still wet. Orochimaru carefully looked at the ground and soon found a hand lying in the mud. It was Kisame's hand that Urushi had cut off earlier. Buee. Orochimaru's corners curved into a barely noticeable smile. He suddenly opened his mouth and spat out the scroll, took it in his hands and opened it. At the same time his tongue abruptly lengthened, wrapping around Kisame's hand and placing it on the open scroll. Poof. White smoke erupted, and the hand disappeared, being sealed in a scroll. Then Orochimaru turned and looked at Erase, holding a scroll in hand. I first encountered such a physique. This is the most valuable material for research. If you later meet some unique shinobi, don't forget to bring me a sample, apprentice. Urushi nodded, the corner of his mouth twitching. Understood. Let's go. Orochimaru's tongue wrapped around the scroll and pulled it into his mouth. Why is he doing this? It's simple, disgusting. Erase helplessly sighed in the heart, but continued to follow Orochimaru. They soon left the Cave of Death. Coming closer to Konoha, Orochimaru stopped in the middle of the forest and folded the seal with one hand. A secret passage leading underground opened in front of them. It looks like this is Orochimaru's secret base. Erase reasoned in his heart and went down into the passage after the teacher. As expected, the interior of the bases turned out to be dark and gloomy. Passing through the tunnel and entering the room, Urushi witnessed wild and frightening scenes. There were strange bugs placed in a liquid, as well as hearts, livers, and other organs. Fortunately, in his previous life, Urushi had a medical specialty and was psychologically resistant to such scenes. There was no sense of awkwardness. On the contrary, he tacitly appreciated some instances. Easily adapted even to such an environment, this is really the son of White Fang. Orochimaru evaluated the state of Erase and grinned. You are quite suitable to be my student. This is your laboratory, teacher. Urushi looked around the spacious room and turned to Orochimaru. He nodded and went to one of the empty glass containers, spat out the scroll, took out Kisame's hand and put it in the container. As he did so, Sannin swallowed the scroll again and looked at Urushi, a bright light flashing in the depths of his eyes. You are supposed to inherit a sufficient number of jutsu from the White Fang, so there is no need to learn my basic techniques. As far as I can tell, you need to understand what exactly need at this moment, isn't it? Erase thought, and picked up one of his most pressing issues. I have low amount of chakra. I wonder whether the teacher Orochimaru to suggest some method of solving this problem. The amount of chakra. Orochimaru smiled. Given your age, your chakra level will naturally reach the Jounin level in a few years, but I understand you want more. Not that there's no way. Erase with genuine expectation looked at Orochimaru. Sannin looked away from Urushi and went to one of the specimens present in the laboratory. The chakra is produced by tens of billions of cells in the body, as well as by the human spirit. Spirit development methods are extremely rare and I don't have anything suitable, but there is one method to increase the energy produced by cells. Having said this, Orochimaru spat out a scroll, wrapped his tongue and handed Erase. Urushi slowly raised his hand, mentally cursing Orochimaru. Wasn't it possible to use the hand? But the desire to get this technique suppressed the feeling of disgust. Urushi grabbed the drooling scroll and immediately opened it. The first thing that caught his eye was the name. This method allows you to increase the life force contained in the body's cells. This will not only increase the volume of the chakra, but also increase the body's ability to self-repair. Orochimaru folded his hands behind his back. I use this method in combination with several other techniques, but you have Kenjutsu Hataki and Raiden Jutsu, so there is no need to learn my special techniques, and looking at you, it seems you are not too eager for it, Kukuko. After hearing the words of Orochimaru and reading a part of the scroll, Urushi roughly understood the essence. This is a basic method, the effect of which is to increase the life force contained in the cells. If he is not mistaken, This method should be the basis of the shedding technique and many other techniques of Orochimaru. Something like this can only be done if the physical body has a huge life force. Thank you, Master. Erase closed the scroll and bowed to Orochimaru. This technique suits him even better than Orochimaru assumes. Ordinary methods of training the physical body under stress can only reduce the negative effect of the 8 gates, without being able to completely neutralize it, but the method of activating cells should be able to do this to some extent. Because the essence of this method is not to increase the strength of the cells, but to increase their vitality and recovery rate. Go practice. But if you want to watch my research, then stay. Orochimaru began preparing to study the newly obtained Kisame hand, ceasing to pay attention to the student. Urushi had some interest in Orochimaru's research, but the desire to start practicing the cell activation method was much stronger. He said goodbye to the teacher and quickly left the lab. Chapter 34. After leaving the base, Orochimaru erased sigh of relief. Although it seems that Sannin does not yet perceive it as an experimental sample, but in any case, it is dangerous to be near such a figure without having sufficient strength. But so far, the whole situation has not taken a bad turn. On the contrary, he even got a method of activating cells. Phew. Erase appeared in a clearing beside the brook, carefully washed the drool off the scroll and began examining its contents. After careful analysis, Urushi did not find any problems. It seems Orochimaru did not try to hide anything. The scroll even carefully describes all the pros and cons of this technique. One of the fragments. The human body is balanced. In the natural state, physical and spiritual energy form a balance. The effect of a slight imbalance is minimal, but too large a gap can lead to serious consequences. The method of activating cells forcibly increases the vitality of the cells, but does not affect the spirit in any way. Therefore, excessive practice of this method can lead to the fact that the spirit can no longer control the body, which in turn will lead to uncontrolled growth of the flesh and turn into a mad monster. Therefore, in the course of practice, it is necessary to maintain the utmost caution, not allowing excessive strengthening of cells. There were several other similar entries on the subject in the scroll. These records did not contradict Urushi's understanding. For example, the balance between spirit and body. He first heard about the excessive predominance of the physical aspect, but he is familiar with the imbalance towards the spiritual aspect. The simplest example, transplanting a Rinnegan to an ordinary person will cause an imbalance of spiritual energy. The flesh is simply not able to carry a Rinnegan that has huge spiritual energy, and will collapse in no time. Even Nagato, who has the Uzumaki bloodline that stands out in the physical aspect, still couldn't fully master the power of Rinnegan. Only an even more powerful body of a sage can truly carry the power of Rinnegan, forming a balance of physical and spiritual aspects. The same applies to the method of activating Orochimaru cells. An excessive rise in the vital energy of the cells will lead to an imbalance in the physical aspect, the consequences of which will be the loss of control over the body and its uncontrolled growth or destruction. Method of activation of the cells. Can't it be considered as a method of practicing the pseudo-body of the sage? No, this method is too far from it. At best it is a third of the body of the sage. Erase was absorbed in thought. The body of the sage Hashirama not only has a huge life force, it also provides a balanced development of the spiritual aspect, so that the method of activating cells corresponds to only half of the body of the sage, but even this half is much less effective and does not provide the owner with proximity to natural energy. If on the basis of the method of activating cells to start practicing senjutsu and combine them into a single whole, it can already be considered a pseudo-body of the sage. Kabuto must have been in this state during the Fourth World War shinobi. And the next step is to obtain the true body of the sage. Thus, on the basis of their knowledge, I can share the development of the physical and spiritual aspects of 3 stages. Stages of development of the physical aspect look like the method of activation of cells, the pseudo-body of the sage and the true body of the sage. Stages of development of the spiritual aspect of the Sharingan, Manjikyu Sharingan and Eternal Sharingan Manjikyu. Erase felt that his judgment should be correct. The combination of the Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and the true body of the sage leads to Rinnegan, after which you can become a Jinchuriki Jubi or absorb a huge amount of natural energy to get the body of the Sage of the Six Paths or enter the mode of the Sage of the Six Paths. More simply, having received the cell activation method as his foundation, he saw a way forward. After walking through the forest, Urushi returned home, had lunch, and went to his bedroom, where he calmly sat on his knees and unfolded the scroll in front of him. So, it's time to get started. Root's underground base. Danzo stood with a cane in his hand and listened to the report of his subordinate, although his face remained calm, but his hand was clearly tense, to the point that the hard wooden cane had dents. Orochimaru. Orochimaru suddenly took Erase to the disciples. He could not expect such a development. In his opinion, Hiruzen planned to send Erase in the ANBU, or even straight to the root. In any case, Danzo believed that he just needed to make some minor movements to get a beautiful instrument. But this step Orochimaru completely disrupted his plans. In addition, this move by Hiruzen means that he has not yet completely abandoned Orochimaru's candidacy as the 4th Hokage. In short, no matter how you look at it, this situation annoys Danzo. How did the negotiations go? Lord Hokage signed a contract with Kiri, there were no conversations with Kyumo, their jounin will soon leave. The village. Danzo's fingers tightened on the cane again. The current Konoha is able to wage war with 2 great villages at the same time, perhaps even 3, just a decisive step is required, but Hiruzen still does not dare to start a war. Now is the right time to unite the world of shinobi. But the contract with Kiri has its positive aspects. Danzo narrowed his eyes, now Kiri certainly wouldn't rashly break the contract and go to war with Konoha if he didn't see a big benefit in it. If he finds a way to provoke a war between Kyumo and IWA, then Konoha will have the perfect moment. Danzo looked up and sighed, Hiruzen, since you do not dare to start a war, I will do it for you. Compared to the war and the unification of the shinobi world, not to mention Orochi, even the question of Orochimaru is insignificant, all this can be dealt with after the war. Now the most important thing is to manipulate the course of the war. At home. In the bedroom. Erase was busy with the practice for 4 hours, as 3-time acceleration time has passed 12 hours. The introduction to the cell activation method took only 4 hours, the remaining 8 hours were spent on the most basic training. This is the activation of cells. Erase opened his eyes. He felt the most subtle changes in his body, perhaps the average person will not notice this, but it did not escape the keen perception of shinobi, all the cells of the body seemed a little more active. On the most intuitive level, you can say that the body seems to have become lighter than before. Under normal circumstances, such a long training session, even if it was just focused on forming and applying the chakra, without any physical exercises, quickly drained his flesh due to the need to tirelessly produce physical energy, but at the moment, he was less tired than usual. The effect is obvious, but I seem to be getting hungry faster than usual, I need more food. It seems that he will become the owner of a bottomless stomach until the completion of the practice of the cell activation method, now even 9 meals a day will not necessarily be able to meet his needs. If you think about it. Does Orochimaru, starting to practice this technique, at once swallow a huge mountain of food, and then practice tirelessly for several days? Orochi believes that this is quite possible. Chapter 35. I do not remember that the second stage examination was held only one person. Kakashi sat at the table in the kitchen and looked at the newcomer of Erase, but you won't be able to hide your power anymore. That's not quite true. Orochi yawned, took the food out of the refrigerator, warmed it up, and sat down at the table, only my current strength is exposed, but in the near future I probably won't have to do anything, I'll devote all my free time to training. Kakashi looked at Orochi and chuckled, no missions in the near future. Heh. You think too much, and the Chunin are required to complete missions from time to time. Kakashi leaned back in his chair, folded his hands on the back of his head, and said, by the way, tomorrow I'm going to complete a mission, do you want to come with me? Free line up. You took the mission on your own initiative. There are 2 types of missions in Konoha. Free missions. Such missions can be optionally obtained in the office and form a team to perform, inviting any free shinobi. After completing the mission, you will receive an entry in your personal file and the corresponding reward. Mandatory missions. Mandatory task assigned by the higher UPS. As a rule, these missions are quite important and have strict requirements. The composition is formed by the higher UPS or even personally by the Hokage. Yes. Kakashi sighed and answered, I recently looked for a good blade, but I couldn't buy it, need to make some money. The blade. If he had not come to this world, the blade of the White Fang got to be Kakashi. Ah, it seems that he unintentionally deprived his younger brother of a good blade. But now he is completely satisfied with this blade, later you need to find an opportunity to get Kusanagi. After a little thought, Orochi turned to Kakashi, if you want to buy a blade, there are still some funds left at home. If you are a little short, then I can add. Kakashi seemed to be waiting for this offer, after completing the mission, I will need about 2,000. More, without problems. Kakashi seriously said, after becoming a Chunin, you can get quite high-paying missions. Even if the village doesn't assign a mandatory mission, you should take some free ones sometimes. The funds left by his father will run out sooner or later. Orochi pondered, assessing the remaining funds, and said, if you do not spend money on various equipment and supplies, then the funds should be enough for several more months. As for completing missions, I think it's worth a little practice to be fully prepared. At this point, Orochi was deciding whether to give Kakashi a method to activate cells, but after thinking about it for a while, he discarded the idea, although Orochimaru probably wouldn't mind, but it's better to ask him about it first to avoid unnecessary trouble. Be fully prepared. The corner of Kakashi's mouth twitched, given your strength, there won't be any problems completing Free Democrat Oregon even C-rank missions. Kakashi. Orochi sighed and said, you don't understand anything. Its characteristics of finding trouble and occurrence of unforeseen circumstances should be 99+ units, isn't it natural for a hitman? Even if a free D-rank mission is completed, there is a chance of unforeseen circumstances that will raise the danger level of a trivial mission to B or even A rank in the blink of an eye. Therefore, it is necessary to take into account not only the initial level of danger of the mission, but also the possibility of unforeseen circumstances. Now his strength is far from sufficient. Kakashi. He wanted to scream. And this from a man who never brassica for completing the mission, despite the fact that he has already done more than a dozen missions with A rank. How did this confidence? But in the end Kakashi covered his mouth and showed a sullen expression on his face, still erase his older brother, he was never able to win. I went to bed. After dinner. Erase activated threefold acceleration and went to bed. He woke up after about 2 hours, ate and continued to train in the bedroom. By the time Kakashi had breakfast and left the house, Uchiha had been training for more than 12 hours, and he still hadn't left the room, continuing to train. Development of Chidori. Hachiman Tanko. Kenjutsu Hataki. Uchiha threw aside all 3 areas of practice, because now he is much more in need of a method of activating cells. This area of practice can be considered fundamental. Once he reaches a certain success in it, it will be much easier to develop Chidori and practice Hachiman Tanko. Only a day and a night had passed, but for Uchiha, who was in a state of triple-time acceleration, it was equivalent to 3 days of practice for an ordinary person. During diligent practice of erase. The Shinobi Academy. The main topic of discussion these days was the Chunin exam. Under normal circumstances, academy students don't pay too much attention to the Chunin exam, but Uchiha, who took part in it immediately after his early graduation from the academy, attracted a lot of attention. Several girls gathered together. One of them cautiously said, "If I remember correctly, the exam is divided into 3 stages and the last one is public, we will be able to see it." "That's right." Kurenai nodded absently, although she believes in the power of Uchiha, but her father mentioned the increased danger of this exam and she could not have complete confidence. It so happened that at this moment Inuzuka-fan was passing by. Hearing the girls' conversation, he said skeptically, "You have too high an opinion of Uchiha, if you think that he will be able to pass to the 3rd stage, yet this time in the exam for Chunin take the fate of the shinobi of other villages." Aburame Tion adjusted her sunglasses and said, "According to my father, the largest number of participants always drop out during the 2nd stage of the exam." Rin smiled brightly and said. Obito frowned and muttered, "I don't think Uchiha will be able to make it to the 3rd stage." Suddenly, a voice came from the side, "You're right, of erase do not pass to the 3rd stage." This stunned everyone involved in the argument. Turning in the direction of the voice, they saw Yamanaka Hana, who had just entered the classroom, her eyes shining with a strange light. Kurenai exclaimed in surprise. Hana walked up to the group of students, looked at Kurenai, and said, "As far as I remember, your father is also an examiner, don't you know what happened there?" Kurenai frowned and shook her head. Her father still hadn't returned home, so she didn't have a chance to find out about the exam progress. She only knew that Uchiha had successfully passed the 1st stage. Inuzuka-fan chuckled, as it was necessary to prove, it is impossible to successfully pass the Chunin exam immediately after early graduation from the academy. This guy believed in his own strength too much. Many students who dislike Uchiha let out a sigh of relief and also grinned. But at that moment Hana looked at Inuzuka and said, "Did I say that erase not passed the exam on Chunin?" Chapter 36. Chapter 36. Didn't you just say that? Fan looked at Hana in disbelief. Erase couldn't pass the 3rd stage of the exam. Hyuga Meng came up and said quietly, "Did he perform so well during the 2nd stage that he was directly promoted to the rank of Chunin?" Hana clapped her hands and said with a smile, "You're half right, Erase really was promoted to Chunin directly, but for a different reason. He was the only one who managed to successfully complete the 2nd stage, so the 3rd stage of the exam was cancelled." These words stunned Hyuga Meng and the others. Kurenai, just going to learn from the cons, had not received any of her washi injury during the exam. The affected covered her mouth. "You're talking about?" Inuzuka came to his senses and said indignantly, "Hey, do you take us for idiots? How can anyone believe such nonsense?" The other students also looked at Hana skeptically. And just at this moment, a teacher entered the classroom and addressed the students. Hana is right. This time the 2nd phase actually managed to complete only 1 participant, all others were embossed erase. Speaking of this, the teacher still felt a shock in his heart. He had found out about it yesterday, but even now he couldn't remain completely calm when he thought about it. The early release. Perfect score. A few days later, I took part in the Chunin exam alone and knocked out all the teams during the 2nd stage, which led to the cancellation of the 3rd stage and the early completion of the Chunin exam. This can only be described in one word: unbelievable. In the course of his studies, Uchiha never showed himself too clearly, but to be able to graduate early from the academy with a perfect grade and eliminate all competitors during the 2nd Chunin exam, such power cannot be acquired in a short time. Most likely, Uchiha's talent from the very beginning was no worse than Kakashi's. But under these circumstances, Uchiha could still behave calmly and with restraint, never showing himself too clearly. It couldn't help but be shocking. For adult and accomplished shinobi such behavior is not too surprising, but erase now for about 9 years. Hidden genius. The teacher sighed. In the past, Orochimaru and Tsukumo were the same. Given the talent and the mentality of Erase, no doubt, he is a genius not seen for decades. The class got very quiet. Everyone go back to your seats, it's time to start the lesson. With the teacher's words, the students began to recover. Inuzuka-fan, Obito, and the others walked a little lost to their seats. Yamanaka Hana told the truth. Eliminated all the other teams during the second stage. This. How is this even possible? All morning almost no one could concentrate properly. Facts that are right in front of your eyes can't be refuted. Moving away from the shock and disbelief, Inuzuka-fan felt a complex emotion, although envy and dislike remained, but it was not as strong as before. Instead there was a sense of loss. Previously, he almost never put Erase. But in an instant, it has gone too far, to the point where it seems impossible to reach. At the same time, the feeling of dislike and envy has also become very distant and illusory. Early graduation from the academy, successful passing of the Chunin exam immediately after becoming a genin. Yarushi transformed from an academy student to a Chunin in just a few days. It happened so quickly that it seemed like someone's ridiculous fantasy or joke. This is real power. Kurenai muttered softly, a bright light shining in the depths of her eyes. The news that Yarushi successfully passed the exam and became a Chunin quickly spread throughout the academy. Now not only one class, but the entire academy was in shock. In the end, Yarushi became a Chunin just a few days after his early graduation. Became a Chunin. In the corner of one of the classes, Uchiha Shisui listened to the conversations of others and whispered softly. As he expected, Yarushi decided to reveal his talent and started to step forward with great speed. At this moment Shisui felt that the title of genius was not very suitable for him. You must try your best to have a chance to catch up with Kakashi and Erase. Time flies. Half a month has passed. All this time, Yarushi had been diligently practicing the cell activation method. At this moment, he felt that he had reached his current limit in this direction. Yarushi could feel that every cell in his body was overflowing with life force. If he was injured, the wound would now heal several times faster than a normal person. Although this recovery speed is not comparable to the divine regeneration and the body of a sage, but in the state of time acceleration, the effect is obvious. The regeneration process is visible to the naked eye. It was not very pleasant to deliberately cripple his body. Yarushi only needs to know that his regeneration rate is several times higher than normal. Minor superficial wounds can be ignored at all, and deeper wounds heal quickly after dressing. In addition, now he is not afraid of infections or something like that. In the forest on the outskirts of Konoha. The third gate, the gate of life, Yarushi took a deep breath, the chakra in his body surging along the meridians towards his chest, quickly breaking through the third gate. In the course of practicing the cell activation method, he easily overcame the bottleneck before opening the third gate and was already gradually moving towards opening the fourth. Buzz. After opening the third gate, Yarushi immediately felt the chakra flowing through his meridians flash and rage. Whether it was speed or strength, all physical aspects increased much more than when opening the first gate. I see, when opening the third gate, the chakra goes into a state of rampage. It becomes much more difficult to control. In addition, after completing the practice of the cell activation method, his chakra level went beyond the level of the elite Chunin and approached the level of the Jounin, but with the growing volume, it becomes more difficult to control it. It seems he was too naive. In such a state it will be very difficult to use ninjutsu, requiring high control of the chakra. A threefold acceleration. Erase sighed, and activated a state of acceleration. In the next instant, he clenched his fist and struck out, the hand leaving an afterimage and vaguely carving out flames, due to the friction of the air. Chapter 37, Chapter 37. Boom. The impact hit the training post, sending many small splinters flying. You can strike fire. The effect of this strike shocked Erase. Until the opening of the sixth gate, the user Hachiman Tonko does not have any remote attacks, and only after the opening of the sixth gate is it possible to carve flames, due to the force of friction against the air, to defeat the enemy at a short distance. Fa. Yarushi took a deep breath and again struck with his fist. Flames flared up around his fist again, but it wasn't enough to create fire projectiles. Making a few dozen strikes, Erase stopped. Just a little more. Yarushi came out of the state of the open gate and immediately felt the chakra flowing along the meridians calm down. He took a deep breath, but did not show disappointment. On the contrary, a hint of excitement shone in his eyes. The effect of opening the third gate exceeded his expectations. If we talk about the speed aspect, the effect of opening the third gate in the state of time acceleration is already close to the opening of the six gates and allows you to partially reproduce the effect of the morning peacock. Although it's not possible to use a remote attack, I should be able to reproduce at least a third of the power of a real morning peacock. When attacking, the incised flame envelopes his fist, which can already be classified as a unique style of taijutsu. An incomplete morning peacock. No suitable animal comes to mind. Instead of an incomplete morning peacock, it's better to just call it a fire fist. By the way, After practicing the cell activation method, my body's recovery ability really became very strong. After opening the third gate, I only feel a significant weakness in my limbs. Urushi stretched and assessed the state of his body. He didn't feel any pain, even the weakness was disappearing with a noticeable speed. You need to know that he first opened the third gate. After further adaptation of the body, perhaps the side effect of the third gate will be fully compensated by the regenerative ability of the cell activation method. Develop a similar technique. Orochimaru is truly a genius. Erase involuntarily sighed. He was not interested in the techniques created by Orochimaru based on the cell activation method, the snake-like body. It is not for him. Of Erase fit only the base method. By the way. Suddenly, the head of Erase the idea. He took out the white fanged blade and folded the seal with his free hand, arcs of lightning rolling across the blade. Righten, cut the lightning. Activating the lightning incision, Erase took a deep breath and reopened the third gate. After opening the gate, the chakra went wild again, and the arcs of lightning surrounding the white fanged blade also became a little unstable, but still did not collapse. Indeed. I can release the lightning slash before opening the third gate. Without wasting time to think, he immediately entered a state of triple acceleration and struck out with the white fanged blade. At the moment of impact, the blade erupted a bright solid arc in the shape of a crescent. Phew. This bright arc swept forward and gradually dissipated, leaving behind a narrow deep depression on the ground, at least 5 meters long. Happened. Erase could not help but smile watching this scene. A similar effect occurs when reaching the second stage of Kenjutsu Hataki. Just depending on the pure speed and strength obtained from the combination of 3 different forces at once, he roughly broke through to the second stage of Kenjutsu Hataki. It should still be a bit weaker than a true second stage Kenjutsu Hataki, but even a Jounin would be extremely difficult to deal with such an attack. Under the right circumstances, I would have a great chance of killing him with a single strike. When facing an elite Jounin, some aspects of which are close to the Kage level, this attack probably won't have too much effect, but an ordinary Jounin can be killed with a single hit. Finally mastered a technique that can be relied on in a critical situation. I'll call it a crescent flash. Erase sighed and closed the gate. Opening the third gate twice in a short period of time, of course, caused a large side effect that could not be fully compensated for by the increased recovery capacity of the body. This time Urushi felt a painful sensation in his muscles. But the pain was not too severe, he could bear it without much difficulty, and after about 10 minutes the pain was noticeably lessened. By the way, my current level of strength is quite difficult to assess. Tokubetsu Jounin won't last too long against him. The battle should end after a few exchanges of blows, and if you use the crescent flash, the opponent will be instantly killed with a single blow. Urushi is confident in his ability to resist and even defeat a regular Jounin in a short time, but with an elite Jounin, things are much more difficult. If the opponent is not crushed in the shortest possible time, Urushi will most likely be defeated, but under normal circumstances, he should be able to escape. Probably his strength level is somewhere between an ordinary Jounin and an elite Jounin. Urushi gave a rough estimate of his strength level. So, what is he going to do after surpassing the level of an ordinary Jounin? The answer is very simple. Continue to train. The world of shinobi is teeming with dangers. The strength of a Jounin is far from enough to be able to walk through it calmly. Fourth gate, if I can master the morning peacock after opening them, then my strength should be close to Kage's level. There is a huge gap between the elite Jounin and Kage. The number of elite Jounins in each of the great villages is still relatively large, but the shinobi level of Kage can be counted on the fingers of one hand. According to Urushi, after reaching the top of the Jounin level in all aspects and learning several powerful secret techniques, one can reach the Kage level or get as close to it as possible. This rather vague quasi-Kage level, located between the elite Jounin and Kage levels, can include for example some of the 7 Mist Swordsmen. The power level of the 7 Mist Swordsmen may vary. Some of them have personal power at the elite Jounin level and have advanced to the quasi-Kage level after mastering the sword, such as Fuguki Suikezen after receiving same hata. Further, between Kage, too, there is a difference in strength. If desired, they can be divided into ordinary and ordinary Kage, stronger and more outstanding Kage, and representatives of the top level of Kage. The future 4th Kazekage race can be attributed to the usual Kage, Orochimaru, at the time of leaving Konoha, to the strong Kage, and Hiruzen of the same period, in its prime, to the peak Kage. At that time he still had the ability to kill Orochimaru. If a race want to be confident in their ability to survive during the Third Shinobi World War, he should move to the level of normal Kage to high Kage, but even in this case, safety is relative. In the end, this war fell even a monster like the Third Raikage. In the world of shinobi, it is impossible to find absolute security without having power outside of Kagaya. I still have a long and difficult path to go. Chapter 38, Chapter 38. The Underground Lab of Orochimaru. Erase Orochimaru asked various questions about training the body and ninjutsu. Although being a student of Orochimaru is very dangerous, but it also carries significant advantages. Sanin's skill in various kinds of ninjutsu is simply huge. In addition, he is constantly engaged in research and experiments. In this world almost no one knows more about ninjutsu and the human body than Orochimaru. After clashes with Geninami Kyumo on exam, Yorushi had some ideas about the development of Chidori, but all his attempts ended in failure. Feeling that deviated from the right path, Yorushi decided to seek advice from Orochimaru. Natural transformation of lightning. Orochimaru quietly rested on the wet stone chair. Hearing Yoroshi's question, he thought for a moment and held out his hand. Crack! The chakra condensed in his palm and transformed into lightning. The crackling arcs of lightning seemed very dangerous and deadly. This is not ninjutsu, but the purest transformation of the nature of the chakra. Given his apprenticeship with Hiruzen and his own research, it's safe to say that Orochimaru is extremely skilled in applying all 7 elements. The method of activating cells is related to the yang element, and techniques like Edo Tensei and Fushir Tensei related to the soul are related to the yin element. Raiten can be described as concentrated and paralyzing, is different from violent, Kato, the unique characteristics of the elements. Orochimaru spread his palm, allowing the lightning to walk safely on it, and a hoarse voice explained erase the essence of nature transformation of chakra. Each type of chakra has its own special properties. Like Kato's fury, Futon's sharpness and sharpness, Doton's gravity, and so on, the key to natural transformation lies in focusing on such properties. Raiten has a much smaller scale of attack than Futon and Katon, and even if it is some kind of large-scale Raiten jutsu, it still has the property of concentration. It is just based on a much larger volume of chakra. The situation of a Kirin relying on the power of nature is different. Erase was absorbed in thought and said, that is, in the process of transformation, you need to pay attention to the concentration of the chakra, but Raiten is too difficult to control. Unlike fire or earth, lightning is unruly and constantly in chaotic motion. Trying to concentrate such an element is ridiculously difficult. This is a problem even for Yorushi, who has a fairly high chakra control. Kukuku. Hearing the words of erase, Orochimaru laughed and said seriously, you've lost your way. Why strive for fine control? This is not Futon, moving in an orderly fashion. Raiten is moving absolutely chaotically. Orochimaru dispelled the lightning, slowly stood up and stared at Yorushi. The key point is not that. Erase was stunned. In that moment, he understood. Previously, he spent quite a lot of time practicing Raiznan, and now his chakra control is highly dependent on this experience, but this method of control is much better suited for Futon and completely contradicts Raiten. I understand, thank you teacher Orochimaru. Kukuku, since you asked such a question, are you going to develop an even more powerful Raiten jutsu combined with Kenjutsu Hataki? Orochimaru stepped aside and began to carefully study the results of research, at the same time turning to Yorushi. After completing the practice of the cell activation method, he returned to the 3 main areas of practice. In the past, Yorushi could only rely on his own conclusions and understanding, spending a huge amount of time thinking, but now there is an opportunity to turn to Orochimaru. Of course he will not refuse such an opportunity. Orochimaru sharply turned his head and looked at Erase. Phew. Sanin instantly disappeared, appeared to the left of Erase and put a hand on his shoulder, showing slightly surprised look. It's only been half a month, has your practice of the cell activation method reached such an extent? Orochimaru better than anyone else is aware that the practice is often based on the principles of purposefulness and greed. Some geniuses can even practice several types of jutsu at the same time. As long as the practice directions are interconnected, they will push and promote each other, but the method of activating cells and the natural transformation of lightning, these are 2 completely different directions. When just half a month later Yorushi started asking him about the natural transformation of lightning, Orochimaru thought that this was some minor research, but suddenly it turned out that Yorushi had already completed the practice of the cell activation method and turned his attention to creating a powerful Raiten jutsu. This speed of practice is very high even by his standards. At the same time Erase were stunned by the speed of Orochimaru. This speed is about 3 times faster than opening the first gate, and it shouldn't be the speed limit of Orochimaru. I'm still too far from that level, I shouldn't get too cocky about opening the 3rd gate. A lot of thoughts flashed through Yoroshi's mind, but outwardly he remained completely calm. Practicing the cell activation method isn't too difficult, but teacher, you said yourself that the most important aspect of practice is to monitor progress. Not bad. Orochimaru examined Yoroshi's body with interest for a few more seconds, and then nodded. Erase didn't know whether it's good to his answer or his progress in the practice of the method of activation of the cells. Reaching this level, you can begin to learn some of my techniques, but they will conflict with the Hataki Kenjutsu, so better not. Hataki Kenjutsu is well known for its rigidity, speed, and lethality that is completely contrary to his sophisticated and flexible methods. The practice of soft body modification not only will have no positive impact on the Hataki Kenjutsu, but can even weaken it. Erase also understood this. Orochimaru thought for a moment and said, with your practice all right, if you have any more questions later, you can contact me again. Hiroshi looked at Orochimaru and said, Teacher Orochimaru, can I teach the method of activating my brother's cells? I don't mind. Orochimaru nodded and looked into Hiroshi's eyes, his snake-like pupils shining with a strange light. It's okay to take care of your little brother, but Kakashi doesn't have your ambitions, perhaps in the future you will go on completely different paths. These words made the already gloomy atmosphere of the underground laboratory even more eerie. Chapter 39, Chapter 40. Erase smiled, stood up and said, I'm going to the store, I need to restock, does anyone want to come with me? Yes, I need to buy some equipment. Rin nodded. Although the academy gives out some things, but a civilian shinobi still needs to buy some equipment after becoming an official shinobi. On the other hand, Kurenai doesn't need to worry about such things, her father Shinku is a Konoha Jounin, so they have no shortage of kunai, shuriken, and any other shinobi equipment at home, but Kurenai certainly couldn't bear to watch Hiroshi and Rin go shopping. I also need to buy some things. After receiving a response from Rin and Kurenai, Hiroshi looked at Kakashi, who was about to leave the room. You're coming too. I don't need anything. Hiroshi stroked his chin, that's why I called you, so that there would be someone to carry my things, this time I need to buy ingredients in large quantities. Rin and Obito graduated from the academy, which means that it will be time for the war to start very soon. It is quite reasonable to stock up on all sorts of food before prices start to rise at an insane pace. In addition, he always practices in a state of acceleration of time and has a much greater need for food than ordinary people. What? Kakashi's face twisted in a nasty grimace. He looked at Erase seemed to say, where is your conscience, brother? Seeing the helpless Kakashi forced to obey his brother, Rin and Kurenai could hardly contain their laughter. Although Kakashi was only a year younger than his older brother, but due to the fact that Hiroshi constantly used time acceleration, now his body looks 12 or even 13 years old and is almost a head taller than Kakashi, so it seems that Hiroshi is bullying his little younger brother. Don't worry, let's go. Erase patted Kakashi's hair and went to the door. Kakashi didn't dodge, but just showed a helpless look and followed his brother. Four of them quickly went outside. Hiroshi had another reason to take Kakashi with him. Walking with two girls at once would be a bit strange, especially if it was seen by Rin's father or Kurenai, although he would most likely be able to defeat them, but this is not a problem that should be settled with a fight. Now with Kakashi they look quite normal, maximum sometimes attracting the eyes of passers-by. In a short time, Hiroshi bought a bunch of supplies and put them in 4 large bags, 2 of which Kakashi took. Rin and Kurenai volunteered to help with things, but were rejected by Hiroshi, which made Kakashi gnash his teeth. When they continued to walk down the street, the attention of Erois and the others were attracted by the noise that came from outside. I'm sorry, I won't make any more mistakes, please take me with you on this mission. Mato Dai stood in front of a Chunin and apologized worriedly to him. But Chunin only frowned and said, this isn't the first time, I can't believe your words anymore and take you on a mission. Please. Seeing that it doesn't help, Mato Dai bowed resolutely, I will try harder than ever, please believe me. Chunin shook his head helplessly and after a moment's hesitation replied, I'm sorry, look for someone else. Please give me another chance. Mato Dai reached out to stop him, but Chunin jumped to the side and quickly disappeared. Erase, Kurenai and the others witnessed this scene. Kurenai looked at Dai and hesitantly whispered, he seems to be Guy's father, isn't it? Rin said worriedly, it seems he has problems. Apparently, he was kicked out of the team, but Rin did not know how to help Guy's father, because she is a simple genin. When Kakashi looked at Dai, he recalled how he had several times clashed with partners and left the team, but Dai's situation is diametrically opposite. Something always puzzled him very much. Mato Dai just genin, far from the best genin, but when Guy made him his target and started constantly challenging him, Dai always had the confidence that Guy had a chance to surpass him. He couldn't figure out where the self-confidence of a strange father-son couple came from. But it's worth saying. Guy's talent in taijutsu is simply staggering, this is the strongest and most enduring genin he has ever seen, even if the talent in ninjutsu is terrible, Guy has hope of advancing to Chunin. While Kakashi was thinking about it, Erase suddenly came to give, drawing the eyes of Rin and Kurenai. Senior, give it to me, it looks like you have had difficulties. Erase respectfully greeted Daya. Mato Dai, who was watching Chunin leave, turned in the direction of the voice and looked up in surprise when he saw Hiroshi. It is you, Erwich. You seem to be growing very fast, even faster than Guy. Although his expression and voice seem cheerful, there is a heaviness in the depths of Dai's eyes. Prices continue to rise and it becomes more and more difficult to live normally without completing missions on a regular basis. It is incredibly difficult for genin to find a suitable mission alone, so the exclusion from the team was a strong blow for Dai. Thinking about this, Dai heaved a sigh. I made a few mistakes earlier and was recently kicked out of the team. Today I tried to apologize and return to the team, but you saw this funny scene yourself. Erase looked at Daya and said, Senior, do you need a team to complete missions? If so, I can help you. Dai said in surprise, you just graduated from the academy, your mentor Jounin won't allow someone like me to temporarily join the team. Yurushi shook his head. My situation is a little different. I don't have a team right now either. If senior doesn't mind, then I wouldn't mind forming a temporary team. Mato Dai's instructions about the practice of Hachai Mintanko had helped Yurushi a lot, and now he just couldn't ignore the question. Sure. The desire to repay the help is only one side of the question, because going on a mission with Dai is one of the safest options. Perhaps it is even safer than following Orochimaru. The current Orochimaru has not yet reached its peak. When faced with 7 Miss Swordsmen, dealing minimal damage and escaping is most likely its limit. Killing 4 and seriously injuring 3 is absolutely impossible. But Mato Dai is capable of it. Of course, Dai is no match for Peak Guy, but after opening the 8th gate, he will definitely be able to suppress any of the current Kage. So going on a mission with Dai, even in the event of a collision with a third Tsuchikage or Reikage, Yurushi will have a fairly high chance of survival. But the probability of such a situation is extremely low. And in general, even if Dai didn't reach the Kage level after opening the 7th gate, he would still reach at least the elite Jounin level. Combined with Yurushi's strength, their team would be able to handle most of the unforeseen circumstances. When Erase was thinking about this, it has focused a lot of stunned and puzzled looks of passers-by. Really, someone took the initiative to invite the Eternal Genin, Mato Dai, to their team. Chapter 40, Chapter 39. Kukuko, don't try to hide. Noting that Erase lowered his head in an attempt to hide his emotions, Orochimaru laughed hoarsely. Looking at how you acted during the Chunin exam and how you were hiding earlier, I noticed your hidden ambitions at first glance. I just couldn't figure out what exactly they are. So, do you want to tell me what you've been craving all this time? Outwardly, it seemed that Orochimaru's words had greatly shaken Urushi's emotions, but in reality, he was extremely calm, because Orochimaru is very different from the same Danzo. He does not have such a strong desire for control, and will not object to the presence of ambition in his student. Even vice versa. According to Orochimaru, big ambitions are an excellent quality that pushes a person forward. Erase hesitated a moment, took a deep breath and looked at Snake Eyes Orochimaru. I crave power. It is impossible to completely hide in front of Orochimaru, so Yurushi already thought about this development and decided not to hide his ambitions. Different approaches are required for different people. Previously, Yurushi considered even the worst-case scenario, namely, forced attachment to the root, and came up with a variety of response options and behaviors. I believe that father died because of weakness. If he was strong enough, there would be no need to give up the mission to save his comrades. He could do both. The voice of Erase became rigid, his fists firmly clenched, seemed he tried to hold back the emotions. It wasn't a lie. This is the true thoughts of Erase, no word of a lie. In his behavior there was not a single flaw. It's just that his true goal is not just to surpass the White Fang of Konoha, but to ascend to the top of the entire shinobi world. I see. Orochimaru stared at Yurushi and smiled. Erase took a deep breath and a little worried looked at Sannin. You're right. In the serpent's pupil Orochimaru flashed a light. With enough power you can do anything and cope with everything that gets in the way of such ambitions. Completely normal. Now you're still very weak, but following me and moving forward, you will become stronger step by step. In the future will inherit the name of the White Fang of Konoha or even surpass it. Demonstrating their ambitions, Erase showed his flaws. A man like Orochimaru knows how to use it. If now Erase decides to waive the selected line of conduct, then problems can occur. So Erase showed a determined gaze and took a deep breath. Teacher Orochimaru. You are very talented and persistent. I believe that you will be able to surpass your father. Orochimaru showed a kind smile, completely incongruous with his image. Continue to train hard. If there are any problems, come to me immediately. Good. Yurushi bowed respectfully and left the lab. After leaving the lab, Yurushi breathed a sigh of relief and restored his calm demeanor. Intentionally demonstrating their ambitions, Erase protect themselves for a short time. As for the more distant future, there's no point in worrying about it now. Soon there will be a long war and all the attention of others will be focused on it, and all this time he will tirelessly increase his strength. As long as he gains enough strength to surpass Orochimaru or even Hiruzen, he can safely handle most of the problems. Following purpose, the level of Kages. Erase showed a determined gaze and whispered in his heart. Time flies. Several months passed unnoticed. The academy finally passed the final exam and it was time to divide into teams. Almost everyone successfully passed the exam, including Obito and Guy. At the moment, in Yurushi's house, Kurenai was looking in shock at the silver-haired teenager sitting relaxed on the sofa. Lord Orochimaru, one of the 3 legendary Sanins, he really accepted you as a student, Yurushi. After completing the exam, noticing that the name of Yurushi is not in the list of teams, Kurenai immediately went to visit him and asked about this, as a result of learning that Yurushi became a student of Orochimaru. Yes. Teacher Orochimaru seems not planning to form a team of 3 people. Yurushi helplessly shrugged his shoulders. He perfectly understands what Kurenai is thinking. Because he became Orochimaru's student, they will not be able to get into the same team. Initially, he was going to graduate from the academy normally, get into the team according to the normal distribution order, and become a normal genin of Konoha. Then he would be able to perform genin-level missions in a relaxed manner and have a nice chat with a girl from the team, a youth. But at a certain point, everything went wrong. Now Erase even lost the opportunity to get into the team after graduation. Moving away from the shock, Kurenai said a little sadly, then there is no way to get into the same team with Urushi. Under other circumstances, she could have tried to ask her father to change the preliminary team composition, but since it concerns Orochimaru, there is no way. Shizun also became a student of Tsunade. Rin entered the room and said. Erase thought, and answered, it turns out only Jiraiya didn't take a student. Rin smiled sweetly and said, although Lord Jiraiya didn't take a disciple, but his only disciple took a team, and your brother Kakashi is part of it. Hunin Minato. Let me guess, the other two are you and is upholstered. Rin looked at Erase, have you seen the list of teams? No. Erase shook his head, Kakashi told me. I don't remember telling you that. Kakashi, do not know when appeared in the room, looked suspiciously at Erase, then sighed and complained, a loud, talentless and problematic girl, this team will be even more problematic than the previous ones, why do I need this? Rin awkwardly smiled at Kakashi's merciless words. Urushi looked at Rin and grinned, Rin, if my little brother dares to cause you any trouble in the future, then just don't treat him with the Irenin jutsu, let him dress himself, hee. Hearing Urushi's words, Kakashi rolled his eyes. Rin looked at Kakashi and smiled brightly, I'll try as best as possible to master Irelands and will not pull you down. Chapter 41, Chapter 41. Huh. After witnessing how Erase offered give you to form a team, Kakashi couldn't believe his ears. What's the point? Even if he really wants to help, Dai's situation is obvious, he was kicked out of the team due to blatant incompetence. It is easier and safer to complete the mission yourself, and then give the giver a part of the reward. Rin and Kurenai were also stunned. Is Urushi doing everything possible to help Dai because he is the father of his classmate? Ah, how kind and compassionate Urushi is, in the future he can definitely become a Hokage. Kurenai and Rin instantly fell into their dreams, thinking that such a future is quite possible. Hearing the offer of Erase, Give was first surprised and then began to waver, I'll probably bring a lot of trouble. If this proposal came from the adult shinobi, let it accept it with gratitude, and try to do everything in his power, but of Erase different. After all, this is his son's classmate, who is well aware that he is causing a lot of trouble, so he doesn't want to drag the younger one down. I believe in you, senior. Erase seriously looked at Daya. If Urushi wasn't ready to believe in Mato Dai, who can open the 8 gates, it would be difficult to find a person in all of Konoha that he can rely on. Feeling that Urushi's words of trust were sincere, Dai first fell silent for a while, then couldn't hold back the tears and rushed forward, hugging Urushi, thank you very much, the power of youth still continues to burn in my soul. This scene attracted many strange looks from passers-by. Kurenai and Rin could only smile awkwardly. Kakashi looked away, pretending not to have any relation at all to Erase. The corners of the mouth of Erase twitched, he felt a strong desire to escape. Previously, he was completely calm about the constant comparisons with the shining Kakashi, but Dai's defiant actions and the ancient looks of passers-by instantly shook his psyche. Charisma, Daya 2 killer. Erase took a step back, freed from the embrace of Mito Daya, and a little awkward smiled, Senior, let's take the mission. Going on a mission with Dai, you do not need to worry too much about security, on the contrary, it will be a great experience for Urushi. Although he understands his power quite well, but reality and theory are two different things, the slightest mistake can lead to severe consequences and even death. Sorry, I lost control. Realizing that he had put Urushi in an awkward position, Mato Dai quickly wiped away his tears and apologized. Urushi took a deep breath, trying to calm his emotions, and looked at Kurenai and the others. Kurenai, Rin, I will go to the mission issuing department with Senior Dai, Kakashi, take care of the supplies. Saying this, Urushi put 2 huge bags in front of Kakashi. Kakashi's face twisted in a nasty grimace. You're taking it out on me because of your misfortune. Urushi looked at Kakashi, thinking about how convenient it is to have a younger brother, waved his hand to Dayu and went in the direction of the mission issuing department. For shinobi, fulfilling missions is the main occupation and the main source of income, so each village with extreme seriousness applies to their processing. The Konoha mission issuing department is located on the first floor of the Hokage building. The issuance of free missions in rank and higher requires mandatory coordination with the Hokage, while the issuance of missions of a lower rank is approved by the shinobi responsible for administrative affairs. The result of the mission is necessarily recorded in the personal file of the shinobi and reported to the Hokage. D-rank missions are missing as always. Upon entering the office, Dai immediately looked at the booth located at the entrance and designed to accommodate D-rank missions. D-rank missions usually consist of finding cats, gardening, and the like. Such missions are common in peacetime, but during the busy pre-war period, it is often difficult for people to get the means for a normal existence, let alone issue such missions. Seeing that the D-rank mission booth was empty, Dai went to the C-rank mission booth. Hey, why are you here again? Next to the stand, Chunin, who was responsible for handling D-rank missions, saw Dai approaching and said a little impatiently, I can't give out a C-rank mission to a loner, these are the rules of the village. Perhaps the team did not want to take you back. These words confused Daya. When he was going to say something, Erase took a step forward and turned to Chunin, now he's on my team. Yes. These words surprised Chunin. His attention was drawn to the words, my team. Genin can only join the team, and only shinobi not lower than the rank of Chunin has the right to form a team and become its captain. This means that the young man standing in front of him should have the rank of Chunin, but the person responsible for processing missions did not have any impressions and memories of him. Wait. Silver hair. Chunin looked at Yurushi and suddenly remembered the Chunin exam that took place a few months ago. The only one who managed to pass it was just a young man with silver hair. You're a Hataki of Erase? Chunin asked hesitantly. He has never met Yurushi in person, but he has seen his personal file. As far as he can remember, Yurushi must be about 10 years old, but this teenager looks at least 12. Yes. Erase nodded and announced its registration number. Chunin asked to wait, found the information in accordance with the registration number and confirmed the identity of Erase. After that, he puzzled and looked at Erase, but it says here that you're only 10 years old. I'm just growing much faster than my peers. Erase grinned and got down to business, now I can get a mission. Chunin glanced at Mito Dai and turned to Erase, can. But are you sure you want to form a team with this shinobi? He has the highest failure rate of C-rank missions among all genins, and there are also many records of various errors. Chapter 42, Chapter 42. Those words made Daya to be ashamed of. He wanted to say that I will try hard and will not interfere with him, but Erase answered before. It's okay. Senior Dai is very strong and able to handle many situations. Hearing these words, Dai burst into tears again and subconsciously wanted to hug Yurushi, but thinking about what would put him in an awkward position again, he restrained himself. Strong. The corner of Chunin's mouth twitched. He first heard how Eternal Genin called strong, and these words were uttered by a genius shinobi. For a while he just did not know what to answer. Perhaps this method of self-improvement genius, executing simple missions, does not meet Erwashi, and he decided to take the extra load. There aren't many missions with A rank. Erase looked at the stand and noticed that only his 1/3 occupied by missions, and the rest is empty. Although there were not too many missions and they are mostly escort missions, but each of them has a fairly high reward, most often at least 100,000 ryo. Escorting merchants returning to the land of grass, reward 150,000, this is quite appropriate. Erase carefully examined the booth and chose the mission with the highest reward. His main goal was to help Dai and earn some money himself. His father's inheritance would soon end. Given the presence of Dai in the team, of course, you should not choose a reconnaissance mission. The escort mission is the most suitable. I hope nothing happens. Yurushi whispered in his heart, although their team is able to handle most unforeseen circumstances, but their complete absence is an even safer option. Well. Chunin removed the mission from the stand, checked the information, made some notes, and said, you can find the customer at the Konoha Hotel. Yurushi nodded and looked at Dai. Let's go, senior. The two figures left the office under a few strange looks. Someone looked at Chunin, who was giving out the task, and said, hey, is this normal? Even if he is a genius, but to take an Eternal Genin with him on a mission. In addition, it seems that this is his first mission. Everything is according to the rules. Chunin helplessly spread his hands. There were no violations, so I could not prevent it, but the merchant of the grass country will definitely not be satisfied with such a command and will require a replacement. Also true. Shinobi stroked his chin and nodded. Even if the customer is not familiar with the Eternal Genin of Konoha, you can understand at a glance that Mito Dai is weak and does not inspire confidence at all. As for Yurushi, although he is a Chunin, but his young age also does not inspire confidence. There will definitely be a request to replace the team soon. Konoha Hotel. After leaving the mission issuing department, Yurushi went in the direction of the Konoha Inn and soon found a group of merchants that they should accompany. The group consisted of only 7 people. It looks like they sold a batch of goods in the land of fire and are returning to the land of grass. Are you our escort? The young man looked at the team that arrived and was horrified. Just you two? The young man narrowed his eyes and discontentedly said, hey, what's the mess going on in Konoha? Someone like you can actually take on an escort mission. Dai took a step forward and said firmly, rest assured, we will do our best to protect you. The youth still couldn't accept this, but just as he was about to say something, a white-haired man appeared next to him and whispered something in his ear. The young man immediately became visibly embarrassed. The man looked at Yurushi and Dai with a smile. I am the leader of this group, Urabe Daisuke. We believe in the power of Shinobi Konoha. Please take care of our safety. Yurushi frowned slightly, thought and said, well, you can be sure, we are ready for this. Meet tomorrow morning at the exit of the village. Okay. Daisuke nodded. Soon after Mito give and erase gone, the boy looked at Daisuke. Why didn't we demand a replacement? These two are obviously third-rate shinobi. The smaller the better. Daisuke seriously looked at him. Now we have a lack of funds, and even if you spend all, then the maximum will be able to hire an ordinary team, led by Janina, but in this case we can attract a lot of attention. Do not worry, young master, I will make every effort to ensure your safety. The teenager sighed and eventually nodded. Not far from the Konoha Hotel. Erase said on the way, Senior, the reward from the mission will be split in half. Yes. Mato Dai exclaimed in a daze. Yoruishi said in an apologetic tone, I am also short of funds right now, but if you are not satisfied with this, you can take 60%. For yourself. I didn't mean that. Dai waved his hands, even half of it will be too much for me, after all, you are the team captain and senior in rank. Yoruishi smiled, then we'll split the reward in half, you don't have to worry about it, it may be more than expected. Dai was confused by Yoruishi's desire to split the reward in half, and when he heard the end of the sentence, he said confusedly, higher reward. Yes, there is such a possibility. Erase nodded. Due to the practice of the cell activation method, Yoruishi's hearing is much better than that of ordinary people, so he heard what Daisuke whispered in the teenager's ear. The phrase was short and not very informative, but it contained the phrase, young master, it seems that these merchants are not as simple as they seem at first glance. Perhaps it would be better to change the mission for safety's sake. But given the last fruit of the practice of erase and the presence of Mito Daya, their team fully ready to perform missions of this rank in control of the most unforeseen situations, and as soon as something inappropriate to the mission description, it will be possible to request a higher commission in accordance with the increased level of risk. Yoruishi estimated that the reward from this mission could be enough for half a year of normal life, and later in wartime, he would be provided with supplies at the expense of the village. If we talk about Mato Dai, whose need for food is much lower than that of Yoruishi, he should have enough of the same funds for 2 or 3 years of normal life. After evaluating all the pros and cons of erase decided to undertake this mission. Chapter 43, Chapter 43. The Department of Delivery Missions. Hanbu Shiranui, who issued the Yoruishi mission, began to wait for the customer to come, asking for a change of team, as well as Yoruishi and Dai, asking for another mission. But after a long wait, nothing happened. Did the grass country merchant approve of Dai and Yoruishi's team? They still didn't request a replacement. As time passed, Hanbu began to hesitate. Although Yoruishi is considered a genius, but this is his first mission, in addition to being in a team with Dai, such a composition for an escort does not seem very stable and safe. If such a mission fails, it will definitely have some impact on Konoha's reputation. After a moment's hesitation, he decided it was best to report it. Usually completing C-rank missions is not consistent with the Hokage, but Hanbu felt that such a situation should be reported. After a while, Hiruzen, who was busy studying some documents, received a message. The mission of the escort C-rank. Hiruzen was a little surprised. In addition, he could not understand why Erase has teamed up with Mito Give. With Yoruishi's judgment and strength, completing C-rank missions shouldn't be a problem, but if something goes wrong, it will be difficult to predict the outcome. After all, his partner Mato Dai. But after thinking about it for a while, Hiruzen decided not to interfere. There are no absolutely safe missions. Moreover, the situation in the world of shinobi is becoming more and more tense. Such a mission is suitable for training Yoruishi. If something really goes wrong, it will be a good lesson for Yoruishi. You cannot be too confident and careless about the formation of the team. Saying goodbye to Mito Give, Erase returned home and started to pack. At this moment the door of the room appeared Kakashi. He folded his arms and turned to Erase. You really formed a team with Daesh? Yes. Erase calmly replied, in the past, Guy's father did me a favor by teaching me a very important technique. How can I not help him in this situation? In addition, that goes for you too, because we are talking about the technique of the 8 gates, which I taught you. After opening the second gate, Erase gave Kakashi this technique. Perhaps this technique is not suitable for Kakashi, but the ability to open the first and second gates will never be superfluous. In addition, in the original, he also studied Hachiman subtly. This technique was obtained from him. Kakashi asked incredulously. Previously he thought that this technique developed Yoruishi. It is hard to believe that the Eternal Genin practices such an advanced and powerful technique. After seeing the reaction of Kakashi, Erase smiled slightly. Why would I lie about such things? In addition, Mato Dai is much stronger than it seems at first glance. You have already started practicing this technique and should have a rough idea of what will happen if you push it to the limit, right? Just say that Senior Dai is able to open the last gate, the gates of death. Exclamation point. Hearing the words of Erase, Kakashi started. Kakashi really started the practice and now can hardly open the first gate, but still has a minimal understanding of this technique. According to his assessment, opening the gate of death will bring a huge surge of power, possibly beyond the level of Jounin. His first reaction was disbelief, but Erase makes no sense to lie about such things. It is likely to be true. How can this be? Isn't this guy called the Eternal Genin? Yoruishi looked at Kakashi. his gaze deep and his voice mysterious, "Don't underestimate the genins of Konoha, brr." After a while of Erase had finished packing, he stood up and turned to Kakashi. "By the way, how is your practice going?" "Just started practicing the cell activation method. Before that I mastered the lightning cut and opened the first gate." "Good." Yoruishi nodded approvingly. Kakashi's talent in ninjutsu is not in doubt. It seems that he was quite easy to master the lightning cut, and the method of activating cells also did not cause any difficulties. With the method of activating cells, in the future, the volume of the chakra will no longer be Kakashi's weak point. According to Yoruishi, even without Sharingan, Kakashi at the peak will be able to reach the level of Hiruzen. At the very least, he will surpass Sakumo. Since Dai has such power, you shouldn't have any problems. By the way, one of these days Teacher Minato will take us on a mission." Kakashi calmly said, and suddenly something occurred to him. It looks like Uchiha Obito is from my team, in love with Rin." Erase smiled. This is quite normal. After all, Rin was a very attractive girl. "You want to ask if I'm going to interfere? Take care of it for me." "Take care of what?" Kakashi rolled his eyes. To them in-house constantly run Kurenai and Rin, have his already is beginning to ache head from for this. But worth say, seems this not too strongly depends on Yoruishi, simply he itself too popular among girls, and in opinion Kakashi this very troublesome. By the way, Erase called brother, if during the mission there is a suitable opportunity, then try to ask Minato about Hiraishin no Jutsu. Kakashi looked at Yoruishi suspiciously. Hiraishin no Jutsu. How do you know that the teacher Minato owns this equipment? Well, I was able to get some information. Erase did not go into details. According to Minato's character, if Kakashi shows interest in Hiraishin, he probably won't refuse his student. It's just unknown whether the practice will be successful. After all, this is the most difficult S-rank spatial ninjutsu. In any case, Erase not give up trying to study ninjutsu, if the opportunity arises. On the following day, Erase appeared at the exit of the village early in the morning. After a while, Urabe Daisuke and the other escorts appeared, carrying only light luggage, and after about a quarter of an hour, Mato Dai appeared. Sorry, I think I'm a little late." "It's okay, we came too early." Yoruishi smiled and looked at Chunin, who was on duty at the entrance to Konoha. After Erase and Mito let was he allowed to leave the village. Chapter 44. In some city in the land of fire. A small group of people approached the hot spring inn, and a young man with a Konoha head protector walking in the front of the group made a suggestion. Daisuke nodded, and Mato Dai didn't have any objections either. Almost a week had passed since they left Konoha, and the closer they got to the border, the more tense the atmosphere was in the cities they passed through. "Welcome." Seeing the forehead protector Erase, the hotel manager very politely greeted the group included. Konoha shinobi maintain stability and order in the land of fire, as well as have a power far superior to ordinary people, so they have a fairly high status. After registering and selecting a specific residence, of Erase not in a hurry to your room to rest, and instead turned to Mato give, "Senior, well, here, I will go to the city to investigate." "Well, leave that to me." Give Sirius nodded and remained standing in the corridor to guard the room of customers. Yoruishi removed the forehead protector, hid the white fanged blade under his clothes, and left the hotel unnoticed, beginning to assess the situation in the city. Although their team is able to handle almost any unforeseen situations, but there is nothing wrong with scouting. It is possible to detect something unexpected, such as scouts from other villages trying to enter the land of fire. Resolving this situation can bring some benefits. Erase walked around the city. Exclamation point. In fact, it was just a random decision and Yoruishi did not expect anything special, but suddenly he really felt the fluctuations of the shinobi chakra. He was very much alerted by the fact that although it was a very weak fluctuation, but it gave a very heavy feeling. This is not a chakra that an ordinary shinobi can possess. At least Jounin, maybe even Kage level. Erase took a deep breath. It really is very an unexpected situation. Erase without hesitation, activated the 3-time acceleration and went into a state of full combat readiness. Erase. From the side came a slightly familiar voice. In the next moment, a familiar figure appeared nearby. Suddenly it turned out to be Shizun, Yoruishi's classmate. She looked at him in surprise and relaxed the hand that was holding the kunai. "So these chakra fluctuations came from you?" "Shizun." Yoruishi was stunned. Since Shizun is here, it turns out that the fluctuation of the extraordinary chakra that he felt earlier should belong to. In the next moment. Crack. Knock, knock, knock. From a nearby casino, there was a crash as if something was broken, and then there was the sound of running, and a moment later a very familiar female figure appeared on the street. "Shizun. Hurry up. Leaving. Senior Tsunade." Shizun was surprised, and then noticed a running crowd of people. They were all furious and holding sticks in their hands. She showed a scared expression and ran after Tsunade. After running a few dozen meters, Shizun looked back at the angry crowd and addressed Tsunade. "Senior Tsunade. This Ha ha ha, today was a bit unlucky, I lost everything we borrowed from the loan sharks. What? Shizun was stunned. When she left the casino, she clearly saw that Tsunade had a lot of chips, but now there is no time to understand the details, it remains only to run. Nearby. Watching this scene, Erase relaxed the hand gripping the blade of the white fang, and shrugged. This is really Tsunade, such an incredible coincidence. The world of shinobi is on the verge of starting a war, but at this time, she took her new student and went to play in the casino. It seems that the current Tsunade is already completely indifferent to the war in the village. But once the war breaks out, even if Tsunade can't and doesn't want to participate in the battles, Hiruzen will definitely return her to the village and at least make her responsible for the medical corps. Erase looked after the fleeing Tsunade thought. In fact, he has a certain interest in Iron Ninjutsu and especially in Byakugo no in Tsunade, because the regenerative effect of this jutsu should be comparable to the body of a sage, in some ways it is even a bit like the body of a sage. With the exception of Hashirama, no one from the Senju clan was able to acquire the body of a sage anymore, so it can be said that there is no specific method of practicing and acquiring the body of a sage. Before Erase lies two paths of the finding of the body of the sage, the transplantation of cells Hashirama and find their own way. He will resort to the first option only as a last resort. On the one hand, the risk is too great, on the other hand, even if everything goes well, it will be far from perfect or even defective body of the sage. As for finding your own path, it is impossible to do it from scratch, you need a solid foundation. The first step was the cell activation method he received from Orochimaru, followed by the 3 sage modes belonging to Ryuichi Cave, Miyaboku Mountain, and Shikatsu Forest, and finally Byakugo no in Tsunade. Erase confident that finding these 5 components, he will be able to develop true body of the sage. But it's too early. Erase thought, and shook his head. It is not yet time to practice Byakugo no in, even if he gets close to Tsunade and gets the method of practicing this jutsu, there will be no way to practice it at the moment. Byakugo no in makes very high demands on the volume and control of the chakra. If Hiroshi takes up the practice now, it will have to spend a lot of time and progress will be very slow, so the growth of his strength will slow down very much. The current Hiroshi is too far away from the body of the sage, now it is most important to increase the strength as quickly as possible. When he will have the power of the Kage level in a normal state and ascend to the top of the shinobi world, then it will be time to practice the sage mode and Byakugo no in. By the way, when the time comes, you can try to get Byakugo no in through Shizun, but I may have to sell my body. Stop. Why did this even occur to him? Erase grabbed his hair, thinking that with it thinking something is wrong. If he collects enough money and plays with Tsunade, won't he be able to win Byakugo no in? Right now, his body isn't developed enough and he shouldn't be able to sell it. Stop. Enough. There is no point in thinking about it now, there will definitely be an opportunity later. After dinner, he went to his room, sat on the floor, and closed his eyes, the familiar ephemeral clock appearing in the darkness before his eyes. Before the upgrade there are not a lot of time. Erase looked at his watch and whispered in his heart. The counter located in the center of the clock shows the strength level of the time ability, and the clock face represents different time abilities, the 12 abilities of the time system. At the moment, the clock hand points to the number 1, representing the ability to accelerate time, and it is not yet known which abilities represent the numbers from 2 to 12. But one of Washi knows for sure. Each of these abilities must be extremely powerful. Chapter 45, Chapter 45. Somewhere in the hotel. A fair-haired girl, aged 16 or 17, came into the room, stroked her hair in a ponytail, and touched her flat chest, then folded a simple seal with one hand. Poof. Her figure was shrouded in white smoke. The ponytail disappeared, the hair lengthened, the originally flat chest suddenly increased in size, and in place of the young and energetic girl, an adult and mature woman appeared. Tsunade straightened her hair and sighed. Shizun, who was standing nearby, cast a strange glance at Tsunade's chest. She knows that Tsunade often uses her young appearance to hide from loan sharks, and can't figure out how this flat-chested girl has grown to her current level. Tsunade went to the table, sat down, and addressed Shizun, "What are you looking at?" Shizun nodded and hurriedly closed the door to the room. Tsunade poured a cup of tea, took a sip, thought about something and said, "What was this shinobi recently?" "This is my classmate, Ataki Hiroshi." Shizun sat down at the table and answered. Tsunade was a little surprised, it was Hataki of Erase. He looks a lot like the older Tsukumo. During the Second World War of Shinobi, Tsukumo was the commander of the front of the Rain Country, and the name of White Fang resounded throughout the world of Shinobi, while the 3 of them belonged to the younger generation and the legendary Sanins did not exist yet. Thinking about this, Tsunade couldn't help but sigh. At that time, Tsukumo had helped her several times, and she couldn't have expected him to commit suicide because of a failed mission. After receiving this news, Tsunade immediately returned to Konoha and visited his grave. Tsunade had heard something about Hiroshi, as about the son of Tsukumo, but of course much more impression left Kakashi. After all, he graduated from the academy in 5 years and in 6 advanced to Chunin, Having learned about this, she was surprised and thought that White Fang Konoha seems to have a worthy successor. Erase very strong. In the eyes of Shizun sitting in front of Tsunade flashed out the rapture. During the second stage of the Chunin exam, he beat out all the other participants and even became a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Tsunade showed a surprised look and thought, my impression is that his talent seemed quite ordinary compared to Kakashi. He just doesn't like to attract too much attention. Shizun smirked, heh, from what I was able to see Kakashi struggled trying to catch up Erase, but was never able to win. Tsunade stared at Shizun and suddenly said, do you like him? Ah. Shizun's behavior immediately became unnatural, and panic flashed in his eyes. Why did you suddenly ask this? It was all written on your face. Tsunade leaned her elbows on the table, crossed her fingers, and said imperiously, if you wish it, then follow him boldly. Is he Orochimaru's student? But you are also my student. Ah, no, it's not like that. What's wrong? Are you still going to keep lying to me? But I'm getting curious about what kind of capital this kid has, since he was able to become Orochimaru's disciple, and make you afraid to boldly follow him. Tsunade stroked her chin and showed a thoughtful look. An image of Urushi appeared in her head, which she had glimpsed earlier. Urushi didn't know that because of this fleeting meeting, he had already attracted Tsunade's attention, and if he did, he would have laughed happily, because it would be easier to get close to her in the future. The next morning they set out again. After passing several small towns, they reached the river that is the border between the land of fire and the land of grass. After crossing the river, we will enter the land of grass. Urabe Daisuke looked at the river in a relaxed manner. Since they got here without incident, then the further path should also be safe. Urushi looked at the river in front of him, looked at the stone bridge nearby, and said, our mission is not yet complete, let's go. Yes. Daisuke nodded and followed Erase. The group came to the stone bridge, Urushi walking in front and Dai behind. 9 people calmly crossed the bridge, there were no surprises. However, after crossing the bridge, Urushi stared at the bushes nearby and said calmly, aren't you even planning on making a normal ambush? Urushi's words made Daisuke and the others sharply alert. Let me quickly recovered from the shock and appeared next to Erase. There's no need. A relaxed voice came from the direction of the bushes. Right after that, 10 figures emerged from the bushes, all wearing the Iwagakure head protector, and clutching a variety of weapons, kunai, shurikens, or blades. Shinobi Iwagakure? How could this happen? Daisuke's expression changed abruptly as he ground his teeth and looked at the group members, anger flashing in his eyes. Apparently Shinobi Iwagakure waited for them here in advance. How could they so successfully ambush right on the border? There is a traitor in their group. Damn. Daisuke took out his blade and shouted angrily. Almost all the members of the group were enraged and looked at each other. Erase completely ignored the movement behind and said quietly, there is no point in looking for a traitor. At such a moment, he will definitely not reveal his identity, and it seems that you have withheld some information. This is definitely beyond the scope of a C-rank mission. Daisuke looked at the 10 shinobi surrounding their group, his expression becoming incomparably grim. The other side hired a large team of shinobi IWA to kill them, and on their side only 2 shinobi Konoha and in addition an unknown traitor. We can only hope that the mission of the other side is not to kill, but to capture, then they have at least a hope of survival. Daisuke Shinobi looked at Willow and said stress, what is your mission? Are you going to kill us? We can pay twice as much. Our mission, take him alive. Jounin IWA, who seems to be the leader of this group, pointed a finger at the teenager and said with disdain, as for the rest, just go to hell. Only the shinobi of third-rate villages change the mission goal in exchange for more reward, like the shinobi of Iwagakure, one of the 5 great villages, they certainly won't sacrifice the reputation of the entire village for fleeting gain. Fa. After the words of Jounin, 3 shinobi IWA rushed to Urushi and Dai, no extra words or anything like that, only cold expressions and a strong killing intent. Daisuke's face suddenly paled. Although the other side doesn't intend to kill the young master, if they all die here and the young master is captured, the situation will be impossible to change. The position of the daimyo of Shimatsuki City will inevitably fall into the hands of this person. No one expected a traitor to be among the daimyo's most trusted men, a fundamental mistake that sealed their fate. Chapter 46. Kako calmly looked at Daisuke and the others. Including him, 1 Jounin, 3 elite chunin and 6 genin went on this B-rank mission. According to the information received, the other side is accompanied by only 2 Konoha shinobi, 1 genin and 1 chunin. Absolute superiority in information and combat power. In such a situation there is no need to prepare an ambush, just wait for the other side on a pre-known route. Kako took out a kunai and stepped towards Daisuke. Although with the exception of the 2 Konoha shinobi, the other members of the group are ordinary people, but since it is necessary to capture the target alive, in order to avoid any possible trouble, he must make the move personally. But When Kako took a few steps forward and was about to rush forward to quickly kill Daisuke and the others, he stopped abruptly and looked to his right. Phew. 3 shinobi rushed to Erase suddenly shuddered and froze. In the hand of Erase was compressed short blade that emits a soft white light. It looks like you didn't hear my words. Erase indifferently turned to Daisuke. You have hidden important information regarding the mission's danger level. Now you have to increase the rank and the size of the commission, otherwise the mission will be considered invalid. Knock. Knock. Tuck. With words of Erase, 3 shinobi Willow stood beside him, fell to the ground. If you look closely, you can see a thin line of blood running across the faces of the fallen shinobi. Kako's pupils shrank sharply. Dead. All 3 of them died in an instant. How could this happen? Among the people who attacked Urushi, there were 2 genin and 1 elite chunin, even he would have found it difficult to kill them so quickly. Just at this time, a rumbling sound came from the other side. Kako turned around and saw a strange man in a green leotard. He shone with a golden light and radiated a violent powerful chakra. 3 shinobi, who attacked Dai, flew back and spat out gulps of blood. At the moment of impact, crackling sounds were heard. It is unknown how many bones are broken. This is. Daisuke froze. 3 chibi attacking Daya was easily broken, and the 3 shinobi that attacked Hiroshi was killed in an instant. This result completely exceeded any expectations, and Daisuke's mind went blank. It was only when Yoroshi's indifferent voice was heard that Daisuke finally came to his senses, a bright light flashing in his eyes. Strong. Very strong. These shinobi Konoha suddenly proved so strong. When Daisuke didn't hesitate, he looked at Erase and nervously said, "Okay, I agree. As a customer, I raise the mission's danger level to A rank, and the reward to 500,000 Ri." Hiroshi looked away from Daisuke, raised the white fang blade in front of him, and coldly looked at Kako. "I accept your suggestion to change the content of the mission." Kako looked at Erase said, "You killed them with genjutsu." This looked quite impressive. I didn't expect that the little imp from Konoha would have such power, but now I know your means and I won't fall for such a trick. 3 members of the team were killed in an instant without any resistance at all. Apparently they were placed in a rather powerful genjutsu prepared in advance. Initially, it was assumed that there was no need to worry about the 2 Konoha shinobi, not even any ambush and surprise attack was prepared, they just got in the way of the other side. This was a serious mistake. So far, a total of 6 shinobi have been killed and seriously injured. All this was due to a tactical error. After returning to the village, as the team leader, he will definitely be punished. Need to immediately kill these 2 shinobi Konoha and complete the mission, to maximally mitigate the consequences. Kako decisively nodded and quickly folded a series of seals. Doton. Stream earthen spears. Wham. The earth shuddered from it rose more than 10 spikes tending to puncture Daya and Erase. "Senior, protect them." Erase dodged the spikes and rushed to Kako, at the same time, turning to give. Mato Dai, shrouded in green light, said with authority and confidence, "Trust it to me." Fa. Fa. Dai's figure blurred, and he instantly appeared next to Daisuke and the others, easily dodging the stream of earthen spears. When Kako saw the approaching Erase, his eyes flashed a light. In such a situation, he dared to rush to me alone. Of course, despite his strength, he is only a child. In Kako's opinion, it is Urushi who needs to be dealt with first. He had no desire to fight the second shinobi Konoha, clearly a fairly powerful taijutsu master, and at the same time be attacked by genjutsu from Urushi. Fortunately the other side made such a stupid mistake by giving him the opportunity. Kako folded the series of seals without hesitation. Doton. Mud river. To Erase rushed a large flow of mud, trying to block his movement. A moment before, Urushi had leaped high into the air, dodging the stream of earthen spears, and now he had no foothold to dodge the mud stream that enveloped the ground beneath his feet. But he just looked down calmly and folded the seal. Bunshin no jutsu. Poof. A shadow clone instantly appeared from below, grabbed Urushi's legs with its hands and pushed him forward, then the clone was engulfed in a stream of mud and disappeared in a flash of white smoke. Receiving additional impetus from the shadow clone, Erase flew forward and landed right in front of Kako, simultaneously striking with the blade of the white fang. Phew. Kako's body was split in 2, but there was no blood, instead he turned into the ground. Unexpectedly, it turned out to be an earth clone. Kako's voice came from behind Urushi, his figure abruptly rose from the ground, blades glittering with dangerous light slid out of his sleeves and rushed towards Urushi's neck. Chapter 47. Chapter 47. Nearby. Seeing as Erase cut earthen clone, and behind him appeared the figure of a shinobi Willow, Mito give a toast, he exclaimed. Dai immediately wanted to rush to help Urushi, but at the moment, he only opened the 5th gate and did not have enough speed, and it was too late to open the next gate. A short delay in opening the gate would not allow him to solve the Urushi crisis in time. At the same time, he heard Kako's words. Suddenly he was a Hunin Iwagakure. The remaining 3 Willow Shinobi had already got in the way of Mado Dai and were determined to block him. Their leader Kako is a very strong Jounin, not much weaker than an elite Jounin. He is certainly able to deal with a small imp from Konoha. They only need to block Mado Dai. In this situation they do not have the right to make a mistake. You are finished. Kako already estimated the situation on the other side and perfectly understood that the second Shinobi Konoha will not be able to come to the rescue in a short time, so he fully concentrated on Urushi, dealing a precise and lightning-fast blow with 2 retractable blades on his neck. But at the last moment. Clang! Urushi's figure blurred, moving with terrifying speed. Suddenly from a position with his back to the opponent, he moved to a face-to-face position. White Fang's blade blocked 2 of Kako's retractable blades. Kako showed unbelieving expression, but his mind was overcome by a feeling of horror. The speed is too high and gives a very strange feeling. What's in it for the speed? When he thought about it, the blade of the White Fang, compressed in the hand of Erase, already moved with great speed, in an instant, dragging in air for several arcs. Jounin Evo desperately swung 2 retractable blades, trying his best to block the opponent's swift attack. Clang! Clang! There were a few sounds of clashing blades and a screech of metal, then Kako's figure flew 10 meters back. Captain Kako. Shinobi Willows, watching this scene from the side, worried and disbelieving shouted. They clearly saw that Kako was covered in wounds and bleeding. Apparently, in this short encounter, he was unable to cope with the attack of the Konoha Shinobi. How is this possible? Be it taijutsu or ninjutsu, Kako is extremely strong in everything. How could a small imp from Konoha inflict so many wounds on him in such a short melee? You fully deserve the title of Jounin, even a little stronger than expected. Erase looked at Kako, terrified, and said thoughtfully, if you were able to block my attack, then. He with great speed put a series of seals with his left hand, then to the blade of the White Fang poured a powerful stream of chakra. With a sound reminiscent of chirping birds, the blade was enveloped in a large number of bright crackling arcs of lightning. Raiten Chidori. After a conversation with Orochimaru, Urushi in less than 10 days mastered Chidori. Kako's expression changed dramatically. Whether it's the chakra vibrations being emitted or just the way this jutsu looks, there's no doubt that this trick is extremely dangerous. The combination of incredible speed and powerful attacking Raiden Jutsu is too dangerous. It can't let this imp close the distance. Doton. The technique of sandwich. Kako strongly folded print, and exclaimed in a loud voice. This A-rank ninjutsu is his strongest tool, combining blocking and killing the enemy. In the next instant, the ground shook. Urushi's feet were sucked into the ground, and 2 large rocks in the shape of hemispheres began to rise from the ground on either side, collapsing like a cot, trying to crush Urushi, who was between them. Which? Hold on. Mito Give vehemently exclaimed, opened the 5th gate and rushed to the aid of Erase. Seeing the movement of Mado Dai, 3 Shinobi Iwa brought down a hail of kunai and shuriken equipped with explosive seals. But Dai, who opened the 6th gate, just slammed his fist, causing a gust of wind that threw all the kunai and shurikens aside. Shinobi Willow felt horror. This guy's taijutsu is too strong. Give suddenly stopped, no longer trying to help Erase. One could see that Urushi, who was about to be crushed by 2 massive collapsing rocks, continued to maintain absolute calm. The next moment he swung the White Fang blade. Phew! A large white crescent-shaped arc flashed. The massive mountains that were trying to crush the Urushi on both sides stopped abruptly. A single clear crack appeared from the center and spread out to the sides, and the next moment they collapsed. Surprisingly, this swing of the blade split the mountains in half. This! Kako exclaimed in shock, his hands still folded in the shape of a seal. Seeing this scene, he unwittingly recalled the name that thundered during the Second World War Shinobi. White Fang Konoha. Fa. The figure of Urushi already rushed forward with great speed and appeared in front of Kako. The White Fang blade drew an arc in the air, spewing a white slash. After practice Chidori, physical speed Urushi markedly increased. Now to use the flash of the crescent moon, he does not need to open the 3rd gate, just 3 times the acceleration of time. The figures of the 2 shinobi crossed. Phew. Erase stopped behind Kako and slowly lowered his hand gripping the blade of the White Fang. Kako froze in place, his hands still raised in the hope of blocking Urushi's attack with the retractable blades, but between his eyebrows and down to his stomach, there was a vertical and perfectly straight line of blood. Hata, White Fang of Konoha. His eyes were filled with disbelief. Erase slowly turned his head, looking at Kako, and said quietly, White Fang was my father. That's it, it looks like this is the end. Hearing Urushi's words, Kako let out a sad sigh in his heart. At this moment, he felt regret, reluctance, and other emotions until his consciousness finally sank into darkness. A heavy stream of blood gushed out, and Jounin Iwagakure's body fell to the ground. Chapter 48, Chapter 48. No. Impossible. This is a lie. How could Captain Kako? 3 Shinobi Willow, who had already felt some fear, exclaimed in shock, refusing to believe the scene that unfolded before their eyes. This was one of the best jounins in their village. How could he have died at the hands of a small imp? It seems I was wrong to worry. Seeing that Urushi was able to deal with the enemy jounin, Dai breathed a sigh of relief, at the same time admiring his strength and talent. Urushi is a classmate of his son and now he is only about 10 years old, but he is already able to defeat jounin. Is this the true genius? Guy, it looks like you will have to work even harder to have a chance to keep up with Kakashi and Urushi. Dai whispered in his heart and turned to the 3 remaining Shinobi Willow. Noticing Dai's gaze, the remaining Shinobi Willow felt extreme tension, cold sweat broke out on their foreheads, and a chill ran down their back. Damn this bastard who provided them with information. Where do you see 2 ordinary Konoha Shinobi? These are 2 damn monsters. Run. Almost simultaneously, the remaining Shinobi Willow fled. They no longer had the courage and fighting spirit to continue this battle. In the face of Mato Dai opening the 6th gate, their desire to escape was nothing more than a simple joke. Having run only a few meters, Shinobi Willow abruptly stopped, because Mato Dai rushed forward, leaving an afterimage, and got in their way. Thereafter. At first they heard some incomprehensible words about the power of youth, or something like that, and then they felt a strong pain in their body and flew back several tens of meters, their vision went dark, their consciousness plunged into darkness. After killing the last Shinobi Willow, Mato Dai deactivated Hachiman Tonko, sighed heavily and sat down on the ground. Erase searched the body Janina Willow and did not find anything valuable, approached Mato Give, Senior, how are you? Is everything all right? I'm fine. But, it seems in the near future, I will be absolutely useless. Dai was still breathing heavily, and his eyes were tired. Even for someone who is able to open all 8 gates, the side effect of opening the 6th gate is still quite large, the body falls into a rather long period of weakness and the muscles are riddled with pain. It's okay. Pass this to me and rest easy, Senior. Everything is fine until it's not injuries that require intervention. Iranana. Dai is able to open all 8 gates, and it seems that the consequences of opening the 6th gate do not reach the extent of actual injuries. Talking to Giver Roish looked at Daisuke, standing nearby. At this time Daisuke and the others were in a trance, the battle of Erase and Daya with Shinobi Iva was completely beyond their understanding. On the one hand, the power Janina, belonging to one of the 5 great villages, far exceeded the power Gono village's grass. On the other hand, the power of Erase and Daya, which they took for the average shinobi, can only be described as shocking. This is a great shinobi villages. Daisuke muttered, shocked. Noticing the look of Erase, he finally recovered from the shock, and turned to his friends standing behind him. At the same time, one of them stepped forward and placed the blade directly on the neck of the young master he was supposed to protect. Stay away. Garansi looked at Daisuke, his forehead was dripping a cold sweat, in eyes there was fear. Transmitting information to the land of grass, he could not have expected that a pathetic pair of Konoha shinobi, consisting of a strange man in a green leotard and a small boy, could have such terrifying power. Even the elite Iwagakure squad was completely destroyed. After that, a strong panic was born in the heart of Jirenchi, because then a thorough search for the traitor will surely follow. He realized that most likely he will not be able to hide it and can only hope for taking a hostage and escape. It was you. Why? Daisuke looked at Garanki, in the eyes flashed anger. Garansi gritted his teeth, the daimyo has long lost his authority. How do you hope to get the recognition of all these families? You are too stupid. You. Daisuke exclaimed furiously. And just at this moment, without a sound, lay a hand on the wrist of Karenchi and easily broke it, the blade fell to the ground. After this Erase turned to Daisuke, I'm not going to interfere in your internal affairs. Thank you. Daisuke fell to his knees in front of Erase and expressed his gratitude, then he picked up the fallen knife and coldly looked at Garenki. Urushi was not interested in the fight for the daimyo's place in one of the small towns of the grass country, so he did not even listen to the conversation that followed and began to analyze the past battle. My actual strength is roughly the same as the previous estimate. After mastering Chidori, it won't be difficult for me to defeat a normal jounin. After opening the first gate and using Chidori, he had no problem dealing with A-rank Dotonjutsu and killed Hunin Iwagakure on the spot. If he went all out, he might even be able to suppress the elite jounin without much trouble, and perhaps even kill it in a short time. This battle confirmed another assumption of Erase. The tactics of the human crowd don't matter much in front of him. The ability to kill a jounin in a short time means that even if several jounins unite at once, they will simply not be able to keep up with his speed and will be crushed one by one. If the number of opponents is too large, he can just rely on his speed to escape. If it's not a Sharingan developed to the level of 3 Tomo, or some special elite jounin that can keep track of my speed, even if the opponent has some powerful forbidden techniques, it won't make much sense until I allow them to be used. More simply, With his current strength and means, as long as he doesn't face a Kaga-level opponent or get surrounded by a huge number of shinobi, even if he engages in a battle with a team of jounins, he can rely on his speed to control the situation and escape at any moment. Shinobi, at least 100. Hearing the answer of Erase, Give in astonishment said, so much. Ikuzagakure shinobi. No. Erase shook his head and said seriously, this is not like the local shinobi, besides, there may be a lot more of them, after. Saying this, he activated double acceleration and noticeably accelerated. Noticing this, Mado Dai opened the first gate and also accelerated. They quickly left the city, ran into the forest and climbed to the top of the trees. Immediately looking back, from here they could see a large number of human figures rushing into the small town from the opposite direction. Although the distance is quite large, but you can still see the other side's uniform. It was not Kuzagakure's shinobi but Iwagakure. War. Dai sighed worriedly. On the outskirts of the grass country, so many shinobi willow appeared. This is definitely not some ordinary mission. Perhaps Iwagakure is going to take over the land of grass and launch an attack on the land of fire from here. Although Dai is not well versed in such things, but he clearly understands what it means to start a war, because he experienced the cruelty and ruthlessness of the Second World War shinobi. Let's go back to the village as quickly as possible and report this. The Third World War of Shinobi begins. The country of grass. The city Shimatsuki. A large number of shinobi willow in a very short time took control of the city. There were several shinobi kusa, but they had nothing to oppose the shinobi of one of the great villages. What are you going to do? Daisuke was already captured by Willow's shinobi, his voice trembling. Before him stood the shinobi of the willow. He put his index finger to her lips and whispered, don't be so nervous and yell, we'll just borrow your territory to set up a temporary military camp. Military. Hearing these words, Daisuke suddenly turned pale. Anyone who has survived the Second World War in the shinobi world is well aware of how terrifying the war is, especially residents of small countries located between large countries, because their home often becomes a battleground between great villages. Senior Honku, the city is under control. A shinobi appeared in front of the speaker, knelt down, and made a report. Honka put my hands on his chest and slowly said, don't cause too much damage to the locals, we need free labor, prepare a place to place our troops. Yes. Shinobi nodded and immediately went to pass the command. Honku looked at the pale Daisuke, and some other high-ranking officials of Shimatsuki City who had been captured, thought about it, and made a gesture with his hand, ordering them to be taken into custody. At this moment, the shinobi reappeared in front of him and dropped to one knee. Senior Honku, I haven't been able to get any news about Kako and his group. How can this be? Honku frowned slightly. They have taken over the grass country mission and should have completed it around this time. Keep searching for information. When you find them, tell Kako that you do not need to return to the village, let them go straight to the temporary camp and join the advance group. Yes. The shinobi took the order and disappeared. Hearing these words, Daisuke slightly changed his expression and carefully looked at Honka, hesitated a bit, but still did not say anything. But he is an ordinary person who is not able to hide in the face of an elite jounin. Honku immediately noticed Daisuke's strange behavior. Honku called out to the shinobi who were about to take the prisoners away, and stared at Daisuke, seems. No, I don't know anything. Daisuke replied, trying his best to remain calm. Phew. The blood splatter. The kunai pierced Daisuke's shoulder, the intense pain made him cry out, and a stream of blood gushed out, staining his clothes red. I know nothing. Honki said quietly, spinning a bloody kunai on the tip of your finger. Daisuke covered the wound, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, he shivered and fell to the floor, fear flashed in his eyes. If it was a team from 10 shinobi, then they were killed, Shinobi Konoha. Yes. The expression on Honku's face changed abruptly. He leaned over, ran the tip of his kunai across Daisuke's cheek, and asked seriously, Konoha shinobi. What exactly happened? A group of 10 shinobi, led by Jounin, destroyed the shinobi Konoha. This is extremely important information. Perhaps Konoha also operates in the land of grass. Perhaps they are already prepared for their invasion. If the advanced troops are ambushed by Konoha, then Iwagakure will be at a disadvantage from the very beginning of the war. The consequences can be huge. Ahem, this is what happened. Blood ran down Daisuke's cheek, he trembled and recounted everything that had happened earlier. As the story progressed, Honka's expression gradually became puzzled. The IWA shinobi standing nearby looked suspiciously at Daisuke. Kako and his group were not ambushed by Konoha, but instead were destroyed by an escort team consisting of just 2 Konoha shinobi. How is this possible? Kako was close to reaching the rank of an elite jounin. His team consisted of 10 shinobi, which included Sensor and Irenen. They should be able to withstand even when faced with an elite team of ANBU Konoha. But that a team of 2 shinobi could easily destroy Kako's squad, it should consist of 2 elite jounins, perhaps even one of the Sanins was present. They didn't have any impression at all about the shinobi that Daisuke described. They may not remember all the Konoha Hunins, but the number of elite Hunins is small and each of them has a certain fame, but these two Konoha shinobi were completely unfamiliar to any of the Willow shinobi present. Chapter 50. Hanku frowned and said, "Are you saying that the Konoha team consisted of a fat-browed man in a green leotard and a 12-year-old boy with silver hair?" Hanku looked at the shinobi standing next to him and said, "Does anyone have specific information about Kako's mission?" No one present is responsible for issuing missions or a member of Kako's team. It is normal for them to remember that Kako took on the mission of the Grass Country, but not to know the specific formation. Hanku pondered and said, "Konoha must be hiding elite jounins. Write down their signs and notify all our shinobi that they will be vigilant when they encounter them. An ordinary jounin does not deserve special attention. Their number is relatively large, but elite jounins are quite rare. 3 legendary Sannin Konoha also formerly belong to this rank. Each elite jounin of the enemy village deserves close attention." There is. One of the shinobi took the team. After giving the instruction, Hanku looked in the direction of the land of fire, his gaze deep. A teenager with silver hair. The description is very similar to one deceased person. Is this his son? But according to known information, his son must be several years younger. But in any case, a shinobi with such power at such a young age is a threat, which must be eliminated as soon as possible. You cannot allow the appearance of another White Fang Konoha. Uruishi and Dai were moving at maximum speed, almost without stopping to return to Konoha as soon as possible. At the time of their arrival, the village was certainly not unaware of the situation on the border and was already in full combat readiness. The entire Konoha was surrounded by a huge number of sensor and signal seals, and the garrison responsible for guarding the entrance has grown to 2 teams, in addition to hiding at least 1 ANBU team. Uruishi and Mato Dai were subjected to a thorough check at the entrance to the village. Only after confirming that they are not disguised shinobi of the enemy village, they were allowed to enter Konoha. Upon entering the village, the 2-man team immediately headed for the Hokage building. The mission issuing department on the first floor had a completely different atmosphere. You could see that all the C-rank missions had disappeared. There were only a few missions on the B and A rank stands, and they were all related to the Fire Country, such as serving as a guard for the daimyo of the Fire Country or something like that. Hanbu Shiranui was still in the mission issuing department. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Uruishi and Dai enter. "It looks like you didn't run into a Wadakure in the Grass Country. Your luck is good." Scouts Konoha already noticed a massive movement in the country Iwagakure grass and brought information to the village. ANBU remember that Erase and Let have taken on the mission to support the group of merchants in the country grass, which is extremely dangerous in this situation, is to accidentally stumble upon a large force of Willow and everything will be over. Return to One Piece, you're lucky. No, we ran into Willow shinobi. Erase looked at Anub and said quietly, "In the course of the mission, unforeseen circumstances occurred. On the border of the Grass Country, our group encountered a Willow team consisting of 10 shinobi. A team of 10 shinobi. A team of 4 shinobi usually has a chunin and sometimes even a jounin as their commander, so a team of 10 shinobi undoubtedly had a jounin as their commander. The survival of Erase and Daya, when faced with such an enemy, can only be explained by a huge stroke of luck. You're lucky to be back alive. Mission failure due to an unexpected situation that goes beyond the level of danger originally specified by the customer. According to the rules, this result will not be recorded in your personal file as mission failure." Hanbu began to rummage through the papers, looking for the Uruishi and Dai mission form. When Hanbu found the form and was about to indicate the result, unforeseen circumstances, Uruishi went to the table and stopped him. "The mission is not failed." "Ah." Hanbu froze and exclaimed in surprise. Uruishi placed the scroll on the table and headed for the stairs leading to the 2nd floor. "Senior, explain the specific situation. I'm going to see Lord Hokage." After saying this, Uruishi quickly climbed the stairs and disappeared on the 2nd floor. "Well." Mato Dai sighed, walked over to the table and scratched his hair. "What should I tell you? We faced a group of Willow consisting of 10 shinobi, then the customer raised the danger level of the mission to A rank and we completely destroyed the Willow team." Hanbu listened intently to Dai's story, and when the word "destroyed" was uttered, he shook his head, subconsciously thinking that he had heard. What did you just say?" "You destroyed Team Willow, consisting of 10 shinobi." "This is so." Dai nodded. Hanbu frowned and growled, "What are you talking about? Did your team destroy Eve, team of 10? Lying about a mission is very hard to punish." Mato Dai shook his head. "How can I lie about the progress of the mission? Everything I said was true. I almost forgot, the evidence is in this scroll." "Scroll?" ANBU frowned at the scroll, which Erase previously put on the table, opened it, and folded the cachet. "Open." Poof. Broke out the white smoke. Instantly, a small pile of items appeared on the unfolded scroll, among them a large number of forehead protectors with the Iwadakure symbol. Hanbu paused for a few seconds and looked at the head protectors in disbelief. 10 Iwagakure head protectors. The forehead protector is a symbol of the status and identity of the shinobi. Only shinobi recognized by their village can get it in strict order. This means that 10 Willow forehead protectors must come from 10 Willow shinobi. Mato Dai and Hatake Yurushi really destroyed Team Iwagakure, consisting of 10 shinobi. This. Hanbu shocked froze with his mouth slightly open. After a while he came to his senses, took a deep breath and said, wait. Raising the mission's danger level to A rank and the death of the enemy village's shinobi is no longer something he can deal with. Hanbu took another deep breath, got up from the table, and quickly left to make his report. Chapter 51. Hokage's office. Hiruzen stared thoughtfully at the two cards on the table. One of them is large and displays the entire mainland, and the other is smaller and displays the land of grass, along with a small part of the country of fire on the border. Lord Hokage. Erase entered the office of Hokage. Hiruzen looked up from the map and looked at Yurushi. It looks like you've returned safely. Do you have anything to report on the situation in the grass country? Erase calmly replied, we encountered a large group of willow shinobi in the city of Shimatsuki in the grass country. The number of the group is at least 100 people. Because of the too large number, it was not possible to conduct a more thorough reconnaissance. The specific goal of the enemy is unknown. This was the advance party of Iwagakure. Hiruzen was not surprised. The Konoha scouts had already passed this information. He looked at Erase and he said relieved, you did a great job and made the right decision by refusing to investigate the situation further. Young shinobi often suffer from excessive carelessness and even lose their lives. Speaking of Kakashi and Yurushi, given this amazing talent, there is no great need to worry about the growth of their strength. Most of all you need to worry about their ability to assess the situation and their own strength. It is extremely difficult to keep track of a huge group consisting of more than 100 shinobi, because among them there is definitely a considerable number of sensors. A hasty attempt to investigate will inevitably lead to a dangerous situation. Once surrounded by so many shinobi, not to mention Yurushi, even his students, Orochimaru or Jiraiya, will find themselves in a very difficult situation. Yurushi knew in advance that the Hokage probably already knows about such a large-scale movement from Iwagakure, and was not surprised by the answer, but realizing that Hiruzen does not seem interested in his mission at all and is not going to ask any questions, Yurushi thought a little and decided not to raise this topic. Thinking that Yoroshi's strength has already reached the level of an elite chunin, in addition to specializing in speed and being Orochimaru's disciple, Hiruzen nodded and said, now you must have some understanding of the area of the country of grass, go with Orochimaru to take care of the advanced forces of Iwagakure. Of course, he could not respond to the invasion vanguard willows in the country of grass, yet no news of the invasion of the Fire Nation, but sooner or later it will happen, so you need to react to receiving the worst news. If Yurushi returned a bit later, he would have been included in the subsequent support forces, but since he returned just in time, it would be more appropriate to send him along with Orochimaru. This is. Erase sighed and said, Lord Hokage, there is a situation I need to inform you about. He briefly described Mato Dai's situation. Hiruzen was very surprised. Suddenly there is a genin who, by training just one technique, was able to reach the level of a jounin. There was no point in Yurushi lying about such things, and he shouldn't have made a big mistake in his assessment of strength, which meant that there was a genin whose talent hadn't been discovered for many years. Although in terms of mentality and experience, Dai most likely does not match the level of a jounin, which will not allow him to become a team leader, but such power is quite valuable in itself. In any village, the number of jounins is very small compared to the total number of shinobi. Each of them is an elite and forms the backbone of the village. Kakashi. He graduated from the academy at the age of 5, advanced to chunin at 6, but by the age of 9, he still hadn't advanced to jounin level, and by Minato's estimation, it wouldn't happen anytime soon. Erase even more outstanding genius than Kakashi, but also still not reached the level of jounin. Okay, I understand, ask him to come to my place. He was going to chat and carefully evaluate Mato Dai to place it in the best possible way. There is. Erase nodded and left the Hokage's office. When Erase went down to the department issuing the missions on the spot, Hanbo was already seated jounin and carefully asked Mato Dai. Jounin looked at the descending Yurushi in surprise. He had already learned from Mato Dai's words that Yurushi had killed jounin Iwagakure. There is a huge gap between Hunin and chunin. There are a huge number of chunins in each village, usually even more than genins, because most genins are able to reach the level of chunin by adulthood. But out of 10 chunins, rarely even one can advance to the next rank, but even then, it won't be a jounin, but a tokubesta jounin. 10-year-old Yurushi defeated a jounin. He would never have believed it if the scroll had not sealed the head of this jounin as proof. It is necessary to know that the youngest shinobi of their village, who had advanced to the rank of jounin, was 14 years old. This 14-year-old jounin was called Orochimaru. Despite all the evidence, jounin still asked the question of Erase, did you really kill jounin? Progress of the mission in the grass country? Erase sullenly looked at Mato Dai. Dai grabbed his hair and said helplessly, I'm sorry, I'm not very good in such conversations and could not take on your services. Erase helplessly shrugged his shoulders and said, yes, I killed jounin. As he expected, Dai is too honest, he didn't take the credit for it even if it was discussed earlier. But there's nothing wrong with that. You just have to be even more careful. Now, even if he is targeted by a Kage-level shinobi, although victory is impossible, but there should still be an opportunity to escape. In the current world of shinobi, there are already not many people who can take the life of Hiroshi. By taking most of the merits from this mission, Meito Dai would be able to smoothly advance to Tokubetsu Jounin in accordance with all the rules, but even without these merits, given only personal strength, Hiruzen is able to arrange for him to advance to Tokubetsu Jounin in the shortest possible time. It just might cause some misunderstanding and criticism from the village. As for joining the ANBU, this is simply not possible. Meito Dai's personality and mentality are absolutely not suitable for ANBU. Hiruzen definitely won't make that decision. Phew. Hearing the confirmation from the mouth of Erase, Jounin took a deep breath and showed a delighted look. At this point, his eyes of Erase does not differ from the young white fang of Konoha. Chapter 52, Chapter 52. Senior, Lord Hokage wants to meet you. Admitting, of Erase quickly restored calm, and asked to give. At this moment Jounin hesitated a little and said, I also have to make a report to Lord Hokage, let's go together. Good. Dai nodded and looked at Hiroshi gratefully. Erase smiled and raised his thumb, and then turned and left the Hokage building. He went home without rushing to the gathering place. In the office of the Hokage. Meito Dai entered the office with Naoki Saruto, a Jounin. Hiruzen quietly sat at the table with closed eyes, holding the phone in his hand and thinking. He thought about the best distribution of forces. It is impossible to just send Orochimaru to the front of the grass country. Other borders also need to be controlled. It is necessary to maintain the utmost vigilance towards the rest of the great villages. Lord Hokage. Saruto took a step forward, bowed to the Hokage and began to report. There is something that requires your attention. The shinobi team consisting of Hatake Hiroshi and Meito Dai was attacked by shinobi Iwadakure during the C-rank mission in the Land of Grass. As a result, Hatake Hiroshi killed an enemy Jounin identified as Jounin Iwadakure Kako. The first half of the report didn't attract much attention from Hiruzen. He just nodded subconsciously, listened with half an ear, but the second half abruptly interrupted his thoughts. Hiruzen looked at Saruto in a daze and said, Erase, killed Janina Willow. Naruto sighed and said, yes, and on this not all, together with Meito Dai they destroyed Team Iwadakure, consisting of 10 shinobi. Hiruzen was silent for a while, simply not knowing what to say. He thought that Hiroshi had failed the mission due to the Willow invasion, but he didn't worry too much and didn't ask questions, because this is a normal C-rank mission, but unexpectedly, Hiroshi not only encountered unforeseen circumstances halfway through, but also handled them perfectly, successfully completing the mission. In comparison, the fact that when facing the massive Willow forces in the grass country, Hiroshi did not act rashly and immediately decided to retreat in order to provide at least minimal information is not worth mentioning at all. This guy. Hiruzen turned and looked out the window, feeling a shiver in his heart. 10 years. At the age of 9, he killed an elite enemy scout, and at the age of 10, Jounin Iwadakure. Even young Tsukumo and Orochimaru could cope with Jounin only at the age of 12 or 13. Hiroshi's performance has already completely eclipsed the young Tsukumo and Orochimaru, two geniuses of past generations. Okay, I understand. After a few seconds, Hiruzen calmed his emotions and waved his hand, giving Saruto a sign that he can go. Then he looked at Meito Dai. Give, how many gates Hachiman thin you are able to open it. Describing the situation, Erase not only said that Meito let stronger than him, but also mentioned that he practices Hachiman thin. Hachiman Sutli is one of Kenjutsu created by the second Hokage Senju Tobirama. For all time of existence of this technology, very rarely met people who are able to go beyond opening the fifth gate, because the load on the body and side effects are too great, so very few people decide to take up this practice Kenjutsu. As a genin, Meito Dai didn't have the ability to access the seal scroll that records this Kenjutsu, so he probably learned this technique on his own. It is not so difficult to touch the first gate and open it. The main problem of Hachiman Tonko practice is that it is much more difficult to open each subsequent gate. If a shinobi who has been focused on training taijutsu for decades says that he has absolutely no idea about the 8 gates, this is what will be really hard to believe. However, understanding the 8 gates does not mean being able to practice them. Cases where shinobi was able to understand and start a full-fledged practice of Hachiman Tonko are extremely rare and exceptional. At least the talent of Meito Dai in the physical aspect cannot be questioned. Dai answered the Hokage's question honestly without hesitation. 8th gate. Ah, no wonder you can do this. Silence. Hiruzen was still thinking about Erase and subconsciously replied to give, then slowly turned his head, blinked and slowly said, wait, did you say the 8th gate? He looked at Meito Dai in a daze. Even Tobirama himself, who developed this technique, was unable to open the last 8th gate. As Hiruzen knows, he only opened the first few gates. And in the future, only a few managed to open the 6th gate. In most cases the 5th gate was the limit. Yes. Meito Dai nodded. Hiruzen was shocked. At first, he even doubted the truth of Meito Dai's words, but looking at his behavior, he did not find a single sign of a lie. and a lie in such a matter simply does not make sense, it can be exposed in an instant. Have you ever opened the 8th gate? Hiruzen still couldn't quite believe it. Dai hesitated and said, no, the side effect of this technique is too great, I feel that the side effect of opening the 8th gate will be death. At this point, Hiruzen stopped doubting the truth of Dai's words, because the information about the 8 gates left by Tobirama briefly describes the opening of the last gate, which is the burning of all life force in exchange for ultimate strength, which will inevitably lead to death. Hiruzen involuntarily sighed. Initially it was expected that Mato-Give may be able to open the 5th gate and is a very strong shinobi from the perspective of taijutsu that can only do to this aspect to reach level Jounin, but suddenly he is able to open the 8th gate. Although he didn't know what the impetus will be cut off when they are opened, but the burning of all the vital forces in exchange for ultimate power will definitely give a very powerful effect. Perhaps to the level of the Kages. Compare with it. Mato Dai, I will immediately promote you to the level of Tokubetsu Jounin. The previous mission was quite difficult, but now there is no time to rest, it is necessary that you go to the front line as soon as possible. Hiruzen looked at Dai very seriously. Mato Dai, who has such power, is very well suited to be sent to the front, because he can handle almost any surprise, even in the most terrible and hopeless situation. The opening of the 8th gate will ensure their forces a safe retreat. Dai replied excitedly. Just as Uruishi predicted, he was promoted to the rank of Tokubetsu Jounin, from Genin to Tokubetsu Jounin in an instant. And he could feel a very serious attitude from the Lord Hokage. Give felt the blood boil in his veins. It is a feeling of the burning power of youth. At this moment, he would not hesitate, even if he had to open the 8th gate and rush into the enemy ranks, trading his life for a huge loss from the enemy. Chapter 53, Chapter 54. It seems that your mission to accompany the merchants to the land of grass went smoothly. Orochimaru turned to Uruishi and smiled faintly, a strange light flashed in his eyes. After learning about sending to the front, Orochimaru wanted to take Uruishi with him, but it turned out that the student had already taken the mission and went to the land of grass. He already thought that perhaps he would meet Uruishi in the land of grass, but suddenly he returned at the last moment and was sent here by Hiruzen. Sure. That wasn't what caught Sanin's attention. His attention was drawn to the obvious change in Uruishi's temperament. He had noticeably changed since their last meeting. The previous Uruishi, although he had a certain self-confidence, always suppressed it and behaved with restraint. But this erase clearly radiates vitality and self-confidence, often present in young men of his age. Definitely. If Uruishi failed the mission in the land of grass, his temperament would not have changed in this way, which means that he successfully completed the mission, and not just completed it, but most likely there was an unforeseen situation that was perfectly resolved. Only in this case could there be such a strong change of temperament, from cautious and reserved to energetic and self-confident. Yes. Uruishi nodded, although there were some unforeseen circumstances, but the mission was completed successfully. Hearing the student's response, Orochimaru grinned, showing a hint of anticipation, and said, I want to hear it. Sanino was still interesting, unforeseen circumstances, which could greatly affect someone like Erase. But without waiting for Uruishi to respond, a clumsy figure rushed into the room, its movements were hurried and chaotic, of course it was Mato Dai. Sorry, I didn't want to be late. Mato Dai grabbed his head and awkwardly apologized, and then a little confused, approached Orochimaru and said, Lord Orochimaru, my name is Mato Dai, Lord Hokage ordered me to join you. Orochimaru looked away from Uruishi and looked at Mato Dai with barely noticeable bewilderment. Erase student and has excellent abilities in all aspects, but just by looking at this Mato Dai, we can say that he is extremely clumsy and absent-minded, as Hiruzen could include someone like him in the advanced group. This detachment, headed by him, must stop the forces of Iwagakure that appeared near the border of Fire Country. A group formed of elite, Gonno 16, 6 Tokubetsu Gonno, and all the other elite Chunin, just a little less than 100 shinobi. Disguise. Pretending to be clumsy. In the heart of Orochimaru there was a doubt. Although Hiruzen is already quite old, but it is still too early for him to fall into senile senility. The teacher could not include a random shinobi in this group. This means that Mato Dai has some special talent and is well suited for inclusion in the advanced frontline squad. When Orochimaru was thinking about this, some shinobi frowned when they saw Mato Dai enter, and some of them exclaimed in exasperation. Hey! Mato Dai, what are you doing? This is not a place for someone like you to come to. Not finding a team willing to accept you, did you think to solve the problem this way? Tricked into joining an advanced frontline group? Are you an idiot? You will definitely be punished for this. The group included Chunin, who had suffered from the incompetence of the Eternal Genin in the past, and stared at Mato Dai in exasperation. This is an advanced frontline group whose mission is to contain Iwagakure's forces. Is this a joke? Mato Dai noticed a few more Chunin who had been his captains in the past, remembering how much trouble he had caused them in the past. Dai clutched his hair in embarrassment. Ahem, I'm here on orders from Lord Hokage. What nonsense. Marino Ibim frowned, How could Lord Hokage include a genin like you in this squad? If you dare to continue to carry this nonsense, there will be consequences that you can't afford. Genin. Orochimaru slightly tilted his head, watching Mato die more and more puzzled. Dai coughed uncomfortably, squared his shoulders, and slammed a fist into his chest. I'm not genin anymore, I'm Tokubetsu Jounin now. Enough. Ibim finally lost his temper. He took a step forward and was about to throw Mato Dai away, no longer intending to listen to all sorts of stupid excuses. Orochimaru simply watched this from the side, not intending to interfere. He wanted to see what this strange and clumsy Mato Dai was capable of, or was he really stupid enough to lie about his rank? But at a time when Ibim came to give, from the side came the voice. Senior Dai indeed Tokubetsu Jounin, I can confirm this. This voice made Ibim freeze, but seeing that the speaker was Yarushi, who was standing next to Orochimaru, he frowned even more. Not to mention Mato Dai, in his eyes, Yarushi's joining this group was also a big question. Ibim had heard that Yarushi had graduated early from the academy and was the only one who successfully passed the last Chunin exam, but that doesn't change the fact that the kid is too young. Talent. So what, the fact that Yarushi is a young shinobi who doesn't have enough experience, Ibim couldn't understand why someone like him was allowed to join this group. But still erase his Chunin and it is barely acceptable. But what the hell is Mato Dai doing here? He is an eternal genin, constantly making mistakes that quite often lead to the failure of missions. Doesn't it look like a joke to have someone like that join their squad? Ibim couldn't believe that Lord Hokage would make such a decision. Hey, kid, don't talk nonsense if you can't figure out the situation. Do you know how many mistakes he's already made and how many problems he's caused? Lord Hokage couldn't allow someone like Dai to join the vanguard. On the face of Erase hung faint smile. I'm not lying, older Dai really increased to Tokubetsu Jounin. Senior, you must have the necessary documents, right? Ah, I almost forgot. Hearing Yarushi's words, Dai exclaimed in concern and began to quickly feel the green leotard, and soon he took out some papers from his pocket. Ibim watched the scene in a daze. Orochimaru slightly frowned, accepting documents from the hands of Mato Dai, but after a cursory glance, his snake pupils barely noticeably flinched. After looking at Mato Dai for a few seconds, Sannin nodded and put down the documents. Dai and Yarushi, no need to join one of the group's teams, you will follow directly behind me. Dai sighed with relief and said, I understand, Lord Orochimaru. Ibim watched the scene with genuine incomprehension, hesitating a bit. He still couldn't help himself and turned to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, why? You will find out about everything if you have the opportunity. Sannin mysteriously answered Ibim's question and gave Dai a deep look. Hearing this vague response, Ibim and the other shinobi looked at each other uncomprehendingly, and then turned their eyes to Mato Dai, who was standing next to Yarushi. What the hell? Did the Eternal Genin really become a Tokubetsu Jounin? All the people who were even slightly familiar with Mato Dai showed disbelieving looks. But Orochimaru did not question the authenticity of the documents, so the Lord Hokage really gave such an order. They had already set up their mental state and were ready to go to the battlefield, but suddenly the Eternal Genin and the 10-year-old boy burst in, sharply shaking their mood. It would be nice to have another one, but two similar characters appeared at once. Something will definitely go wrong. Chapter 54, Chapter 53. Erase pushed the door and went in. Kakashi wasn't home, so it looks like he went on a mission with Minato and still hasn't returned. Entering his room and putting a pack of Ryo on the table, Erase slowly sat up and closed his eyes. He did not go to the gathering place indicated by Hiruzen, on the one hand, because he wanted to leave the mission reward at home, but more importantly, just recently, a sound like a bell rang in his head. Finally. Closing his eyes, Erase calmed his emotions. A large ephemeral clock appeared before him and now its hand points to 2 o'clock. The Roman numeral 2 is no longer shrouded in fog, it is clearly visible and flickers with a mysterious dark luster. Erase took a deep breath. He did not immediately try to apply a new ability, instead, activated the acceleration of the flow of time. Click. The hand of the ephemeral clock moved with a mechanical click and returned to the 1 o'clock position. The mechanical counter located in the center of the clock rattled and slowly turned, soon reaching the number 4. A fourfold acceleration of the flow of time. As I expected, the degree of acceleration of the time flow increases by 1 unit per year. 4 times the acceleration of time plus the third gate. In this state, even a Kage-level shinobi will find it difficult to chase him, and it will be even easier to kill a Jounin. Now a Kage-level opponent can't really threaten him unless it's someone who specializes in speed, like the future 4th Raikage. Now it's worth trying out a new ability. Yarushi calmed his emotions and concentrated on the clock. The hand moved again, moving to the 2 o'clock position. The black Roman numeral 2 emitted a mysterious glow. As he concentrated on this ability, it was as if he instinctively understood what its effect was. In the heart of Iwashi broke out a strong emotion. He opened his eyes, took out the white fang blade, opened his palm, and slashed at it with the blade. Phew! Accompanied by severe pain, a wound appeared on the palm, and blood immediately gushed out. Urushi stared at the wound in pain, and the next moment, an ephemeral gold watch appeared in the depths of his eyes, its hand rapidly rotating in the opposite direction. Without a sound, the gushing blood flowed in the opposite direction, returning to the wound, and then the wound itself disappeared. This is so. A smile appeared on Urushi's face. You don't need to think for a long time, at first glance it is clear what this strange and unreal scene means. The reverse flow of time. Urushi slammed the blade into the wooden floor, leaving a cut about 30 centimeters long, and then stared at it intently, trying to activate his new ability. However, nothing happened. As with time flow acceleration, the ability only applies to my own body. After making this judgment, Urushi sighed and stared at the cut left on the floor for a few seconds, then laughed out loud. Ha! Ha ha! Ha ha ha! Although this is not the most desirable the ability to stop the flow of time and there is no way to influence its environment, but the power of the received powers are still no doubt. Regardless of what the injury is received, unless it's instant death, Erase will be able to return in perfect condition under the action of the reverse flow of time. He wasn't sure what the moment of death of the physical body it will become fatal. After all, the ephemeral clock is connected to his soul, so there is a chance that even if the body is completely destroyed, he will still be able to activate the reverse flow of time. If this is the case, then not to mention Byakugo no In and the body of a sage, even the body of a sage of the six paths will not be able to match the ability of the time reverse flow in terms of recovery. This can be compared to Edo Tensei. Urushi stopped laughing and whispered in his heart. Although he couldn't cut off his own head to test this judgment, but according to his inner feelings, this judgment shouldn't be a problem. An immortal body. If it's not some powerful kenjutsu that hits the target's soul, or truth-seeking balls that are formed from the fusion of 7 elements at once and can attack both the body and the soul, no other technique can kill it. Erase stroked her chin. You should be wary of kenjutsu like soul and various fuinjutsu. You don't want to be sealed. The ability to reverse the flow of time cannot affect the surrounding world, which means that once sealed, Urushi will not be able to undo the seal. Natural death is now impossible. If it was sealed, all the clock's abilities would probably be unlocked in hundreds or thousands of years, and there would be at least one of them that could handle the seal, but Urushi had no desire to experience such an experience. This way, the issue of survival is resolved. Now you just need to be careful and attentive enough. With the ability to accelerate the flow of time and reverse the flow of time, there is little that can threaten him on the battlefield of the Third World War Shinobi, only if Minato suddenly decides to destroy him at all costs, combining Hiraishin no Jutsu and Shiki Fujin. But he is not going to destroy Konoha and did not set his eyes on Kushina, so the probability of such a situation is extremely small. As for other people, even if they have Shiki Fujin, they first need to catch up with him and apply the technique. The same goes for other dangerous kenjutsu. With sufficient speed, you cannot be afraid of such things. In addition, isn't he able to ignore the side effects of Hachiman subtly by gaining the ability to reverse the flow of time? Even the 8th gate can be opened without a fatal outcome. You can open the gate of death, go to the store for food and return home, and then calmly return the body to the state before being sent to the store, no longer have to worry about being late for the Saturday sale. Thinking about it, Erase stood up lazily and showed a satisfied smile. A few years later, since his arrival in this world, things are finally starting to get interesting. In the middle of a spacious room, Orochimaru stood calmly, dressed in a shinobi uniform. Around him were several dozen jounins and elite chunins, actively preparing and carefully checking their equipment. The atmosphere was rather heavy. Just then, a young man with silver hair came in. The shinobi standing near the entrance gave him a strange look. Erase ignored all these views, went straight to Orochimaru and politely turned to him, showing a barely perceptible smile. Teacher Orochimaru. Lord Hokage ordered me to join your party. Chapter 55, Chapter 56. As for whether the finite illusion of infinite Tsukuyomi and the erroneous illusion of Koto Ematsukami can affect the 8th gate, it is impossible to determine. After all, the original is not in any way reflected. Erase could not make an indirect conclusion. Urushi is quite satisfied with being immune to all other genjutsu. He will never allow infinite Tsukuyomi to happen and will not give Koto Ematsukami a chance to affect himself. These are the reasons why he endures all the difficulties and continues to practice Hachiman subtly assiduously. 775, 776, 777. As the number of push UPS continued to increase, Urushi's breathing became more and more heavy, sweat dripped onto the floor, and finally, on the 777th repetition, his arms went limp and his body fell to the floor. After catching his breath, Urushi slowly got up and sat down. Unfortunately, I can't eliminate my fatigue with the reverse flow of time. The reverse flow of time returns the body to the previous state, and using it to eliminate fatigue is equivalent to zeroing out the results of training. After a few minutes of rest, Erase looked down at the floor, heavily filled then, and grinned. Come on, I'd better go outside. Now the tent is completely soaked in sweat and needs to be ventilated. Coming out of the tent, Erase put his hands behind his head and started to squat. Push-ups, squats, and body lifts are the three most basic exercises that affect the entire body in a complex, as well as the most effective training for weakening the gait. 221, 222, 223. He kept mentally counting the repetitions. Erase doing squats outside the tent attracted the attention of other shinobi. Hey, what is this guy doing? Someone noticed Yoroshi's movement and turned to a friend with whom they were moving some things together. Moreno of Ibama carrying a box, followed by the sight of a friend and noticed Erase doing push-ups. This guy. The corner of Ibine's mouth twitched, and he couldn't help saying, to put it mildly, this guy seems not very smart. Is this really a genius that Lord Orochimaru accepted as a disciple? This is the border. The battle can start at any moment. Seeing Yoroshi doing heavy physical exercises instead of resting in this situation, Ibine still wanted to say that the guy has something wrong with his head, but still restrained himself and called him not very smart. In the end of Erase student Orochimaru. Who knows? The second shinobi shrugged and helplessly said, perhaps this is his usual training principle. Ibine felt a headache. If something happens, an unexpected attack, they might have to protect Orochi, unable to fight normally. Why even include such a young and inexperienced shinobi into an advanced tactical squad? If they were still in the village, Ibana most likely would have turned to Orochimaru, but now they had arrived at the front and it doesn't work, you can't send Erase a go. Ibine shook his head and entered the tent. Yoroshi is a student of Lord Orochimaru. If his behavior looks too stupid and even carries potential problems, this is not something that they can interfere with, the teacher should be responsible for it. After a while of Erase made up of squats, and commenced lifting the body. He completely ignored the strange looks of some shinobi, because he felt a burning sensation in his body and clearly felt that the shackles of the fourth gate were on the verge of destruction. In such a situation, even if the muscles in the body start to ache and each movement becomes more painful than the previous one, Yoroshi still gritted his teeth and continued training. The fourth gate is near. One more little step and they will open. Training Orochi was seen not just normal shinobi, but even Orochimaru drew attention to it. He came out of the central tent and looked at the trainee student, feeling some doubt in the heart. He decided to take a basic physical exercise time. Sanin is much more familiar with the personality of Yoroshi than Ibine and the other shinobi present. In his opinion, this guy should not do such stupid and meaningless things. Orochimaru has long noticed that on the way from Konoha to the border, Yoroshi always wore weights and spent time training during each stop, but did not interfere with this. Yoroshi never relaxed and devoted time to practice at any good time. Orochimaru considered this behavior of the student to be correct. But now the situation is different. This is the border of the land of fire and a battle can happen at any moment. Given Yoroshi's intelligence, he is definitely aware of it. But knowing this, Erase still chose to exercise, then there should be only one possibility, it must be on the verge of a breakthrough in the practice some of their techniques. Basic physical training, this Hachiman thin. Orochimaru thought and shook his head, deciding not to interrupt the practice of Erase. Right now, the chance of a sudden battle occurring is extremely low. If there really is a big chance of significantly increasing strength, then it's worth taking such a risk in an attempt to make a breakthrough. According to Orochimaru's rough estimate, Yoroshi has probably already reached the level of a jounin. If he still makes this breakthrough, it is possible that in the state of open gates, he will be able to compare with an elite jounin. Although this state will not last long and there will be a significant side effect, but the combat power of an elite jounin can play a significant role in any battle. Orochimaru returned to the tent. Although many shinobi were outraged by Yoroshi's behavior, but since Orochimaru didn't intervene and didn't give any instructions, they had no reason to stop training, so they could just grumble a few words. Initially, they thought that since Yoroshi Chunin was too young, he should still be more reliable than Mado Dai, but now it seems that he is also completely unreliable. 664, 665. Yoroshi continued to raise the body, methodically counting the repetitions. Sweat profusely dripped on the ground, my stomach felt a strong burning sensation, abdominal muscles closer to the limit, but Erase gritted his teeth and continued to understand the case. At the same time, the chakra rapidly flowed through his meridians, repeatedly converging at the location of the Tenketsu fourth gate. Each time Yoroshi felt a burning and tingling sensation in this area. Finally, after another lift of the hull, he sensed a change in the fourth gate. The weak barrier that he had felt earlier had finally collapsed. Yoroshi is already familiar with the detailed feeling. This feeling means breaking through to the next gate. He finally broke through to the gate of pain. Chapter 56, Chapter 55. Land of Fire. Border. Orochimaru led a group of about 100 shinobi, which included Yoroshi, to a small town. The city was in ruins, the fire was still burning in some places, and corpses lay everywhere. Lord Orochimaru, the battle took place about 3 days ago. Shinobi quickly explored the city, and made a report to Orochimaru. Sanin scanned the city briefly, a dangerous light flashing in the snake's pupils. Although Iwagakure's forces have already left this place, but now we are in the region of their activity, sooner or later there will be a clash. For now, we will set up a temporary camp and rest. Orochimaru gave the order. Since this is already the border of the Land of Fire, the battle can unfold at any time. Their group has spent a lot of effort to arrive here as soon as possible. They are still able to stay in full combat readiness, but if you immediately start actively exploring the border, it will take even more energy, and if you are ambushed by Willow, the situation can become very dangerous. After receiving the order, the shinobi looked at each other and entered a small town, starting to put out fires and remove corpses to place a temporary camp. After the camp was set up, in the very center of the tent, Orochimaru stood in front of the table, thoughtfully looking at the map. After several minutes of reflection, he said, "In what direction are the forces of Willow gone, in your opinion?" Next to Orochimaru stood Urushi. He also looked at the map. Hearing the question, he said thoughtfully, "Since the Willow advance group decided to resort to such attacks, they should not seek to return to the Land of Grass as quickly as possible." Orochimaru nodded. "I also think so, but they will not dare to go deeper into the Land of Fire. Only these two directions remain." He put 2 chess pieces on the card and said, "Call the third and fourth team." Urushi nodded and left the tent. Soon 2 teams entered, a total of 8 people. The captains of the 2 teams were jounins, one from the Hyuga clan and the other from the Uchiha clan, and their squads included elite chunins who specialized in sensorics and tracking. Hyuga Setsuna, scout this board. Uchiha Suki, you're in this one. Orochimaru gave instructions to the 2 teams and said very seriously, "If you encounter a lone shinobi Willow, you can try to get information from him, but in other situations, do not act rashly." "Yes." The team captains respectfully replied. Even members of the great Uchiha and Hyuga clans are very respectful of Orochimaru, who became famous during the Second World War as a shinobi and performed a huge number of feats. After the teams left the tent, Orochimaru looked at Erase and smiled, "Go get a good rest and prepare yourself, there might be a battle soon." Urushi nodded and left the tent. After returning to his tent, Erase not immediately lay down to rest, and ate and started to exercise. He hasn't stopped training since leaving Konoha, because thanks to relentless training, the 4th gate is already on the verge of opening. For someone who has the ability to turn back time, opening the 4th gate means being able to use its power almost indefinitely. How fast would he be if he opened the 4th gate in a state of 4-fold time acceleration? Urushi couldn't say for sure, but he could guess that the speed should be enough to use the Morning Peacock, and it would be difficult for even a Kage-level opponent to handle. With such speed and the ability to reverse the flow of time, on the battlefield of the Third World War shinobi will be very difficult to find a person who can threaten him. And the list of enemies he can kill will also expand. Whether it's a jounin or an elite jounin, they won't be able to resist his speed in the state of opening the 4th gate and 4 times the acceleration of time. Even a quasi-Kage level shinobi will find it very difficult to avoid death when colliding with him. Oh. Erase took a deep breath and started doing simple push-ups. For training Hachiman Tonko, the most effective exercises are the most basic ones, like push-ups and squats. There is no shortcut. You need to rely on a huge number of repetitions, bit by bit strengthening your physical body and relaxing the restrictions of the 8 gates. Erase have used wheel weights. Due to the existence of the time reverse flow ability, there is no need to worry about a sudden battle. If the body is too tired at the wrong time, Urushi will simply rewind the time, returning it to the state before the start of training. Thus, he always carried the largest weights and conducted the hardest training during each stop. This is the 4th time since the departure from Konoha. 331, 332, 333. At first, he did push-ups very quickly, but after the 300th repetition, he began to noticeably slow down, his movements became stiff, and his hands trembled slightly. 486, 487. The pain in his hands was constantly increasing, but Urushi continued to hold on, mentally counting repetitions. In such training, not only the physical body is honed, but also the will. In fact, after receiving the ability to reverse the flow of time, even after stopping practicing Hachiman Tonk, Urushi will still have great power and will be able to walk around the world of shinobi calmly, relying on simpler and much less time-consuming techniques. But after thinking about it, he decided not to give up the practice of Hachiman Tonk. On the one hand, Hachiman subtly really suits him. On the other hand, Urushi does not believe that his will is strong. The extremely hard and harsh practice of Hachiman subtly allows you to hone your will and spirit, which in turn leads to the growth of the spiritual aspect. In addition, there is an even more important factor. This technique is able to provide it with immunity to most genjutsu. The essence of genjutsu is to interfere with the flow of the target's chakra and then influence its perception, which leads to being placed in an illusion. What happens when the gate opens? When opening the first gate, the flow of chakra flares up in the brain area, and when opening the next gate, the entire body's chakra goes wild. It is almost impossible to catch a shinobi in a genjutsu that is in a state of open gates, because even he himself is hardly able to control the chakra that is rampant in the body's meridians. What can we say about interference in the flow of chakra from the side? Genjutsu is his weakness. Uruishi's skill in Genjutsu has always been at an average level. If Orochimaru decides to catch him in an illusion, it will be very difficult to resist. But the practice of Hachiman is subtly able to compensate and even completely neutralize this disadvantage, because with the opening of each subsequent gate, the chakra begins to run rampant in the body, respectively, the effectiveness of Genjutsu decreases. After opening the 5th gate, it will be immune to most illusions. As for the 8th gate, Uchiha Madara, who has the power of the 6 paths, did not try to put Madogai, who opened the 8th gate, in Genjutsu at all. Given Madara's combat experience, there was only one possibility. He just knew that Genjutsu would be completely ineffective in this situation. Even the 6 paths chakra and Rinnegan did not allow to interfere with the flow of Gai's chakra, which opened the gates of death. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Phew, finally. Sensing that the barrier of the 4th gate disappeared, Erase sighed and lay down on the ground, ceasing to perform the exercise. With the 4th gate in combination with the fourfold acceleration of time, his fighting power should not be lower than the current Orochimaru, and with the ability to reverse the flow of time, it is even more problematic opponent. I am now 10 years, and given the acceleration of time of about 13, around the age Itachi opened Manjikyu. Erase whispered in his heart. Finding the strength level of Kage at that age, can be safely said that he lost his face as the Poptons. After a short rest, Erase alone left the camp to assess in practice the opening of the 4th gate. As expected, combining the 4th gate and fourfold acceleration, he was actually able to make full use of the Morning Peacock. It can be said that he now fully possesses a Kage-level attack. In a short time, Erase returned to the camp, entered the tent and lay down to rest. On the morrow, tent in the center of the camp. 2 teams sent to investigate returned in the morning and reported the situation to Orochimaru. Hyuga Setsuna, who went with his squad in the northwest direction, found traces of a large group of shinobi in the woods. Northwest direction, as expected, they went along the border. After hearing Setsuna's report, Orochimaru pondered and said, Hyuga accepted the order and left the tent with his team. After giving the order, Orochimaru turned his head and looked at Uruishi, showing a strange smile. Did you have a good rest last night? It seems after this training in camp, your strength has increased again. Teacher Orochimaru's judgment is correct, as always. Orochimaru gave a hoarse laugh. Then I will look forward to your performance in the upcoming battle. By the way, there are many shinobi in the squad who doubt your strength, Kukuko. Uruishi chuckled. I won't let you down, teacher. In half an hour, only a small team of 4 shinobi remained in the camp, and all the others followed Orochimaru to the northwest to track down Iwagakire's advance party. In 2 days, Konoha's vanguard, led by Orochimaru, entered a rocky area. For 3 hours, Hyuga Setsuna walked in front of the squad with the activated Byakugan. Finding traces of the presence of Shinobi Willow, he immediately informed Orochimaru. Sanin's eyes narrowed. It looks like they have discovered us and want to fight on a more favorable terrain. When the number of shinobi reaches such a number, ambush and unexpected ambush becomes extremely difficult or even impossible. On the one hand, such a large group will necessarily have a large number of sensors. On the other hand, it is simply impossible to hide all traces of the presence of such a large group. Setsuna turned to Orochimaru. Lord Orochimaru, what are we going to do? Although the terrain is partly in their favor, the impact will not be excessive. How many shinobi has the other side? About 80. Setsuna froze for a moment and focused, and then reported to Orochimaru. Sanin's face turned cold. So the difference in quantity is small. Get ready for battle. It's time to give the guests a warm welcome, Kukuko. Hearing Orochimaru's words, all the shinobi walking behind quickly took out a variety of weapons and entered a state of full combat readiness. At the same time, on the inhospitable rocky terrain behind the hill, a large group of shinobi Willow gathered, led by the elite Hunin Hanku. Senior Hanku, the Konoha shinobi are coming. What about the numbers? About 80 shinobi. Sensor approached Hanku and made a report. The chakra of their leader gives a dark and cold feeling. According to the known information, it must be one of the Sanins, Orochimaru. Hearing this report, Hanku did not show any fear. Instead he smiled coldly and said, well, this will be the first big loss of Konoha in this war. Saying this, he waved his hand. Willow's elite forces instantly prepared for battle. The sensor closed its eyes and exclaimed sharply as it sensed movement on the other side. And a moment after his shout, a figure appeared on the flank, radiating a gloomy atmosphere. It was Orochimaru. No unnecessary movements. As soon as he was noticed, Orochimaru opened his mouth wide and spewed a huge stream of snakes in the direction of Willow's forces. Formation of 10,000 snakes. Caution. Doton. Seeing this, someone from Shinobi Willow quickly folded the seal and loudly exclaimed. The earth shuddered, a huge earth wall rose, blocking the stream of snakes released by Orochimaru. Phew. 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 At the same time, the Konoha shinobi appeared at the front. They held various weapons in their hands. Many quickly folded their seals and spewed streams of flame. Willow's side reacted instantly. Several shinobi simultaneously folded their seals and used various jutsu, coping with the enemy's attack. Immediately after that, the sides collided. A battle ensued. Clang. Clang. Erase not used Hachiman subtly, but just activated a twofold acceleration and joined the battle with the elite Chunin Willows, at the same time appreciating the surroundings. Willow's side obviously can't compare to Konoha's side. In addition, Konoha's forces are led by Orochimaru, one of the 3 Sanins, and Willow's forces appear to be a quasi-Kage-level shinobi. He barely holds Orochimaru back with the support of 2 Jounins, but it won't last long. But in this situation, the other side still didn't think about retreating, preferring a frontal battle. There's something wrong here. Ambush. Erase swung his blade of the White Fang, blocking another attack Chunin Willow, and surveyed the battlefield. Really? In the next instant, the ground rumbled and cracked, and a deep crack quickly appeared in the middle of the battlefield. From the crack immediately jumped out about 30 figures with head protectors Iwagakure. Suddenly all of them were elite shinobi Willow. What the hell was the censor doing? Wasn't he supposed to notice this in advance? The Konoha shinobi watched this scene in shock. The expression on the face of Hyuga Setsuna, who was previously in charge of intelligence, became very unsightly. The perception of Byakugan can penetrate through a solid surface. Before the start of the battle, Setsuna carefully examined the surrounding area, but he could not expect that the other party would hide very deep underground, going beyond the range he was exploring. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Ah, we almost suffocated. In order to escape from Byakugan, we had to hide deep underground like rats for so long. The Willow shinobi that popped out of the crack showed grim smiles. Hanku, restraining Orochimaru, chuckled coldly. You really are very strong and fully justify the title of the legendary Sannin, but without enough support, you can die here, Orochimaru. They put a lot of effort into creating this situation. During the invasion of the Grass Country, they deliberately did not hide their combat power from Konoha, so that she in turn sent the appropriate forces to block it. At the same time in Iwagakure, about 30 elite shinobi took various missions and left the village without too much noise. After completing the missions, they all immediately headed to the border of the Land of Fire. Because they were sent in small parties and had a mission as cover, even if it was noticed by the Konoha scouts, they did not attach importance to the movement of several teams and did not report it to Konoha. When these teams united, a massive elite group was formed, almost half consisting of Jounins, and even numbering 4 elite Jounins in its ranks. The main task of this group is to completely destroy the advanced group of Konoha. Get an advantage at the start of the war. Orochimaru quickly assessed the situation. About 30 elite shinobi Willows and about half of them are Jounins. The movement of such an elite group could not be ignored. However, Konoha did not receive any information about it. This suggests that Iwagakure put a lot of effort into creating this situation. Phew. Phew. Fa. In the next moment, 3 elite Jounin appeared next to Orochimaru. Counting Honka and another shinobi Willow, now Sannin was surrounded by 5 elite Jounins, although this still can't really threaten him, but it's enough to contain him. I see. In the eyes of Orochimaru flashed the coldness, in the voice felt a hint of cruelty, until that it is difficult to say who will die here. In fact, he had guessed from the very beginning that Iwagakure might set up an ambush, because everything was going too well for Konoha. Under normal circumstances, he would not have rushed to join the battle. However, the decision was made to attack. The reason for this is quite simple. Iwagakure also doesn't have complete information about the strength of Konoha's squad. After all, in their ranks there is Mato Dai, who has the fighting power to suppress any unexpected situation. That's why, even guessing that the other side set up an ambush, Orochimaru still dared to launch an attack. Unfortunately, you're the one who's going to die. Hanku coldly replied and charged, and the other shinobi took a step with him, starting a joint siege of Orochimaru. At the same time, shinobi Konoha found themselves in a very difficult situation. Joining the battle of 30 elite shinobi, half of whom are Jounins, was certainly enough to completely change the situation. Lord Orochimaru. Someone shouted, trying to attract Orochimaru's attention. If the battle continues, they will only be completely defeated. It is necessary to retreat as soon as possible. There was no order to retreat, and Orochimaru continued to fight several of Iwagakure's elite Jounins, looking as if he was going to fight to the end. Hyuga Setsuna, leading an intense battle with 2 of Willow's Jounins, looked at Orochimaru doubtfully. Lord Orochimaru? In such a situation, obviously, not worth continuing to fight. According to Setsuna, Orochimaru could not understand this, but the order to retreat still not followed. This situation caused misunderstanding on the part of most shinobi Konoha. And just at this moment, Mato Dai, who was fighting side by side with other Konoha shinobi, suddenly shouted furiously. His figure was enveloped in a green glow, very powerful and violent chakra fluctuations flashed. 8 gates. After opening the sixth gate, Mado Dai's speed and strength increased dramatically, and with a single blow, he threw the elite Chunin away like a rag doll, causing him to spit blood. This scene stunned Marino, Ibim and the others. They could not have expected that the eternal genin Mado Dai actually had such power. Only at this moment did they begin to understand. It is not surprising that Lord Hokage included Mado Dai in the frontline group. Any shinobi with strength at the level of Jounin is qualified for this. Although Mado Dai's strength exceeded expectations, but this is not enough to change the situation on such a battlefield. Konoha's forces were still under huge pressure. Orochimaru still didn't give the order to retreat. Ibim and the others could only grit their teeth and continue fighting. The sixth gate is not enough. These shinobi Iwagakure are really very strong. It seems it's time to open the seventh gate, maybe even the eighth. The opening of the sixth gate allowed Mado Dai to crush the Chunin and suppress the Jounin, but this is still not enough to change the situation. Judging from the current situation on the battlefield, even if he opens the seventh gate and kill a few Gonno, this still is not enough. It's time to open the eighth gate. The eighth gate. Mito gave a deep sigh. He did not fear death for the sake of that always sought to protect. He will do this for Konoha and the burning power of youth. But when he was about to open the seventh gate, and then the eighth, a voice suddenly came from behind. Don't keep opening the gate, Senior Dai. Yoruishi came out from behind Dai, clutching the white-fanged blade in his hand. The figure of Shinobi Willow froze next to him. After a moment it fell to the ground, spewing a stream of blood. The ability to reverse the flow of time cannot be used on other people, so if Mado Dai opens the eighth gate, it will inevitably lead to death. When it comes to that, Erase decided to take the blame. Mado Dai was stunned. Yoruishi calmly took a step forward and folded the seals with his left hand. The white fang blade was enveloped in many arcs of lightning, and the sound of birds chirping resounded across the battlefield. Chidori blade. He continued to slowly move forward. After another step, flashed a silvery glow and enveloped the figure of Erase. This was due to the fact that he used the lightning element chakra to open the gate, which caused it to disperse and run amok throughout his body. The chakra is not blue like the third Reikage, nor greenish like when opening the gate, but instead has a silvery white hue. Gate of Life, Raiten. So Erase called the state. Raiten deals much more damage to the body than a normal chakra, side effects increase many times, even death is possible, but Yoruishi, who has the ability to reverse the flow of time, can completely ignore this. After receiving the ability to reverse the flow of time, Yoruishi developed a technique that best suits his set of abilities and qualities. The speed in this state is much higher than when opening a gate normally. Last but not least, the Chidori blade can be maintained in this state for much longer. It is worth adding that the silvery chakra of Raiten, which completely envelopes the figure of Yoruishi, partially prevents the visual capture and recognition of the already rapid movements of his body. Don't use it in this situation, Senior. Leave it to me. Yoruishi, bathed in silver light, calmly addressed Mado Dai and slowly raised his hand that was gripping the white fanged blade. Chapter 59. Chapter 59. What is this? An unusual sound of Chidori attracted the attention of shinobi fighting nearby. Many shinobi Willow and Konoha turned to see the figure of Yoruishi bathed in silver light, and the white fanged blade shrouded in numerous arcs of lightning. All present shinobi are elite and with first glance recognized that the technique that Yoruishi attached to his blade, most likely simultaneously combines changing the nature and shape of the chakra. A rank. It Latanjua A rank. Although the behavior and experience are terrible, but the natural talent is not in doubt to master A rank ninjutsu at this age. A thought flashed through Marino Ibim's mind, but he was still very tense. It seems the power of Erase close to the level Jounin previously they had underestimated him as Mado Dai, but the problem is that even given the strength of Erase and Mado Dai, Side Iwagakure still has at least 10 free Gonno. This amount Gonno, perhaps only someone on the level of their Hokage can cope with this, so the situation on the battlefield is still not in their favor. Little devil. Jounin Willow standing nearby, with a sneer looked at Erase. Did you say to leave this to you? It's just A rank ninjutsu. He, being a Jounin, also owns a ninjutsu of this rank. Listening to this guy's words, it seems like he intends to handle this situation alone, which is ridiculously arrogant. Erase. Mito Give looked at Erase. On the one hand, he was surprised that Yoruishi asked him not to open the gate, and on the other hand, this state of Yoruishi bathed in silver light reminded him of the state of opening the gate, but with a completely different nature. Apparently, this is a technique created on the basis of Hachiman Tanko. Yoruishi is indeed a genius for being able to develop such a technique, but is this enough to change the situation? The other side has an overwhelming advantage in the number of Jounins. But in the next moment, these thoughts were replaced by shock. Give saw of Erase, bathed in the silver light, slowly raised the blade of the white fang and abruptly disappeared, swept across the battlefield with the speed at which it is impossible to follow with the naked eye. Fa. Surrounding shinobi saw only a flash of silvery light. In the next moment, the figure of Yoruishi appeared behind one of the Willow Jounins. Jounin flinched, horror and disbelief flashed in his eyes. He wanted to say something, but only spat out a mouthful of blood. took 2 shaky steps forward, and collapsed to the ground. On his back could be seen a very deep cut, destroyed ribs and spine were clearly visible, badly damaged lungs and heart. Terrifying. Face Janina, previously Naslavsia over Erase, abruptly froze, eyes widened. He with horror and unbelief I watched Erase. What is this speed? In this moment Urawashi looked at him. The look made Jounin sweat and feel a deadly crisis, as if some terrifying creature was looking at him. Dangerous. This guy is extremely dangerous. Where is he attacking from? On the left? Right? Or the back? Jounin raised his alertness and concentration to the limit. He dared not make the slightest mistake, even his breath stopped. In the next moment, Urushi coldly said and abruptly disappeared. A silver flash flashed across the battlefield and appeared right in front of Jounin, White Fang's blade falling down. Jounin, who was already in a state of extreme vigilance, did not expect Urushi to attack from the front. Instead of flanking him at the expense of speed, he swung his short blade with all his might in an attempt to block White Fang's blade. Clang. Short blade, shrouded in the flow of chakra, was easily dissected at the time of contact with the blade of Erase like a rotten tree. At the same time, a large slash in the shape of a crescent, wrapped in arcs of lightning, he cut Janina 2 pieces and left behind it a deep narrow ravine, with a length of at least 10 meters. One attack. This Jounin did not even have time to use the technique of substitution of body. Whether it was the Konoha shinobi or the willows standing nearby, they all watched this scene with disbelief and trembling. With the exception of Jounins like Hyuga Setsuna, who has a Byakugan, and Uchiha Suki, who has a Sharingan with 3 tomos, everyone else could barely follow the movement of Urushi. Isn't this the secret technique of Kimogakure? Too fast. Uchiha and Hyuga sighed in shock. Even with their dojutsu, they can only capture the general trajectory, but not the small movements of Urushi. Fa. The figure of Urushi disappeared again. The surrounding people could only see a silver flash rushing across the battlefield. When faced with it, none of Willow's elite chunin could withstand even a single blow, being killed in the blink of an eye. In a short time, Willow lost 3 Jounins and about a dozen elite chunins. The situation on the battlefield began to become chaotic. Faster. You need to restrict the movement of that little bastard. Damn. I don't have time to use ninjutsu. Iwagakure's forces, which initially suppressed Konoha due to their superior combat power, began to descend into chaos. Almost all the shinobi who had not yet been attacked by Urushi felt fear and paid close attention to his movements. But it didn't make any sense. Even when fully prepared, the chunin still couldn't block at least one of Urushi's attacks. They simply didn't have a chance to overcome this gigantic gap in speed and reaction. Hunin may have a chance to use a substitute, clone, or shunshin to evade and offer some resistance, but chunin can only evade if he uses ninjutsu in advance, otherwise he will have no chance. Phew. A figure of Erase flashed a white light and swung his blade of the White Fang, intending to kill another chunin. Doton. At this moment, an angry voice came from the side. When Erase killed chunin, the earth beneath his feet jumped up and firmly gripped his ankles. The barrier elements of the earth Jiro. Pinning down Urushi with the help of a Doton, Danta quickly folded a series of seals and exclaimed furiously. A plentiful stream of chakra gushed out. The ground was covered with many small cracks. He is an elite Hunin Iwagakure, who has encountered Kimogakure many times and has extensive experience in fighting speed-type shinobi. Rumble. A huge amount of fine gravel rose into the air, surrounding Urushi and forming a barrier. A strange force instantly enveloped Urushi's body, suppressing his chakra and causing the silver glow to quickly fade. The arcs of lightning surrounding the White Fang blade also dissipated and disappeared without a trace. This is a barrier ninjutsu that suppresses the flow of chakra. Once under its influence, you won't be able to use your chakra properly. So what about your speed now? You little bastard. Danta slowly lowered his hands and gave him a cold on Erase. Watching this scene, the Willow shinobi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately there is a senior Dantu. I didn't expect that Konoha has a speed-type shinobi that can compete with the Kimo shinobi. If Senior Danta didn't hold it back, we'd be in big trouble. Chapter 60. Damn it. Seeing that Urushi was hit by the barrier ninjutsu shinobi Willow, previously hit by the Konoha shinobi, felt helpless. It seemed that with such power, Urushi will be able to change the situation on the battlefield, but it is too difficult, because the other side is the elite and has very strong shinobi in its ranks. When the silver glow vanished, Erase showed no trace of panic, but simply tipped his head slightly. Took advantage of the moment when I was killing another shinobi to apply a control class ninjutsu, and then used a barrier ninjutsu that can limit the use of chakra. It looks like you have a lot of experience fighting speed-type shinobi and were prepared in advance. Urushi could feel that the gate in his body was still open, but the speed of the chakra flow slowed down to such an extent that opening the third gate has almost no effect, and he is not able to break through the tenketsu of the fourth gate. In the end, this elite shinobi Iwagakure, absolute invincibility in the state of opening the third gate is out of the question. However, this is far from enough. In the next moment, under Dante's shocked and disbelieving gaze, a silver glow once again enveloped Yoroshi's figure, while arcs of lightning rolled across the white fanged blade in his hand, and the sound of birds chirping rang out across the battlefield. "This is impossible," Dante the unbelievers exclaimed. "This technique is extremely strong in terms of suppressing the chakra. Even Shinobi Kyumo, who own the lightning chakra mode, are not able to use it, once under the influence of this technique. He just used the ability to reverse the flow of time. It was not possible to neutralize the opponent's technique directly, but he returned his body to the state before it was used. The slowed-down chakra again went into a rampage. Chidori also returned. Not waiting until the chakra in the body will again be depressed, Erase sent its stream to the location of the fourth gate. It looks like you will have to go all out. Gate of Pain Raiden. Crack. After the quad gate was opened with the help of Raiden's chakra, Yoroshi's hair rose to the top. Between them you could clearly see the constantly intertwining and crackling arcs of lightning. After opening the fourth gate, Yoroshi abruptly swung his blade, intending to destroy the barrier formed from the rubble. The speed of this swing was too great. Even Setsuna and Suki, who had mastered their dojutsu at a fairly high level, could barely see the trajectory of the strike. The speed of the blade was so high that it was carving flames. Flames and thunder intertwined, forming a slash that shone like the sun, and in the next instant, the barrier was split in half. Boom. The flaming slash flew a few dozen meters further, leaving a long, deep slash on the ground. The blade is able to carve flames. This is no longer a flash of lightning and surpasses the flash of the crescent moon. I will call this strike a shining flash. Yoroshi whispered in his heart and instantly disappeared. Dante's expression changed abruptly. Bad. Dante didn't understand how Yoroshi could launch such a powerful attack when his chakra flows should be suppressed and destroy the barrier, but it didn't matter now, because this guy was definitely targeting him. Without hesitation, as soon as Yoroshi's figure disappeared, Dante folded the seals and disappeared. The shimmer. Phew. Yoroshi appeared at the spot where Dante had just disappeared and struck with his blade, leaving a deep cut on the ground. You could see the flames burning in it. How long can you keep running? Having missed its target, Erase continued to remain calm. The next moment, his figure disappeared again. On the field of battle had swept Silver Flash. Some shinobi willows used ninjutsu in an attempt to stop Yoroshi, but released ninjutsu simply could not keep up with this speed. All the attacks aimed at the Silver Flash swept through the empty air and shook the ground. Nearby, Dante just used Blink, had borne the brunt of Erase. Phew. His figure was split in half, but no blood was spilled. Instead shards of earth rained down. Dante's figure appeared nearby, panic in his eyes, and he quickly folded the seals, intending to continue dodging, but this time it was too late. A flash of flame enveloped his back. The hands that were folding the seals stopped. Behind Dante appeared a figure of Erase, bathed in silver light. The blade of the white fang has already completed the stroke. To be able to evade two of his attacks in this state, there is no doubt that Dante is the strongest that Yoroshi has encountered on this battlefield, perhaps even at or close to the Quasi-Kage level. Pretty strong. You. Dante barely turned his head, looking at Erase. He couldn't make out Yoroshi's words. It seemed they were accelerated several times, but it didn't matter. He was much more interested in the question of how Yoroshi was able to free himself from the overwhelming barrier. For a shinobi with a normal chakra, this is absolutely impossible. Except this guy, Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, he couldn't get an answer. At the moment when Dante was trying to say something, a clear line of blood appeared on his body, from his left shoulder to his right side. A heavy stream of blood gushed out, the body split into two parts and fell to the ground. The consciousness plunged into darkness. The release of the overwhelming barrier and the killing of the elite Hunin Iwagakure Dantu, all of this happened in an instant. Some shinobi Willow and Konoha haven't even had time to react properly yet. Only when Dante's body was cut in two and fell to the ground, spattering blood, did the surrounding shinobi Willows react, showing shocked and disbelieving looks. Senior Dantu. How could this happen? Dante's status in Iwagakure is second only to Tsuchikide's high-ranking confidants. His strength and abilities cannot be questioned. But such a shinobi was dead. Him until his death pursued the shinobi of Konoha, not giving a chance for the resistance. Shinobi of Konoha was shocked too. The mind of Marino Ibim emptied, as it all can be was to assume that Yoroshi possesses such force. Not only many Chuninov was killed with exaggerated ease, but even Dantu, with a certain glory in the world shinobi, fell from his hands. Willow's forces did not collapse after the deaths of a dozen Chunins and 3 Jounins, but Dante's death had a huge impact on the entire battle, and Willow's ranks fell into chaos. This also distracted Honka and other elite Jounins. Orochimaru caught one of them and cut off his hand with a swing of the blade. It seems the situation is not in your favor, Kukuko. Orochimaru stuck out his tongue, licked the bloodied blade and laughed viciously, but in fact he was also shocked at this moment. Yoroshi's strength completely exceeded Sanin's expectations. It was extremely difficult to keep up with this speed. Orochimaru felt that even he would have found it extremely difficult to deal with it. This is not just some technique created based on Hachiman Tonko, very strange. It's not just the speed increase, it feels like the frequency increases. A deep light flashed in Orochimaru's snake pupils. Judging by some strange details, it can be concluded that Urushi not only uses the Hachiman subtly of the Raiden attribute, but there must be some very unusual ability. But this is not so important now, the main thing is that Urushi demonstrated amazing strength, completely changing the situation on the battlefield. A swift silver flash that resembles the white fang of Konoha from the past. Chapter 61, Chapter 61. Even Senior Dantu. This guy can't be defeated. Shinobi Willow's mind began to be overcome with fear. Watching the situation deteriorate, one of the Jounins gritted his teeth and shouted, "Don't panic. This state can't last long, the advantage is still on our side. Continue to attack." Exactly. The chakra of this small bastard will soon end. Noticing that the silver light that enveloped Urushi's body had noticeably dimmed, the Willow Shinobi calmed down a little, suppressing the fear in their hearts, gritted their teeth and continued to fight with the Konoha Shinobi. But since Urushi had killed 4 Jounins and a dozen Chunins in a short time, Konoha's situation was not as difficult as before, and they bravely fought back against Willow's forces. Boom. 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 The battle raged with renewed vigor. They hope that I'm weak in terms of endurance. But unfortunately, I'm not the same as before. Urushi briefly looked at the battlefield and whispered softly, only he could hear the voice, and then rushed to the nearest Shinobi Willow. The upper limit of the total number of chakras of Erase really not very big, in good condition, he is approximately at the level Jounin, but in a state of open gates is approaching the level of Kages, and is still lower than the present level Shinobi of Kage like Orochimaru. But the fact is that due to the ability to reverse the flow of time, he can constantly return his body to its peak state, which allows you to continuously extract the chakra from the cells. Of course, due to the fact that the limit on the total number of chakras is limited, he can't use techniques like Rasen Shuriken or Bigoteri that requires huge amount of chakra, but something like Chidori can be used almost indefinitely. Only Shinobi, who was resurrected using Edo Theseus, able to compete with the current Erase in terms of endurance, even Jinchuriki can step aside. Phew. Phew. Silver flash kept flickering on the battlefield. After being targeted by Urushi, almost no one was able to withstand more than 2 or 3 blows from the white fang blade. Even the Jounins could only rely on the most basic and simplest techniques to barely dodge the blows, but none of them could effectively counterattack. 16. 17. 18. More Shinobi died from the blade of Erase. Like a killing machine. The shock in the heart of Marino Ibim and other Konoha Shinobi had long since reached the point where it had nowhere to grow. When Urushi killed more than 10 Jounins, and the besieged Orochimaru dealt with 2 elite Jounins, Iwagakiru's side finally collapsed. "Let's go." Hanku barely dodged Orochimaru's attack and shouted loudly. His eyes were filled with reluctance. The situation has completely changed. Even if Urushi right now loses combat capability due to chakra depletion, it will no longer make any sense, because the advantage is already on the side of Konoha, and they can no longer continue to restrain Orochimaru. If the battle continues, they will only be completely destroyed. Damn. Heck. After giving the order to retreat, Hanku used the Doton and quickly sank into the ground. Moving underground, he felt rage and reluctance. Iwagakure spent a lot of effort to create this situation. They were even prepared for the fact that Danzo or Orkamaru would be at the head of Konoha's forces, specifically allocating 5 strong Jounins to contain them. But there was no way they could have foreseen the appearance of this little imp. After receiving information about the death of the Kako group, Hanku was attentive to Urushi, but it was just a desire to destroy the genius child in advance. He was not a famous shinobi like Orochimaru, for a collision with which you need to carefully prepare in advance. Even Orochimaru is not able to destroy the Jonin so easily and quickly. In the course of planning this operation, even the appearance of another Kage-level opponent was taken into account. Of course, in this case, they would not be able to maintain the initiative, but still they would not have suffered such a crushing defeat. To suppress shinobi of the speed type, you need a team consisting of a sensor, a barrier master, and a shinobi with large-scale ninjutsu. In their elite squad, there were shinobi who met these conditions, but they were not ready for this in advance. When Urushi demonstrated his speed, the battle was already in full swing and it was too late to take deliberate measures. It was assumed that Dante would be able to restrain Urushi. But he failed. This little imp, Jinchuriki of Konoha. But the Jinchuriki Kyubi must be a woman from the Uzumaki clan, and this is Kenjutsu. Is he a descendant of the White Fang of Konoha? Hanku gritted his teeth and continued to run. But before he could run too far, he sensed a deadly crisis and swerved to the side without hesitation. Phew! The ground was split open, and flames broke out. Although Hanku tried his best to dodge, but he still couldn't completely avoid this blow. His left arm was severed in the shoulder area, and there was a severe burn where the wound had been. Ah! Hank didn't care about losing his arm, so he jumped out of the split earth and folded the seals with one hand, using the body flicker technique. Erase continued to haunt him. He could not recognize any of the Iwagakure shinobi who participated in this battle, but apparently the highest-ranking member of the group should be the elite jounin he killed earlier, and the shinobi who previously led the siege of Orakumo and gave the order to retreat. So Erase made Honki to his purpose. Seeing that Erase haunts Honki, Orochimaru shook his head and gave chase after the other elite Janina Willow. After Honku's escape, Iwagakure's forces were finally defeated. The Willow shinobi fled in different directions, and the Konoha shinobi chased them. The chase ended only a few hours later, and the Konoha shinobi returned to the battlefield and began clearing it. But Uruishi threw the head of Honku into the pit and looked at the approaching Orochimaru. The chase was not easy. However, it was completed successfully. Orochimaru laughed, eyes flashed admiration. He looked at Erase as a rare treasure. Erase nodded. If you hide under the ground, it will be much more difficult to catch the fluctuations of the chakra. I have quite poor sensory abilities. If I didn't manage to chop off my hand at the beginning, then he would probably have escaped. If you also had good sensory ability at this speed, it would be almost impossible to escape from you. The problem was supposed to be solved by Mado Dai, but I didn't expect you to master the Hachiman subtly and the natural lightning transformation to such an extent. According to my previous assessment, it would take you at least a few years to reach this level. It's too fast. According to Orochimaru, the current Uruishi seems even a little stronger than his World War II shinobi, when the three of them faced the demigod Hanzo Salamander and received the now legendary title of Sannin Konoha. But at that time, he was 24 years old, and the current Uruishi is no more than 10 years old. Chapter 62. Chapter 62. Now even I am not sure that I can handle you. Orochimaru stared at Uruishi. He has not yet found himself in a situation where the student is superior to the teacher, but now there is a feeling that it is not far off. Heard the words of Orochimaru, Erase smiled. You overestimate me too much, master. Only thanks to your wise advice, I was able to develop several jutsu that have significant side effects. I'm still a long way from Orochimaru's teacher. In fact, Orochimaru's words did not mean that he would not be able to win, and by handle he rather meant capture or murder. Defeating and killing your opponent are two completely different things. If the current Erase decide to avoid a battle, Orochimaru really couldn't do anything about it. Only if you prepare barrier ninjutsu in advance. The response of Erase was humble. Now he really couldn't say what will be the result of their battle. The volume of the chakra, sensory abilities, Sannin has almost no weaknesses, not to mention his ability to save life. It is almost impossible to kill him with one blow. Everything will be reduced to a battle of attrition. Either it will drain Orochimaru's chakra, or Orochimaru will use some sort of barrier ninjutsu or fuinjutsu to contain it. But in general, now he really has the power of the Kage level. In addition, he is even more problematic opponent than Orochimaru. Specialization in speed and the most powerful ability to reverse the flow of time, even shinobi-level Kage will be difficult to cope with it, not to mention the jounins and elite jounins. Orochimaru bowed his head for a few seconds, looked at Erase, said, this ability increases the frequency of movement, not a simple jutsu. Uruishi was not surprised. For someone on the level of Orochimaru, it is not difficult to notice a strange state of time acceleration after watching his battle for a while. Hachiman subtly increases the net speed and will not give this strange effect of frequency acceleration. This cannot be explained simply by a very high speed. The teacher is as perceptive as ever. This is really not a jutsu, but an improved genome that can increase my speed in all aspects, putting me in a state of increased frequency. Erase said quietly. Now for him there is nothing terrible in the publicity of the fact that he has an improved genome. Each shinobi of the Kage level has certain unique tools or abilities. Orochimaru was surprised. In the eyes of flashed excitement, the first host. With the exception of ancient bloodlines like Sharingan, Byakugan, something like Runton and Shikuten often not inherited within the clan, and is awakened by some random shinobi. Such people are called the first carriers. The improved genome may not be passed on to the next generation at all, or the probability of awakening will be very low. At the moment, the most stable improved genome can be safely called Byakugan. Every member of the Hyuga clan has it. In turn, not every member of the Uchiha clan is able to open Sharingan, and the probability of awakening something like the Yuki clan's Hayatan or the Kagaya clan's Shikatsumiyaku is even lower. Yes. Erase nodded. Orochimaru thoughtfully said, the fusion of natural elements cannot lead to an increase in frequency. Your improved genome is definitely not of this type, and as far as I can tell, it has nothing to do with intonation. Perhaps it was formed as a result of a mutation of the Yotan. No, that's not it. Orochimaru's eyes flashed. A Yotan mutation like this would increase your speed and reaction on a physical level, and your improved genome operates on a different plane, but this increase in frequency definitely doesn't match the intonation. After a while, Orochimaru took a deep breath. His eyes flashed with delight. He looked at Uruishi and exclaimed, improved genome that affects the speed of the time stream. Looking at the entire world of shinobi, you can immediately understand that the most difficult to master are space-time jutsu, and the vast majority of these jutsu, belonging to the type of space-time, in fact, only concern space and in no way affect time. In the past, Orochimaru was searching for information on this matter. The only mention of an ability that affects time dates back hundreds of years. It was the Manjikyu Sharingan of a member of the Uchiha clan. The description of the ability itself is rather vague, but it is known that relying on it, this member of the Uchiha clan tried to unite the world of shinobi and failed. He was stopped by a member of the Senju clan. This happened at the very beginning of the Warring States era, more than 100 years before Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were born, so the information was very vague and ambiguous, to the point that it is impossible to say with complete certainty whether this was a real story or mostly fiction of descendants. If Hiroshi had faced such a look from Orochimaru a few months ago, he would probably have started to panic, but now he could remain calm. Orochimaru really deserves his reputation. Simply on the basis of not too long observation, he was able to conclude that his improved genome was not formed by the fusion of natural elements, and even excluded the option of mutation of Inton and Yoton, leaving only one explanation: the effect on time. Teacher Orochimaru, as always, is insightful. Just a quick glance was enough to make such a deep judgment. Since there was no other possible explanation that could convince someone so insightful like Orochimaru, Erase calmly replied, "I ran some tests and determined that this gene has nothing to do with Datanum, the Raiten, Sweatnum, Kato, or Futon not applied to Kotanu and Intone, and has nothing to do with space, so this should be a 9th type jutsu." Given its current strength of Erase not too much afraid to disclose the fact that he has the ability to class time. Besides, space-type jutsu is extremely difficult to stop, and directly counteracting time-type jutsu is even more difficult. If you can't use another time-type jutsu to interfere or block, then the concept of counteraction simply doesn't exist. Above all other jutsu, ability without a solution. This is the power of time manipulation. This is so amazing. Although he had a certain confidence in this, but after hearing confirmation from Yoroshi's mouth, Orochimaru still exclaimed in surprise. What he craves most is eternal life, and the main enemy of life is time. Even personalities like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were eventually defeated by the power of time. Now, he may be able to touch the power of time, starting from the improved genome of Yoroshi, which will provide a chance to defeat time itself, and gain immortality. At this point, the value of Yoroshi in the eyes of Orochimaru completely surpassed any experimental samples and research results. Now, even if Hiruzen give him the order to kill Erase, Orochimaru would not hesitate to disobey him. And even leave Konoha along with Erase. Chapter 63, Chapter 63. Don't look at me like that, Teacher Orochimaru, it's scary. Erase helplessly sighed. Teacher, you don't think of me as the experimental sample. Orochimaru chuckled. How can this be? You are my most valuable and important student, but I am really interested in your improved genome. Unfortunately, there is no time for serious research. Right now, I agree to do some research with the teacher after the war is over. You just need to postpone it until the end of the war, by which time he will have surpassed Orochimaru and it will not matter how he reacts to such an offer. If there are no problems, Yoroshi does not mind helping the teacher in the study of eternal life, because Orochimaru also gave him no small help. It was thanks to him that the method of activating cells and the natural transformation of lightning was studied. By the way, recently Erase tries to explore the impact of ability time just for yourself. For example, the ability to reverse the flow of time shows a rather peculiar behavior. If you cut your hand and spray blood on the wall, and then apply the ability to reverse the flow of time, it will lead to the disappearance of blood from the wall. This ability ignores distance. Yoroshi has run several tests. Even if he takes his hair and puts it at a very long distance, after using the time reverse flow ability, it will appear on his head, completely ignoring distance and space. The presence of this property means that he is Erase not Wish. No one will be able to get even a tiny piece of his flesh. It's just a pity that by activating the reverse flow of time, he can return a drop of blood that is removed from him at any distance, but he can't transfer his body to the drop of blood to recover. This property can't be used for spatial movement. When activating the reverse time flow, the center of recovery will be the part of the body where the soul is located, which is basically consistent with the restoration of Edo Tensei. As for ideas like splitting the soul to test the spatial effect of the reverse flow of time, Erase do not plan to experiment with something like that. If he wants to have the ability of spatial movement, then you just need to learn Hiraishin no Jutsu. Even if Hiraishin is too difficult and cannot be practiced without special talent, there are still Sharingans and Rinigans that have spatial abilities. It just takes strength to capture them. I'll be looking forward to it. Hearing the answer of Erase, Orochimaru smiled. Orochimaru felt that even he would find it very difficult to deal with the current Yoroshi, so he did not want to resort to the method of coercion. Fortunately, Erase became his disciple, otherwise it would be pretty hard to touch the power of time. Just wish, we don't know how long the war will last, and it will be difficult to find time for such serious research before it ends. When Orochimaru was thinking about this, a shinobi entered the tent and made a report. Lord Orochimaru, the battlefield has been cleared. A total of 77 Willow shinobi were killed, including 30 Jounins. Orochimaru nodded and quietly said, advanced troops of Wagakure received heavy damage and their plan was destroyed. Inform about the situation, Konoha. Yes. Shinobi accepted the order. As he left the tent, he looked at Hiroshi, his expression a little unnatural, but there was respect in the depths of his eyes. Although Erase so young, but his achievements in this battle can only be described as brilliant. Almost half of all the dead shinobi Willow was killed exactly Erase, it can be safely called a hero of this battle. This is respect won by force. Erase noticed this look, but it is not much cared about such things. After the departure of the shinobi he turned to Orochimaru, Teacher Orochimaru. Do you happen to have an extra Kusanagi blade? He was a little ashamed to ask, but the white fang blade broke. Opening the fourth gate in a state of 4 times acceleration, plus Chidori, was too much of a burden for the white fang blade. The blades used by shinobi have various properties. For example, the white fang blade is made of some special metal that is best adapted to the flow of chakra, but in terms of strength, this metal is inferior even to ordinary steel. This blade doesn't have enough strength, which is why it was broken by Kakashi in the original. If we talk about Hiroshi's strongest single attack, it's probably not as strong as Tsukumo's, who used the same white fang blade, but the problem is that their attack methods are too different. Tsukumo fully mastered the second stage of Kenjutsu Hataki, which is based on changing the shape of the chakra. This method not only does not load the blade, but can even make it more durable. But Erase different. He uses the first stage of Kenjutsu Hataki in combination with Chidori, and relies on pure speed and strength to reach the second stage. This was not noticed during the battle. Only after killing Honka, Erase noticed a small crack on the edge of a blade of the white fang. After another such battle, the blade will be completely destroyed. It should help to fully master the second stage of Kenjutsu Hataki and master a more advanced version of the chakra flow, but this step is not so easy to do. In addition, in the open gate state, it will be very difficult to use the true second stage of Kenjutsu Hataki. If we talk about strength, perhaps only the Kusanagi blade will be able to freely carry his great speed and fierce power. Although the shape of the Kusanagi does not match the short blade of the white fang, one of them seems to be able to shorten and lengthen freely. But even if the length doesn't match, it's easier to just adjust. Orochimaru thought about it and said, unfortunately I don't have too much left, but I know where to find one. Hiroshi didn't say anything, waiting for Orochimaru to continue. Soon he spat out a scroll and handed it to Hiroshi. Here are the approximate coordinates. As for the shinobi power of this village, Orochimaru received this information quite recently and wanted to soon go for the blade, but just at this time, the war broke out and he was sent to the front, so I had to postpone it for a while. Erase took the scroll. In fact, he would like to know how many scrolls are in Orochimaru's stomach, and if only the scrolls are there. Does he even put things in order there, or does it look like a woman's purse? Putting these thoughts aside, Hiroshi respectfully bowed to Orochimaru. Thank you, teacher. Kukuku, please. Chapter 64, Chapter 64. Konoha. A meeting was being held on the highest floor of the Hokage building. The atmosphere in the hall was very heavy, with Hiruzen sitting at the head of the table and Danzo separately in the corner of the room. Tsunagakure doesn't want to listen to our explanations. They link the loss of the third Kazekage to Konoha. Now a large number of their troops, led by the fourth Kazekage, have appeared on the border of the Land of Fire. Retaliatory measures are needed. The third Kazekage is missing. This happened about a month ago, but Suna was trying to hide the news and was looking for a Kazekage, but the search was not successful. In the end, they announced that Kazekage was secretly captured or killed by Kanajoy and went to war. A declaration of war sharply worsened the situation. Initially in the country of grass invaded only advanced power Iwagakure, they were able at best to produce a few preliminary attacks to destabilize the situation on the border. Full-scale war has not yet been addressed. But Suna immediately started a full-scale war. Since the fourth Kazekage made the move in person, perhaps you should also go to the front line, Lord Hokage. One of the elite Jounins cautiously suggested. Hiruzen was lost in thought. In fact, he himself would not mind going to the front in person, but the problem is that after the news of a full-scale offensive from Suna spreads, it is impossible to be sure that Kiri and Kyumo will not decide to make a move against Konoha. The lightning country and the water country don't border the wind country, so they can't take advantage of the situation to invade the wind country. The only way to benefit is to invade the fire country. I'll go. Jiraiya stood up and very seriously looked at Hiruzen. Master, you should stay in Konoha to contain the other villages. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya. He is well aware of how strong his student is, but in the end, this is a large-scale invasion from Suna. Only Jiraiya will find it extremely difficult to deal with it. Danzo will go with Naruto versus Sasuke do. Hiruzen turned his head to look at Danzo. When Danzo was about to say something, Jiraiya suddenly interjected. Let Senior Danzo take care of possible actions from Kiri, and Minato will go with me. The two of us will definitely be able to control the situation. The relationship between Jiraiya and Danzo has never been too good. In fact, it is not very appropriate to send them to the front together, as a couple to Jiraiya is much better suited to Minato. Next is the question of the composition of the front group. Hiruzen's gaze swept across the meeting room, where not only the elite Konoha Hunins were present, but also the heads of all the major clans, including Hyuga and Uchiha. One of the main goals of this meeting was to show the seriousness of the situation to the main Konoha clans and force them to send their forces to the front. Since this is a full-scale war, we will act in accordance with the Lord Hokage's plan and decisions. The head of the Uchiha clan said slowly. The head of the Hyuga clan sitting next to him was of the same opinion. The heads of the main clans were well aware of the Hokage's thoughts and the true purpose of the meeting, and they could not stand aside in the event of a full-scale war. Seeing the attitude of the clan heads, Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, and started forming a frontline group to counter Suna's forces. And just at this moment, Anbu Shinobi appeared in the room and knelt down in front of the Hokage, passing a scroll, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen looked at the Anbu, a light flashing in his eyes. The Anbu Shinobi nodded. But it should be good news. Hiruzen reached out and took the scroll. At the head of the forces is Orochimaru, as well as Mado Dai, who can show great strength in the event of an unexpected situation. Whatever the strategy of the other side, it is almost guaranteed to fail. Opening the scroll and reading the first lines, Hiruzen nodded in satisfaction, glanced at the audience and began to read aloud. Report from the front. Arriving at the border, the Konoha squad began to search for the Willow squad. As a result, there was a battle on a rocky terrain, the result of which was the defeat of Iwadakura and the destruction of more than half of their forces. This made the atmosphere in the hall easier. Previously a little gloomy, clan heads noticeably relaxed. Given the full-scale offensive from Suna, this victory over Willow was undoubtedly of great significance. If the situation on the border of the grass country stabilizes, they can just watch the movement of Iwadakura, without having to send support right now. In this way, most of the free combat power can be used to fight Suna. Clans can also reduce their losses. Orochimaru did a good job. Danzo looked at Hiruzen and said indifferently. In his opinion, victory over the vanguard of Willow was good news. Now they will be able to focus on holding off the offensive of Suna, and then strike back at Willow. The current Konoha is not afraid of fighting on two fronts. This guy Orochimaru still deserves trust. Jiraiya chuckled and confidently said, "Tell Suna to me, I won't let them do whatever they want." He had been competing with Orochimaru since he was a child, and since Orochimaru had achieved great success at the front, he should not be left behind either. Hiruzen examined the scroll, followed by a detailed account of the battle. First of all, he found a description of the losses on the part of Konoha. In the course of this battle, our side lost 11 men, 4 seriously wounded, and 21 lightly wounded. During the war, it is impossible to avoid casualties. 11 dead and 4 seriously injured, such sacrifices in exchange for destroying half of Willow's forces, no doubt a great victory. What is the specific situation, Hiruzen? Danzo's voice came from the side. Hiruzen continued reading the report. Orochimaru tracked down the forces of Willow with the help of specialized teams, faced the other side on a rocky terrain and decided to join the battle. The number of parties was approximately equal, but suddenly on the battlefield from under the ground rushed an elite group of Iwadakura, numbering about 30 shinobi, at least half of whom were jounins. After reading this, Hiruzen froze abruptly. The expressions of those present changed. Everyone looked at Hiruzen, wanting to know a more specific situation. Although it is already known that the battle ended with their victory, but the sudden appearance of 30 elite shinobi undoubtedly put Konoha's side in an extremely difficult situation. How did Orochimaru manage to turn the situation around? Chapter 65. Chapter 65. Even without being present, they could sense the danger of this situation. Everyone present was well aware of what such an elite squad was like. Especially Danzo. Currently, he managed to grow for the root no more than 60 elite shinobi, and many continue to grow and still cannot be considered an elite. That is, right now, his root can only put up 2 such units. Of all the Konoha clans, only the Uchiha and Hyuga clans can handle this. The other clans are not able to resist such a force. Not to mention these clans, even if you take the average small village of the shinobi world, gathering all their strength, it probably won't be able to form such an elite squad. Hiruzen frowned. In this situation, I'm afraid they had to rely on Mado Dai's full strength to reverse the situation. After using the 8-gate release array, the death of the 8-gate user is inevitable, losing so special a shinobi and a total of a dozen shinobi, in exchange for destroying half of Willow's forces, although it can still be considered a victory, but no more. The ambush of an elite squad of Willow put our party in a very difficult position. The number of victims quickly grew, but at a critical moment of Hataki erase used some homemade taboo Latanjua, and killed at least 30 shinobi Iwadakura, which included Hao Chunin and Johnny that led to the destruction of the idea Iwadakura. When Hiruzen read it, other sounds gradually disappeared. The room was completely silent. Even Jiraiya, who usually acts flippant, showed a dazed look. The always calm Danzo slowly turned his head and looked at Hiruzen questioningly, doubting his words. At this moment, Hiruzen himself was also stunned. He didn't even continue reading any further, but just ran his eyes over the scroll and read the final battle statistics indicated at the very end. 33. This is the number of shinobi killed by Uruishi. Including more than 10 jounins, including Hanku and Dantu, 2 elite Iwagakure jounins who have a certain fame in the world of shinobi. In silence, Hiruzen slowly lowered the hand holding the scroll and looked at Anbu. Is this information definitely coming from the front? The scroll was delivered by the contract beast Orochimaru. In that case, it shouldn't be a fake. Hiruzen took a deep breath. Orochimaru uses the serpent of the Ryuichi cave. This call is quite rare and not so easy to fake. In addition, there is no point in spending so much effort to send such misinformation. It's not that Mato Dai opened the 8th gate and changed the situation, but a 10-year-old teenager Uruishi used some forbidden technique and completely turned the tide of the battle. Amazing. Incredible. This is the son of White Fang. Uchiha Fugaku took a deep breath, folded his arms, and slowly said in silence. He had some impression of Uruishi. After all, this is a young shinobi who has been talked about a lot lately and called a genius, but it is nothing more than a simple impression. The Uchiha clan has never lacked for geniuses. A young teenager, even if he holds the title of unsurpassed genius, does not deserve attention from the head of the Uchiha clan. But now everything is different. If the information received is true, then the Hatake erase no longer young genius, who has yet to grow, and a skilled shinobi, who has the right to inherit the title of the White Fang of Konoha. Even the Uchiha clan cannot ignore the shinobi possessing such power. Incredible, wasn't he a teenager? The Hyuga Hayashi sitting next to Fugaku sighed, and shocked asked. Your own forbidden ninjutsu. Killed 33 elite shinobi Willow, 12 of which Johnny. Even if the report has some superficial innuendo about what sort of distraction and assistance from the other shinobi of Konoha, and these 33 shinobi were killed not only by the force of erase, it's still awesome. Similar enough to glorify any shinobi, the White Fang of Konoha was shocked by the whole shinobi world is about the same achievements. And how many years of Urwich? Danzo turned away from Hiruzen, a deep light flashing in the depths of his eyes. Unexpected. Too unexpected. Who would have thought that erase shows such strength at the age of less than 11 years? If he knew about this earlier, he would have used the toughest and most decisive methods to take it to the root. If you properly grow such a shinobi, it will become an extremely strong and convenient tool, a trump card, relying on which you can do many things. Unfortunately. In the heart of Danzo appeared regret. Previously not paying enough attention to erase, Danzo allowed this guy to escape from their hands, and even become the apprentice of Orochimaru. If he had acted decisively and taken some tough measures, it wouldn't have been so difficult to force Hiruzen to send Uruishi to the root, but it's too late now. Orochimaru will be difficult to deal with, but I can use Hiruzen to solve this problem after the war. Danzo closed his eyes, hiding his emotions from others, and fell into a reverie. Hiruzen was also thinking. Soon he raised his head and looked at Shinobi Anbu, pass on my instructions. To raise the rank of Hatake erase to Tokubetsu Jounin reporting directly to Orochimaru. Uruishi's merits and strength are undoubtedly in line with the rank of a Jounin, but a Jounin must be a good commander and leader, able to assess the situation correctly and give the right orders. About these qualities of erase while it is difficult to judge. In this situation, the best choice is to promote him to Tokubetsu Hunin, who does not have his own team and reports directly to Orochimaru. Shinobi Anbu nodded and left the room. Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya and the clan leaders who were still in a state of shock, paused for a moment, and said. Hearing Hiruzen's words, the clan leaders, Jiraiya, and the rest of the elite Jounins looked at each other, took a deep breath, suppressing the shock in their hearts, and continued to discuss the issue of forming a frontline force to deal with Suna's full-scale offensive. Chapter 66, Chapter 66. Somewhere in Konoha. Obito, you're late again. Kakashi folded his arms and grumbled in exasperation, looking at Obito's Uchiha running up. The current Obito was already more mature shinobi and not panting as before. He looked at Kakashi, along the way met an old lady. Every time you say it. Kakashi looked at the Obit, as if saying something like, are you kidding me, and helplessly shook his head. Can you at least come up with a more plausible reason next time? What's wrong with this reason? Upholstered glared at Kakashi, I really met an old lady. Watching as Kakashi and Obit begin to argue, Nohara Rin, standing on the sidelines, loudly clapped his hands and said, enough, stop arguing, I believe is upholstered and is the teacher of Minato not too late. He must have something happened. Hearing the words of Rin, Kakashi, puzzled looked around, but never noticed the approaching teacher. Just at this moment, a figure appeared behind Kakashi, with a head protector of Konoha and yellow hair. It was of course Minato. Sorry, I'm late, something happened. Haha, it's okay teacher, I just got here myself. Obito clutched the back of his head and laughed out loud, and Kakashi looked at him and shook his head helplessly. Rin turned to Minato, teacher, what's the mission today? No. Minato looked at his team and said seriously, Suna started a full-fledged war with us, so you can forget about normal missions. Tomorrow you will go with me to the border to deal with Suna's invasion. Hearing Minato's words, Obito was shocked at first, and then excitedly said, are we going to the battlefield too? Great, it's finally my time to shine. With your ability to be late, the battle will be over before you arrive. Kakashi looked at Obito and grumbled. Obito looked at Kakashi irritably and ground his teeth. Kakashi, you bastard. You two brothers, one is worse than the other. Since the formation of the team, Kakashi always looked down on him and mocked him. In comparison, even Urushi was quite good, he just annoyed with his too high popularity and the fact that all the girls were hanging around him. Upholstered. Minato didn't care about Kakashi's taunt, he stared at Obito and said seriously, this time we go to the front, you have to obey orders regardless of the situation, no initiative. Don't worry about Kakashi and Rin, they always strictly follow the orders, are upholstered and easy something to throw out, so it is necessary to warn in advance, because this is no ordinary mission, but a real war. Sensing Minato's seriousness, Obito quickly calmed down and nodded. Rin thought about something and sighed worriedly, now we are going to the battlefield, I wonder how Urushi is doing. Hearing Rin's words, Minato showed a thoughtful look, erase. Noticing the behavior Minato, Kakashi visibly stiffened and asked, Teacher Minato, has something happened to my brother? Obito's gaze also became a little concerned. Although Obito hates Urushi, but seeks to surpass him in merit and strength, defeat Kakashi, and become Hokage in the future, he did not want anything bad to happen to Urushi during the war. What say? Minato looked at his team thoughtfully and said, the higher management of Iwagakure must have included Urushi in the list of enemy shinobi requiring increased attention. What? Rin looked at Minato questioningly, not understanding the meaning of his words. Kakashi immediately had a definite guess, but he wasn't completely sure and hesitantly asked, did he do something on the battlefield? I'm not clear on the specifics. Minato shook his head. But from what is known for sure, in the recent battle with the Iwagakure, he killed more than 30 elite shinobi of the enemy, including a large number of jounins. Even Kakashi, who had guessed about what happened, was very shocked, he did not expect that his brother would do something so shocking. Rin's head was empty. Killed 30 elite shinobi Iwagakure, among which was a large number of jounin. This phrase echoed in her head. In Konoha there are many genin and chunin, there are thousands of them, but the number of jounins may not exceed 300. Each jounin is an outstanding representative of his village and is able to lead his own team, we can say that it is the jounins that form the basis and foundation of the villages. However, Urushi killed several such shinobi. Unbelievable. What level has the current Urushi reached? No, it's impossible, isn't it? Teacher Minato, maybe you made a mistake. Obito looked at Minato in disbelief, it was too hard to believe, more like someone's stupid joke. Minato shook his head, this is reliable information, this child has fully inherited White Fang's talent. No, it must be not just a talent, but an unimaginable effort. Yes. Kakashi took a deep breath. As a brother, he understands better than anyone else how hard he trains and what unimaginable efforts Urushi puts in. He trains until midnight every day and divides his sleep into several small segments. A normal person is not able to train at such an insane pace. He also tried and as a result lasted only a few days. The body's resources are rapidly depleted, mental fatigue accumulates, it is impossible to maintain this training regime for too long. One of Erase said. If you want to be stronger than anyone else, you must train much more than anyone else. Every bit of strength slowly accumulates through bitter and painstaking practice. Kakashi could not calm down, thinking that Urushi imperceptibly reached such a high level, he can even kill several jounins in one battle. Now Kakashi is busy practicing Chidori and method of activating cells. The practice is progressing quite successfully and now he should not be too far from the level of a jounin. All of a sudden he has gone so far ahead. Kakashi helplessly shook his head. What should he do to catch up with him? After receiving Minato's confirmation, Obito was in a trance, he is still a genin, but Urushi has already killed many jounins. This gap is so large that it seems unrealistic. A few months ago, they were all just ordinary students of the academy, how could things change so quickly? This is too exaggerated. But still this is the same Uchiha Obito from the original. After a moment he came to his senses, took a deep breath, clenched his fists tightly and confidently said, I will surpass this guy. You just need to awaken the Sharingan and its power will immediately increase. In addition, there are rumors in the clan about the existence of an even more legendary power, Manjikyu Sharingan. Once he awakens such eyes, he will have the incredible power that Madara used to resist Hashirama, which is far beyond Urushi. I'll let you be a little arrogant. But sooner or later, I will surpass you and become a Hokage. Chapter 67, Chapter 67. Land of Fire. Border Camp. In a large tent in the center of the camp gathered Orochimaru, and a few of Erase Gano. A few minutes later, a small snake crawled out from under Orochimaru's vest. The snake opened its mouth and spat out a scroll. Let's see. Orochimaru unfolded the scroll and read it briefly. It contained the instructions of the Hokage. It was necessary to form a small team to accompany all the injured shinobi to Konoha, and the rest should stay at the border of the grass country to monitor the movements from the willow. And as was said about the increase of erase. Tokubetsu Jounin, although not full-fledged, but still Jounin, I first hear about a 10-year-old Jounin, Kuko. After finishing reading, Orochimaru looked at Yarushi. The surrounding Jounins looked at each other, although the fact that Yarushi had become a Jounin at such a young age caused some ripples in their hearts, but there was no sense of envy or resentment. Given the strength shown and the merits gained during the last battle, no one dared to question Yarushi's promotion to Tokubetsu Jounin. Erase modestly smiled at the teacher. It's just a forced promotion in wartime. Orochimaru wondered, now it is necessary to deal with the issue of accompanying the wounded. Jihun, take your team and take care of it. There are only 4 seriously injured, and those who are slightly injured are able to maintain normal mobility and even have a certain combat capability, so there is no need to form a large escort team. Jihen Aburame nodded and left the tent without further ado. After that, the remaining shinobi discussed the best location of the temporary camp and also left the tent. Returning to his tent, Erase sat down on his knees and pulled the blade of the white fang. There was clearly a thin crack on the blade that ran close to the hilt, which is an extremely serious defect for a blade. Placing the blade on his lap, Yarushi held out his hand to the crack and closed his eyes, calling to the ephemeral golden clock. A few seconds later. Nothing unusual happened, the crack remained unchanged. As expected, it's not working. Erase opened his eyes and sighed. After receiving information from Orochimaru about the Kusanagi blade, he did not immediately go in search of it, but first turned to his ability to reverse the flow of time, in an attempt to restore the white fang blade. But unfortunately, no matter how hard he tries, he still can't apply the ability of time to anything other than himself. This applies to both the accelerated flow of time and the reverse flow of time. Earlier Erase always felt that the blade of the white fang will feel much better in his hands than in the hands of Kakashi. His Kenjutsu Hataki is at a much higher level and in general this blade is quite well combined with his tools, at least it will not break as in the original. As a result, it broke even earlier than in the original. You need to find a good master and find out if it can be restored. If this is possible, then you should pass the blade to Kakashi. It doesn't fit me anymore. It looks like Suna has launched a large-scale attack, but we don't know what will happen on the Willow side. If everything is quiet soon, I could go after Kusanagi. In fact, the blade does not have too much effect on the combat power of the current Yarushi, because you can use Chidori without a blade, so the short-range attack will not weaken much, only the medium-range attacks will significantly weaken. Kenjutsu allows you to make the force more concentrated, so the lethality of slashes significantly exceeds the remote attack of the Morning Peacock. My chakra volume is already close to the level of an elite Jounin, but it's still not enough to study the Sage Mode. According to the previous estimate, when the age of his physical body reaches 13 years, his chakra volume should not exceed the level of a normal Jounin, but due to the cell activation method, the chakra volume was an order of magnitude higher. Judging by this volume of chakra, we can safely say that in this aspect he surpassed more than 90% of the shinobi of the Naruto world, but in fact this is not enough even for a single use of Raisin Shuriken. I do not think that there is a need to practice Rasen Shuriken, but a limited amount of chakra makes it very difficult to improve Chidori to Raikiri. Chidori belongs to the ninjutsu of A rank. And Raikiri is an improved version of Chidori, related to S rank. This ninjutsu places higher demands on the volume and control of the chakra, in comparison with Chidori. Can be no doubt that the attacking power of Raikiri much higher than Chidori, so Chidori to the development of Raikiri of course is one of the areas of practice of Erase, but this elusive goal. It would be great to increase the amount of chakra one more level. Erase whispered in his heart. If his chakra volume rose one more level, to the level of Kage, he could not only develop Chidori to Raikiri, but also start practicing the Sage Mode, by which time the power would have made another huge leap. Unfortunately, it is not so easy to reach this level. Just by looking at the world of shinobi, you can find a handful of people who have the volume of chakra at the level of Kage. In each of the great villages there are only a few such shinobi. In accordance with normal practice, my chakra volume will reach the level of Kage at about the time when the age of the physical body reaches 16 years. In order to achieve this faster, it is necessary to resort to some external means, for example, to become a Jinchuriki, or to absorb the source of Ryumayuka located in the kingdom of Rurin. With the current build, it can carry a maximum of a quarter of the Kyubi chakra. As for the other Biju, becoming Jinchuriki is possible, but in any case, his spirit is likely to suffer greatly if you fail to quickly build a rapport and establish a friendly relationship with Biju. This is too troublesome an undertaking that will not be completed in the near future. It will be easier for Yarushi to reach the Kage level due to normal training. It doesn't suit a shot glass either. Although it is possible to turn back time and recover indefinitely if the body is unable to properly absorb energy, but the concentration of energy in the Ryumayuka source is so great that it can affect even time. Yarushi had no desire to go to the future or past for thousands of years, and may not be able to return. As for other methods, like the cursed seal of Orochimaru or the Hoshigakure meteorite, Urushi didn't even consider these options, because it would definitely lead to contamination of the chakra. In comparison, it is better to rely on accelerating the growth of the physical body with a fourfold acceleration. Right now, the best choice is to focus on opening the next Hachiman Tonko gate. Chapter 68. Chapter 68. A rough estimate of Erase, after opening the 5th gate, it needs to reach the peak level of Kaga. And after opening the 6th gate, combined with improving the ability to accelerate the flow of time, it should go beyond the Kage level. In the past, Urushi had read several Naruto novels, and most often the power beyond the Kage level was divided into 2 levels, Super Kage and 6 paths. With this division there should be no problems. The ability of pain, whether it's a destructive force or something else clearly beyond the level of Kage. If you take someone like Hiruzen or Inoka, who are at the peak of the Kage level, they will undoubtedly be defeated when faced with the 6 paths of pain. Not to mention running into Madara or Hashirama. 5 Kage aren't enough to defeat them. This level of power obviously goes beyond the Kage level, so there's no problem calling it the Super Kage level. According to the current effect of opening Hachiman Tonko, after opening the 6th gate, combined with the acceleration of the time flow and the reverse flow of time, it should be able to easily crush any Kage level representative. Sure. There is a certain difference in strength between representatives of the Super Kage level. Uchiha Madara, who has the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and subdued the strongest of the Biju, still could not defeat Hashirama. Therefore, it is difficult to say how strong he will be after opening the 6th gate, but according to Urushi's feelings, he will most likely not be able to defeat Hashirama or Madara, relying only on the 6th gate and time rooting, but with the Sage mode or the Sage body, everything will be different. Further, it is even more difficult to say what power the opening of the 7th gate will give, and it is not known whether he will be able to open it at all. After all, practicing Hachiman Tonko requires a lot of talent in the physical aspect. Not everyone has the potential to go all the way to the 8th gate, otherwise all the other jutsu would have no meaning. The 6th gate should be enough. In fact, if the Poptons will have a power level of the Super Kaga before the start of the main plot, the game may be over. Destroying Uchiha Madara's plan won't be a problem, and you won't have to worry about Edo Tensei, because it hasn't been perfected to that outrageous degree yet. You can easily get a Rinnegan, collect all the Biju and become a Jinchuriki Jubi. So the practice of Hachiman Tonko is still the most important thing. I am again waiting for heavy and monotonous training. Urushi sighed helplessly. In fact, Hachiman Tonko's training to the current extent was already very much bothering him and starting to annoy him. Although the ability of the acceleration of time increases the speed of practice, but not to him, from the point of view of Erase all this time, completely real. In addition, Erase feels that his talent in Hachiman Thin not too high. Rock Lee can open the 5th gate is at the age of 13, and he by this time just opened the 4th gate. The opening of the 5th gate will require at least another year. This is why it tends to increase the volume of the chakra. After all, if you acquire the body of a sage and become a Jinchuriki Kyubi, while learning to use the mode of the Kyubi chakra, the combination of these 2 abilities will obviously surpass the state of opening the 6th and even 7th gates. Deciding that his main focus of practice, at least until the opening of the 5th gate, would still be Hachiman Tonko, Urushi thought about his time ability and closed his eyes, focusing on the ephemeral clock. You can see that the area of the dial where the Roman numeral 3 should be located is still shrouded in thick fog. I wonder what the 3rd ability will be. Erase whispered in his heart. Accelerating the flow of time and reverse the flow of time gave him huge strength. Perhaps after opening the 3rd ability of time, he will not have to rely too much on the ability of Shinobi to surpass everyone in this world. Iwagakure. Tsuchikige's office. The 3rd Tsuchikage Owanoki got up from his seat and glared at the Shinobi standing opposite. Bad luck. How could such a plan fail? Are you telling me that everything failed because of some little kid? Lord Tsuchikage. Shinobi sank to one knee, cold sweat broke out on his forehead, and his voice trembled slightly. Senior Honku and Dante could not predict this. We were absolutely not prepared for the appearance of such a shinobi on the side of Konoha. They thought about this plan for a long time and made no small effort to implement it, intending to catch Konoha by surprise and gain an advantage at the start of the war, but suddenly their side suffered a heavy defeat and fell into a disadvantageous position. But in this situation, there is no point in looking for the culprits, because the leaders of the operation Honku and Dante fell on the battlefield, and almost all the survivors were injured of varying severity. There is information about this young shinobi. There is. The shinobi breathed a sigh of relief and told Owanoki all that managed to learn more about Erase. Deep Owanoki eyes flashed a cold. Hatake of Erase, son of White Fang Konoha, terrible. During the Second World War of Shinobi, Willow suffered greatly at the hands of White Fang. Even their final failure in that war is closely related to him. A few years ago, Owanoki was very happy when he received the news of White Fang's death. The loss of such a strong shinobi of Konoha weakened and contributed to the beginning of the Third Shinobi World War, but when it all started, out of nowhere all of a sudden the son of the White Fang. Because of this, Hatake have erased they suffered significant losses. Are they destined to suffer at the hands of Hatake family? Shinobi sitting on the couch, stood up and turned to Oanoki, his voice was heavy. Advanced troops suffered serious losses. Oanoki, what are you going to do next? This was Xiaodu, who can be considered Tsuchikage's chief assistant and advisor, and who came up with this plan and finalized it together with Oanoki. Oanoki took off and fell into a reverie. After a while he landed in a chair and said seriously, the advanced troops have suffered heavy losses and now we are in a losing position. It will be unprofitable to continue fighting with Konoha. In addition, Kyumo can take advantage of the situation. Xiaodu said thoughtfully, but because of the death of the third Kazekage, Suna has already started a full-scale war with Konoha. This is a very good opportunity to invade the land of fire. Even if we don't make a move right now, Konoha will still be wary of us and won't be able to throw all his strength into fighting Suna. So, regardless of whether we act or not, it will put pressure on Konoha. Oanoki continued, if Suna wins, we can invade the land of fire together, and if their invasion fails, there is no point in fighting Konoha under unfavorable conditions. Chapter 69. Chapter 69. Hearing Oanoki's words, Xiaodu stroked his chin thoughtfully. This is really the best option. If they launch a full-scale attack, Konoha will definitely send a massive force to fight them, but even if they don't make a move, Konoha won't dare send this part of the force to fight Suna. Due to the failure at the very start, they were at a disadvantage, and given the likelihood of action from Kyumo, watching from the outside is the best choice. The invasion of the Land of Fire should be suspended. In addition, information about Shinobi Hatake Urushi should not be distributed. Let Suna calmly start a war with Konoha. The news of their defeat must not be allowed to affect Suna's actions. If Suna decides that the situation is not very favorable and decides to retreat, Konoha will most likely not pursue them. There is no benefit to Willow. Kudu said, but according to the information, this son of White Fang is only 10 years old. Such strength at such a young age, he may become a huge problem in the future. He relied on the forbidden technique to get such power. Oanoki folded his arms and rose into the air. There is no reason to worry. A powerful forbidden technique is not something that can be used just at will. If you weren't too focused on that forbidden technique, you wouldn't be like this right now. According to the judgment of the surviving members of the advance group, the abilities of Urushi that he showed on the battlefield are very different from the abilities of White Fang from the past. He was definitely in an abnormal state. Most likely some forbidden technique was used. There will inevitably be a price to pay for using forbidden techniques. In his youth, Xiaodu relied too much on the forbidden technique, which caused great damage to his life force. The chakra can hardly be maintained in its current state. Its rise and development is out of the question. Shinobi, too strongly relying on forbidden technique, it will be difficult to grow above a certain level. In the world of Shinobi there are many such examples. Although using such a powerful forbidden technique at such a young age seemed amazing, but Oanoki considered it nothing more than a stupid act. The smart choice is to contact forbidden techniques when it becomes too difficult to continue progressing. At first glance, it seemed that the son of White Fang was a huge threat, but in reality this is nothing more than a superficial phenomenon. Even if it turns out that there are no side effects, there is always a weak point. You just need to find it and come up with a way to counteract it. There is no forbidden technique without a weak point or side effect. Xiaodu shook his head, but this is a problem anyway. The weakness of a good forbidden technique is not so easy to find. If we don't act, Konoha might send White Fang's son to the battlefield with Sunagakure, so let them search for weakness. It's best if they deal with him. Xiaodu stroked his chin. I hope everything works out as we expect. Konoha's frontline camp. Tent in the center of the camp. Almost half a month has passed since the last battle, and no movement has been seen from Iwagakure. It seems Iwagakure is not going to act in the near future. Orochimaru studied the results of the recent exploration conducted in the depths of the grass country, as well as the information provided by Konoha, fell into thought and said, the third Tsuchikage must want to observe how our war with Suna will proceed and only then decide how to proceed. Erase have a look at the map. If Suna and Willow form an alliance and launch a joint attack on us, Kiri will probably also violate the previous agreement. The situation may become dangerous. But the old man Oanoki will not do it. He will first try to save power and will not be so easy to start a full-scale war. Even if he really will make an alliance with Suna, between them there will be no trust. Because of the inability to trust each other, the great villages are unable to form a strong alliance and take our resource-rich lands of Fire Country. Erase nodded, hearing the words Orochimaru. This is true. Although the current Konoha is strong, but what if the other great villages launch a joint attack? Even considering its existence as a variable, this will be very difficult to handle. But the four great villages can't trust each other, so in the event of an invasion of the Land of Fire, they always reserve a significant part of their forces, being wary of other villages. This is one of the most important reasons that Konoha can successfully resist the onslaught of the other great villages. Since there was no movement from Iwagakure, I want to leave the camp and go after the Kusanagi blade. Even if they decide to make a move, I'll probably be back in time. It is best to pick up the Kusanagi blade as early as possible. There is no guarantee that it will not fall into other hands during this chaotic war period. You can go. Given your strength, I don't think there will be any problems, Kukuko. This is really a good time to pick up the Kusanagi blade. According to his estimation, there shouldn't be any movement from the willow anytime soon. Besides, the location of the blade is not far from the grass country. And last but not least, Orochimaru suggests that in the next few days Hiruzen send Erase on the battlefield with Sune. Since Willow is in no hurry to make a big move, he and Mato Dai are enough to handle most unforeseen situations. There is no need to keep Urushi here. The best choice would be to send him to the battlefield with Suna. Hiruzen should think the same way. Erase nodded and left the tent. According to the information that Orochimaru provided, the Kusanagi blade is located at the junction of the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain. There is a group formed from renegades and independent shinobi. It is disguised as an unremarkable small village and takes on a variety of shadow missions. This group is small and extremely secretive, plus it is located on the border, so it did not attract much attention from Omegakure and Kusagakure. While collecting information about the Kusanagi blades, Orochimaru accidentally found out that the leader of this group has one of them. In some days, Erase arrived in this village. No one is visible on the street, the doors of the houses are closed, it looks like an ordinary village experiencing fear of war. Erase, dressed in a trench coat and rice hat, entered the village and immediately felt that he was someone watching. There was a clear feeling that this was not an ordinary person. Of course, there's something wrong here. Chapter 70. Erase faintly frowned and went into the only open building. It was a tea house and it was empty. The owner clearly did not care for visitors, but after Erase got a pack of Rio, he quickly served tea and snacks. Several pairs of eyes watched Erase when he entered the tea house. One of the watchers frowned and went to the house in the northern part of the village, jumped to the second floor and climbed through the window. Boss. Shinobi. In the room sat a stern man with a scar on his face. He opened his eyes and calmly said, more particularly, what exactly is a shinobi? He is young, only 12 or 13 years old, without a protector, but not like a renegade, perhaps shinobi Omegakure or some other village. Just one. In the village suddenly appeared a young shinobi, not wearing a protector. This is of course worth paying attention to. The watcher nodded, his eyes cold. Yes, but I'm not sure if he found us out, boss. Perhaps we should make a move first and finish it off in advance. No. The scarred shinobi shook his head and said in a heavy voice, tell everyone. The observer was stunned. It's just a young shinobi of unknown origin. It's not even clear if it's because of them, but the boss wants to leave this place right away. Isn't he too careful? The scarred man stood up and said a little impatiently, go, quickly. He really couldn't be sure. Maybe this young shinobi is really just passing by, but during the war, you need to be as careful as possible. It would be better to leave the village quietly and return in a couple of weeks. As a renegade Iwagakure, who deserted during the Second World War shinobi, he managed to survive until now and even muster some forces under his command, precisely thanks to observing absolute caution. Should avoid any clashes with shinobi villages, as far as possible. Especially clashes with shinobi, unknown origin. Otherwise, if they left some traces and Iwagakure will be able to track him down, there will be a huge problem. Not to mention the great villages, he doesn't dare provoke even small villages like Omegakure. Eat. Coming out of his confusion, the watcher nodded and left the room. Shinobi with scar went to the cabinet, took out several large packs of Rio and put them in a bag, as he put a long wooden box in the bag. In a short time, at least a dozen shinobi wearing rice hats and raincoats entered the courtyard. Boss, this is just a small kid, aren't you too careful? And anyway, this kid didn't necessarily come for us, maybe he's just passing by, don't worry so much. Many shinobi frowned and raised objections. Just because it showed up the young shinobi of unknown origin, the boss has decided to leave the village. They thought he was too careful. In addition, nobody wanted to leave the village during the war when they accidentally collide with a massive force of one of the villages. It would be extremely dangerous. Anyone can stay. A shinobi with a scar came out of the house and calmly said, not paying attention to the mood of the rest, and who is ready, let him follow me. So saying, he left the yard and walked right outside the village. The remaining shinobi looked at each other. Several people hesitated a bit and followed the shinobi with scar, and the rest frowned. The boss is too careful. It's just a small kid. If the boss worried about possible revelations, isn't it easier just to kill him? You're right, in time of war even the great villages has no time to pay attention to the death of just one shinobi and investigate. The remaining shinobi looked at each other and nodded, reaching consensus. Let's just kill this little kid quietly. Maybe even get lucky to get some profit. After a short time, a small river to the east of the village. Shinobi with scar left the village together with several subordinates. He was preparing to cross the river, but suddenly stopped abruptly. It is unknown when the figure appeared on the other bank. He looked like a teenager and no longer wore a rice hat, silver hair soaked in the rain. This of course was Erase. He looked at the group boss and said, you managed to survive in this dangerous world for a good reason. After hearing about his appearance in the village, the group boss decided to run away without hesitation. If not the remaining members of the group who decided to attack him in the tea house, whose erase was able to quickly elicit the information to the boss of the group actually managed to escape quietly. What was most surprising? It is fine if he learned it, but it is not necessary to mention the recent battle on the border of the grass. Shinobi with the scar didn't even know that he was a shinobi of Konoha. Just knowing that a shinobi of some village appeared in the village, he immediately decided to run away. I, Uchiha Madara, call you the most careful. Do you have a kusanagi blade? Yoruishi immediately got down to business. Hearing these words, cold shinobi looked at Erase. One of them said, "Aren't you too arrogant, brat?" Shinobi with the scar took out of the bag oblong wooden box and threw it on the other side. It opened directly in flight and the feet of Erase have already fallen to the blade of kusanagi. This scene made silent not only his subordinates, but even Erase froze, unable to utter a single word. You. Having said this, the scarred shinobi immediately took to flight. Silence. There was a strange atmosphere in the air. The remaining shinobi stared at this scene in a daze, not reacting for a while. This little kid came for the kusanagi blade and their boss just gave it away, and then ran away. Is this kid so scary? Haha, it was interesting. Yoruishi took the kusanagi blade and laughed. It was the first time he had encountered such a shinobi. He was already determined to kill and capture the blade, but the other party just gave up the blade and ran away. The contrast between expectation and reality was too strong. Subordinate shinobi with the scar gradually recovered from the shock and looked at the blade of kusanagi in the hands of Erase. Their eyes flashed greed. This is Kusanagi's blade. If you manage to get him to sell successfully, it will be possible to live comfortably for the rest of my life, no longer have to undertake these dangerous shadow missions to earn something. Prior to this, the blade of kusanagi was in the hands of the boss, and knowing his force, they do not even dare to think of such, but now the boss gave the blade without a fight some little kid. It looks like this guy belongs to one of the great villages, so the boss didn't want to provoke him. The great villages are really scary. But greed can suppress even fear. If you quickly kill this guy, capture the kusanagi blade and sell it through shadow channels, and then disappear among the ordinary people, even one of the great villages will have a hard time tracking them down. Shinobi some time hesitated. In the end one of them made a decision and took out kunai. Chakra quickly flowed on his meridians. Chapter 71, Chapter 71. But when Shinobi was about to throw a kunai, a figure of Erase standing on the other side, abruptly disappeared. Phew. Instantly. A figure of Erase crossed the coast, appeared behind the shinobi. The blade of kusanagi left the sheath and pierced his chest. You're not nearly as smart as your boss. Yoruishi shook his head and pulled out Kusanagi's blade. Drops of blood fell to the ground. Soon there was no trace of blood left on the blade. It looks like it's not a fake, and looking at the appearance, it must be the Kusanagi blade that Orochimaru gave Sasuke in the original story. At least this image is almost identical. Ahem. Shinobi, who had been pierced by the blade a moment earlier, raised his hands in bewilderment and touched his chest. Seeing the bloody palms, he felt a strong fear and horror, but his strength quickly left him. Soon the body fell to the ground. The rest of the shinobi were shocked by this unexpected scene. They looked at Yoruishi in disbelief. Hey, what a joke. Could this guy be Jounin? This speed and chakra far surpasses their boss, far beyond the level of Genin and Chunin. Beyond any doubt, it is the level of Jounin, perhaps even Jounin of one of the 5 great villages. At the thought of this, the shinobi's greed was instantly suppressed by fear, and they fled without hesitation. Jounin of one of the great villages. It's not something they can deal with. But it was too late to run. Yoruishi was not going to let go of the shinobi who just wanted to kill him. He rushed forward and swung the Kusanagi blade. Phew. From the side, a blurry figure could be seen rushing past the running shinobi. The shinobi froze in place, with expressions of fear and horror on their faces. After a moment their figures fell to the ground one after another. Blood stained the rain-soaked ground red and flowed into the river nearby. A bunch of idiots. Shinobi with a scar on his face, who managed to escape for quite a long distance, noticed what happened on the shore and could not help but curse his subordinates. He knew it would be like this. This guy easily caught up with them and straightforwardly revealed his goal. In this situation, there could only be 2 options. Either a large number of shinobi were sitting in ambush, or he himself is extremely strong. Although it was a pity, he didn't hesitate to throw away Kusanagi's blade, because life is much more important than a blade of some sort. Phew. Phew. Seeing how Yoruishi dealt with his subordinates in the blink of an eye, the scarred shinobi activated the chakra in his body to the limit and ran at an even faster speed. At this moment on the shore, Yoruishi looked at the fleeing shinobi and slightly tilted his head, thinking whether to catch up with this cautious shinobi. If you let go of the scarred shinobi, the news of Kusanagi's blade falling into his hands might spread, but the current Yoruishi was not at all afraid of this. Besides, the blade would still have to be used on the battlefield. But in the next moment, Yoruishi abandoned these thoughts. Because the scarred shinobi, who had already escaped quite far, abruptly stopped in front of a dense forest, turned around and ran in another direction. It seemed that he saw something very scary in the forest, but without waiting for him to escape, a lot of different ninjutsu flew out of the forest. The most cautious shinobi did his best to dodge, but in the end, his figure was swallowed up by a hail of ninjutsu. This. Erase squinted. The luck of the most cautious shinobi was too bad. First he ran into him, and then by pure chance he got into a situation from which there was no way out. Soon, a huge number of human figures ran out of the forest, according to an approximate estimate of about 100 people, and all of them were shinobi. Although the distance was great, but still Erase could see that it was not a shinobi of Konoha, Willow, or AME, it was Suna's shinobi. Why did Suna's forces appear here? Erase whispered in the heart, watching the numerous Suna shinobi ran out of the woods. This is the northeastern border of the Rain Country. It is located far from the Wind Country and vice versa, very close to the land of the earth. To get here, the shinobi Suna had to make no small detour. He wasn't afraid of facing 100 shinobi, but there was no reason to join the battle, just estimate the number and report it to Konoha. But before Erase managed to retreat, in his direction rushed a large number of shinobi of Suna. Within perception, shinobi for 3 hours. In the ranks of shinobi Suna, the loud voice of the censor rang out. Elite Hunin Pakura, who leads Suna's forces, immediately reacted and gave the command, "Understood, 6th and 7th team, outflank this shinobi, he must not escape." There is. The two teams left the group and ran in different directions, intending to surround Erase. Bakura calmly looked at the figure of Erase in the distance. She didn't know which village the shinobi was from, but since they were discovered, it was impossible to let him escape. Their goal was to bypass the Konoha front camp from the rear and conduct a completely unexpected attack, disrupting their logistics, as well as destroying medical units and killing the wounded. This was Elder Ebizo's plan. It took them almost 10 days to sneak into AIM and get here undetected, using the most remote routes. If all goes well, this attack will catch Konoha off guard and may even decide the outcome of the war. Therefore, even a hint of the possibility of information leakage is absolutely unacceptable. Phew. In the direction of Erase ran a large number of shinobi of Suna. Erase returned the blade of Kusanagi in its sheath and began to retreat, glancing at his pursuers. He is already about clear on the situation. The appearance of Suna's massive forces here at such a time means that their mission is likely to be a surprise attack on Konoha's forces or something like that, which is why they killed the most cautious shinobi and are chasing him. Shinobi Suna Erase pursued for several miles, not intending to let him go. "If you continue the chase, I won't be polite." Yoruishi cast a cold glance at the shinobi chasing him. Although 100 shinobi can threaten him, but each shinobi has a different speed, and during the chase, the formation of such a large squad will inevitably be greatly disrupted. Because of this, they will not be able to form an effective environment. In such a situation, the numerical advantage will not make any sense. While Erase will not fall into dense and organized environment, not to mention the hundreds of shinobi, even 1,000 will not be a threat to him. Chapter 72. Shinobi were very fast, especially in emergency situations. In the blink of an eye, they had run several kilometers. Pakura and some Johnny approached Erase, leaving the main force behind. This is no ordinary shinobi. Pakura frowned. This is not the speed that an ordinary shinobi can have, although it is not clear which village he belongs to, but most likely he has the rank of a Hunin. This makes the situation more difficult. Even if it's Hunin Megakure, he can quickly pass information to Konoha, completely disrupting their plan. The main group is staying here. Yashiki, Munai, follow me. A light flashed in Pakura's eyes, and she gave a firm command. On the one hand, such a large group is not able to catch up with Jounin. On the other hand, the movement of such a large group can attract attention. If someone notices them, or a chased shinobi breaks into some village, the probability of information leakage will increase dramatically. Thus, the best strategy is to pursue a small elite team, which will significantly reduce the probability of detection. There is. The Hunin nodded and passed the command back. A large number of shinobi immediately stopped. Pakura continued the chase with a small team. Phew. As the chase continued, Pakura's team gradually caught up with Yoruishi. As the distance shortened to a certain extent, a chill flashed in the eyes of one of the Jounins. That's enough. Doton. Wave of the earth. He quickly folded the seals and placed his hand on the ground. Usually, the wet climate of the Rain Country reduces the effectiveness of Doton Jutsu, but there are exceptions like ninjutsu creating massive moving streams of earth. Such an environment on the contrary will increase their power and range. After releasing the jutsu, a large area of ground in front of him shook like a carpet, and Yoruishi tried to stabilize his position, causing his speed to drop dramatically. Die. The other shinobi without hesitation rushed forward, and quickly swung his short blade, about to pierce the back of Erase. Phew. Yoruishi, who had lost his balance due to the earth wave, tried to dodge this attack at the last moment, but his figure was still cut by the blade from his shoulder to his right side and split in two. But no blood followed, a figure of Erase disappeared in a flash of white smoke. Bunshin. Right. From behind came the cry of his comrades. Without hesitation, Suna Shinobi swung the short blade sharply to the right, and in the next instant, it collided with the Kusanagi blade clutched in Yoroshi's right hand. Clang. There was a loud collision sound of metal, a figure of Erase stepped back. A bit unusual, in the past I always used a short blade, it seems that this Kusanagi blade cannot change the length at the request of the owner. Yoroshi glanced at Kusanagi's blade and folded the seals with his left hand, arcs of lightning enveloped the blade, and the sound of birds chirping rang out. Phew. 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 At the same time to Erase rushed 3 figures, holding him from 3 directions. None of them used ninjutsu. It seems that to avoid any mistakes and unnecessary noise, they decided to take advantage of the numerical advantage and quickly crush the enemy with taijutsu. Die. The 3 shinobi's eyes flashed cold. When Yoroshi was pinned down from 3 directions and seemed bound to receive a heavy blow, an ephemeral gold watch appeared in the depths of his eyes. In the next instant, his figure moved with great speed and came out of the encirclement, deftly dodging the 3 blows. Right after that, his figure was enveloped in a silvery glow and crackling arcs of lightning. Feeling a powerful and furious flash of chakra, Bakura and the rest of Suna's shinobi were shocked. Such a chakra, who are you? Bakura cautiously looked at Erase. Such powerful chakra fluctuations, not much weaker than hers, it's definitely not an ordinary and unknown Jounin, but Bakura didn't recognize Yoroshi, besides, he's too young. Jounin Konoha. Yoroshi calmly replied and turned into an afterimage, a silver flash rushing towards one of Suna's shinobi who had attacked him a moment earlier. The shinobi's expression changed abruptly, a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He could not have expected that Yoroshi, whom they were able to catch up with an even surround, would show such terrifying speed. It's too late. Given this speed and distance, it was already too late to use substitution or flicker. He could only pour the chakra into the kunai and swing it sharply, meeting the silver flash. Being Suna's Jounin, he had quite a high speed. But from the point of view of Yoroshi, who was standing at 4 times the acceleration of time, this movement seemed extremely slow. He could clearly see the trajectory of kunai's movement. The ability to accelerate the flow of time affects not only the physical speed, but it affects absolutely all processes occurring in the body, whether it is consciousness or vision. All this falls into the acceleration state, which means that from the point of view of Yoroshi, the surrounding world slows down 4 times. What is this concept? Even between Jounin and Chunin, there is no such gap. Why is it difficult for even a Jounin to block even one of Yoroshi's strikes, and he can only rely on the most basic techniques for evasion to barely save a life? Because there is a gap not just in pure speed, but in the speed of the passage of time. It can be said that at this moment they see the world from different points of view. Phew. A silvery light flashed. Hunin Suna's figure abruptly froze, terror and disbelief reflected in his eyes, blocking this blow. He did not expect that such a situation could arise. He, a Jounin of one of the great villages, couldn't even withstand a single blow in the face of the other party's speed. Yashiki. The shinobi standing nearby exclaimed in shock. They saw Yoroshi's figure flash with a silvery light and blur, and in the next instant, Yashiki's figure froze motionlessly in place and split into 2, spewing out a stream of blood. Damn it. Him, I did it on purpose. Bakura narrowed her eyes and exclaimed as she watched the scene. Looking at this speed, they should not have a chance to catch up with this guy. There is only one reason why they did it. The other party deliberately allowed this to happen. Sakun. Vaporizing murder. She didn't hesitate to use her signature technique, the improved Shikutten genome formed by the fusion of Kato and Futon chakras. Yoroshi, who was repenting in the silvery glow, tilted his head slightly and said, that's why she seemed a little familiar to me from the beginning. It turns out that this is a fairly well-known personality, the elite Hunin Sunagakure, Shikutten no Pakura. Chapter 73, Chapter 73. Shikutten no Pakura. It's hard to make out the words spoken at 4 times the speed, but still Pakura barely heard her name. She said coldly, it looks like you recognized me, Konoha Shinobi. Although Yoroshi does not wear a protector and cannot be trusted with simple words, but in such a situation, it was not difficult to guess that he really is a Konoha Shinobi. With the exception of the Konoha Shinobi, there is no reason for the shinobi of other villages to deliberately lure them into battle instead of quietly escaping. Phew. 5 fire spheres appeared around Pakura, but they were formed not from a simple flame, but from the element of heat, combining the properties of wind and fire, which led to the formation of an extremely terrifying concentrated heat. These areas' heat is not directed to Erase, but instead revolved around the figure Pakura, effectively protecting her from all directions. Interesting. Erase slightly narrowed, but instead to fight with Pakure, he rushed to the other shinobi of Suna. Noticing Yoroshi's movement, the shinobi didn't hesitate to use flicker to dodge the attack, but after missing, Yoroshi simply turned around and continued to follow him. Damn it. Watching this, Pakura gritted her teeth, her eyes flashed with rage, and she rushed to help her comrades, but her speed was much slower than Urushi's. Shikoten is very strong, but in the current situation, it is difficult for Pakura to show his strength, because Urushi is too fast. Using Shikoten will only harm her comrades. After a moment. Phew! A silvery light flashed, and Kusunagi's blade, wrapped in lightning, pierced Jounin Suna's heart, sending a spray of blood flying. Pakura took only 5 shinobi with her in the chase, and they were all Jounin. The battle had only started a few moments ago, but 2 of them had already died. The main Kumo family. Watching this, the 3 remaining shinobi shuddered, someone said in horror. Bathing in the silver glow and using Raiden Jutsu, these signs are completely the same as the main Kimogakure family, but this guy in front of their eyes has no resemblance to the son of the 3rd Raikage, about whom they have some information. No, he's a Konoha shinobi. Barrier. Pakura shouted a command to her surviving comrades. Barrier ninjutsu are the most effective means of dealing with the shinobi of the high-speed type. The remaining 3 Jounins have vast experience, so there was no need for this Pakura team. Seeing Urushi's terrifying speed, they exchanged glances and quickly folded a series of seals. Buzzing. From each of them, a yellow curtain spread out and quickly merged into a single hole, forming a yellow barrier in the shape of a pyramid. Barrier. Erase looked around, staring at this yellow barrier. His figure blurred and appeared in the corner. The blade of Kusanagi struck the barrier. Buzzing. The blade, wrapped in lightning, penetrated the barrier, but very quickly slowed down, as if it had fallen into a quagmire. Ripples rolled across the barrier, but it did not break. A supported blocking barrier? A bit like building 4 purple lights. Erase whispered in his heart. This barrier, released by the 3 Jounins, has a smaller area than the formation of the 4 purple lights, but it seems even more dense and tough. Its single attack is not able to break through this barrier. The pros and cons of this barrier ninjutsu are visible at a glance. The area of coverage and the speed of formation is enough to make it difficult for even a high-speed shinobi to leave the coverage area before the barrier is formed. The disadvantages are no less obvious. From the inside, you can't attack from the outside and vice versa. In addition, it is supported by only 3 Jounins, so it does not make sense to enclose the enemy inside. He will just attack with all his strength and will quickly exhaust the barrier. Such a barrier is not designed to capture, but rather to block the enemy, prevent the enemy from escaping, and create a more suitable battlefield. Pakura, of course, is well aware of this. So she did not go for support, but went to the edge of the barrier, the 3 Jounin creating a small gap in it, allowing her to get inside. Pakura placed a flaming sphere in front of him, by not allowing Erase to leave the barrier, and took a step forward. Phew! The Jounin immediately closed the gap. Your speed is useless now. Pakura cold looked at Erase, while one of the fiery spheres flew to her palm. For killing 2 of our Jounins, try my Shikoten inside this barrier. In the next instant, Pakura waved her hand. Phew! The sphere rushed toward Erase, with a frightening bright light. A figure of Erase blurred and a moment later appeared right from Pakuri, dealing a sharp blow with the blade of Kusanagi. Phew! Pakura took a sharp step to the left, and the sphere of heat hovering to her right swelled and rushed towards Urushi's figure, forcing him to step back. Reflashed silver flash, Erase appeared to the left of Pakuri, slashing with the blade of Kusanagi. Pakura again safely manipulated area heat, blocking the attack of Erase. Crack! Lightning and heat intertwined with each other. Despite the lack of direct contact, Urushi felt a strong heat, and his clothes showed signs of ignition. Inside this barrier, your speed is limited and you are unable to overcome my Shikoten. This is the end of it, Shinobi Konoha. Pakura quickly formed new spheres of heat, replenishing the shattered ones. They floated smoothly around her like a miniature sun, giving Urushi a very dangerous feeling. Watching this scene, the 3 Jounin supporting the barrier let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, there is Pakura. Without Pakura, even if they were able to use the barrier to restrain Urushi, he would still break free sooner or later. After that, there would be no one to restrain this terrifying speed. Kumogakure has no reason to fight us, otherwise I would think that this guy belongs to their main family. I still doubt it, but it doesn't matter if it's a shinobi Kumo or Konoha, he's already dead anyway. Stuck inside this barrier alone with Pakura and her Shikoten, even their 4th Kazekage would have a hard time dealing with this, let alone anyone else. Shikoten holds back any melee shinobi, plus speed is limited by the barrier. He's finished. Chapter 74, Chapter 74. Shikoten, this is a really problematic ability. Erase stared at Pakuru. As far as he remembers, Pakura was known as the hero of Sunagakure. It can be said that her status in Suna was equivalent to White Fang in Konoha. As a result, she began to threaten even the status of the Kazekage race and was neutralized by the elders of Suna. Since she was able to gain the status of a hero of her village in the future, this mission was most likely completed successfully and Konoha suffered serious losses. But Pakura ran into him. Judging by the fluctuations of the chakra, she is already at the level of the Kage, but she must have just stepped on it and does not reach the White Fang. Erase first encounter with the enemy the level of Kaga. Initially, he was going to quickly deal with Suna's shinobi, but suddenly they had a fairly well-known character on their side. In any case, it's only a little more troublesome for Urushi. Because Shikuten is nothing before the power of time. I'll adjust to the new blade first. Erase whispered in the heart and looked at Pakura, but this time he rushed to it and swung his blade of Kusanagi. Phew! The blade, wrapped in lightning, cut out flames and spewed a slash in the shape of a crescent, in which fire and lightning intertwined. Pakura was slightly surprised that the opponent was able to unleash a long-range attack, but she didn't panic and waved her hand, sending a sphere of heat towards the crescent moon. Boom! At the time of collision of a sphere and crescent burst into an explosion. A crater with a diameter of several meters appeared on the ground, ripples rippled across the yellow barrier. You're not going to fight at short range anymore. Pakura remained calm, but long-range attack is my strong point. She swung her left hand, sending a sphere of heat in the direction of Erase, and then immediately waved his right hand, sending another sphere. Seeing this, Erase sharply swung his blade Kusanagi twice in a row. The slashes are faced with two areas of heat. Boom. Boom. There were two more powerful explosions. The consequences of the explosion forced Erase to squint, but the blade of Kusanagi didn't stop. Phew. 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 One by one, three crescent-shaped slashes flew towards Pakura, slicing through the air and destroying the ground. Pakura's expression changed abruptly. How can such an attack be used continuously? This is not normal. She could see that Urushi was combining Raiden's chakra and incredible speed to form a ranged attack, but that should consume far more chakra and physical stamina than her enhanced genome. Shikuten. Vaporizing explosion. Being confident in your endurance, Pakura decisively raised his hand and shouted. Her palm slipped out of the sphere of heat, rushing toward the slashes of Erase. Boom. 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 A series of powerful explosions erupted. Even though the explosions occurred almost in the center of the barrier, but their effects caused the entire yellow pyramid to fluctuate noticeably. The expressions of the Jounins changed dramatically. They made every effort to maintain the stability of the barrier. The Jounin watched in shock as the battle unfolded inside the barrier. They are familiar with Pakura's strength and understand her strengths perfectly. Surprisingly, this young shinobi is able to resist Shikuten in the middle distance. This Konoha shinobi is even stronger than expected. If they faced him not here, but later on the battlefield, he would become an extremely difficult opponent. He can't be left alive. Pakura, please. Soon as Shinobi breathed a sigh of relief. This Konoha shinobi shows terrifying strength. Without a doubt, he is extremely dangerous and problematic, but in the limited space of the barrier, Shikuten gives Pakura a huge advantage. Boom. 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 Another series of explosions thundered. The effects of the explosions affecting the barrier gradually accumulated. Inside, there was utter chaos. It was already quite difficult to see anything outside. Only time after time there were powerful explosions that caused the barrier to shake. As the battle continued, Pakura began to lose her composure. This guy. Pakura found it hard to believe, but her chakra was already depleted by more than half, and this guy continued to calmly attack without showing any signs of exhaustion. No, the power of the slashes was even gradually increasing. Unless his chakra is infinite. No. This can't go on. Pakura gritted her teeth, not that she was afraid to continue the battle, but the constant explosions caused significant damage to the barrier. If this continued, the barrier would not last long. Go ahead. A hint of determination flashed in Pakura's eyes. She already fully realized how scary this Konoha shinobi is. If he manages to escape, he will cause an unimaginable massacre on the battlefield. So fast shinobi is extremely difficult to contain, so she must kill him here. Pakura took a deep breath and waved her hands, sending two spheres of heat in Urushi's direction to prevent him from interfering. Shikuten, a sizzling flash. A plentiful stream of chakra gushed out, several more spheres of heat formed, all of them gathered together and formed one large sphere. Pakura waved her hands, sending her towards Urushi. Boom. There was a monstrous explosion. The yellow barrier finally broke down and shattered, sending a huge amount of earth and dust flying to the sides. The Jounin supporting the barrier flew back and spat out gulps of blood, forcing the destruction of the barrier to wreak havoc on their chakra. Pakura. Phew. Phew. The Jounins rose from the ground and immediately rushed towards Pakura, not caring about their injuries. Pakura was also affected by the consequences of this powerful explosion. She was thrown back, her clothes were burned, and a large number of burns can be seen on her skin. Ahem. Pakura struggled to her feet, holding Jounin's hand, and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect the battle to be so hard. It would probably affect the mission. After such an attack, most likely even the body of the shinobi Konoha will not be found, but she also received serious injuries. They will be difficult to fully heal before the start of the most important part of the mission. This shinobi is most likely Konoha's secret weapon. Killing him is already enough to affect the course of the entire war. One of the Jounins breathed a sigh of relief. To make Pakuru take such a suicidal step. This shinobi is really terrifying. After making sure that Pakura's life was not in danger, one of the Jounins went towards the destroyed barrier, intending to examine the remains of the Konoha shinobi. Perhaps it would be possible to find a forehead protector or something else. Chapter 75. Chapter 75. Even Pakura suffered from the consequences and was seriously injured, not to mention the shinobi Konoha, who was in the epicenter of the explosion. He is certainly dead. There must be something left. Huge clouds of dust rose from the explosion site, and Jounin glanced at the deep crater left by the explosion and stepped toward its center. Shinobi usually always carry a forehead protector with them, so even if they died on the battlefield and the body is completely destroyed, you can determine the identity by using the village symbol engraved on the forehead protector and the registration number engraved on a special plate. These things are made of strong metal and they are not so easy to completely destroy. If you can find a forehead protector, you can determine the origin of this strong young shinobi, and if you find a registration plate, you can even determine the identity. It was a Konoha shinobi. Soon Munai found a forehead protector on the bottom of the crater, which would have been engraved with the symbol of Konoha. However, Munai could only determine the identity of the shinobi, so he continued to investigate the site of the explosion, hoping to find a registration plate. But after taking a few steps, he froze in place. Behind him, a blade flashed sharply, piercing Munai's chest, and blood spurted out, turning the black scorched earth red. Munai showed a disbelieving expression. He slowly turned his head and looked at the figure that appeared behind him. Unexpectedly it was Urushi. How can this be? He opened his mouth with difficulty. Konoha shinobi clothes were badly damaged, but the exposed skin was white and clean, no signs of burns or simple dirt. Completely unharmed. Survived such an explosion inside a small barrier without getting a single injury. Clothes. Erase pulled the blade. Kusanagi said nothing, and looked at his damaged clothes. This is the difference between the reverse flow of time and Edo Tensei. He cannot restore his clothes and things in case of damage, while Edo Tensei can do it. Phew. A figure of Erase eroded and left a crater. The two Jounin supporting Pakura had already noticed that something was happening in the crater and looked carefully in that direction. They felt a sense of horror when they saw the figure of Urushi appear from the clouds of dust. A silvery light flashed. The Jounin were in no better condition, and before they could react properly, blood splattered and their figures were sliced open by Kusanagi's blade. How is this possible? Pakura looked at Urushi in disbelief and exclaimed, at the same time trying to mobilize the chakra in her body, but the injuries were too severe. She fell to her knees and spat out a mouthful of blood. She couldn't believe my eyes looking at the white skin of Erase where there was not a single burn. She better than anyone else understood the power of her strongest attack. In addition, it happened in a closed barrier. Even the fourth Kazekage, who is very good at defense, would have great difficulty resisting this attack, but this shinobi Konoha did not have a single injury. How did he do it? Urushi walked over to Pakura, who was on her knees, and dispelled the silver glow, ignoring the fact that she could see his body. Kusanagi's blade moved forward, piercing Pakura's chest. Ahem. Pakura didn't have the strength to resist. She spat out a mouthful of blood and raised her head with difficulty. Looking at Urushi, she wondered exactly how he did it. Erase looked her in the eyes and quietly said, ninjutsu is divided into 8 main types. Doton, Raiten, Futon, Kato, Suton, Inton and Yoton, as well as spatial ninjutsu, but there is actually a 9th type, and that is what I have, time. My ability is to arbitrarily accelerate the flow of time and reverse it. Understanding flashed in Pakura's eyes. No wonder that during the battle, she felt that the other party's speed was very strange. It turns out that this is the acceleration of time. At the moment of realization, a strong tremor appeared in her heart. The ability to control time is too terrifying. This youth with such power will definitely become an extremely terrifying existence in the future. Sorry. She lost. I couldn't stop him here. Pakura's consciousness darkened, her eyes slowly closed, and her body swayed and fell back. A bit of a pity. Erase shook his head, looking at the body Pakuri falling on the ground. In such a situation, she showed great determination and firm will, trying to kill him at the cost of severe injury. This is a real shinobi. If he didn't have the ability to reverse the flow of time, this move would most likely have been successful. Sure. Without the ability to reverse the flow of time, he would not have dared to enter this battle, but this does not prevent him from recognizing the power and amazing abilities of Pakura. By the way, earlier when he looked at Pakura, who fell to her knees and lost the ability to resist, dirty thoughts flashed through his mind for a moment. It seems that the age of the physical body has reached the moment when it is time to think about such things. Phew. Erase helplessly sighed again and swung his blade of Kusanagi, after ascertaining of death Pakuri. But these impulses coming from the physical body could not affect Urushi's thinking, because he is far from being in a position to be able to indulge his desires. When he ascends to the top of the shinobi world and has an infinite amount of free time, perhaps in a moment of boredom, he will resurrect Pakura and talk to her about life. The Third World War shinobi can be safely called the era of geniuses. Pakura from Sunagakure, Minato, and Shursue from Konoha, Hei and Killerbai from Kyumo, the strongest generation of the 7 Mist Swordsmen, the future 5th Mizukage Terumi Mei, it's too hard to list them all. Now he is on the battlefield of the Third World War shinobi and will inevitably face most of them. With the exception of Minato who wields Hiraishin and Shiki Fujin, the abilities of the others do not pose a threat to me, although the future Raikage might be a very difficult opponent, I still need to continue building up my strength. Putting these thoughts aside, Uruishi searched Pakura's body and found a small metal plaque engraved with the shinobi's registration number. He also has a similar metal plaque. The village uses them to identify deceased shinobi, and if it falls into the hands of an enemy shinobi, it will become a war trophy, proving his merits. Usually, the use of these tablets is resorted to only in wartime. Because the war is too chaotic, too many shinobi die every day, very often the bodies are badly damaged or there are no remains at all, making it impossible to determine the identity of the deceased. Phew. Uruishi quickly collected the Jounin registration numbers and narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked in the direction from which Pakura and the Jounins were chasing him. Pakura and these Hunin should be the leaders of the group. Sunagakure's combat power is not so great as to put 2 Kage-level shinobi at the head of a group of 100 shinobi. Only ordinary shinobi should remain, unable to threaten him. In that case, it's worth dealing with them. Uruishi quickly completed his search of Pakura and the rest of the Jounin, folded the seal into one of them, and retraced the route of the previous chase. Chapter 76, Chapter 76. A large number of Suna shinobi gathered under a high rock. Why haven't Commander Pakura and the others returned yet? Chunin looked in the direction Pakura and the other Jounin had fled earlier. Someone frowned. Just one shinobi. If they caught up with him, they would have already finished the fight and returned, and if they could not catch up, then there is no point in wasting time on too long a chase. Perhaps they are faced with an ambush. There is such a possibility. One of the remaining Jounin said seriously and narrowed his eyes, looking in the direction Pakura had run earlier. Perhaps there were problems with this young shinobi. He could be a decoy. But given the strength of Commander Pakura and the others, even if they were ambushed, they would definitely be able to send someone for help. The other Jounin thought for a moment and said, but Konoha shouldn't have detected our actions. How could they have set up an ambush in such a place? It's hard to say. The Jounin who spoke earlier said, it doesn't matter how this could happen, we'll wait another 10 minutes, if there are no messages, then we'll go in search. The numerous Chunin and Jounin nodded, the atmosphere becoming heavy. This mission is extremely important. It can decide the outcome of the war. But now they are faced with an unforeseen situation, being discovered by shinobi of unknown origin. The group commander has rushed in pursuit and has not returned for quite a long time. The current situation, at least, does not bode well. 1 minute. 2 minutes. Nothing happened. It rained relentlessly, dripping down from the overhanging cliff. Whether it was the shinobi gathered under the rock to shelter from the heavy rain, or the shinobi who climbed on the rock to observe the surroundings, they were all silent, waiting in complete silence. All of a sudden, the gaze of the shinobi standing at the top of the cliff flashed. He stared in a certain direction and quickly descended from the cliff. 7 o'clock movement. Hunin Yashiki is coming here. After his words, the heavy and silent atmosphere immediately dissipated. All the shinobi looked at each other. Someone ran out into the rain and looked in the direction of 7 o'clock. One of the Jounins looked at Yashiki, who was running fast in their direction, and vaguely felt a bad feeling. If that shinobi was finished, they would all come back together. But only one Yashiki returned. Was his previous conclusion correct? That young shinobi really turned out to be a decoy and lured the pursuers into an ambush. Did Pakura send Yashiki for help? The other shinobi also thought about it, their faces showing tense expressions. This is an emergency. Numerous glances were directed at Yashiki, who was running here. 1 kilometer. 900 meters. 800 meters. Yashiki was rapidly approaching. The sensor watching Yashiki flinch slightly, seemed to sense something, and closed its eyes. When the distance was reduced to 500 meters, it abruptly opened its eyes and shouted, "Watch out." It's not Hunin Yashiki. The expressions of all the shinobi present changed dramatically. At this point, the figure of Hunin Yashiki burst into white smoke, abruptly transforming into a youth with silver hair and torn clothes. Following this, the speed of the young shinobi increased dramatically, increasing by 3 or 4 times. He continued to run here. So fast. Be careful. 8th, 9th, and 10th team, prepare your ninjutsu. Watching this, one of the Jounin shouted loudly. A dozen shinobi quickly stepped forward and began to fold the seals. At the same time, a silvery glow enveloped Uruishi's figure, and a third gate was opened, followed by a fourth, and arcs of lightning intertwined around the raised hair. Phew. In the blink of an eye, his speed increased several times. Shocked shinobi Suna saw only a silver flash that flashed like lightning and almost instantly overcame 200 meters. Futon. The blade of the wind. Suna's dozen shinobi exclaimed, almost simultaneously releasing their ninjutsu. Many ninjutsu intertwined with each other, forming a large-scale network of wind blades, rushing towards the fleeing Urushi. Jounin, who had given the command earlier, watched the scene unfold grimly. He wasn't at all worried about this shinobi in front of his eyes. After all, this squad is formed from hundreds of elite shinobi. Even if this guy is very fast, he will never be able to break through this large-scale coordinated attack that has a large range. The main problem is that the situation seems to be very bad. The enemy disguised as Yashiki showed up here, and Pakura and the others who went in pursuit of him went missing. Perhaps they were in an extremely difficult situation. A lot of thoughts raced through his mind, but Jounin didn't stop controlling the situation. After 3 teams used the futon to block the enemy from the front, he gave another command. 4th and 5th team, block from the right flank, 6th and 7th team, from the left. Strangle him. Sunagakure shinobi, who are well versed in futon, are not afraid of high-speed shinobi. Futon suppresses Raiten. The attack of futon surpasses the defense of Raiten. In addition, the range of futon is able to limit the shinobi of the high-speed type. You just need to competently surround it. Urushi looked at the network of wind blades in front of him, as well as the wind blades blocking his right and left, but he remained completely calm. Futon is indeed able to restrain an ordinary shinobi of the speed type, but the key word is ordinary. For the third Raikage, who has a perverted defense, or for him, who is able to heal indefinitely and restore the supply of chakra, futon does not have any deterrent effect. At this point, looking from above, you could see a lone silver flash rushing towards a large crowd of about 100 shinobi. The path of the silver flash was blocked by a massive network of wind blades, while many shinobi were folding seals, intending to use the same ninjutsu to finally block the enemy. Do you think that due to the speed you can act recklessly in front of us, shinobi Kimogakure? Too naive and self-confident, speed is also your weakness. Jounin Suna coldly looked at the approaching erase. Too high speed does not allow you to change direction abruptly. Judging by this guy's speed, if he were to turn 180 degrees right now, he might be able to escape the trap formed by the massive network of wind blades, but it's an extremely difficult task. If he tried his best, he could change course by a maximum of 90 degrees, but then he would just encounter a net of wind blades released from the flank. Now he had nowhere to run. He can already be considered dead. All the Suna shinobi watching this scene made roughly the same judgment and had already begun to think about the unknown situation on Pakura's side. But the next scene greatly surprised them all. Erase, bathed in the silvery light, now tried to change direction, continuing to rush towards the network blade of the wind. Ha! What? Many Shinbai Sung exclaimed in surprise. Then they saw Erase swept through the network of blades of the wind. It seemed his body was instantly cut in all directions, gushing blood spatter. Everyone felt puzzled. It was suicide. Chapter 77. Chapter 77. Did he gain such speed that he couldn't change direction at all? Being overly fast is no longer a strength, but a weakness. Many have thought about it. But in the next instant, they witnessed a very strange and frightening scene. The blood splatters that flew apart and were caught by the wind blades suddenly flew back in the direction of the silver flash. Not a single drop of blood managed to reach the ground. Streams of blood gushed back into the silver flash. It didn't seem to slow down in the slightest, rushing straight into Suna's shinobi crowd. It was as if a silver bolt of lightning had passed through their ranks. Phew. 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 A dozen of Suna's shinobi abruptly froze in place, and in the next instant, their bodies fell apart, sending many splashes of blood flying in all directions. Impossible. What's going on? The shinobi standing nearby felt terrified. It was too late to do anything serious. They could only grab the kunai and try to block the silver flash, but they were not even able to fix the trajectory. Commander Jounin's expression changed abruptly. He watched the scene unfold in shock. It was absolutely impossible to predict. The enemy was able to recover after being cut by the wind blades. It wasn't because of excessive speed that he didn't change direction. Quickly. 4th and 5th teams. Block his route. 2nd team, support. He quickly recovered from the shock and started shouting loudly as he gave out commands, then pulled out his blade himself and stared at the silver flash, looking for a good opportunity to attack. Hearing Jounin's loud cry, the panicked shinobi began to recover and act in an organized manner, once again using large-scale ninjutsu in an attempt to block the silver flash's route. But Erase again dodged. He faced the net of wind blades head-on, completely disregarding any injuries, and swung the kusanagi blade, a massive crescent-shaped slash killing several shinobi in one fell swoop. Don't panic. Barrier. Barrier. Seeing that the situation was becoming chaotic, Commander Hunin ground his teeth and shouted furiously. Shinobi of Suna immediately tried to block Erase using barrier ninjutsu. However, Urushi, who had just been caught in the barrier, was prepared in advance and bypassed the coverage range, although a barrier of this level would not be able to hold him back for long, but now he was aiming for a kill and could not linger for a second. Phew. Phew. After the barrier installation failed, at least a dozen more Suna shinobi fell under Kusunagi's blade. This again sowed panic in the ranks of the shinobi Suna. Many of them felt a strong horror and fear. Everyone present was the elite of their village and was not afraid of fighting. They would not retreat even when faced with a superior enemy, but now they can't really see their enemy and just don't know how to kill him. This inevitably sowed a strong fear in their hearts. Practically no one could withstand a single blow. Since Urushi burst into the crowd, not much time had passed, but about half of Suna's shinobi had already been killed. The elite Chunin were completely helpless in front of his speed. With each silver flash, at least one corpse of Suna shinobi fell to the ground. They had nothing to oppose the enemy. Such a battle could not last long. The curse. It is impossible to contain it. Commander Jounin gritted his teeth, looking at Urushi with anger and confusion. He knew that by this point the battle was already lost, and the mission was a complete failure. If the battle continued, the losses would only increase. Let's go. It was very difficult for him to give the command to retreat, because the village had high hopes for this mission. It should have a strong impact or even decide the outcome of the war. While the commander of Jounin hesitated, taking a hard decision, extremely fast Erase managed to kill at least a dozen shinobi of Suna. They finally ran away. Urushi narrowed his eyes as he looked at the numerous shinobi who had received the order to retreat. Due to his previous encounters with the Wind Blade Network, he had completely lost his clothes, although due to the silvery light and high speed, no one should be able to see him, but Urushi still didn't want to let anyone go. The previous encounter was not too difficult. It is now the real test begins. As soon as the shinobi Suna will rush in all directions, it will be extremely difficult to neutralize them all. However, being frightened by the terrifying enemy, the Suna shinobi panicked and could not choose the best option to retreat. They instinctively fled in one direction, gathering in a large group. It was exactly what I wanted to see Erase. Without hesitation, he continued to chase the crowd, repeatedly swinging the Kusanagi blade, and in less than 10 seconds, a dozen more Suna shinobi fell under his blade. Split up. Don't retreat in one direction. Soon, the remaining Suna shinobi reacted and fled in different directions. But by this point, more than 80 had fallen and less than 20 shinobi remained. A sharp decline in numbers greatly eased Urushi's task. Phew. Phew. Urushi continued to maintain the fourth gate's opening state and fourfold acceleration. When faced with it, whether it was Chunin or Jounin, no one could hold out for more than a couple of strikes. After continuously killing more than 10 shinobi, the remaining 5 were able to escape more than 100 meters, but this distance was not enough to escape from Urushi. Because the terrain was too open. With the exception of the rock under which the shinobi Suna sheltered from the rain, the surrounding terrain was flat, completely open territory. If it was a dense forest, then after escaping for more than 100 meters, there would be quite a chance to get rid of the pursuit of Urushi, who has poor sensory abilities, but in a flat area, everything is different. You need to run at least a kilometer to be able to effectively apply some concealment jutsu, and then hope that Urushi will run in the other direction. Phew. Phew. A silver flash flashed through the pouring rain. The number of Suna shinobi continued to decline. 4. Trio. 2. After all. About 2 kilometers from the start of the battle, Urushi caught up with the last Suna shinobi named Maiwa and mercilessly pierced his chest with the Kusanagi blade. You, demon. Maiwa looked at Urushi in horror and said in a trembling voice, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Soon his consciousness was plunged into darkness. Erase pulled out the blade and shook his head, looking at the falling body. A demon. No. I'm just an ordinary person with a firm intention, survived to the very end. Urushi turned his head to look at the battlefield. Even though he was a couple of kilometers away, he could still vaguely see the ground stained with blood. Dismembered corpses were scattered everywhere. Rivers of blood flowed. Bloody slaughter. Like hell on earth. Chapter 78, Chapter 78. Border of the Wind Country. Because it was decided to start a full-scale war, most of Suna's shinobi went to the front. Only a small number of shinobi and the younger generation remained in the village. There are reasons why they dared to do this. On the one hand, the Wind Country is located in a desert environment and is extremely poor in resources. Unadapted shinobi will be greatly weakened by this. On the other hand, in terms of geographical location, only Iwagakure could attack them at such a moment. However, they would have to expend a huge amount of strength and resources to infiltrate the inner regions of Wind Country. Kimogakure would definitely not miss the chance to take advantage of it. These conditions allowed Suna to launch a full-scale offensive. Sunagakure Front Camp. The Central Tent. Lord Kazakage, here are the statistics of today's losses. 21 people were killed, 43 were seriously injured, and 109 were slightly injured. Jounin handed the document to the 4th Kazakage. Raza looked at it and put it on the table. There is no need to change anything. Tomorrow we will continue to act in accordance with the plan. There is. Jounin accepted the order and left the tent. With the exception of the 4th Kazakage, the most senior and respected elders of the village, Chiyo and Ebizo, were present in the tent. Until Pakura launches an attack, it's best to hold back the troops to minimize casualties, but then Konoha might get suspicious. Ebizo looked at the map on the table and said. Raza nodded. Yes, in order to avoid suspicion from Konoha, we must continue an active offensive, even if it costs us casualties. As soon as Pakura takes action, we will immediately turn the situation on the battlefield. Chiyo stared for a race. I hope everything will really be like this. Raza noticed Chiyo's gaze but didn't react to it. Instead he said, it's late, Elder Chiyo should rest, tomorrow take a team and launch another attack. Chiyo said nothing and left the tent. Raza looked after Chiyo as she walked away, a chill flickering in the depths of his eyes. Among all the Kage of the 5 great villages, Raza is considered the weakest. If not for the unexpected incident with the 3rd Kazekage, it would have been extremely difficult for him to take the post of the 4th Kazekage. However, far inferior to the 3rd Kazekage not only in strength, but in all other aspects, he was still able to take the position of the 4th Kazekage. Therefore, the race must rely on certain means. And his main means was to enter into a full-scale war with Konoha. The so-called revenge for the murder of the 3rd Kazekage was nothing more than a simple excuse. Even the abundant resources of the Land of Fire were a secondary goal. His main goal is to secure the post of Kazekage at the expense of the war. To use this war to weaken the opposing clans and other high-ranking officials of the village, while strengthening the forces under his command, is what the race strives for, which is why he does not care about the victims and even the outcome of the war. According to Urushi, Raza is about the same person as Danzo, but he has a worse assessment of the situation and the overall picture. In the end, Danzo's true goal was to unite the entire world of shinobi. And what did the race? Without hesitation, he began a full-scale war with Konoha, severely draining the village's fighting power, in order to strengthen his position as Kazekage. When Pakura achieved great success in the war and was recognized as a hero, Raza immediately felt a threat to his status and neutralized her. And then Chiyo and Ebizo, who have great authority and are able to influence the politics of the village, were forcibly retired. As a result, Raza was infamously killed by Orochimaru. It is safe to say that throughout history, the 4th Kazekage did not do anything really useful for his village. He only sought to strengthen his power and status. In a sense, Raza was quite good. He was able to take the post of Kazekage thanks to a lucky combination of circumstances and even firmly entrenched in it, but Urushi does not take seriously and even despises such political games. The reason is simple. Just look a little wider. Power and politics are superficial. In fact, it is a world of power. So-called politics and various secret manipulations are nothing in front of personalities like Hashirama and Madara. It will only cause them a wry grin. Chiyo and Ebizo understand the true purpose of the race, but are unable to stop it because the race is now in a much better position. The beginning of the war with Konoha due to the disappearance of the 3rd Kazekage, they could not go against this decision. Combined with Suna's deep hatred for Konoha, this decision gained the support of the entire village. Senior Ebizo, you should rest as well. Raza turned to Ebizo, who was looking at the map thoughtfully. Ebizo looked up from the map and sighed. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep. I can't understand why, but I have a very bad feeling. A bad feeling. Raza shook his head. Senior, it's just because you're tired, you should rest. Tomorrow, I need an elder to guide and direct the upcoming battle. Maybe. Ebizo sighed and stood up to leave. But at this moment, a shinobi burst into the tent, dropped to one knee in front of the race and said worriedly, I report to Lord Kazekage, we have lost contact with the surprise attack group. The atmosphere in the tent immediately became gloomy. Ebizo's heart fluttered as he looked at Raza. Rasa's expression changed, even though he didn't care about Pakura's squad, since these forces weren't his subordinates, but he couldn't help but show some reaction after receiving such news. When did this happen? Today in the middle of the day. Shinobi quickly described the situation. Normally, a surprise attack group would contact at noon, but that didn't happen today. In the afternoon, we tried to get in touch ourselves, but by the evening there was no response. I managed to find out what from the summoning beast. The contact on the other side is dead. Ebizo's expression turned ugly. The bad feeling was right. The shinobi in charge of communication is crucial during such a mission and will always be protected in the center of the group. His death means that the whole group is in huge trouble. Raza's expression darkened considerably, but for the most part it was just a disguise. After all, this plan was devised by Ebizo, and if something went wrong, he would have to bear most of the responsibility, which would greatly weaken his position as an elder. This would be a good development for the race. Lord Kazekage, Elder, how do you want to proceed? Shinobi anxiously turned to Ebizo and Raza. Ebizo sighed, don't worry, the surprise attack group has Pakura. Even if there are some unforeseen circumstances, she will be able to handle it. The group must be dispersed for some reason right now. Send scouts to investigate the situation and get in touch with them. Do it. Raza nodded. Shinobi quickly left the tent to pass on the order. Chapter 79. Chapter 79. Konoha's front camp on the border of the grass country. Urushi did not explore the Rain Country after the destruction of Suna's party, although he cared about Rinnegan, but now is not the time to do so. After all, Uchiha Madara is still alive and Nagato is definitely under his supervision. Urushi did not want to enter these shadow games of the shinobi world so early. It's you, it looks like everything went well. Orochimaru, who was studying something in the tent, turned to Urushi who entered and looked at the blade hanging on his waist with a smile. Erase nodded, the information the teachers were completely accurate. Orochimaru stared at Kusunagi's blade and said, "Will you show it to me?" Erase pulled out a blade and handed Orochimaru. Sannin looked at Kusunagi's blade with interest, then poured it into his chakra and swung it a couple of times. "No problem, it's really a Tenba blade." Erase asked, "As many as there are blades of Kusunagi?" Kusunagi blade is the name of not only a specific blade, but also a whole group of blades. He already assumed that this blade belonged to Sasuke in the original story, and Orochimaru's words fully confirmed this guess. Orochimaru handed the blade Tenbu of Erase said, "According to legend, there were a total of 11 Kusunagi blades, but 8 of them were lost and only 3 remained. It is not known how true the legend is, but one thing is for sure, now there are only 3 Kusunagi blades. Actually already your Tenbu blade, as well as my Kusunagi blade and Tatsuka blade." Orochimaru's answer did not surprise Urushi, because he already knew about it, just wanted to make sure that there are no other Kusunagi blades, except for those shown in the original. Orochimaru continued, "You have already seen my Kusunagi blade, it has the ability to freely change the length of the blade, according to the will of the owner. Your Tenbu blade is very strong and sharp, as well as having the highest chakra pravadamastiu and can be well combined with most ninjutsu. The last one is the Tatsuka blade, also known as the Sakigari sword. According to known information, it has the sealing ability, anything it pierces will be sealed." This information was also known Erase. His fingers slid gently over the blade. Among the 3 Kusunagi blades, the sealing ability of Tatsuka's blade may pose a threat to him, and Orochimaru's Kusunagi clique ability is quite unusual, but it is Tenbu's blade that suits him best. Urushi felt it during the battle with Bakura. The ability of the Tenbu blade to conduct the Raiden chakra is an order of magnitude higher than that of the White Fang blade. The degree of conduction can be determined by estimating the amount of chakra loss. If you fill an ordinary kunai with the lightning attribute chakra, then because of the terrible quality of the metal, the lightning will show no more than 30% of its original power. And the White Fang blade is able to show no more than 80% of the lightning attribute chakra. Such efficiency is already comparable to the direct release of ninjutsu. But Tenbu's blade is even better. The conductivity of the chakra attribute of lightning can reach 90%. Losses are minimal. That was why, although his kenjutsu was affected due to the change of blade, but he was still free to use the shining flash. The kenjutsu was partially broken, but the chakra conductivity increased, so that the change of blade did not even lead to a short-term decrease in strength. I see. Although Erasai knew what he was talking about Orochimaru, but he specifically showed some surprise. Orochimaru smirked, "The Tenbu blade goes well with your tools, but you may have to make some changes to the kenjutsu hataki." Erase nodded, "Yes, the transition from a short to a long blade does bring inconvenience, but by and large, it is still the same type of weapon, it will not be difficult to rebuild. The transition from a short to a long blade means only a change in the length of the blade, it is not a transition to a completely different type of weapon, like a hammer or a staff. So Erase don't have to abandon your past experience in the Hataki Kenjutsu, you just need to make some small changes. I'm sure with your talent, it won't take long." Orochimaru nodded and said, "Nothing else happened during the journey to the Rain Country." It was just a random question. Because in accordance with the time of Erase spent on the journey, everything had to go smoothly, without any incidents. However, after asking this question, Orochimaru noticed that Urushi was lost in thought and only spoke after a few seconds. "Well, this." After a short time, Orochimaru stared dumbfounded at the pile of metal tablets lying on the table. Dumped the plates on the table and briefly describing the situation, Erase helplessly threw up his hands and said, "Something like that, teacher." The tent was silent. The minds of the 2 Konoha Jounins here were empty. At first glance, there are about 100 registration plates. If they are not fakes, then it turns out, Erase single-handedly killed about 100 shinobi of Suna. Even if it was just genins, a number like that is still frightening. If the actual circumstances really match your judgment, then this time your merits are even greater than in the last battle. Orochimaru quickly moved away from the shock and said calmly, "To single-handedly destroy an enemy team that was going to make a secret attack on Konoha's frontline camp, just based on this, Urushi can already be considered a hero." Erase just shook his head, not showing pride or something like that, it's just a coincidence. For him, military exploits do not matter, only the increase in personal strength is really important. "Ah, I almost forgot." Erase remembered something and gave Orochimaru the scroll. "I took a blood sample of a shinobi who had an improved Shikutten genome, the teacher should be pleased." Previously, Orko would have shown great interest in this improved genome, but since he learned about Urushi's improved genome, the desire to explore the rest has greatly decreased. But he still has a habit of collecting unusual specimens. Shakuten's blood was one of the missing samples. Thank you, I'll report the situation to Konoha. Orochimaru accepted the scroll with a smile and said, by the way, just recently received an order from the Hokage, you must immediately go to the Konoha front camp, located on the border of the Wind Country. Erase helplessly shrugged his shoulders, really did not have time to rest, and again have somewhere to go. This order did not surprise him at all. Unless Minato showed his full abilities and swept through Tsunagekyu's ranks, inflicting heavy casualties, the situation on the border would likely remain deadlocked and Hiruzen would send him there. In fact, Urushi wanted to temporarily leave the battlefield and spend some time in quiet training, but such an act in wartime without an appropriate order would be tantamount to apostasy. So far he had no desire to leave Konoha. On the one hand, because of Kakashi, Kurenai and the others. On the other hand, now in the world of shinobi, with the exception of the elderly Uchiha Madara, only Minato is able to truly threaten him. The combination of Shiki Fujin and Hiraishin can bring huge problems. Also, some of his plans are connected with Konoha. You destroyed a huge group of shinobi Suna and have every right to rest, just calmly wait for new instructions from Konoha. Orochimaru put away the scroll and smiled. Erase gratefully nodded, then I'll go rest. During this trip, he did not sleep at all and now wants to rest properly. Chapter 80. Chapter 80. Information that Erase destroyed the elite group of Suna, consisting of 100 shinobi, shocked the upper-class Konoha. This also applies to Hiruzen and Danzo. But they were shocked not only by the fact that Urushi single-handedly destroyed 100 shinobi, but also by the fact that these shinobi were secretly moving through the Rain Country, intending to conduct a surprise attack. If they hadn't been accidentally met by Urushi and successfully carried out the attack, it would most likely have resulted in a huge loss on Konoha's part. It seemed that 100 shinobi were simply destroyed. But in fact, it had a huge impact on the course of the entire war. In the Hokage's office, Danzo harshly addressed Hiruzen, this is no longer a matter of talent, Hiruzen, he's possessed by a demon. 10 years. Not even 11 yet. Urushi's stunning performance on the battlefield in the Land of Grass can be justified by a huge talent rarely seen for decades, but this time it's different. Not to mention the accidental encounter with Tsunagekyu's elite group in Rain Country, killing 100 enemies alone is too much, even Hiruzen might not be able to do it. The demon. A deep light flashed in Hiruzen's eyes. He understood the meaning of the word demon and what Danzo was leading to. Urushi was too abnormal, his actions could lead to unforeseen changes. These changes can both decide the outcome of the war in their favor, and bring them huge losses. He's White Fang's child, you can't do that. Koharu, who was sitting next to her, narrowed her eyes and said slowly. Hamira also chimed in, White Fang was a great Konoha shinobi, Danzo, you dare to treat his child as a threat. Isn't your conclusion premature and too hasty? No. Danzo shook his head and said indifferently, I do not regard the Hatake of Erase as a threat, and talking about the sudden change that happened to him. A shinobi under the age of 11 cannot be capable of such a thing, no matter what exactly caused such a change in this talented youth, we must pay close attention to it. Hiruzen stared at Danzo in silence. There are many different demonic creatures, for example Biju are one of them. The Kyubi that Konoha wields is a powerful deterrent to their enemies, but once this power gets out of control, it will have a very bad effect on the entire village. There are other demons in this world besides the Biju they know. Hiruzen not too worried about Hiroish, in accordance with its judgment, thinking, this child is not inferior to an adult, but his heart no hatred and he does not threaten Konoha, but if in the body of Erase hidden demon things will be different. What are you going to do, Hiruzen? As Hiruzen pondered, Danzo said slowly and narrowed his eyes, I suggest that we immediately take control of it and make sure that there is no threat. If there is indeed some demon hiding in the poor child's body, it should be restricted as soon as possible by putting a seal on it. Take immediate control. Hiruzen was lost in thought. If there was a real possibility of a threat to Konoha, it really needed to be done as soon as possible, but he didn't want Danzo to deal with this matter, because then Urushi's power would fall into his hands. Suddenly, an idea came to Hiruzen's mind. This report was made by Orochimaru, but there was no mention of strange anomalies in it. Erase student Orochimaru, you really think he wouldn't notice something like that? Hiruzen turned to Danzo. Danzo objected, perhaps he already knows and is doing something in secret, not going to report to us. Hearing that Danzo began to doubt even Orochimaru, Hiruzen coldly snorted, isn't it you who are constantly doing something in secret and don't think it's necessary to report to me? He made a decision. Do not make hasty decisions, first you need to talk to Orochimaru and learn more specifically about the circumstances of Urushi, he still trusts his student. In addition, Urushi had already received huge merits on the battlefield, and this could not be negated by a few unconfirmed questionable points, taking control of him unreasonably would definitely cause some unrest in the village. In wartime, it is necessary to avoid any unrest. Realizing that Hiruzen had already made up his mind, Danzo said, "You seem to have a lot of confidence in your students. In that case, I have nothing to say." After saying that, he slowly got up and left the office banging his cane. For the past 3 days, Hiruzen exchanged messages with Orochimaru several times and soon received news that startled him. It turns out that Urashi has awakened an improved genome. This unknown improved genome raises the speed. Relying on this aspect, Urashi has gained tremendous strength, to the point that almost no one is able to cope with him on the battlefield. Hiruzen's doubts had completely subsided. As one of the people standing at the top of the shinobi world, Hiruzen certainly understands how important speed is for any shinobi. Skillful use of the improved speed-boosting genome can indeed have a huge impact on combat power. Even fighting 100 enemies isn't impossible. Huge speed can minimize the impact of numerical advantage, and in case of excessive danger, you can simply retreat. It is not surprising that Urashi was able to achieve something that even for him would be very difficult. Is this the power you left your child, White Fang? After reading Orochimaru's last report, Hiruzen looked out the window and whispered softly. The will of a dying person can indeed have an impact on the world, such as abilities born out of a desire to protect their child. Such things have actually happened in the past and have been recorded, such as sand independently protecting a person without requiring any control on his part. Although, perhaps just the spirit and flesh of Urashi mutated in some strange way, which led to the formation of a new improved genome, but the specific reasons are not important. It is much more important that Urashi Shinobi Konoha. Its combat power can have a significant impact on the course of the entire war. Tell the user Orochimaru, even if he follows the previous order and send Erase to the front country of the wind. Hiruzen decided not to change his original order and send Urashi to the battlefield with Suna, but if earlier he was sent for support, this time he is sent for murder. Suna had undoubtedly received a significant blow due to the destruction of their forces in the Rain Country. As soon as Urashi arrived at the front, it would be possible to launch a decisive offensive and finally crush the enemy. Chapter 81. Konoha's camp on the border of the Land of Grass. Reading the order of Hiruzen, Orochimaru looked at Erase. "It looks like Master Hiruzen believed me." Urashi spread his hands. "No wonder they started asking about the source of my power. It's really too much for a 10-year-old child. Thanks to the teacher for helping me explain and disguise." Orochimaru provided Hiruzen with information that he possessed some kind of enhanced speed-boosting genome, but did not mention the power of time. In fact, Urashi is not worried about revealing his ability to accelerate the flow of time. He only needs to hide the reverse flow of time, because relying on this ability can cope with almost any unforeseen situation. Orochimaru carefully concealed information about the power of time on his own initiative. Urashi has a rough idea of why Sannin did this, probably doesn't care if Hiruzen finds out about it, but he wanted to hide the time ability from Danzo. Orochimaru has always secretly collaborated with Danzo, and understands perfectly well how he will act after learning about the ability of time, so he decided to hide it. Without examining your body to a certain extent, it will be quite difficult to link your strength to time manipulation. In fact, even if the time ability is revealed, the enemy still won't be able to find a special way to suppress it. I used the enhanced acceleration type genome as a cover to avoid attention from certain individuals and causing unnecessary trouble. Orochimaru explained his actions. Communicating with Urashi all this time, Orochimaru realized that he does not think like a 10-year-old child, but rather like a mature and reasonable shinobi, so Sannin did not worry that the student might not understand the essence of this issue. Hearing these words, Urashi sighed a little helplessly. If Orochimaru was just protecting his student and wasn't interested in his improved genome, it really could be a very touching scene. Sannin's thoughts were obvious. In fact, there is not much difference in the ability to accelerate the flow of time and in the improved genome type of acceleration. It is in any case nothing more than acceleration. In other words, the methods of counteracting shinobi of the speed type are also effective against Urashi, so in this regard, the impact of exposure will be small. Just exposing an ability can cause completely unnecessary trouble, and by certain personality is clearly meant Danzo. Ah, Senior Danzo has always taken a keen interest in me. Erase shook his head. When I started to reveal my talent, he tried to get me into his route. Given the current strength of Erase, it is no longer necessary to hide from Orochimaru too much, not to mention the fact that now they are definitely on the same side. Orochimaru nodded. Danzo has always shown an increased interest in the young and talented shinobi of Konoha. For this person there are only goals that need to be achieved, and there are no limits or rules. If you had discovered your talent too early, it is very likely that you or your brother would have fallen into his clutches. I think so too. Erase agreed with the teacher, and continued, this old man should still be targeting me, but in times of war, he can't act too lightly. Orochimaru smiled wryly. It's unnecessary to worry too much about this. Teacher Hiruzen will not allow Danzo to do whatever he wants, especially with regard to you, but the current village system is slowly rotting away. I will definitely make some reforms if I can become the 4th Hokage. After this event, Orochimaru understood that the student is now completely on his side, at least until the change of power in Konoha, so he was not averse to express his opinion about the current Konoha. I will support the teacher. Erase nodded. He has no relationship with Minato, so when the fight for the post of fourth Hokage begins, Urashi will definitely side with Orochimaru. The current Orochimaru has all the necessary qualities to become the fourth Hokage. Even given the events of the original, Erase does not believe that Orochimaru has no feelings for Konoha. Incidents involving the abduction of Konoha residents for experiments began after Hiruzen chose Minato as the fourth Hokage and finally disappointed his student. Minato is too soft. In fact, becoming Minato the fourth Hokage in the original did not have too much to do with his merits in the Third World War shinobi, because the merits of Orochimaru, who at that time took part in 2 wars, should not be much lower than Minato. In addition, he has a huge advantage in the form of experience and seniority. The reason for choosing Minato is extremely simple. Compared to Orochimaru, it will be much easier to control and there will be no threat to the status of the elders of Konoha. If Orochimaru takes over as Hokage, he will definitely not allow Danzo to have such freedom and resources, and Hamura and Kohara will be retired at the earliest opportunity. That's why the upper layers of Konoha will support Minato. The current system of Konoha is decaying. This is clearly evident from the way in which the growing contradictions with the Uchiha clan were handled in the original. Urashi did not want to leave Konoha, because there are people close to him here, but in this case, his existence will inevitably threaten the upper layers of Konoha. In the end of Erase or forced out of Konoha, or he will become Hokage and make atonement for her. Becoming a disciple of Orochimaru was an unexpected event. Original Erase wanted to become Hokage, and after cleaning and putting in order, transmit, post Kakashi, prematurely resigning. Orochimaru on the post of Hokage, this is an interesting option. Urashi whispered in his heart and smiled. On the one hand, it is necessary to deal with these rotten elders, on the other hand, the management of Konoha itself takes a lot of time. In addition, relations between the clans must be balanced. Hehehe, with such a volume of work, Orochimaru will not have time to search for immortality and perhaps he will retire as the venerable fourth Hokage. Kukuku, with your support, I have much more confidence. Orochimaru lifted the corner of his mouth. He is well aware of how difficult it will be to take the post of Hokage. The upper layers of Konoha will definitely object to his candidacy. The only advantage was that Tsunade and Jiraiya are not interested in becoming Hokage, but now Minato, Jiraiya's disciple, is clearly being raised as a successor. Now everything depends on Hiruzen. Even neutrality will not help, only if full support from his side, Orochimaru will have hope to take the post of Hokage. Supporter Washi will definitely give it a powerful impetus. There really is a chance. Even the current Erase already has a certain authority and voice in Konoha, due to its strength and military achievements. Chapter 82. Chapter 82. After a conversation with Orochimaru, Erase alone left camp, proceeding towards the frontline camp at the border of the Country of Wind. However, this time, he didn't rush to the battlefield, but instead spent time training, not caring too much about the time of arrival. With a 4-fold acceleration, the practice progressed quite quickly. In the previous 3 days of camp, he had also trained tirelessly. The main goal was to get used to the long blade and adapt to the features of the Tenba blade, during which time the Kaijutsu Hataki had already undergone some changes. The difference between the White Fang blade and the Tenba blade is only in length, so the key point is the point of application of force. The points of application of the power of a short and long blade are very different. Applying force when swinging a long blade, just like when swinging a short blade, is not the best option. The attack power will decrease and the slash will not be powerful enough, so you need to make some changes to the technique. Somewhere in the woods. It's still not perfect, but it's getting harder to move on. Erase have performed a simple swinging the sword Tenbu. During the 3 days of training in the camp, he completed the change of Kenjutsu Hataki by about 80%, but as time went on, it became more and more difficult to advance. 2 days had passed since leaving the camp, but his progress had only reached 90%. Further improvement depends on pure skill. You need to repeat the basic exercises over and over again, adapting to the blade and pushing your skill to the top. In fact, this repetitive training is the most convenient for Erase. With 4 times the acceleration of time, he can perform simple exercises 4 times faster. 8 days of such practice in the acceleration state will be equivalent to just 2 days of real time. In the past, when starting to learn Kenjutsu Hataki, Urashi needed to make at least 1 million swings of the blade. To reach the first stage, it took him about a month. At that time, he could only speed up time by 1.5 times, and his physical training and chakra were very weak, at most at the level of genin. Now he is completely different. 1 million swings of the blade in a standing position of 4 times acceleration will take no more than a week of real time. But that was only a rough estimate, roughly calculated from the number of blade swings per minute, so it might take even less time, and there was already some training in the camp. 3,282, 3,283. 7,776, 7,777. 20,000, how many were there? Forget. Soon Erase abandoned accounts. He simply continued to swing the blade monotonously in the middle of the forest for 3 days, during which time he ate quite a few wild animals and finally stopped feeling uncomfortable when swinging the blade, finally adjusting to the Tenba blade. Phew. Erase sharply swung his blade in a state with a fourfold acceleration. A white slash in the shape of a crescent flashed. It cut in half a tree that was about 10 meters in front of Uchiha, and hit about 8 more trees that were behind. The trees fell to the ground with a crash. Slash's power has increased by at least 20% compared to White Fang's blade. If I were to face Bakura now, I would most likely be able to directly overcome her Shokuten's defenses. There would be no need for a battle of attrition and the use of the time reversal ability. Erase nodded, appreciating the fruits of their practice. Now, the fifth gate couldn't be opened any time soon, so he was happy to increase his strength in any aspect, especially if it was an attack. With sufficient speed and the ability to reverse the flow of time, he does not need to think about defense and evasion. It is the attack power that is the most important aspect. It's time to go. Uchiha put the blade away and looked in the direction of Wind Country. Soon his figure blurred, quickly disappearing from the clearing and moving in the direction of Konoha's front camp. Land of Fire. Somewhere in the woods. There was a battle between two shinobi teams, one belonging to Konoha and the other to Suna. Shinku Yuhi looked grim. He did not expect that having gone on a simple reconnaissance mission, he would encounter Suna's shinobi hiding here and get involved in a battle with Jounin. On the other hand, his team, consisting of Kurenai and 2 other genins, plus Tokubetsu Jounin, who went with them on this mission, faced another Jounin. Although there is a numerical advantage, but their Tokubetsu Hunin specializes in intelligence and does not have much combat power, and Kurenai and the others are just genins, barely approaching the level of Chunin, so even when they joined forces, they were still at a disadvantage and barely held on. We have problems. But, who frowned? Now he has 2 options. The first is to defeat his opponent and help the others, but it's hard to say if he can win before Kurenai and the others are defeated. The second option is to delay the enemy Jounins with Genjutsu, creating an opportunity for Kurenai and the others to retreat. It's better to retreat. Shinku Yuhi finally made up his mind. On the one hand, Kurenai is the daughter of Shinku and her position inevitably affects his combat capability. On the other hand, the mission is exploration, not battle. The current situation is too dangerous for his team. Phew. Phew. After parrying the opponent's attack, Shinku jumped in the direction of his team and said, "Kurenai, Akaji, retreat." There is. Hearing the command, Kurenai and the others immediately began to retreat, and Shinku folded a series of seals, preparing a powerful illusion to temporarily hold off 2 of Suna's Jounins at once. Kurenai is now a fairly strong genin, but when facing Jounin, even with the support of the team, she still felt very strong pressure. There was a slight wound on her right shoulder. If the comrades did not come to help during the time, the injury would probably have been much more severe. After all, this is a Jounin like my father. She took a deep breath. Her back was covered in cold sweat. During the battle with this Jounin, Kurenai was in a state of extreme tension. The comrades were also in the same state. The tension had reached an extreme point. It's not clear why. At this point she was thinking of Erase. Although they are all students of the same year, but whether Erase in their place, unless he would have been in such a bad state. At the moment of this brief hesitation, Shinku's cry rang out from the side. Kurenai. Kurenai immediately came to her senses and felt some movement on the right. Turning her head, she saw an unknown figure appear, already striking with a kunai. Unexpectedly it was one of Suna's 2 Jounins. Heck! Kurenai felt a tremor in her heart. She didn't have time to dodge. A short moment of distraction could be fatal. Chapter 83. Chapter 83. At the last moment, the attacking Jounin froze in place. Kunai stopped not far from Kurenai's neck. It was Genjutsu, hastily applied by Shinku. But he had to pay the price for using it, although Shinku dodged at the last moment, but the second Jounin's attack still grazed his shoulder. Run! Shinku shouted at Kurenai and the others, ignoring the pain of his wound. After experiencing a life-and-death crisis, Kurenai quickly came to her senses and turned pale as she realized exactly what had happened. Because of her negligence, her father was injured. No. Not really. Suna's Hunin originally used an earth clone to escape her father's Genjutsu influence, and then suddenly attacked her, a brief distraction coincidentally coinciding with this attack. Normally, she would have had a hard time dodging this attack with a slight injury, but now her father was injured due to her negligence, making the situation extremely bad. They look like eyes. Are you really father and daughter? You won't be able to escape so easily now. Suna's Jounin, who had wounded Shinka, chuckled coldly. If Shinku hadn't been injured, it would have been difficult for Suna's Jounins to kill him even together, but now he had received a rather serious wound in his shoulder, which would definitely affect the speed of folding seals. They had a chance to kill this strong Konoha Jounin. Killing a few genins doesn't make sense. But if they could kill the Konoha Hunin, even if the reconnaissance mission was a failure, they would still get enough credit. Run! Shinku covered the wound on his shoulder and looked coldly at Suna's Jounins while shouting at Kurenai and the others. Kurenai gritted her teeth. Despite the worry in her heart, she knew very well that she would only get in the way of her father, so she immediately continued to run along with her companions. But the Suna shinobi weren't going to let them go so easily. Although their goal was to kill Shinku, but attacking these genins could obviously cause him to show even more flaws. Phew. One of the jounin rushed toward Kurenai again. He had already noticed this. Even if Kurenai and Shinku were not father and daughter, there was at least a blood relationship between them, so attacking her was the most effective tactic. Shinobi should be ready to die at any moment, girl. Suni's Hunin viciously shouted, not missing the opportunity to exert psychological pressure on his target. He is well aware that it is often very easy to shake the spirit of an immature genin. As expected. Hearing this angry cry, Kurenai shuddered, fear flashed in her eyes. Now she is only an inexperienced 10-year-old genin. Noticing this, the comrades rushed to Kurenai's aid, throwing kunai and shurikens in the direction of Hunin Suna, but to their surprise, the other party did not even try to dodge. Pooh. When the shurikens and kunai reached the target, Hunin Suna's figure broke into pieces of earth. A clone. Kurenai exclaimed and turned her head sharply when she saw Suna's Hunin appear behind her. Shinku had seen the situation, but now he was injured and unable to provide support while under pressure from another jounin. At this point, the surrounding world seemed to have become incomparably slow. Kurenai could see jounin strike with the kunai, but had no way to dodge. In the face of a life-and-death crisis, her spirit had moved beyond its limits. Although at this moment Kurenai's consciousness became incomparably clear and fast, but the physical body could not keep up with the consciousness. One could only watch helplessly as the kunai approached the body. I'm going to die. Such a thought flashed through Kurenai's mind. Kurenai. Shinku exclaimed loudly, feeling helpless. The others also gnashed their teeth, helplessly watching the scene from the sidelines, but in the next moment, they revealed stunned expressions. A silver flash flashed in the distance and in the blink of an eye approached the battlefield. Kurenai's figure disappeared without a sound. Suna's jounin started violently. He looked around and noticed a youth bathed in silver light, standing on a tree branch nearby, supporting a dazed Kurenai. She vaguely recognized the figure bathed in silvery light as Urushi, and stared at him speechlessly for a while. Am I already dead? Almost. Erase smiled gently, but I won't let you die. Passing nearby, he sensed that a battle was unfolding here and decided to take a look, but he did not expect to see Kurenai, who was on the verge of death. Of course, Kurenai shouldn't have faced a life-and-death crisis here under normal circumstances, because if Urushi hadn't come to the rescue, she would have died in the next instant. Is this change due to my influence? Urushi whispered in his heart. In the next moment, his figure blurred and returned to the ground, letting go of the stunned Kurenai. Then he looked at Suna's two jounins. Feeling Urushi's gaze on them, the Hunin of Suna felt a huge crisis, as if they would die in the next moment. Run! One of them made the decision to flee without hesitation. The speed at which Erase saved Kurenai, he saw practically nothing. In addition, these chakra fluctuations are simply terrifying. It's definitely not an opponent they can deal with. Run! Urushi said indifferently. His left hand was already folding the seals, and his right hand stretched out. A stream of chakra gushed out, lightning enveloped his right hand, the sound of birds chirping rang through the forest, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared. The only thing that could be seen was a silver flash that flashed past Suna's jounins. The jounin figures froze in place, a smooth, through hole appeared in the chest near the heart, and a stream of blood gushed out. Shock and disbelief could be seen in the eyes of both jounins, and they turned their heads with difficulty, trying to see the figure bathed in silver light, but it quickly darkened before their eyes, and soon their minds were plunged into darkness. Knock! Knock! Two lifeless bodies fell to the ground. Erase appeared nearby and slowly turned his head. Silver light and arc Chidori gradually damped out. Silence. What was that? Kurenai, Inuzuka-fan, and the rest of the audience looked on Erase, not realizing what just happened. Chapter 84, Chapter 84. When everyone present was in shock. Phew. A yellow-haired figure appeared next to him and instantly threw about 8 kunai around in one movement, and only then did she assess the surrounding situation. Everything seems to be fine. Minato breathed a sigh of relief and looked at the two corpses lying on the ground. Are they Suna's scouts? Scouting near the border was not only done by Shinku's team, Minato and his team were also nearby. Such missions are great for training genin teams. After all, newly minted genins are not yet ready for battle at the front. Border control is the best option for them in wartime. Usually such teams are engaged in chunin, but when the jounin mentors have free time, they take their teams on such missions. No. Shinku shook his head. The team consisted of 2 jounins. They don't look like ordinary scouts. Having said this, he paused and looked at Erase standing nearby. You are Hataki of Erase. Thank you for your timely help, but how did you get here? Lord Hokage sent me to the front camp. Passing nearby I felt that there was a battle going on and decided to take a look. Erase went to the tavern, looked at his injury and asked, how are you feeling? It's fine. Shinka's wound shouldn't be too serious because his arm was still functioning. At this moment, the others finally recovered from the shock. Kurenai first ran to her father and anxiously examined the injury, making sure that he was not in any danger. She breathed a sigh of relief and looked at Yurushi. But at this time of erase asked Minato. Do you have any supporting documents? Minato, who was holding a kunai with the Hiraishin seal in his hand, looked at Yurushi carefully. After all, he didn't see what exactly happened here and couldn't be completely sure of the other party's identity. Yurushi did not mind. He took out a small scroll and threw it to Minato, who did not read it, but folded a series of seals with one hand. After a moment the scroll emitted a soft light. I'm sorry. At this moment Minato let down their guard and with a smile apologized to Erase. Yurushi nodded understandingly. Never mind, this is a battlefield, you always need to be sure of the other party's identity. By the way, Senior Minato, are you alone here? Minato only confirmed Yurushi's identity after a special verification of the authenticity of the documents, but Yurushi confirmed Minato's identity in the first instant because he showed off his signature tools. This scattering of kunai at the moment of appearance was practiced and perfectly adjusted. Yurushi even noticed several unknown when kunai appeared on the tops of the surrounding trees. It is not surprising that even the creator of this technique, Senju Tobirama, fully recognized Minato's superiority in the possession of Hiraishin. Minato shook his head. No, I took my team on this mission, they should arrive here soon. I see. Erase nodded. At that moment, Kurenai had the opportunity to talk to Yurushi, but she just didn't know what to say and kept looking at him. After graduating from the academy, she began to have much less contact with Yurushi, especially after the war broke out and everyone was busy with missions, so some impressions became a little blurry, but what just happened was forever imprinted in her soul and can no longer be erased. Kurenai's mind was constantly replaying the scene of how she had just been saved by Yurushi, that mesmerizing silvery glow and the instant death of the two Jounins. It was amazing. Earlier, she was confused, thinking that Yurushi wouldn't be so bad in such a situation, but the next moment, he appeared here in some fantastic way and killed two Jounins with exaggerated ease. Against one of which the four of them could barely hold their own. It was dangerous. Seeing that Kurenai silently looking at him, Erase smiled and took the initiative. Earlier, he was somewhat confused, but when Minato appeared, he let out a sigh of relief. Even without his appearance, Kurenai probably wouldn't have died, but just suffered a severe injury, while Minato would have been able to deal with these Jounins with ease. After that, I ran in the team quietly had first aid, not allowing Kurenai to die. Sure. His appearance was the best option, because Minato was a little late. Even if Kurenai survived, in case of a serious injury, the situation could still be dangerous. Thank you very much. At this moment, Kurenai wanted to say a lot, but her mind went into chaos and only a few awkward words of gratitude were said. The tavern looked at Erase. Looking at his daughter's behavior, he certainly couldn't help but guess what exactly was going on, but he didn't mind. In fact, Shinka was still in shock at Yurushi's speed. Two of Suna's Hunin were killed in the blink of an eye. Even he would have found it extremely difficult to resist this speed. Despite his young age, Yurushi is already an extremely powerful shinobi. I'm glad you weren't hurt. Erase gently smiled Kurenai. Now Kurenai is only 10 years old, she is very different from the attractive and mature woman from the original. I wonder how soon she will grow up. It was very interesting to watch the growth of familiar characters. Thinking about this, Yurushi looked in a certain direction. There was some movement in the forest. Soon 3 figures jumped out of the forest and landed on the ground. Where is the enemy? Uchiha Obito landed in the clearing and immediately came into combat readiness, raising the kunai. Kakashi rolled his eyes. Minato had come here earlier and there was no sound. The fight was clearly over. But he was very surprised that with the exception of Minato and some other friends of Konoha's shinobi, there was a person present that Kakashi had not seen for quite some time, his older brother, Yurushi. Kakashi looked strangely at Erase. He did not expect to meet here brother. Erase. Where are you from? It wasn't Kakashi who spoke first, but a surprised Rin. Yurushi smiled at Rin, just passing by. Phew. In the next instant, he silently disappeared and appeared behind Kakashi, about to put his hand on his head. Kakashi responded in the time of the disappearance of Erase. He subconsciously nodded, then suddenly turned and struck with his fist. Fluff. Erase calmly grabbed the fist. You seem to have grown a lot, Kakashi. Chapter 85, Chapter 85. Erase let go of Kakashi's fist and grinned. You've grown noticeably in such a short time. Is this the effect of practicing the cell activation method? Although he only used 4-fold acceleration, without opening the gate at all, but the fact that Kakashi was able to keep up with the speed suggests that he is gradually moving beyond the level of Chunin. Under normal circumstances, Kakashi should have become a Jounin at the age of 12. But now he began much earlier to learn Chidori and practices the method of activating cells. We can say that the current Kakashi is already a step away from the level of Jounin, just experience and some other aspects do not correspond to this level. Maybe. Kakashi tilted his head and looked lifelessly at his brother, but the gap between us continues to grow. It seemed that he was able to deal with this attack, but in fact, Urushi started moving from a decent distance, giving him time to react and move back. And most importantly, there is a qualitative difference between what Urushi has just shown and what he has accomplished on the battlefield in the Land of Grass. Hee, I also don't forget to practice, it won't be so easy to catch up with me. Erase laughed, seeing the sullen look of his brother. Nearby, Minato with a slight surprise looking at Erase. It's no wonder that on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, he was able to receive such merits. In this moment Urawashi did not open the gate, but he still demonstrated amazing speed. Obito felt miserable. In the course of the mission, something unexpected happened and he thought that it was finally his time to shine, but suddenly Urushi appeared, gathering all the attention. He walked over to the corpses and after a short inspection, said in surprise, apparently it's Tsuna's Jounins, they were killed so quickly by teacher Minato. From the moment Minato sensed a battle nearby and went to watch, to the moment they arrived here, no more than 10 seconds had passed. To kill 2 Jounins in such a short time, even though Obito already had a certain understanding of his master's strength, he still felt a shock in his heart. No. Minato shook his head, I didn't do it. Speaking of which, he looked at Erase. Given the composition of Shinka's team, it would be difficult for them to deal with the 2 Jounins. From the moment he heard the sounds of battle and arrived here, a very short period of time had passed. Given that Urushi had arrived earlier, it was likely that he had dealt with the enemy. Kill 2 of Tsuna's Jounins, this guy is really strong. Minato took a closer look at the tracks and concluded that the battle was over in the blink of an eye, perhaps Urushi was even stronger than he had originally thought. Sure. Minato is also capable of this, but the waves in his heart were caused by the fact that Urushi is much younger. At this age, the shinobi must be very far from its peak. It was just unbelievable, what kind of equipment, Erase. Kurenai finally calmed down a bit and turned to Urushi. Erase smiled, are you talking about my condition? This is a technique that combines one secret body technique and a natural lightning attribute transformation, I call it Thundergate. Speaking of which, Erase involuntarily glanced at Minato. He hastily came up with this so that when he later saw this technique, Minato wouldn't come up with some strange name for it like Silver Flash Super Swift Howling Lightning Dance Style 2. Obito froze in place. Suddenly Erase killed those 2 Gonno, and the teacher came in late, this guy is clearly trying to collect on all the attention. There was no place for chatter, after dealing with the corpses, they went to Konoha's camp. Kurenai approached Erase and asked, since Lord Hokage sent you here, will you be doing missions with us? I don't know. Erase shook his head, it depends on the commands of Lord Hokage and Senior Jiraiya, but it's more likely that I will act alone. While saying this, Urushi looked at Minato, at this moment Minato also looked at him, their gazes crossed for a moment and returned to their original position. Minato smiled. From Konoha's point of view, the appearance of Urushi would definitely have a positive effect on the current situation, after all, on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, he had fully proven his strength. As for the fact that Urushi is Orochimaru's disciple, he didn't care about the feeling of rivalry between them. If he had been on that battlefield in the Land of Grass, he would have easily achieved even greater merit with Hirashin's help. Minato's goal is to become a Hokage. So he only needs to compete with shinobi qualified to take this position, like Tsunade and Orochimaru, and Urushi is just a very talented shinobi of the next generation, it is not worth paying much attention to him. In a couple of hours. Arriving at the camp, Minato, and the rest of Erase immediately went to the central tent to make a report. Clearly, Tsuna used a Jounin team to scout. After hearing what had happened, Jiraiya nodded and took the scroll from Shinku, which contained the sealed heads of 2 of Tsuna's slain Jounins. Then he looked at Erase. Urushi can be considered a junior Jiraiya, because he is a student of Orochimaru, but between them there have always been not only friendly, but also competitive relations. After learning that Hiruzen sent Urashi here, Sanin felt a little helpless. Initially, when Orochimaru and Erase fought in the front country of grass, and he was with Minato at the front of the country of wind, everything was just perfect. But the transfer of Urushi to this battlefield gives Jiraiya the feeling that he is not able to deal with Tsuna together with his student, and he was sent to help the student Orochimaru. Sanin didn't think it was necessary, but he couldn't argue. Because Orochimaru's disciple had already indirectly intervened in the battle on this side, the news that Urushi had destroyed 100 of Tsuna's shinobi who were planning to sneak here through the rain country caused Jiraiya to break out in a cold sweat. If everything had gone as planned, most likely Konoha's camp wouldn't have collapsed due to this unexpected attack, but their position would inevitably become very precarious. But even more it shocked the fact that Erase single-handedly wiped out an elite squad of Tsuna, consisting of 100 shinobi. This student of Orochimaru's is a monster. Chapter 86, Chapter 86. Erase, I'm aware of your situation. Now that you are a member of the frontline army and my direct subordinate, you can rest easy until a suitable task appears for you. Jiraiya looked at Erase and gave instructions. Although he didn't want to rely on the strength of Orochimaru's disciple, but he still has a general understanding of the situation. Idling such a powerful combat unit can be considered a weakening of the combat power of Konoha's side. Now it was time to prepare for a decisive battle with Suna. The presence of Hiroshi and the disruption of the other side's secret attack plan greatly increased their chances of success. Got it. Erase nodded. He is not averse to rest at all. There was quite a long journey and even a battle at the very end. Although physical fatigue can be overcome with the help of the ability to reverse the flow of time, but mental fatigue accumulates over time. Now Hiroshi needs to take a break to bring his condition back to normal. After Hiroshi left the tent, Jiraiya looked at Minato seriously. Don't give in to him in the upcoming battle, Minato. Erase much younger than Minato, and if he gets the greatest achievements in the upcoming decisive battle, the Naruto vs Sasuke due to be ashamed to interfere with. Orochimaru. Jiraiya's thoughts are very simple. He wants to be Hokage, but well aware that aspire to Minato and Orochimaru, friend and student, Jiraiya does not really care who of them will eventually become Hokage, but he sincerely did not want to lose his old opponent in the competition students. Minato smiled calmly, although Erase a great shinobi, but he can't beat me, perhaps there is a chance in the future, and now he is too young. No. Jiraiya shook his head. Minato, don't underestimate him because of his age, you just don't know what happened just recently. This guy single-handedly destroyed Suna's elite group, who made their way here through the rain country to launch a surprise attack on our camp. Jiraiya had only recently received this information and Minato didn't know about it yet. After hearing the teacher's words, he showed a shocked expression on his face. Sneak through the rain country and launch a surprise attack on their camp. This group should not be too large, otherwise the risk of exposure would be extremely high, but it should not be too small, otherwise it would be difficult to break through their defenses in the rear. Kakashi, Rin, and Obito hadn't left the tent yet and were looking at Jiraiya in shock. Of course they didn't know that either. The number of the group? Minato looked at Jiraiya seriously. Sannin said in a deep voice, about 100, at least 10 jounins. How can this be? Minato's heart began to tremble violently, and he couldn't keep calm. To single-handedly destroy an elite group consisting of 100 shinobi, among whom there are at least 10 jounins, of course, without having been in such a situation, it is difficult to say with complete certainty, but Minato still had a certain faith that he could do it with the help of Hirai-shin. But the thing is, as Erase did it. To single-handedly defeat such a large number of shinobi, you need something that allows you to make all their attacks and control techniques invalid. Minato is able to do this at the expense of Hirashin's spacetime ninjutsu, but how did Hiroshi do it? He does not think that Hiroshi is strong in defense, and although the speed is quite high, it is far from enough to make all ninjutsu and barrier techniques ineffective. Do Erase also uses Hirai-shin? The specific process is unknown to me, but the result is real. Jiraiya turned around, looking after the departed of Erase. Something like this, even I'm not capable of doing. Although Orochimaru's student is very young, but he is a real monster without exaggeration. Do not treat him as a normal shinobi. It was said that Minato didn't dare to neglect and underestimate Erase. As for not being able to do that, Jiraiya is really not able to do it solely on their own, but if he calls 2 wise men from the mountain Myaboku and enter into sage mode, it would be different. But even if Jiraiya considered it his own strength, such a comparison would not make sense, because he belongs to the Orochimaru generation and a victory over a junior would be quite expected, but he did not want to see Minato lose to Hiroshi. I will be serious, Master Jiraiya. Minato nodded, a light flashing in his calm eyes. He became serious. If earlier, after hearing about Hiroshi's merits on the battlefield in the Land of Grass, Minato simply paid attention to him, now he was really serious, realizing that his previous judgment of Hiroshi was fundamentally wrong. Hiroshi is not a young and talented shinobi who has yet to grow up, but an accomplished shinobi who is already able to compete with him. Kakashi and the others just stood silently to the side. They didn't have the words. Jiraiya's words seemed too unreal and difficult to comprehend, destroying Suna's elite group of 100 shinobi, including more than 10 jounins. What is this all about? Kakashi's acknowledged genius is now only approaching promotion to the rank of jounin. And Obito and Rin are still ordinary genins. Even Kakashi, who had a certain understanding of his brother's strength, was shocked for a moment, but quickly recovered and smiled bitterly. Now he is not afraid to fight with jounin. Just recently faced with an opponent of this level, Kakashi almost killed him, but this does not compare to Hiroshi. Erase, too far away from us. Rin's eyes were filled with shock, and after a while, she came to her senses and whispered in shock. At the same time, in the central tent of the Suna front camp. After many days of searching and investigating, the scent scouts finally found traces of Pakura's group in the rain country, but it was quite difficult to reconstruct specific events from them. There is only one thing that can be said with complete certainty: Pakura's group was completely destroyed. After all, if there had been at least one survivor, he would have already found a way to contact them, but this has not yet happened. There was no news. A heavy atmosphere enveloped the tent. How is this possible? Ebizo whispered in disbelief. He perfectly understands how strong Pakura is. The elite squad led by her had an impressive fighting power. Even if Konoha sent twice as many shinobi, it would be impossible to completely destroy them. To completely destroy such a group, without allowing anyone to escape, you need at least 3 times more forces, but Konoha could not completely hide from them the mobilization of 300 elite shinobi. Would it make sense to fight a war with such a tactical advantage on the enemy's side? Chapter 87. Chapter 87. Chiyo frowned and said, "These forces were sent straight from the village. But we didn't get any information at all. An elite group consisting of 300 shinobi sneaked into the Rain country and destroyed Pakura's group. It's impossible." Ebizo shook his head. Although Suna does not have many scouts in Konoha and it is extremely difficult to transmit information, but the mobilization of such a group could not go unnoticed. Even if the scouts stationed in Konoha didn't know about it or couldn't pass on the information, there are still many places on the way where their scouts are stationed. As in their case, a group of 100 shinobi was forced to make a huge detour to avoid being seen by Konoha, not to mention a group of 300 shinobi. Maybe it was a collaboration between Konoha and AIM. The 4th Kazekage Raza said calmly. Traces of the battle were found on the border of the Rain country. If Konoha and AIM had cooperated, it would have been quite possible. No. Ebizo shook his head. In order to destroy Pakura's group, Ama will have to use all her strength. Such a move could not go unnoticed. In addition, Hanzo is very careful and reserved. He will never go to send all his forces at once. Options for sending massive forces from Konoha and AIM cooperation were rejected, due to too low a probability. An ambush. Chiyo said slowly. Pakura's group fell into a well-prepared ambush and was destroyed by a small number of enemy forces. Even the path to retreat was completely cut off. There is only such a scenario. Ebizo had come to this conclusion long ago, but he didn't want to say it, because being destroyed by a large force and being ambushed were 2 completely different things. For getting into an ambush, the greatest responsibility should be borne by the commander of the Pakura group, but it was he who appointed her to this position. It seems that only this possibility remains. Raza said calmly and looked at Ebizo. "So many elites were lost, it was you who were responsible for this operation, Senior Ebizo." There was a very heavy atmosphere in the tent. Many of the elite jounin were in a terrible mood. When Raza was ready to put all the responsibility on Ebizo, depriving him of authority and even weakening Chiyo, suddenly a shinobi entered the tent. Reporting to Lord Kazekage, new information has been found in Rain country. Yes. Raza frowned. Shinobi got down on one knee and quickly reported, "We were able to more clearly determine the route of Pakura's group and found several traces of the battle." He clearly stated the information gathered. There were 2 main facts. First, the battle did not take place on the route that Pakura's group was supposed to take. They abruptly changed it near a small village. After a thorough study of this village, it was found out that a group of shinobi lived here earlier, and on the day of the destruction of the Pakura group, a strange shinobi appeared in it. Secondly, based on in-depth study of the battle found out that the cause of almost all deaths were Latanjua, in addition, was a shinobi who before dying managed to convey bits of information to their recruiting beast. 1. The blade of Kusanagi, Raiten, speed. Combining these scraps of information and the results of the investigation in that village, they came to an incredible conclusion. In this village came a lone shinobi and snatched the blade of Kusanagi from the hands of the shinobi hiding there, and then faced a group of Pakura. As for how exactly events unfolded after their meeting, it is difficult to say. But one thing is certain, after encountering this mysterious shinobi, Pakura's group was completely destroyed. It's impossible. Chiyo sharply rejected this conclusion. She could accept being ambushed by Pakura's group, but complete annihilation by just one shinobi is absolutely impossible. Even if this shinobi has terrifying power, enough to crush Pakura's group alone, complete destruction, without a single escapee, is absolutely impossible. This is a conclusion made solely on the basis of the information received. A cold sweat broke out on the forehead of the reporting shinobi. He, too, knew that the conclusion was too improbable, but they could not find an arc of explanation according to the known information. It is impossible. Raza shook his head. Single-handedly destroy Pakura's group. This is absolutely impossible unless the legendary shinobi god who ended the Warring States era, Senju Hashirama, stood on the other side. But this man is already long dead. If he was alive, then no one in the world would dare to go against Konoha and start a war. But the problem is that even if Pakura's group wasn't destroyed by just one shinobi, he definitely played a major role in what happened, perhaps even defeating Pakura herself. Pakura's strength is recognized by the entire village. She is an extremely powerful shinobi with an improved genome, otherwise she would not have been appointed commander of the surprise attack group. Then a logical question arises. Who is this shinobi? Isn't the one who may have destroyed the entire Pakura group and most likely defeated Pakura herself supposed to be a Konoha shinobi? Now they know about this shinobi only that he uses Raiden Jutsu and wields the Kusanagi blade. There is no more information. No matter what village this shinobi belongs to, he is hostile to us. Ebizo sighed and said grimly. The destruction of Pakura's group was bad news in itself. Now that some unknown and extremely powerful shinobi has appeared on the other side, their position in this war is becoming increasingly precarious. But they can't back down once that happens. Konoha will definitely continue to put pressure on Suna. They are not ready to go for signing an unequal peace agreement with Konoha after so much effort and resources have been invested in this war. The situation is getting dire. Elder Ebizo, what do you propose to do? Raza narrowed his eyes and looked at Ebizo. This is a very bad situation for the entire village, but just fine for him. After such a blow to Ebizo's prestige, he will no longer have to care so much about maintaining his Kazekage position. But you need to be vigilant about this shinobi who owns the Kusanagi blade. There is too little information about the other side. Once he appears on the battlefield, he can cause a lot of problems. Specializes in Raiten. Is this shinobi Kimogakure? Combining Kumo and Konoha would make their situation extremely difficult, but the probability of such a development is too low. Although I do not know who the shinobi is, but he can help me. A light flashed in the eyes of the race. You need to arrange another clash, which will lead to the death of several more shinobi opposing him, and then you can even surrender to Konoha, as long as the race can hold on to the Kazekage. For him any outcome of this war will be a victory. But he really wanted to know who the mysterious shinobi responsible for destroying Pakura's group was. Chapter 88. Chapter 88. Not far from Yoroshi's tent at the back of the camp. That teenager just now, that's right, Hataki of Erase. Is he already a jounin? Noticing that Erase lives in a separate tent, some shinobi said, surprised. This frontline camp on the border of Wind Country is very different from the camp on the border of Grass Country. There are many more shinobi stationed here. Even chunin do not have the luxury of living in a separate tent. Yoruishi is quite a well-known genius of Konoha and many have a certain impression of him, but this shinobi remembered that Yoruishi had just recently passed the chunin exam. How could he become a jounin so quickly? But only jounins are allocated separate tents. It's impossible. The other shinobi said, maybe he's a Tokubetsu jounin. This explanation is hardly acceptable. Although Tokubetsu jounin has almost the same privileges as jounin, but in fact they are completely different ranks. Jounin has no weaknesses in any aspects and has leadership qualities, and also has the right to command a large number of shinobi. In comparison, Tokubetsu hunins are shinobi who have some special talents, such as good perception, interrogation skills, and so on. Most likely, Yoruishi is a genius with some special abilities, in which case advancing to Tokubetsu jounin in wartime seems quite normal. Yes. The first shinobi nodded. He is a simple chunin, and if Yoruishi is a jounin, it means that he can be under the command of this guy at any time and will have to obey all his orders. This is difficult to accept. Of course no one will have faith in such a young captain jounin. There will be many doubts about his judgment, but since he is Tokubetsu jounin, it has nothing to do with them. Even if they were on the same team, they would only be forced to cooperate. This guy would not have the right to command them. Upon entering the tent, Erase immediately lay down to rest. He woke up only in the evening, rubbed his eyes and went out into the street to find water. There were temporary wells in several regions of the camp, and Yoruishi already knew the approximate structure of the camp and went to the nearest one. Oh, Erase. Just when Erase collected water from the side came a surprised voice. This voice seemed a little familiar, but Yoruishi couldn't remember who exactly it belonged to. Turning around, he exclaimed in surprise, Shizun. Where are you from? Shizun, usually always followed by Tsunade, since she appeared in this camp, then Tsunade should be here, too, was a little surprised by Erase. I came here together with the teacher and Tsunade engaged in the practice of Irelands. Shizun approached Eroish, holding the kettle in his hands. Erase raised the bucket of water, and filled the kettle. Shizun, Elder Tsunade's here too. But isn't she? Although the teacher will not fight, but she can still guide and give instructions to the Irenans, as far as the treatment itself is concerned, only without contact with blood. Suddenly, Shizun stopped abruptly and exclaimed in surprise, how do you know about this? Although the fact that Tsunade suffers from a phobia of blood is not a secret, but a very narrow circle of people knows about it, only her student and a handful of elite jounins, Yoruishi should not know about it. Erase calmly replied, my father once told me about the elder Tsunade. Tsunade began to suffer from a phobia of blood at the end of the Second World War. Shinobi Tsukumo should have known about it and Orochimaru too. Yoruishi could refer to anyone, but decided that it was best to choose his father. Hearing the answer of Erase, Shizun sad sigh. Teacher Tsunade's condition is still a concern. She is not able to deal with most of the seriously injured patients. With her direct involvement, they could be cured much faster. Erase handed the filled kettle Shizun and said, where is now the senior Tsunade? I'd like to see her. Her blood phobia is a purely psychological problem. In his previous life, Yoruishi had just specialized in psychology, even studied hypnotherapy and the like. These methods are radically different from the genjutsu of this world. He tried to treat Kakashi with these methods and got a noticeable positive effect. With Tsunade, you can also try. Shizun looked at Yoruishi in surprise and nodded. Teacher is resting now, she sent me to get water, just follow me. Wait. A figure of Erase disappeared in a few seconds. He returned to Shizun, leaving your tent. He walked with Shizun around the camp, and soon they came to a fairly large tent. Shizun entered the tent. Teacher Tsunade, I brought water. Put it there. Tsunade's tired voice was heard. As I ran in, it is very limited because of phobias of blood, so patients who could be easily cured under normal circumstances, now takes a lot of time and effort. Tsunade arrived here due to the fact that Hiruzen continued to send men after her, despite all the failures, as well as for training Shizun Islands. It is difficult to raise a good Irenen without sufficient practice. The battlefield is best suited for this, because there is a continuous flow of wounded and there is no need to specifically look for patients. In such conditions Shizun will grow very quickly. Master Tsunade, Erase wants to see you. Erase. Isn't he supposed to be with Orochimaru? Tsunade tilted her head and said with bewilderment, she doesn't understand why Yarushi came to her, but still wants to meet this young genius. Come in. Hello Senior Tsunade. Erase entered the tent and bowed politely. I've already met Senior Tsunade in the past, but I didn't have time to say hello when I heard that you were here. I immediately wanted to see you. Teacher Orochimaru mentioned your amazing medical skills many times. Tsunade examined Erase from top to bottom. Well. The attitude is quite good. No need to be polite, after all, you are Orochimaru's disciple and the son of the elder Tsukumo. I had a debt to your father if I was in Konoha then. Tsunade spoke with a hint of apology. At that time, she was playing in a small town in the Land of Fire, and when she found out about the situation, it was too late. White Fang had even more fame and merit than the Sanins. She had worked with Tsukumo in the past and received some care from him. Knowing my father's character, I can say with confidence that even if the elder Tsunade was in the village, it wouldn't change anything. Erase shook his head. By the way, I heard that you are in pretty bad shape. After his father's death, Kakashi was also in a terrible state, so I found some methods to calm him down. Tsunade shuddered and with a sneer looked at Erase. Ha, are you going to cure me? If it had been anyone else, Tsunade would probably have already beaten him up because she didn't want to bring up the subject, but Yarushi is young and she feels some guilt towards him because of Tsukumo, so she reacted with more restraint. Chapter 89. Chapter 89. Yes. Erase nodded. Only one who has experienced and felt the pain can understand how to help other people. Tsunade looked at Yarushi and shook her head. These wounds can't be healed. I can only try to forget them. The treatment won't have any effect. The life of a shinobi is not something that ordinary people can endure. Almost every shinobi has experienced the death of a comrade or close relative. So the usual methods of treating psychological injuries have almost no effect for shinobi. Even if she has not tried it before, what can a simple child do? Shizun was surprised. She didn't expect that Yarushi wanted to see Tsunade to try to cure her blood phobia. Even Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and many Iraianin couldn't do it. But Shizun really wanted to heal Tsunade's phobia and was looking for ways to do it while studying medicine diligently. At this point, she hesitated a bit and said, Master Tsunade, perhaps Erase really be able to alleviate your symptoms. After all, he himself was able to overcome this pain and help his younger brother. She had some kind of inexplicable faith in Erase. Shizun. Tsunade grumbled in displeasure, but the student clenched her fists and looked at her resolutely. Seeing this, Tsunade helplessly shook his head and looked at Erase. Okay, just show me what you can do. Yarushi stepped forward and sat down in front of Tsunade, immediately becoming extremely serious. I apologize in advance, Senior Tsunade, now you must treat me as a doctor, and yourself as a patient, and not resist treatment. Tsunade looked at serious Erase and nodded, barely holding back laughter. There is. At this moment, she really wanted to see this young man's abilities. Erase set up its state and the state of Tsunade, and then began treatment on a psychological level, relying on the knowledge and experience acquired in a previous life. The effect was surprisingly good. It seems that Tsunade was already in a rather exhausted state, and combined with the calming effect of Yarushi's treatment, she fell asleep almost immediately. Shizun. Glancing at Tsunade, who has fallen asleep in a sitting position, Erase looked at Shizun and waved his hand. Shizun nodded and walked over, and the two of them carefully lifted Tsunade up, laid her on the bed, and put a pillow under her head. While laying Tsunade on the bed, Yarushi accidentally touched her impressive mountain peaks, but he remained extremely calm. It must have been a reward for hard work. He covered Tsunade with a blanket, said goodbye to Shizun, and quietly left the tent. By the way, by continuing to constantly use time stream rooting to accelerate the growth of the physical body, Yarushi could grow up to 18 years old, when in real-world time he would only be 13, by which time Kurenai and the others would still be too small. This can't help but worry Yarushi. After all, this is not the era of warring states, when the average life expectancy was only about 30 years, now even shinobi usually marry at the age of majority. According to his observations. In the teenage world of Naruto, the period of falling in love occurs between 9 and 14 years, the period of relationships between 15 and 18 years, and the period of marriage and family between 18 and 20 years. Once in another world, Yurushi sought to follow the local way of life and customs, which is why he wanted to properly graduate from the Shinobi Academy. Hehehe, I'm actually spoiled. Erase suddenly laughed on the way to his tent. It seems that he was strongly influenced by the very assertive behavior of local girls, which was very rare in his previous life. Ah, there shouldn't be anything wrong with that, I just maintain the image of a brilliant and beautiful shinobi. Erase again thought it over, walking through the camp. He is still going to follow the original plan, use the acceleration of the time stream to grow as fast as possible to 20 years or so, allowing the physical body to reach its peak. In any case, with the ability to reverse the flow of time, he does not need to worry about the problem of shortening life expectancy. If necessary, he can stay forever at a certain age. The next day, Tsunade felt light. She hadn't slept so well in a long time, she hadn't even had nightmares that night. Finally waking up, Tsunade quickly noticed her unusual state. Remembering what happened yesterday, she couldn't help but be surprised. Treating this little brat, does it really work? She agreed to cooperate, on the one hand, because she felt Shizen's concern, and on the other hand, because she wanted to see what this young genius was capable of. Unexpectedly, Yoroshi's treatment did have a certain effect. She clearly felt it. The painful memories did not affect her mind as much as before. Teacher Tsunade, are you awake? Shizen, who had just returned to the tent, ran up to Tsunade. Yesterday, watching Tsunade fall asleep while treating Yoroshi, Shizen felt relieved. It wasn't clear if there was an effect, but at least it didn't hurt. Yes. Tsunade nodded and fell into a reverie. Think of Erase do have some skills. As for why this little brat is able to provide medical care while being completely unfamiliar with the Irenin Jutsu, she has an explanation for that. Having overcome the most severe psychological trauma and successfully helped his brother, he must have been able to develop and generalize some methods. This is really possible. In addition, perhaps the developed method is unique and now only Yoroshi owns it. Shizen, it seems that your stories were not exaggerated. Tsunade looked at the student. This guy really has some talent. Although Tsunade said some talent, but in fact she identified Yoroshi in the category of true geniuses, as perhaps the best Irenen of the shinobi world, she was well aware of how difficult it is to master such a method of treatment. There are many excellent doctors who conduct a deep and comprehensive analysis of the psyche of people, in an attempt to develop a set of theories and methods of treatment, but all of them have hardly made significant progress. Perhaps Erase lucky immediately to step on the correct route. But it couldn't be due to luck alone. At least he is extremely sensible and mature for his age, otherwise it would be impossible to do something like this. Tsunade could not be impressed by the early graduation from the academy and becoming a chunin at the age of 9, she could not even be impressed by becoming a student of Orochimaru, but now she was forced to recognize the genius of Yoroshi. Hehe, teacher, now you also agree with me. Hearing Tsunade's words, Shizen couldn't help but laugh. Tsunade snorted, you're happy too soon, I'm not easily impressed. Tell that brat to come again tonight. Good. Shizen nodded with a smile. Chapter 90. Contact Erase and Tsunade was just an insignificant episode in the background of the war. Details about it are known only to Shizen. The destruction of Suna's surprise attack group could not stop the war, it only brought the moment of a full-scale clash closer. After Yoroshi treated Tsunade for several days, Jiraiya finally completed the preparation of a full-scale offensive plan. In 3 days. In the central tent of the Konoha camp. Looking at the map dotted with various small flags, Jiraiya slapped his hand firmly on the edge of the table and raised his head to look at the elite jounins present. Tomorrow we will launch a full-scale offensive. Let's move on to the battle plan. Shikaku and Inoichi, you lead the first and second squad, go around the southern hills and launch an attack from the flank. After hearing Jiraiya's instructions, Shikaku and Inoichi nodded calmly. After that, Sanin looked at Minato standing on his right. Minato, you lead the 5th and 6th squad, go around from the north and also conduct an attack from the flank. There is. Minato calmly took charge of the team. The decisive battle would be extremely intense, but as an excellent shinobi with absolute confidence in his abilities, he could remain completely calm even on the eve of such a battle. 3rd and 4th squad, follow me to attack from the front. Jiraiya continued to give out instructions. Medical squads follow the main force, keep a certain distance and be ready to provide assistance at any moment. There is. The jounin in charge of the medical teams nodded. After the main forces were distributed, Jiraiya looked at Yoroshi who was standing nearby. Yoroshi, you are following my forces. Got it. Erase nodded. Yoroshi is now a Tokubetsu jounin reporting directly to Jiraiya, so he was even summoned to a jounin meeting held on the eve of the battle. After hearing the instructions of Jiraiya, many present jouni looked at Erase, their eyes flashed a strange light. Almost everyone present was among the leaders of the frontline camp and had heard of Yoroshi's battles in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain, but had some doubts about it. In the end of Erase too young, with the battle in the Country of Grass all right in the end on the side of Konoha was attended by a powerful shinobi, able to contain the power of the willow, but with the battle in the Land of Rain everything is different. Single-handedly destroy hundreds of elite Shinbai. Utter nonsense. Many of those present believe that this is a hidden plan. Perhaps Konoha sent Urushi to the Rain country to perform a joint operation with AIM, and to hide it, simply stated that the guy did everything alone. Or Urushi acted together with the Umbu, which is also very likely, because the actions of the Umbu are almost never made public. A disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Someone looked at Erase and whispered. All present in one way or another are in touch with the internal affairs of Konoha and understand that the change of Hokage is not far off. As for who exactly will become the successor of Hiruzen, it is still difficult to say, but Orochimaru is definitely one of the candidates. So looking at Urushi's exploits in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain from this point of view, one can even assume that this is part of Orochimaru's plan to become the fourth Hokage. Shikaku Nara looked at Erase. The choice of the fourth Hokage is decided not only by Hiruzen, but the opinion of the clans and elite jounins will also be of great importance. Regardless of the level of support for the candidate, the opposition must be at least less than half, otherwise there will be problems. If Erase really has incredible abilities, relevant known information, it will definitely have a significant impact on the course of the battle. Even if it is not so exaggerated as in the battle in the Land of Rain, a decent performance will still be acceptable, but if this is a common statement, the deception immediately pops out. Almost all those present are members of the top Konoha, some even represent entire clans. Such deception will certainly not pass without a trace. The last 7th squad and the scouting squad, in charge of the camp. When Jiraiya gave the last instruction, the chakra in his body began to move, emitting a powerful impulse. This meeting is over, tomorrow we will have a major battle, just do your best. Many shinobi present took a deep breath. They are well aware of the importance of the upcoming battle. It can decide the outcome of the war. Even if the war didn't end completely, it would definitely lay the strongest foundation for their victory. When the shinobi were about to answer, a voice came from the side. How dare you forget about me? Jiraiya. This shout completely shattered the powerful image of one of the legendary Sannin and the commander-in-chief of the front. Jiraiya paused for a second and looked in the direction of the tent entrance. There was a woman with blonde hair and a diamond-shaped blue mark on her forehead, her lips curved in a slight grin. Surprisingly, it was Tsunade. Tsunade? How? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in disbelief. Aren't you? Tsunade gave a thumbs up and said firmly, it doesn't affect so much anymore. Jiraiya was stunned for a few seconds, then nodded cheerfully, great. In this case, we will definitely win. Tsunade, you will follow the main force. There is. Tsunade answered loudly. Everyone present was visibly encouraged. With the addition of such a powerful shinobi, their chances of winning increased significantly. When everyone was in high spirits, the corner of Urushi's mouth twitched. He looked at Tsunade a little helplessly. She also looked at him and smiled, as if to say that she didn't have any problems. But Erase better than anyone else understands the current state of Tsunade. Although the effect of the phobia was significantly reduced after 3 days of treatment, but it is still significant and will not allow you to fight normally on the battlefield. Now, at the sight of blood, Tsunade will not fall into a state of panic and can maintain some of the combat capability, but this will at best only be the level of an ordinary jounin. It would seem that another shinobi of the Kage level joined their side, but in fact their overall combat power did not increase at all. Everyone, you can go get ready. After Jiraiya's words, most of the shinobi left the tent, only Urushi and Tsunade remained, not commanding anyone in the upcoming battle. Jiraiya smiled brightly and walked over to Tsunade, about to hug her. Because of the fear that I might get hurt in the upcoming battle, have you finally overcome your phobia? Pooh. Tsunade slapped him. In your dreams. She ruthlessly pushed away the Naruto vs Sasuke duel and looked at Erase. I'm worried about the safety of Erase and want to see his ability with my own eyes. Chapter 91. Chapter 91. Ahem. Jiraiya struggled to stay on his feet and looked at Tsunade in surprise. What the hell is she worried about the safety of Erase? This guy is a disciple of Orochimaru, what links him to Tsunade? Noticing Jiraiya's gaze, Tsunade replied, I owe Senior Sakumo a debt, and I can't let anything happen to his child. The corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Erase helplessly said, Elder Tsunade, you don't have to worry about my safety, with me nothing will happen. He could understand Tsunade's behavior. During these 3 days of treatment, their relationship had become much closer. If he died on this battlefield, then not only would Tsunade's phobia not be cured, but it would most likely return to its previous state or even worsen. Shut up, brat. Tsunade angrily looked at Erase. I've heard it many times, and accidents usually happen after such words, and a small brat like you is even more untrustworthy. Except Shizune, no one told Tsunade about Erase, but since the release from the academy, Shizune all the time followed his teacher, so her understanding of Awashi remained at the level of the academy. Contacting Erase these days, Tsunade confirmed that his chakra is located approximately at the level of Jounin. Although it is truly amazing, given Urushi's age, but on a chaotic battlefield, the title of consummate genius will not protect him in any way. Even elite Jounins often die in such battles. Tsunade could not bear to watch from the sidelines, as Erase killed in the war, so she decided to leave Shizune in the camp and to take part in the battle. Hearing Tsunade's words, Yoruishi wanted to say that it had nothing to do with him. Speaking of the current Suna's fighting power, even if a one-tailed Chikaka suddenly appeared on the battlefield, he would not be in danger, unless someone like Madara or Rikudo Sennin suddenly appeared here for some unknown reason. But after thinking about it, Erase shook his head and did not say anything. To really not get into trouble. In the end, he said a little helplessly, "I'm happy that Eldest cares so much about me." Jiraiya looked at Erase, and then back at Tsunade and said a little worried, "Are you really okay?" "Yes, basically there are no problems." Tsunade looked at Jiraiya, "I'm not going to joke about something like this." Jiraiya sighed, "Fine then." The next day. As the sun rose, several large groups of shinobi left Konoha's camp, moving in the direction of Suna's camp, according to a prearranged plan. Naturally, such a large movement could not pass unnoticed. The scouts quickly passed the information to Suna's front camp, which caused quite a stir there. However, Ebizo had already assumed that Konoha would launch a full-scale attack on their camp in the next half a month, so they were prepared for this and quickly mobilized their forces. Led by Chiyo, the 4th Kazekage and others, Suna's massive forces went to the battlefield. This is the most massive battle since the beginning of the Third World War shinobi. Suna's forces number more than 3,000 shinobi, commanded personally by Kazekage. With the exception of One Tail, there are almost all the strongest combat units of the village. The same applies to Konoha, although only about 2,000 shinobi were mobilized from their side, inferior to Suna in terms of numbers, but almost all of them are elite. In their ranks, genins are completely absent. Obito and Rin were ordered to stay in the camp and not take part in the upcoming battle. Of their team, only Chunin Kakashi was ordered to follow Konoha's main force. The place of collision of the two sides was a hilly area with a gentle relief. The difference between the highest and lowest point is about 100 meters. Standing at the highest point, you can see a huge number of figures flocking from two directions, in the ranks of Konoha dominated by dark green color, and in the ranks of Suna, white cloth turbans caught the eye. The shape can be determined at a glance that they are adapted to life in arid and desert environment. Message. The 1st and 2nd squad encountered the enemy. Message. The 5th and 6th squad are facing the enemy. The flanking forces were the first to encounter the enemy and enter the battle. Information about what was happening there quickly reached Jiraiya. At this moment, Sannin was standing on a hill, looking at Suna's numerous shinobi in the distance. A light flashed in his eyes. Kazekage race. Puppet Master Chiyo. The most powerful shinobi of the enemy suddenly focused on the front. The flanks were surrendered. No, they are going to passively hold the flanks and start an aggressive breakthrough along the front. Jiraiya quickly understood the enemy's strategy. But it's too late to change your strategy and return Minato from the flank. Now everything will be decided by which side collapses first, Suna's flanks or Konoha's frontal forces. Thinking about it, Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. If Tsunade wasn't here, it would really be troublesome for him to face Kazekage and Chiyo alone. The outcome of the battle would be difficult to predict. But now there are two Sannin here at once. Jiraiya is well aware of Tsunade's power. Together, they would definitely be able to withstand the onslaught of the other party. I'll leave the flank to you, Minato, show your strength. A light flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, then he took a deep breath and shouted, 3rd and 4th squad, prepare Kato. With a Sannin shout, several dozen shinobi ran forward and quickly folded the seals. A massive stream of fire attribute chakra gushed out. Kato. Dragon Flame. Dragon Flame is not a very powerful and straightforward fire ninjutsu, but because of the numbers, a raging sea of fire was formed. Due to the arid climate of the Wind Country, the Suna shinobi are very bad at switten. With the appearance of the sea of fire, their front ranks slowed down dramatically. But in the next moment, the ground in front of them shook violently. A large mass of sand burst out from the ground covered with green grass. A massive wave of sand blocked the sea of fire. Great. The 4th Kazekage Raza nodded in satisfaction, glancing at his wife Karura, and put his hands to the ground, activating the Jiten. A terrifying wave of golden sand rushed towards Konoha's forces. Raza would never be able to become a Kazekage just through political games. Of course he has a huge power that surpasses countless shinobi. Phew. Konoha shinobi released a variety of ninjutsu towards the wave of sand, but it was all useless. Soon shouts were heard. Several shinobi were absorbed by the golden sand. This is Suna's new Kazekage. Jiraiya whispered and ran straight for Raza. He couldn't let the Kazekage continue to inflict damage with such large-scale attacks, otherwise their losses would increase at a tremendous rate. Seeing Jiraiya's movement, Raza chuckled coldly, showing no fear, and waved his hands, many golden spikes rushing towards Sannin. This is a decisive battle. There is no need for unnecessary conversations and preliminary attacks. Kazekage Raza and Sannin Jiraiya, this is a battle between the leaders of the parties. Their clash meant that the battle had entered a decisive stage on the move, with thousands of shinobi on both sides shouting loudly and rushing towards each other. Instantly, a bloody battle broke out. Chapter 92, Chapter 92. A chaotic battlefield. Boom. Tsunade paled visibly and struck out with her fist, smashing a massive rock flying at her from the front. At the same time, a kunai rushed towards her from the side, with an explosive seal attached. At the last moment Urushi appeared and grabbed the Noi, sharply throwing it in the direction of Shinobi Suna. "Senior Tsunade, how are you?" Erase pale and looked at Tsunade. As he expected, Tsunade can't maintain a normal state on such a battlefield. "I'm fine." Tsunade heaved a sigh, although she was pale, but she didn't panic, only the chakra manipulation was heavily affected. Urushi looked around and was about to say something, but at that moment, a figure approached them with great speed, strangely changed its shape and spewed a huge number of arrows. "Watch out!" Tsunade exclaimed loudly and hit the ground, turning over a large chunk of earth that blocked the massive stream of arrows. At the same time, they were surrounded by several figures and attacked with various types of cold weapons. Phew! Tsunade and Erase jumped to the side, dodging the attacks. At this moment, they were finally able to see the attackers properly. They were not people, but strange wooden puppets. 10 puppets surrounded Erase and Sunday. Not far behind them stood a human figure, carefully watching Tsunade. It was Elder Sunagakure, the puppet master of Chiyo. "There seems to be something wrong with your condition, Tsunade." Chiyo's voice was calm and indifferent. They clashed during the Second World War Shinobi, while Chiyo shocked the world of Shinobi puppet art, and Tsunade's skill in Iron Ninjutsu. Then Tsunade was not her opponent in a head-on collision, but with the help of Iron Ninjutsu was able to develop antidotes to all the varieties of poison used by her, which significantly reduced the lethality of the puppets. At the time, she longed to kill Tsunade, but was unable to do so due to the presence of White Fang Konoha. In that battle, Tsukumo killed Chiyo's son and daughter-in-law, and then defeated her in a head-on collision, shocking the Shinobi world and becoming the hero of Konoha. It's safe to say that the two people she hates the most are White Fang and Tsunade. Noticing Tsunade, Chiyo didn't hesitate to attack her. Right now, in terms of skill and combat experience, she has peaked in all aspects. Even if Tsunade has grown a lot since the Second World War Shinobi, Chiyo is still confident that she can kill her. Really? Tsunade was well aware of her condition, but she didn't show any fear and just grinned. She didn't expect to run into Chiyo so early. At this moment, Chiyo turned her attention to Urushi, who was standing nearby. A cold light flashed in her eyes. "Who is this kid? Is it really the son of White Fang? Watch out." Heart Tsunade flinched. She turned sharply to Erase and screamed. At the same time, Chiyo waved her hands, sending several puppets, a metal scorpion tail, various needles to attack Urushi at once. A barely noticeable layer of dark liquid was visible on all of this. All weapons were carefully treated with Chiyo's poison in advance. Faced with the sudden attack of several puppets, Urushi remained absolutely calm. His figure leapt up, deftly dodging all the attacks, and landed gently to the side, pushing off from one of the puppets. "There are some skills." Chiyo narrowed her eyes. Compared to Tsunade, Chiyo wanted to kill Urushi much more, because her hatred for White Fang is much deeper than for Tsunade. It's a pity Tsukumo is already dead. She really wanted to make him feel the pain of losing his son. But even so, the murder of the son of the White Fang can alleviate her hatred. Phew. Tsunade rushed straight to Chiyo, intending to attack her with her enhanced chakra power. Chiyo waved her hands. A puppet appeared in front of her, instantly transformed into a shield. There was a rumble. Suddenly the power strengthened by the chakra could not break the shield. "As I thought, there's something wrong with you." Watching this scene, Chiyo chuckled coldly. Although it is unclear what exactly happened to Tsunade, but there is clearly something wrong with her. Just one puppet was able to block her blow. As if God himself had given her the opportunity to take revenge. The son of White Fang and the weakened Tsunade. "So sorry, I'll make them all pay for the pain you've endured." In the eyes of Chiyo flashed a dangerous light, and the face distorted in a disgusted grimace. She waved her hands, sending the puppet to Tsunade and Erase. As someone who has previously encountered Chiyo, Tsunade is well aware of her power. In her current state, she would need the support of at least 5 jounins and perfect teamwork to counter Chiyo. The worst part was that Chiyo used 2 puppets to block her, and the other 8 were directed towards Urushi. She intended to kill the son of her most hated enemy as soon as possible. In a normal state, Tsunade could have used Byakugo no In to successfully counter at least 8 puppets at once, but right now, only 2 puppets were enough to temporarily block her. Things are bad. Tsunade gritted her teeth, trying her best to manipulate the chaotic chakra to use the chakra-enhanced power and get rid of the puppets. The 2 puppets sent by Chiyo to Tsunade are an auxiliary type. They do not have a high lethality, but they are well suited for blocking. Suffering from a phobia of blood, Tsunade was unable to overcome their defense. On the other hand, Chiyo manipulated her 8 puppets, taking Erase in the perfect ring. "Son of White Fang, die. Go to hell with your father." A murderous light flashed in the depths of Chiyo's eyes. She enveloped Urushi's body with chakra threads to restrict his movement, and manipulated 2 puppets to kill him. Watching this from the side, Tsunade became very gloomy, feeling that the same tragedy would happen before her eyes as in the past. but in the next instant, a silvery light flashed. It was as if a bright star had lit up the dark sky. A silvery light burst out of Urushi's chest and quickly enveloped his body. A fierce stream of lightning attribute chakra easily severed the threads of Chiyo's chakra. Bathed in the silvery light, Urushi calmly drew Kusunagi's blade from its scabbard and made a sharp horizontal swing, all movements as natural as water flowing in a river. The blade flashed with a silvery light and drew a horizontal arc in the air, moving at an astonishing speed. Phew! The two puppets that attacked Urushi from both sides were split open by Kusunagi's blade like rotten wood and disintegrated in the chest area. Chapter 93. Chapter 93. Tsunade and Chiyo were in shock. Those calm, precise movements and the silvery arc. The same memory surfaced in their minds at the same time, almost completely coinciding with the unfolding scene. It was Tsukumo, who cut Chiyo's puppets in the same way during the Second World War shinobi. At this point, in their eyes, the figure of the White Fang as if superimposed on the figure of Urwich. It looks like you have a deep hatred for my father. Urushi turned to Chiyo and made a series of seals with his left hand. Arcs of lightning enveloped Kusunagi's blade, the sound of birds chirping rang out across the battlefield, and the fourth gate was opened. Storm the gates. Gate of Pain, Raiten. Chiyo is at the Kage level. Even years later, in the original story, Chiyo was still at this level, and now, whether it is chakra or combat experience, she is at the peak in all aspects, and is far from the weakest shinobi of the Kage level. To defeat Chiyo, Urushi must fight with all his might. Initially, he intended to just kill as many shinobi of the enemy as possible, but suddenly Chiyo targeted him and Tsunade, so the plan had to be changed. Now Tsunade is in a terrible state and it is not known whether he can use Byakugo no In, but even if he can, this will not be enough in the battle against Chiyo. The heavy attacks of many puppets will sooner or later exhaust the resource of the technique. So that he had to deal with Chiyo. After opening the fourth gate, a figure of erase blurred, silvery flash passed in front of the puppets, rushing straight to Chiyo. Tsunade looked stunned at erase, bathed in silvery light. At this point, she could feel that violent and uncontrollable chakra flowing in the body of her washi, not much weaker than her and Chiyo. For shinobi, chakra of course is not an absolute indicator of strength, but it limits the range of strength. Until the shinobi chakra has reached the level of Kage, it will be almost impossible for him to step on this level. Chakra of erase. Combined with the speed just demonstrated. In that short moment, Tsunade called for shocking. The idea of erase is on the same level as she is. But he only became a chunin about a year ago. After only a year, his chakra is no weaker than hers. Suddenly, Tsunade realized that she did not know what had happened to Urushi recently. Based on the known information, she treated him like a young shinobi who had not yet reached the level of Hunin, so she decided to look after him on the battlefield. But apparently something went wrong with this information. Erase does not need her protection, at least in its current state, because of the influence of phobias of blood. She can hardly exercise the power level Jounin. What the hell happened? What happened to erase this year? At the same time, Chiyo's expression changed dramatically. How can this be? When Urushi destroyed the two puppets and unleashed a powerful chakra pulse that went beyond Jounin's level, she couldn't help but be shocked. Especially when the Kusanagi blade in Urushi's hands was identified, Chiyo's heart started to tremble violently. At that moment she couldn't help but think of the destruction of Pakura's group in the Rain Country. Latanjua. Incredible speed. The blade of Kusanagi. All known information perfectly matches the son of White Fang, which means that in front of her is not a small imp who can be easily killed at will, but a powerful shinobi who killed Pakura. Mechanical shining impenetrable shield. Faced with erase, Chiyo quickly recovered from the shock and raised his hand in front of her. Instantly came the shield of chakra, standing in the way of enemy attacks. Clang. Blade of erase struck the shield of chakra. It swept a strong ripple, but still the blow was restrained. Chiyo jumped back at the same time to erase left and right rushed up the two puppets. Phew. With a swipe of Kusunagi's blade, the two puppets turned into four. Phew. Phew. But the dissected puppets did not fall to the ground, but quickly transformed in midair, attacking the Urushi with all sorts of cold weapons. Urushi remained extremely calm. Kusunagi's blade moved with incredible speed. The air was split by many small arcs of flame and lightning. The transformed puppets were cut into dozens of small pieces, and many damaged parts fell to the ground. This guy. Chiyo grumbled in annoyance and waved her hands, attacking Urushi with the remaining puppets. At the same time she opened a large scroll and began to unseal a variety of puppets. Urushi, shrouded in silver light, deftly maneuvered between the many random and unpredictable attacks of the puppets. Wherever the silver flash passed, with the exception of the puppets that specialized in defense, everyone else was easily cut apart by the swift blows of Kusunagi's blade. Is their current erase White Fang from the past? In terms of overall strength in all aspects, White Fang is probably stronger, but Urushi's advantage over puppeteers like Chiyo is noticeably higher than his father's. If we say that Tsukumo's abilities restrain the puppeteers by 50 units, then Yoroshi's abilities are restrained by all 70. Because Yoroshi is faster, and Kusunagi's blade is sharper and stronger than White Fang's blade, even hardened steel can easily be cut by Kusunagi's blade combined with Chidori. Phew. Phew. Erase continued to swing a blade, destroying the puppets one by one. Powerful chakra and quite a strong body, combined with unsurpassed skill in the technique of puppets, this can cause a lot of problems for almost any shinobi of the Kage level, but Chiyo is suppressed by shinobi like Yoroshi and Tsukumo, because her puppets are difficult to resist Kenjutsu Hataki. In the past, when facing the White Fang of Konoha, Chiyo could only gradually retreat, repeatedly opening the puppets, which were immediately crushed by the White Fang blade. Now this scene from the past was repeated again. Complete suppression. Only in White Fang's place was his son. Quickly. Watching the fight Chiyo and Erase from the side, Tsunade felt a strong shock in the heart. She knew that even in perfect condition, most likely, will not be able to defeat Chiyo, but Erase completely dominated in battle. Chiyo even stopped sending puppets to restrain Tsunade, focusing all her efforts on fighting Yoroshi, but even so, she continued to be at a disadvantage. This scene could not but shock Tsunade, because she knows that Yoroshi is now only about 10 years old. To have such power at such a young age, isn't that too exaggerated? If Yoroshi were to address her right now, saying that his body was possessed by Tsukumo's spirit, she would not hesitate to believe it. Other Konoha shinobi also started to pay attention to this battle, all of them felt a shock. This guy suppressed Chiyo. Chozo Akimichi whispered in a dazed voice. At this moment, all his doubts about Yoroshi's exploits in the Land of Grass and the Land of Rain were completely gone. With such power, it's really possible. After all, his opponent was Chiyo, the strongest puppeteer in the shinobi world. Under the gaze of many shinobi, Erase completely suppressed it. Chapter 94. Chapter 94. Suppressed Chiyo. I'm afraid even I would have a hard time controlling this speed, having to rely on the perception of the Sage Mode. When Jiraiya, who was fighting with Raza, caught a glimpse of Chiyo and Yoroshi's battle, a strong tremor involuntarily broke out in his heart. Until now, he hadn't known why Yoroshi had received such outrageous services in the Land of Grass and especially in the Land of Rain, but now it was all very clear. The chakra is almost at his level. The speed is much higher than his. Kenjutsu Hataki, which combines a powerful melee attack and destructive slashes, is almost at the level of White Fang. When you combine these aspects into a single whole, you get a terrifying killing machine. As in the case of White Fang, in a one-on-one battle, he was weaker than Hiruzen, but on a massive battlefield, he could cause much more damage to the enemy's forces. Erase also a shinobi of this type. For example, when facing the fourth Kazekage, Kusunagi's blade will be affected by magnetism, which will greatly weaken Yoroshi's overall strength and most likely, in the event of a direct collision, he will be killed in the blink of an eye. But he is able to easily suppress the strong puppeteer, without exaggeration, Tsukumo and Yoroshi Chiyo's terrible nightmare. The reason for this is simple. Each of the puppets under Chiyo's control has unique abilities, not inferior to a jounin or even an elite jounin. When faced with the attack of 10 such puppets, anyone can have difficulties. But before shinobi like Yoroshi and Tsukumo, the numerical advantage doesn't make sense. Even when faced with 10 jounins, they will probably just kill them one by one. You're out of luck, Chiyo. Thinking about it, Jiraiya couldn't help but chuckle. During the Second World War of Shinobi, she faced White Fang, and during the next war with Yoroshi, it can be said that the father and son are sworn enemies of Chiyo. Jiraiya even felt a little sorry for her. Raza also noticed Chiyo's position, but he was even more shocked than Jiraiya because he identified the Kusanagi blade in her opponent's hands. It's him. The mysterious shinobi who destroyed their surprise attack group is indeed from Konoha. No. Now is not the time to admit defeat Chiyo. Raza gritted his teeth as he thought about the current situation. If Chiyo lost so early, Suna's losses in this battle would be too great. Such a result was unacceptable even for him. Raza spoke to a few jounins nearby. Support Elder Chiyo. The jounin immediately rushed to help Chiyo, but Jiraiya watched without much concern, continuing to fight the race. There was no hurry, it was enough just to restrain the Kazekage. It would be pointless to send several jounins to restrain Yoroshi, he would kill them one by one anyway, it would only drain his chakra. But there's also Tsunade. The depletion of the chakra of Erase. Impossible. Although it seems that Tsunade is not in the best condition, but there should be no problems with support from the outside, and if necessary, you can treat Yoroshi or even give him a part of the chakra. It can be said that Suna's defeat in this battle is already a foregone conclusion. Phew. Phew. 3 jounin approached the site of the battle between Chiyo, put a series of seals and loudly exclaimed, using ninjutsu, in an attempt to restrict the movement of Erase. However, it was almost useless. Yoroshi easily evaded the attacks of the jounins. One of them tried to use genjutsu, but when it came into contact with the rampaging chakra of Yoroshi, the technique collapsed in an instant. It was impossible to influence his chakra flows from the side. And just as important, Urushi fought surrounded by many puppets and constantly closed the distance with Chiyo, so there is no way to apply large-scale ninjutsu, otherwise the puppets or even Chiyo herself could be affected, and small-scale ninjutsu could not have any effect on Urushi. Do you think I'll let you act recklessly? As soon as Hunin continued to attempt to interfere in the battle of Urushi and Chiyo, Tsunade finally recovered and rushed to the Hunin, activating Byakugo no In. Perhaps due to the shock caused by Urushi, the symptoms of blood phobia decreased even more, the flow of chakra in Tsunade's body became much more calm and smooth, although she still could not return to the level of Kage, but the level of elite Jounin was quite enough. Boom. Tsunade used chakra-enhanced strength to destroy the earth with a blow of his fist. Jounin Suna managed to dodge, but was still affected by the effects of this powerful attack. His ankles felt very numb. In such a situation, he did not dare to be distracted by the battle of Urushi and Chiyo. The other two Hunins looked at Tsunade warily. Of course they recognized one of the three legendary Konoha Sanins who shocked the world during World War II shinobi. Boo. Boo. After entering the battle with the three Jounins, Tsunade seemed to gradually gain her strength. The power of each subsequent strike increased noticeably. Gradually Suna's Jounins were suppressed. Sending 3 Hunin to support Chiyo was the limit for Suna. Other shinobi nearby tried to come to the rescue, but they were all blocked by Konoha's forces. The battle Chiyo and Erase became the center of this battle. Suna's forces tried to provide support, and Konoha's forces repeatedly blocked them. Just these minor tweaks. Erase indifferently said, continuing over and over again to swing your blade of Kusanagi. The puppet destroyed one after another. Being a Kage-level shinobi, Chiyo possesses a wide variety of tools, such as chakra threads, various shields, poisons, and so on. All these means are enough to cause problems to almost any shinobi of the Kage level, but they seem to be nothing in front of the Urushi blade. If one blow was not enough, he simply struck another, the means of which could only slow down his progress, but not restrain or stop. You're happy too soon. Brat. Chiyo coldly replied Hiroshi, continuing to manipulate the puppets. At this moment, Urushi was practically no different from Tsukumo from the past. During that battle, Chiyo felt incomparably weak and helpless, so after being defeated by White Fang, she spent several years painstakingly researching and developing an effective method of dealing with him. After learning about Tsukumo's death, Chiyo thought that the method developed would never be used. She never expected to encounter the son of White Fang using the same means as his late father. Poof. In the next instant, Chiyo opened the last puppet. It was a strange inverted triangle, as if it was the core of something. This was prepared especially for White Fang. Try it on yourself instead of your father. There was a strong killing intent in Chiyo's voice. The chakra flared to the limit. A huge number of chakra threads stretched out from her figure, giving a sense of oppression. At this moment, countless pieces of metal left over from the many destroyed puppets began to tremble and rose into the air under the influence of a strange force, tightly surrounding Urushi. Secret technique. The sealing of magnetism. Chapter 95. Chapter 95. Interesting. The Kusananga blade tightly gripped in Urushi's hand was shaking violently, and the Chidori arcs surrounding it were beginning to show signs of losing stability. This is no longer the threads of the chakra, but a direct impact on the metal. All metal objects that are in a certain range were affected. It's Jitan. Jitan is an enhanced genome and Chiyo definitely doesn't possess it, so this ability most likely comes from the strange puppet summoned at the end. It seems to have something to do with the third Kazekage. Erase immediately suggested under what circumstances was this strange puppet. Most likely, after a heavy defeat by White Fang, with the support of the third Kazekage, Chiyo developed a puppet capable of using magnetism. At this point, Erase still held the blade of the Kusanagi in hand, but now he felt extremely unstable and heavy. At the same time, many metal shards were slowly levitating around. Of course, no Kage-level shinobi can be underestimated. The other party seemed to continue wantonly rushing into the battle over and over again, allowing all the puppets to be destroyed under his blade, but Chiyo's true goal was to dot the battlefield with enough metal shards, then disrupt his kenjutsu and limit his speed to a lot of metal parts, with the help of a puppet using Jitan. Almost every metal fragment is covered with the most dangerous poison. Any of them is able to easily take the life of the enemy. In addition, the effective use of any metal weapon is very difficult. This trick will not have much effect against shinobi like Orochimaru, Hiruzen, or Jiraiya, who have the widest range of ninjutsu. It was prepared specifically for White Fang, who specializes in speed and kenjutsu. You thought I was just trying to hold you back? Brat, you're too stupid and naive. If it were White Fang, he would have noticed something strange long ago and left the range of the trap I created beforehand. In the voice of Chiyo heard a sneer, for it Erase already dead. It was a huge mistake to think that with his good strength, he could act unrestrainedly on this battlefield. As a result, Urushi easily fell into the very center of her trap. Young age obviously means insufficient experience of fighting. This lack became fatal for Erwich. Caught in the very center of her sealing magnetism, not to mention Urushi, even if White Fang was standing next to him, they wouldn't be able to escape death. This technique is bad. Tsunade, who was fighting with 3 jounins nearby, immediately sensed a change on Yoroshi's side and saw that he had fallen into Chiyo's extremely dangerous trap. She sighed and stopped fighting the jounins, intending to immediately go for support, relying on Byakugo but could break through this trap and try to get Yoroshi out. But the jounin also understood that the confrontation between Yoroshi and Chiyo had reached a decisive stage, although each of them had already suffered in some way, but they still gritted their teeth and tried to restrain Tsunade by any means. Suna's 3 shinobi almost paid with their lives, but they were still able to delay Tsunade, forcing her to watch helplessly as Yoroshi fell into a deadly trap. All the metal parts of my puppets are covered with deadly poison. You can't use a blade and I don't think you're good at ninjutsu. Even if Tsunade is able to deal with the poison, she won't have a chance to help. This is the end, you little bastard. Chiyo did not rush to attack, but talked to Yoroshi, while manipulating the metal shards with the help of many chakra threads to form a perfect environment. Soon a large hemisphere was formed in which there was not a single gap sufficient for Yoroshi to escape. But Yoroshi didn't even try to escape. He calmly looked at the bizarre triangular puppet that was now hovering at the top of the sphere, right above his head, and then stopped supporting Chidori, allowing the arcs of lightning to dissipate, and slowly loosened his palm. Phew! Kusunagi's blade shot out of his hand and magnetized to the triangular puppet. After that, Yoroshi closed the gate and began to fold a series of seals with each hand separately, at the same time looking at Chiyo. I see. It looks like you really worked hard to deal with my father. Having said that, Erase completed folding of the print. Again heard the sounds of the chirping birds. The palm of Erase enveloped concentrated arc of lightning. With the current amount of chakra, he could easily activate 2 Chidori at the same time. It looks like you still want to resist, but it's already pointless. Sensing that there was no hesitation in Yoroshi's voice, Chiyo snorted disdainfully and abruptly joined her hands, stirring up a huge amount of chakra threads. Buzzing. Numerous metal fragments began to move, rushed to Erase, located in the center, trying to break it into many small pieces. The moment Chiyo took action, a silvery glow once again enveloped Yoroshi's figure. The 3rd and 4th gates were opened successively, then his palms, shrouded in concentrated lightning, cut through the air with incredible speed, leaving afterimages. Phew! 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 Being in a state of 4 times the acceleration of the time stream and the open thunder gate, as well as armed with a double Chidori, Yoroshi began to swing his arms at an incredible speed, using his palms as blades. Many afterimages appeared in the air around him, and flames erupted. It was similar to the morning peacock, but it was also noticeably different from him, because he did not strike with his fist, but swung his palms like a blade, creating miniature flaming slashes. Feathers of the Phoenix. Erase first used this technique. The small slashes formed from Chidori lightning and wrapped in carved flames were like phoenix feathers. It was like a mighty phoenix flapping its wings, raining down a stream of fiery feathers on its enemy. Boom. 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 There was a continuous rumble. Fiery feathers, formed by the rapid waving of Erasei, flew in all directions. Looking from afar, one could see countless fiery feathers that formed a tight semicircle with Erase in the center. Numerous metal shards relentlessly collided with a stream of small flame slashes. Ninjutsu. No. Taijutsu. Watching this scene, Chiyo exclaimed in shock. She was sure that Yoroshi was focused solely on developing kenjutsu and the physical body. Even Raiden was used to strengthen these aspects. If he managed to master some ninjutsu for a long-range attack, then this aspect would not be developed to a level sufficient to block this attack. The blade cannot be used, the ninjutsu is not strong enough, Yoroshi is left to rely only on taijutsu, and all the metal shards are soaked in poison, so such a move will undoubtedly lead to death, but Chiyo could not imagine that he is able to create a long-range attack with taijutsu. Chapter 96, Chapter 96. Boo. 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 The sounds of explosions echoed across the battlefield. Before that, the battle between Chiyo and Yoroshi was not too loud, the puppets were just repeatedly cut by the Kusanagi blade without too much noise and much movement. But this clash between Hiroshi's taijutsu and Chiyo's secret technique was like an incessant bombardment, the roar echoing across the battlefield, drawing the attention of thousands of shinobi. The Konoha shinobi were shocked by Hiroshi's strength and visibly nervous. After all, Chiyo's strength is recognized throughout the shinobi world. She has great authority in Sunagakura and is widely known as the strongest puppeteer. Looking at the current situation, it is extremely difficult to predict the outcome of the battle. Compared to Konoha's shinobi, Suna's shinobi was even more nervous. With the exception of some high-ranking officials, almost no one knew about the destruction of the surprise attack group, and even more so about the information about Yoroshi. Everyone thought that Chiyo would fight with Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin, but suddenly she got involved in a hard battle with an unknown young shinobi. Phew. Phew. An increasing number of Suna shinobi tried to provide support. At the same time, more and more Konoha shinobi were getting in their way. At this moment, even Raza and Jiraiya were closely watching Chiyo and Yoroshi's duel. It was very clear to them that the winner would be determined very soon. Will Urushi, who inherited the talent and will of White Fang Konoha, defeat Chiyo on the battlefield of the Third World War Shinobi, or will Chiyo kill the son of his most hated enemy, relying on overwhelming superiority in combat experience? Chusa watched the battle. Jiraiya and Tsunade were also looking in her direction. Countless eyes were focused on this high-profile clash. Soon, a huge amount of metal shards were shattered and scattered to the sides. Chiyo's attack became increasingly weak, while the stream of flame feathers remained as powerful as ever, showing no signs of weakening. Under the gaze of countless shinobi, Urushi fiercely waved his hands and rushed towards the sky, leaving behind a trail of flame feathers. The palm wrapped in arcs of lightning clenched into a fist. The fist shot towards the triangular puppet hanging in the air. Almost all of the metal shards had already been swept away by the phoenix feathers, so Chiyo couldn't prevent the core of this technique from collapsing as she watched helplessly as Urushi soared into the air and struck out with his fist. Boo! Flames and lightning flashed. Accompanied by a loud explosion, a triangular puppet made of an unknown material shattered into pieces under this Urushi strike. Phew! With the power of magnetism gone, the metal shards froze in midair and fell to the ground a moment later. At the same time, Urushi, bathed in silver light, fell to the ground and picked up the Kusanagi blade that was thrown away by that explosion. Even after such an explosion, not a single trace of damage could be seen on the blade. As expected, its strength goes far beyond the White Fang blade. Crack! Urushi gripped the hilt of Kusanagi's blade and the arcs of lightning wrapped around his palm immediately spread to the blade, then he swung his left hand, scattering the second Chidori. At this moment, Chiyo didn't hesitate to use Flicker, quickly stepping back. Phew! As soon as the final secret technique failed, Chiyo immediately realized that she had to retreat immediately. She has experienced countless battles and has a lot of experience. Such a failure could not shake her mind. Realizing that there is no way to win, Chiyo instantly decided to retreat. Do you want to escape? Erase looked in the direction of Chiyo and said quietly. The next moment, his figure disappeared on the field of battle was a glimpse of a silvery flash. Nearby shinobi of Suna tried to stop Erase, but ninjutsu and taijutsu could not keep up with his speed. Erase not paid any attention to the other shinobi of Suna. In his field of vision was only Chiyo. Phew! A silver flash caught up with her in the blink of an eye. Kusanagi's blade pierced Chiyo's chest, but there was no blood. Instead her body turned to sand and crumbled. It was a clone. At the same time Erase jumped into the air and abruptly swung his blade down. Phew! In the next instant, a sharp metal spike burst out of the ground. Chiyo didn't use the clone as a distraction, creating an opportunity to retreat, but as a decoy, hiding right under it. This is a Kage-level shinobi, who has survived many deadly battles and has incredible experience. Even when almost all means were exhausted, Chiyo was still able to break out in such a sinister and dangerous attack. If the reaction of Erase was a little slower, he would have been struck by this attack prosthetic hand Chiyo. But he reacted in time. After all, in a state of 4 times acceleration, his thoughts flow 4 times faster. In addition, Urushi expected that Chiyo could conduct such a sinister attack, and when faced with a clone, he came to the conclusion that it would happen right now. Urushi jumped up to avoid a possible surprise attack not only from below, but from any other direction. At the same time, he immediately struck a counter blow, feeling a barely noticeable movement under his feet in the instant before the jump. Boom! A silver slash in the shape of a crescent cut through the ground. The prosthesis was destroyed, and Chiyo spat out a mouthful of blood and jumped up sharply, intending to get out of the incision as quickly as possible. At the same time, Urushi's figure, which was still in the air, swooped down on Chiyo and pierced her with the Kusanagi blade, falling to the ground with a crash. A deep gouge appeared on the ground, and Kusanagi's blade sank into Chiyo's chest up to the hilt, nailing her to the ground like a nail. Erase slowly got up. At the moment when I thought that I had already won, you prepared a fairly simple but extremely effective attack, intending to take advantage of my weakness in the form of lack of experience to turn the situation around. You are not without reason famous throughout the world of shinobi and instilled terror in their enemies. Urushi looked at Chiyo, who was pinned to the ground, and slowly continued, feeling that she was about to leave this world, but unfortunately, I figured out your plan. Blood spread out on the ground. Failed. In the end, I never got my revenge. You won the White Fang. Chiyo, who was pinned to the ground, looked up with difficulty and looked at Urushi. The next moment her consciousness was plunged into darkness. Elder Sunagakure, Chiyo's puppet master. Fallen in battle. Chiyo miraculously saved her life after suffering a crushing defeat by White Fang during the Second World War of Shinobi, but in the end she was unable to escape her fate. After this battle, the name of Hatake Erase will be known in the world of Shinobi. Chapter 97. Chapter 97. The battlefield gradually fell silent. Shinobi of Konoha and Suna stopped all movement, shocked looking at Erase. When Chiyo used the doppelganger as bait, intending to kill the relaxed Urushi with one precise blow, all the Konoha shinobi felt a strong sense of unease, but Urushi deftly dodged the attack and struck back. In the next instant, He attacked Chiyo in midair and pinned her body to the ground with the Kusanagi blade. Even without being sensors, the nearby shinobi Konoha and Suna could sense that Chiyo's chakra quickly weakened and eventually completely disappeared. It's not a clone. This is a real body. Complete disappearance of the chakra means death. Someone swallowed and said slowly, "Chi-e, dead." That low voice stirred the frozen battlefield. Shock, horror, glee, disbelief, at this moment on the faces of shinobi Konoha and Suna, you could see a lot of different emotions. Dead. The censor took a deep breath and shouted, confirming Chiyo's death. In the eyes of the Konoha shinobi, Chiyo was a terrifying creature. This was not only due to the terrible deadly poisons and the peak skill of the puppets, but also the feats performed during the Second World War by the shinobi. Even after suffering a heavy defeat in the battle with White Fang, she was still able to retreat and save her life. Compared to Pakura, who has not yet managed to become famous, Chiyo is significantly different, having an undeniable authority and recognition throughout the world of shinobi. Now, Puppet Master Chiyo, who was rightfully considered one of the pillars of Sunagakure, fell on the battlefield. The result of the battle was resolved. Even if Erase More did nothing, the Suna will still be completely destroyed. Despite his young age, despite the rank of Tokubetsu Hunin, killing Elder Chiyo on the battlefield is already enough to be considered a true hero of Konoha. Go ahead. The battle isn't over yet. With the cry of a shinobi, the frozen battlefield once again began to move. Compared to the enthusiastic Konoha shinobi, who fiercely rushed into battle, the Suna shinobi were at a loss as to how to continue the battle after losing Chiyo. As soon as such thoughts appeared in the minds of one of the parties, it meant that the balance of the battle was finally broken. The Konoha shinobi fiercely pressed the enemy forces. The defeat of Suna was only a matter of time. At the same time, some shinobi Suna has demonstrated a genuine horror, looking at Erase in the vicinity. Despite the silvery glow, they could still vaguely make out Urushi's teenage features, but regardless of age, by killing Elder Chiyo, he became one of the most terrifying Konoha shinobi on this battlefield. A nonentity. In the eyes of the race broke out the cold. In his opinion, to be defeated at the hands of White Fang and then die at the hands of his son was an absolute disgrace, but it also meant that the battle could be completed. The entire responsibility for this defeat will be placed entirely on the shoulders of the dead Pakura and Chiyo, as well as Ebizo, which will lead to a complete suppression of the opposition in the village. Retreat. As soon as the goal was achieved, Raza decisively gave the order to retreat, not intending to continue the pointless battle. After receiving the order of Kazekage, Shinobi Suna breathed a sigh of relief and immediately began to retreat. Jiraiya wasn't going to let go of his opponent just like that, but after a short chase, Raza used magnetism and gold dust to quickly hide underground. The censor tried to follow the race, directing Jiraiya's pursuit, but it was too slow and belatedly recorded the movement of the target. In the end, the chase ended in failure. Erase was not ineffectual. He maintained the state of the Thunder Gate and killed several Suna shinobi nearby, only about a dozen in all, most of them Jounin. In comparison with the shocking victory over Chiyo, it has attracted not so much attention. Soon Erase ran up Tsunade. In advance of noticing her approach, Erase thought, and ceased to use the ability to reverse the flow of time to maintain its state, and then immediately closed the storm doors. Ahem. Closing the storm door, Erase visibly shaken. Because the time reversal ability was not used before the gate closed, the side effects were immediately apparent, and Urushi spat out a mouthful of blood. Which? Tsunade picked up Erase and introduced into his body chakra. After checking his condition, she showed a very serious expression. She looked around and decided that the battle was already won, did not rush in pursuit of Suna shinobi, but picked up Urushi and quickly retreated from the battlefield, along the way maintaining his condition with the help of Iron Ninjutsu. Is this a side effect of your technique? How can it be so terrible? There's no living space on you. Tsunade frowned at the pale Urushi and asked. Earlier she had already assumed that this burst of speed and chakra must have some side effects, but in fact the consequences were even more terrible than expected. Urushi coughed and chuckled faintly, not resisting Tsunade's treatment. To get more power, you have to pay an equally big price. This was a forbidden technique, Senior Tsunade should understand. Ahem, ah. If any other shinobi were in such a situation, he probably wouldn't be able to stay calm until the end, but it didn't have any effect on Urushi, because if Tsunade can't cope with injuries, he just uses the ability to reverse the flow of time, returning to an ideal state. When Tsunade was holding him by the hands, Erase thought that sometimes it's good to be wounded. But the side effect of your technique is too great. Tsunade already had an approximate understanding of the trauma of Erase. Her expression was grim. Such injuries, even I don't have more than 70 or 80% confidence to handle it. The side effect of opening the fourth gate of Hachiman Tonko, in the worst case, will be muscle damage. However, the Thunder Gate developed by Urushi fills the body with the chakra of the Raiden attribute, which leads not only to moderate muscle damage, but also to serious damage to all meridians. The price for using some forbidden techniques in general is certain death. But this is really Senior Tsunade, you have such a high confidence to heal even such injuries. Ahem. You really are the best Irenen in the world. Urushi spat out a mouthful of blood again and smiled calmly, as if the injury didn't concern him at all. "Shut up, brat." Tsunade shouted at Erase and asked the medical team who were on the edge of the battlefield, a stretcher. The Iraianin immediately took Urushi on a stretcher and carried him in the direction of the camp, Tsunade walking beside him, placing a palm wrapped in pale green chakra on Urushi's chest. Tsunade wanted to reproach Urushi for using such a dangerous forbidden technique, but then she thought that without this enhancement, they would be in an extremely dangerous situation, unable to cope with Chiyo. She took a deep breath and focused all her attention on the treatment. "Pull yourself together, pull yourself together, pull yourself together." Tsunade relentlessly repeated in her heart, well aware that to treat Urushi's injuries, the chakra in her body must be absolutely stable, that is, it is necessary to completely suppress the phobia of blood. Before that, Tsunade's phobia was already greatly weakened, and in this situation, she gathered her will into a fist, finally suppressing the phobia of blood. The chakra no longer showed even the slightest signs of instability. Tsunade got rid of the phobia. Although outwardly there have been no significant changes, Erase could still feel it, his lips curved into a barely noticeable smile. Chapter 98, Chapter 98. The defeat of Suna's central forces, of course, meant defeat in the entire battle. When the news of what had happened reached the flanks, they immediately retreated. Suna's losses on the southern battlefield were not too great, but the losses on the northern battlefield exceeded even the central one. The reason for this is quite simple. Minato was there. On that day, the enemies of Konoha again felt the horror of Hiraishin on Soi's skin. In that battle Minato killed about 100 Suna shinobi, among whom there were at least 20 jounins. The last time Hiraishin appeared in the world of shinobi, when Senju Tobirama was still alive, but in this battle, Minato showed amazing skill, surpassing Tobirama in terms of adaptation and activation speed of the technique. Kakashi was breathing heavily, clutching the short blade in his hands. Blood dripped from the blade, his mask was damaged, wounds were visible on his body, his chakra and physical strength were on the verge of exhaustion. Phew. Minato appeared next to Kakashi and gave the command to Konoha's forces. No need to continue the chase. Not only was Kakashi severely depleted, but Minato had also used up most of his chakra, and the rest of the Konoha shinobi were in far from the best condition. Continuing the chase would inevitably lead to an increase in the number of victims on their part, so it didn't make much sense. Initially, Minato's authority as a flank commander was not too high, but by the time the battle ended, his authority had risen to unprecedented heights. Hearing the commander's order, Konoha's forces immediately stopped the pursuit and quickly gathered together. "Is it over?" Kakashi calmed his breathing and looked at Minato. Minato nodded. "Yes, it's over. It looks like Suna's central forces have been defeated and they no longer have any reason to hold us back on the flank." A light flashed in the depths of Minato's eyes. Initially he had assumed that the situation on the flanks would have an impact on the central battlefield, but suddenly something went wrong with Suna's central forces. You need to know that he did not face the strongest shinobi of Suna here. It turns out that the main striking power of the enemy should be concentrated on the central battlefield or on the other flank. Since the center collapsed so quickly, Suna must have focused on breaking through the other flank, but the early collapse of the central forces led to defeat in the entire battle. This can be understood. After all, on the central battlefield there were Tsunade and Jiraiya, two legendary Sannin, as well as Urushi. Such a quick defeat seemed quite normal. It's just not clear what impact Urushi had. Minato ordered the shinobi unit to start cleaning up the battlefield, and asked a special shinobi to contact the central battlefield to find out specific details. Reporting to the commander. Our losses on the central battlefield are about 70 shinobi, the enemy's losses exceed 300 shinobi. Elder Tsunade, your puppet master Chiyo fell on the battlefield, which provoked the retreat of the Kazekage race along with the remnants of the forces. After listening to the report, Minato asked in surprise, "Chiyo is dead?" Elder Chiyo is known throughout the world of shinobi and is recognized as the strongest puppeteer who has reached the pinnacle of skill. Her fame is not inferior and even surpasses the three legendary Sannins. Unexpectedly so powerful shinobi fell on the battlefield. Yes. The shinobi in charge of communication nodded. Puppet Master Chiyo was defeated by Tokubetsu Hunin Hataki Urushi and was killed by him. During the battle he used some secret technique and is now sent for treatment. Hearing this, Minato of course was very surprised. He thought that Chiyo was defeated and killed by one of the Sannins or even a group of shinobi. Suddenly Urushi did it. This made Minato smile bitterly. On such a battlefield, it is unlikely that anyone would be able to compete with a skilled Hiraishin user in terms of the number of kills, but Urushi's victory over a famous opponent changes everything. Even if Minato performed well on the battlefield, killing at least 100 shinobi of the enemy, Urushi will still outshine him, because Chiyo's strength and skill are recognized throughout the shinobi world. Her death is sure to be a high-profile event. Chiya. Kakashi was confused. He does not know the details of Chiyo and his father's battle during the Second World War shinobi, but still has a strong impression of this shinobi, because Chiyo is one of the pillars of Suna and holds the title of the strongest puppeteer. Unexpectedly, such a powerful shinobi died at the hands of Urushi. It seems that his older brother has already become a fully accomplished shinobi. Of course, Kakashi always believed that sooner or later Urashi would reach this level, but he didn't expect it to happen so quickly. He would only be 11 years old in 2 months. However, Kakashi quickly moved away from the shock and anxiously turned to the shinobi in charge of communication. Brother was sent for treatment because of the use of forbidden techniques. Is he in a serious condition? Shinobi immediately responded, his voice filled with respect. Yes, it seems to be very serious. Senior Tsunade personally delivered Tokubetsu Hunin Hataki Urashi to the camp and took over his treatment. There will inevitably be a price to pay for using a forbidden technique. Urashi used a forbidden technique, going all out to kill one of the strongest shinobi of the enemy. Such a shinobi will cause genuine respect, regardless of his age. Phew. Hearing these words, Kakashi flinched and immediately rushed in the direction of the camp. Minato caught up with Kakashi and said, I'll send you straight to the camp. He understood Kakashi's concern, after all, it was his older brother. Kakashi stopped and bowed gratefully. Thank you for your help, Teacher Minato. Minato nodded and felt the seal left in the camp, and then put his hand on Kakashi's shoulder, activating Hiraishin. Kakashi's figure instantly disappeared. Konoha's camp. Shizune and other Iranin are remaining in the camp, awaiting the arrival of the wounded. When Shizune saw Tsunade escorting 2 Irinans with a stretcher, she immediately stood up. The shinobi in charge of guarding the camp were going to check Tsunade's identity, but she just spewed out a powerful chakra pulse, causing them to turn pale abruptly. Gone. Tsunade exclaimed in a loud voice. The shinobi immediately stepped aside. Such a powerful and heavy chakra can only belong to Tsunade. The appearance can be faked, but the chakra is not. Moving aside, the guards felt a strong curiosity. To their surprise, Tsunade personally took over the escort of the wounded men to the camp, who is lying on this stretcher. Chapter 99. Chapter 99. Teacher Tsunade, ah. Shizune first greeted Tsunade, and then looked at the figure lying on the stretcher, and abruptly turned pale. This. Without explaining anything to the student, Tsunade went to her tent with the Irenen holding the stretcher, and only after Urashi was laid in the tent did she address Shizune. He used a forbidden technique and suffered from side effects. Don't interfere, Shizune. Shizune paled even more. It was the first time she had seen Tsunade so serious. Before that, seriously injured patients did not cause her such a violent reaction. It was not that injury erased heavier than others of the wounded arriving at the camp earlier, just Tsunade treated them as ordinary patients, and this time it's different. She cared about the son of the White Fang and the Manesclave's phobia of blood. In addition, Erase were in this predicament due to the fact that she couldn't fight at full strength. Tsunade considered herself responsible for this. Ahem, you don't have to make it sound like I might die at any moment, you're just scaring Shizune. Urashi coughed and smiled, seeming not to consider himself seriously injured at all. Don't worry, there's no danger to life, it's just a bit of a nasty meridian injury. Senior Tsunade will definitely handle it. Seeing smiling Erase, Shizune calmed down a bit. Shut up. Tsunade shouted rudely at Erase. That little brat is still talking like nothing happened. Urashi treats it as a minor injury, but in fact, having faced a similar injury about a decade ago, she probably wouldn't have been able to handle it. Tsunade held a hand, cutting the top of Erase, and entered into a state of absolute concentration. The chakra flowed on the fingertips, making sure the stability of your condition. She took a deep breath and lowered his hands on the chest of Erase, starting treatment. Erase closed his eyes and never spoke, allowing Tsunade to focus fully on treatment. Outside the tent. Not all shinobi who were in the camp knew Urashi, but there were also those who were able to identify the figure lying on the stretcher, and the news quickly spread throughout the camp. There were a small number of jounins and chunins present in the camp, and there were no Tokubetsu jounins who specialized in torture, intelligence, and the like, and there were genins who were all less than 15 years old. Erase was seriously injured. After receiving the news, Kurenai exclaimed in shock and forgot about all the business, ran to Tsunade's tent. It was blocked by Shizune right in front of the tent entrance. Teacher Tsunade is busy treating, you can't go inside. Senior Tsunade is inside. Kurenai stopped and nervously asked, how Erase was injured. How serious is it? Since Senior Tsunade took it up, then it would be fine, wouldn't it? She quickly asked a few questions. As Shizune was about to respond, Rin hurriedly came out of the tent. She was a member of the medical unit and was delivering some necessary equipment to Tsunade's tent. Kurenai looked at Rin questioningly. Words were unnecessary. Rin shook her head. She just delivered some things to the tent and caught a glimpse of Tsunade treating Urashi. In such a situation it was impossible to interfere and ask questions, so she did not know the specific details. What happened to Erase? Is he going to be all right? At that moment, Uchiha Obito ran up to them and asked worriedly. After learning about the severe injury of Erase, the first reaction is upholstered in surprise. He didn't expect that Erase that seemed so strong to be defeated, and even wounded. The second reaction was concern. Urashi was a classmate and Obito's target. Of course what had happened was not a cause for joy. Don't worry too much. Shizun said soothingly, life of erase that does not threaten other problems of course will arise, because the treatment deals with older Tsunade. Hearing Shizun's words, Kurenai and Rin breathed a sigh of relief, their faces noticeably less pale. Obito also exhaled, he didn't want to lose such a strong opponent, but now Urushi wouldn't be able to continue acting so arrogant and haughty, it looked like he was facing an extremely unpleasant opponent this time. Hey, leave me this enemy, winning erase, I will deal with him later. Obito slammed his fist into his chest, showing a firm and confident look. Just at this moment, Kakashi's voice came from the side, you've finally become a more sober assessment of your strength, without shouting that you'll figure it out right now. At the moment of returning, Kakashi immediately heard Obito's confident words, even though he was worried about his brother's condition, he still couldn't resist sarcastically commenting on his teammate's words. Kakashi. Are you back yet? Obito looked at Kakashi and said a little surprised, is it over yet? Kakashi walked closer to the tent and nodded, yes, Suna is defeated, we have won. The others should be back soon, how is my brother's condition? Kakashi remained calm despite his intense inner unease, and did not attempt to enter the tent, instead addressing Shizuna, who was standing right in front of the entrance. Shizun of course recognized Kakashi and once again described the situation. That's right. Hearing Shizun's words, Kakashi relaxed and looked at Obito, by the way, you just said that they are going to defeat the enemy of erase. TSK, I don't think you'll ever be able to do that. Obito, who was about to leave, responded indignantly to Kakashi's words, hey. Don't you dare underestimate me, Kakashi. Just wait, I'll awaken the Sharingan very soon and show you. Kakashi folded his arms and said indifferently, maybe you really become a stronger awakened the Sharingan, but you in any case cannot defeat the enemy of erase, because she's already dead. What? Obito froze in shock. You seem to have misunderstood. Kakashi shook his head, you thought of erase was defeated by someone and left the battlefield with a serious wound. He's actually a winner, not a loser. It was quite different, the brother won and even killed his opponent. But to tell you the truth, even if that enemy hadn't been killed by Urushi, I don't think you would have been able to defeat her because it was, Chie. Kakashi looked into Obito's eyes and delivered a decisive blow on a psychological level. This information, calmly voiced by Kakashi, thundered in the ears of Kurenai, Obito, and the others like thunder, everyone present opened their eyes in shock. Kakashi, you just said, who's? Puppet Master Chie. Kurenai looked at Kakashi in disbelief. Kakashi nodded affirmatively and said calmly, yes, it was Chiyo, Elder Tsunagakure and the strongest puppeteer in the world. Chapter 100, Chapter 100. Kakashi looked at the frozen Obito, sat down near the tent and said, if the opponent wasn't so strong, brother wouldn't be forced to use a forbidden technique in exchange for such serious side effects. Silence. No one spoke. Even Shizun didn't know what erase suffered due to the use of forbidden techniques for killing Chiyo. On this front, the name of Chiyo is well known to all Konoha shinobi, because it is one of the strongest shinobi of the enemy, comparable to the Kazekage itself. But this shinobi was defeated and killed Erwich. This was much more shocking news than killing dozens of shinobi and the like, the heads of Kurenai and the others were emptied. Erase killed Chiyo. Shizun muttered softly while in a trance. Erase was their classmate. Many famous and powerful shinobi. It gave everyone present a sense of unreality, it was hard to believe that this had actually happened. Erase. Already that strong. In the tent. Tsunade continued to treat the concentration of erase. Treatment of damaged meridians is radically different from the treatment of fractures and injuries such as muscle rupture, it requires exorbitant control of the chakra, due to which it is necessary to thicken the thinnest needle of the chakra, thinner than a human hair, and already use it to perform surgery. The best control of the chakra is undoubtedly possessed by puppeteers and Irionans, manipulation of the chakra threads and conducting various operations require the finest control of the chakra. The treatment lasted from noon until the evening. Finally, Tsunade breathed a sigh of relief and lowered her hands. Urushi's meridians are fully restored, the muscle damage is also healed, now it only takes time to fully recover. After completing the treatment, Tsunade was surprised to realize that she no longer seemed to have any fear of blood, because during the previous meridian surgery, she had been focused to the extreme and had not suffered from a blood phobia in the slightest. Even with the slightest fluctuation of the chakra, the treatment would not go so smoothly. Brat. Tsunade looked at Urushi, who was lying quietly with his eyes closed, seeing that he had fallen asleep, she smiled and shook her head, you really cured me. Looking at Urushi sleeping peacefully, she couldn't help but think of her younger brother, Nawaki, who died during the Second World War shinobi, but she quickly recovered and carefully covered Urushi with a blanket. Shizun. Tsunade moved away from Urushi and called out to Shizun, who was standing at the entrance to the tent. Shizun immediately went into the tent nervously and turned to Tsunade, Master Tsunade, I'm here. Erase, how is he? He's fine. Tsunade said wearily, bring me something to eat and drink. Hearing that from Iroi's all right, Shizen breathed a sigh of relief and nodded, understand. I've already prepared everything. Next to the tent. Obito left early, and Kakashi went to eat, now only Kurenai and Rin were there. Learning from Shizen that Erase all right, they heaved a sigh of relief and came out of stress state. Shizen took the pre-prepared food and returned to the tent, addressing Rin and Kurenai on the way. Yoruishi is sleeping now, it is not necessary to disturb him today and you should rest yourself. Kurenai and Rin were about to enter the tent and look at Yoruishi, but after hearing Shizen's words, they looked at each other and left after a short silence. Knowing that treatment of Erase successful, they could relax and have a rest. In the fog. Yoruishi was greatly surprised when he opened his eyes and saw an ephemeral gold watch in front of him. What's going on? The ephemeral golden clock stood still, but suddenly it hummed and the hand began to rotate rapidly in the opposite direction, at which point Yoruishi was shocked to find that he had quickly turned into a small child, and then became a baby altogether. After that, the arrow stopped and began to rotate in the opposite direction, at which point Yoruishi began to grow rapidly, from infant to child, from child to adolescent, and then to middle age and finally to old age. Click. Suddenly, there was a click and everything froze, the entire world around them stopped, everything seemed to show no signs of movement except for Yoruishi's consciousness. Then the illusory gold clock hummed again, and a strange scene appeared before Yoruishi's eyes, as he saw countless illusory copies of himself overlapping each other. They lined up in a long line, starting from Yoruishi and disappearing into the distant mist. The nearest illusory figures were almost identical to him, but the farther away, the smaller they became, right down to the figures of babies in the distance. Click. The illusory clock clicked again and the strange scene instantly disappeared, after which the hand began to slowly rotate in the normal direction, but when it reached the middle, it suddenly disappeared and appeared in a different position, seeming to miss a few ticks. In the next instant, the surrounding space stirred, as if time itself had been destroyed. After that, the surroundings became blurry and plunged into darkness. Yoruishi slowly opened his eyes and gradually regained consciousness, but was soon surprised to find that there was no change in him. It was a simple dream. He looked around and immediately realized that he was not in his tent, and then he saw Tsunade sleeping about half a meter to his left. Further on, another person seemed to be sleeping. There was no need to guess, it was most likely Shizen. It is located in Tsunade's tent. Apparently, Tsunade decided not to move me after the operation was completed. Yoruishi tried to get up, but just as he started to move, he felt a strong pain all over his body and smiled bitterly. Through a small crack in the tent door, he could vaguely see the night sky. It seems that he fell fast asleep during the operation and slept well into the night. By the way, this strange dream. As he began to recall the details of this strange dream, he could vaguely judge that he saw in it acceleration of the time flow, reverse time flow, stopping the time flow, and some other time-sharing abilities. As for the other abilities, they were rather vague and not intuitive. Based on a few details, Yoruishi could only make vague assumptions. A time clone. A time jump. Erasing time.